Shocking. Zhou Ran, a dual master's degree holder from the University of Massachusetts, declares that the university's theoretical emphasis lacks practical application and subsequently withdraws to return to his homeland. An irate professor from the University of Massachusetts chastises Zhou Ran for his lofty aspirations and whimsical actions during his tenure, accusing him of grossly misusing educational resources, with his withdrawal considered a disgraceful act. Astounding. After his return, former dual masters student Zhou Ran surprisingly enrolls at the Blue Xiang Excavator Academy. This is quite remarkable. The editor is at a loss for words. In a further twist of fate, mere weeks after joining Blue Xiang, Zhou Ran withdraws once again, opting instead to open a repair shop in his hometown of Qingping Town. Images Wang Jia, seated in his newly acquired sports car, scrolled through trending topics on Weibo while engaging with his audience in the live stream. Did you see this fool? That repair shop. It seems like it hasn't even opened yet. Let's see what it says. Wang Jia zoomed in on the live stream camera, revealing a somewhat dilapidated little shack by the roadside, where a young man in overalls languidly squatted, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Above him, a long red banner boldly proclaimed, repairing televisions, computers, washing machines, tractors, sports cars, airplanes, tanks, aircraft carriers, submarines. Exceeding the original factory, rejuvenated. Wang Jia read it aloud and burst into laughter. Goodness, this fool claims he can repair airplanes and tanks. Haha, what a blowhard. 666. Host, you're amazing. You found his place. Foolish host. What's so interesting about a guy who dropped out to open a repair shop? The online chatter is endless hurry and invite a lady to show us something. Exactly. After driving around, we end up looking at a shabby repair shop. I'm losing patience here. The comments flowed freely, yet as a streamer who gained fame through flirting and dating, Wang Jia's audience clearly had a greater interest in beautiful women. Understanding this, Wang Jia quickly explained, I know exactly what you all want to see. To be candid, there's a resort not far ahead hosting a gathering of internet celebrities, with a plethora of stunning ladies attending. He'll be sure to invite a few to the hotel. Whatever you wish to know, he'll ask on your behalf. The tone of the comments shifted immediately. Just as Wang Jia prepared to capitalize on the momentum and solicit gifts, he suddenly heard a knock on his car window. Knock, knock, knock. Turning his head, he saw the young man from the repair shop standing outside his window, an expression of seriousness etched on his face. Wang Jia felt a wave of panic, fearing he had been overheard speaking ill of him. The comments erupted in gleeful laughter. Fortunately, he knew his car's soundproofing was exceptional. Lowering the window and feigning ignorance, he inquired, Is there something you need? The casually dressed young man, with unkempt long hair obscuring his eyes, still maintained a handsome appearance. Leaning against Wang Jia's car window, he assessed the vehicle and remarked, Brother, your car has issues it likely won't run for long. Need repairs? I can offer you a special price. Startled by the mention of a special price, Wang Jia immediately started the engine, moving forward while exclaiming, No repairs needed. I just bought this car and haven't even driven it for 100 kilometers. How could it possibly have problems? Besides, do you know how much this car costs? 2 million. Can you afford to fix it with your little shop? As his words finished, Wang Jia's sports car roared to life. In mere seconds, he had sped over 100 meters away. Soon, he was a mere speck on the expansive roadway. Watching the car disappear, Zhou Ran shook his head in resignation and turned back toward the somewhat dilapidated repair shop. Running a shop here is quite challenging, but this is the only place with sufficient resources to create the essential defense base. And I must remain here lost in thought. He opened the shop's door. Inside, the establishment appeared no different from any ordinary auto repair shop. However, upon reaching the far end of the room, the seemingly ordinary floor suddenly emitted a faint sound of gears clashing. Then, two sections of the floor detached from the surroundings and descended steadily, akin to an elevator. At this rate, when will I complete the task of transforming at least 3,000 mechs as required by the system? As he descended, Zhou Ran's thoughts drifted. System. A translucent panel materialized before him. Ultimate mech system host. Zhou Ran abilities. Mech level 19, mechanical level 23, energy level 66. Weapon level max, task 1. Create the ultimate sanctuary to protect human civilization before the Dark Age arrives. Progress 29. Task 2. Create or modify 3,000 mechs before the Dark Age arrives. 13,000 time remaining until the Dark Age descends. 3 years, 6 months, 3 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 33 seconds. Chapter 2. The Era of Darkness approaches. It has already been half a year. Gazing at the system panel before him, Zhou Ran could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Half a year ago, he successfully earned a master's degree in mechatronics from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Shortly thereafter, he bound himself to this system, through which he learned of the impending arrival of the Era of Darkness. The system did not clarify what this dark era entailed or the dangers that awaited the Earth. It merely incessantly assigned him various tasks. When Zhou Ran first received the system, he was skeptical. The Earth seemed perfectly fine. Where could this dark era possibly come from, and what dangers could it pose? However, upon completing the tasks assigned by the system and receiving rewards, he utilized the various advantages bestowed upon him to significantly enhance his abilities in mechanics and energy. After successfully creating his first mech, he was compelled to believe. Given the current technological level of Earth, the creation of such mechs seemed impossible. Yet, the system enabled him to achieve it. That initial mech was merely a rudimentary model, a mere introduction to the concept. According to the system, as long as he continued to complete the assigned tasks, his technological proficiency would continually advance, granting him more knowledge, skills, and benefits, ultimately allowing him to create the most powerful mech in the world to confront the impending era of darkness. From that moment on, Zhou Ran ceased to doubt the information provided by the system. He swiftly absorbed all the knowledge available at MIT, only to find that the university lacked sufficient practical opportunities and that discrimination against Chinese students was rampant, regardless of his technical prowess. Remaining at MIT in the United States would prevent him from completing the system's tasks. Moreover, Zhou Ran harbored a sense of patriotism. Thus, he left MIT and returned to his homeland. To fulfill the system's tasks, he enrolled in the Blue Sky Excavator Technical Academy, the institution with the most machinery in the country, where he continuously dismantled and repaired various machines to accumulate practical experience and complete the system's assignments. However, merely over a month later, Zhou Ran completed the system's tasks and received a new assignment, to establish a shelter. Following the system's guidance, he returned to his hometown of Qingping Town. Hence, the tumultuous events reported in the news were all Zhou Ran's reluctant choices to fulfill his tasks and prepare for the era of darkness to save the world. Of course, upon realizing that the era of darkness would indeed arrive and that the system was genuine, Zhou Ran contemplated informing the world or seeking support from the government. Yet, with his limited abilities and resources at the time, he could not genuinely manufacture mechs. Thus, few would believe him, and most would dismiss him as a braggart. Additionally, the system advised against such actions, predicting that the world had long been infiltrated by forces hastening the advent of the Dark Age. If Zhou Ran were to reveal the existence and purpose of the system, those forces would inevitably take countermeasures. Therefore, the system recommended that if Zhou Ran sought assistance, it would be wiser to do so only after the shelter was established, ensuring at least one safe haven for humanity to combat the darkness. For these reasons, Zhou Ran had to temporarily conceal his thoughts and complete the system's tasks alone, up to the present moment. Now he faced two tasks. One was to create the shelter, which could only be completed on the outskirts of Qingping Town, while the other involved producing 3,000 mechs globally, each requiring substantial time and resources for modification. Although Qingping Town could generate ample energy, it lacked sufficient machinery. Consequently, Zhou Ran had only completed 1/3,000th of the second task, having constructed merely one mech. Remaining here would render the completion of the second task impossible. By the time the shelter was established, it would be too late. Fortunately, the system had rewarded him with the core of an intelligent mech. Once he constructed 3 intelligent mechs, they could execute the shelter's construction. For himself, it would be best to contact the government for support or, at the very least, leave this place to pursue greater endeavors and enhance his reputation. Hastening the completion of the second task, Zhou Ran pondered. At that moment, with a light clang, Zhou Ran descended in the lift to 300 meters below ground. Coming to a steady halt, exiting the lift and traversing a short tunnel, he found himself in a vast underground chamber. Colorful screens adorned the walls, surrounded by various tools, mechanical arms, and enormous weapons exclusively usable by mechs. In the center of the chamber stood a rock resembling an artificial mountain, entirely black and seemingly capable of absorbing light itself. The atmosphere of the chamber was saturated with technological essence, a stark contrast to the ordinary repair shop above. This was where Zhou Ran typically worked, modifying mechs and constructing the shelter. The black stone, reminiscent of a miniature mountain, was the largest fragment of a stellar core on Earth, serving as the fundamental energy source for both the shelter's establishment and the mech modifications. Qilin, have there been any special discoveries? Zhou Ran inquired as he approached the large screen at the deepest part of the chamber. Instantly, Qilin, the top-tier artificial intelligence he had created, responded. Exploration radius reaches a circumference of 9,000 miles, with a depth of 3,000 meters. 109 exploration attempts conducted, discovering one stellar core fragment, located in the land of the rising sun. Coordinates, latitude, longitude. Nuclear wastewater leakage detected. Location, the land of the rising sun, Fukushima. No other anomalies found. Upon hearing Qilin's report, Zhou Ran felt elated at the discovery of another stellar core fragment. Yet his brow furrowed with concern. Nuclear wastewater was leaking from the land of the rising sun? Had they just announced preparations for discharge? Zhou Ran opened his phone and searched for news online, quickly finding an article from 3 days prior stating that the land of the rising sun intended to release nuclear wastewater. However, the article clearly indicated that they required 3 more months of preparation. Since Qilin's detection could not be erroneous, if it reported a leakage, then a leakage indeed occurred. Whether it was an accidental spill or a clandestine release by the land of the rising sun remained unknown. What a thoroughly despicable nation. Zhou Ran cursed inwardly, already contemplating that when the era of darkness descended, he would not save a single one of those politicians from the land of the rising sun. Boss, Uncle Li Shan is approaching the repair shop. The artificial intelligence Qilin suddenly announced. Simultaneously, a visual appeared on the large screen before Zhou Ran. 500 meters away, a somewhat stooped figure clad in tattered camouflage, carrying a hoe, with pants rolled up to his ankles and muddy feet, was slowly making his way toward him. Li Shan, an exceedingly ordinary old farmer from Qingping town, is affectionately referred to as second uncle by Zhou Ran due to their amicable neighborly relationship, despite their lack of blood ties. The reason for Li Shan's visit is rooted in a recent development. Zhou Ran has just opened a repair shop and, in an effort to establish his reputation, spent 300 yuan to acquire a severely dilapidated tractor from Li Shan. He assured Li that, once repaired, the tractor could be rented for a mere 10 yuan a day for a duration of 2 months. To promote his repair skills, Zhou even persuaded second uncle against purchasing a new tractor. Now, it is evident that second uncle has come to inquire about the status of the tractor's repairs, especially since it is currently the busy farming season, and the absence of a tractor would undoubtedly pose considerable challenges. Chapter 3. Is this truly my tractor? Uncle Air? Zhou Ran suddenly chuckled. It must be here to rent the tractor, right? He mused, extending his hand to press a button beneath the large screen. Instantly, a colossal opening appeared in the adjacent mechanical wall. Accompanied by the crisp sound of gears, a shadow over 2 meters tall began to emerge from the opening. Once a structure resembling a vehicle's front fully exited, the shadow accelerated abruptly, swiftly darting out through the opening. In the air of the basement, it began to disassemble, scatter, and then reassemble. By the time it landed, it had transformed into a towering mechanical giant, standing over 4 meters tall, complete with limbs, and bearing a long sword sheathed at its back. The mechanical giant's feet firmly touched the ground, and it proudly lifted its head. Clang! Its metallic head collided directly with the ceiling of the basement, producing a sharp sound. Ouch! Why is it so low? The mechanical giant covered its head, its face displaying a human-like expression of frustration, as if it had not been this low at birth. Zhou Ran, speechless, shot a glare at it. Who allowed you to transform without my permission? The mechanical giant immediately adopted a pitiable expression, bending its knee and kneeling behind Zhou Ran, lamenting in a whiny tone. Dad, I'm about to leave you to become a tractor, rolling around in the mud every day, unable to even wash off the dirt. Let me indulge just this last time. Zhou Ran felt a series of dark lines appear on his forehead, his brows twitching incessantly. Don't call me that. But the mechanical giant stubbornly retorted, No, I was created by your own hands. No matter what, you are my father. Zhou Ran maintained a stern expression, his thoughts shifting. And immediately, the circuits on the mechanical giant flickered, causing its entire body to collapse as if it had lost all strength, lying flat on the ground. Subsequently, it morphed back into the shape of a tractor. Dad, I was wrong. Please forgive me. The mechanical giant's voice, now emanating from the tractor, was a mix of pleading and grievance. Zhou Ran reached out and tapped the front of the tractor, silencing it before it could finish speaking. He had effectively sealed its vocal system. You will be punished with silence for 3 days. When you go out, behave yourself, otherwise I'll bring you back to be confined for a lifetime. Zhou Ran threatened. The now silent tractor could only move its head up and down symbolically, indicating its understanding. Zhou Ran nodded, somewhat resigned. This mechanical giant was the first intelligent mech core produced by the system. However, in Zhou Ran's view, it seemed to possess an excess of intelligence, displaying a rather cheeky personality and even naming itself something rather silly, perhaps Fei Jian or Flying Cheeky. In any case, to expedite their departure from Qingping Town and to safeguard the lives of the villagers, Zhou Ran needed to ensure that Fei Jian and the 2 other intelligent mechs still under construction integrated seamlessly into the village, remaining hidden to face any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. Let us go. Zhou Ran affectionately patted Fei Jian's head, then strode towards the recently used lift platform. Meanwhile, the transformed Fei Jian obediently followed behind Zhou Ran like a little dog. Regardless of how advanced these intelligent mechs were, Zhou Ran remained their ultimate overseer, their true master. This fact was unchangeable. Uncle Air approached the repair shop, gazing at the somewhat shabby sign that read Universal Repair Shop and the tightly closed door. He scratched his head, which was smeared with dirt. In confusion, is Zhou Ran not open at this hour? Just then, the door of the repair shop creaked open, and Zhou Ran emerged with a smile, extending his hand toward Uncle Air. Uncle Air, here to pick up the tractor? Uncle Air, feeling a bit embarrassed, wiped his hands on his clothes before gently shaking Zhou Ran's hand. Haha, I finished my work early today and thought I'd come by to see if it was fixed. I know my tractor is in pretty bad shape and will take some time to repair, so no rush. I'll come back when it's ready. Uncle Air was quite polite, but Zhou Ran shook his head. No, that is not how it works. I promised 10 days, and today was already planned for delivery. Since you're here, you might as well take it back now. With that, he snapped his fingers. Immediately, the half-opened rolling door of the repair shop continued to rise. And from the dark interior, a shadow over 2 meters tall slowly emerged. First, a striking silver base adorned with vibrant red and yellow paint, revealing an impressive vehicle front. Next, positioned atop the front, was a finely upholstered black seat, a long gear lever, and a slightly menacing red-painted steering wheel. The tall, clean tires gleamed, while the intricate, shiny pipes and the long cargo bed unique to tractors from over a decade ago completed the picture. The tractor glided out of the room and came to a halt before Zhou Ran and Uncle Air, motionless. At that moment, Uncle Air was utterly stunned, his eyes wide, mouth agape, jaw dropping to his collarbone. He was completely bewildered. Is this truly my tractor? Uncle Air's body stiffened, and after a considerable effort, he turned to Zhou Ran, disbelief etched on his face as he repeated, Is this really my tractor? Chapter 4, could it be? Is the tractor really broken? Is this truly my tractor? Uncle Air muttered in disbelief, utterly dazed. He vividly recalled the original appearance of his tractor. 10 days prior, it had been a lifeless shell, covered in dust and rust, missing 70% of its parts, even lacking a steering wheel. At that time, apart from Zhou Ran, no one believed that such a dilapidated tractor could ever be repaired. Had it not been for C. Ran's willingness to pay 300 yuan for it, he might have already sold the entire frame for scrap metal. Even now, standing before Li Shan, he found it hard to believe. It was simply absurd. It would be more reasonable to claim that Zhou Ran had purchased him a new one. Uncle Air grew anxious. Zhou Ran, you didn't buy a new one, did you? How could it be so new? How on earth could it be repaired so well? Uncle Air was at a loss for words. Unable to comprehend the situation, Zhou Ran grasped Uncle Air's hand and chuckled. I spent 300 yuan to buy your old tractor, and then to buy a new one? I don't have that kind of money. Besides, I've been living in the village and haven't even been to town. When would I have the time? Zhou Ran spoke the truth, and Uncle Air knew well that Zhou Ran returned home every night and was frequently seen in the village during the day. Yet he still struggled to accept it. But this is too new. Zhou Ran, how did you manage it? Haha, that's a secret. Come. Uncle Air, give this tractor a try. Zhou Ran laughed heartily, leading Uncle Air to the side of Fei Jian. Uncle Air remained skeptical. Can I really drive it? I said it's rented to you, so it's yours to drive. You've already paid the rent, so what is stopping you? Zhou Ran gently pushed him onto the seat. Then, holding Uncle Air's hand, he pointed out the various buttons on the tractor, introducing them one by one. This is the ignition, this is the shutoff, And this is the automatic gear shift. Automatic gear shift? This is for autopilot. What on earth? With this tractor, Uncle Air, you won't have to do much anymore. Just leave it to this. After nearly 3 minutes of explanation, Uncle Air finally grasped the basic functions of the tractor. In reality, he didn't need to understand all of it, as Fei Jian was a fully intelligent machine. Obedient only to Zhou Ran, it could effortlessly handle all agricultural tasks. However, they decided it prudent to impart some knowledge to avoid raising suspicion. Still bewildered, Uncle Air pressed the autopilot button, and the tractor sprang to life, moving forward with a steady rhythm. Though he sat on the tractor traversing the muddy terrain, he felt it more stable than riding in a sedan on the highway, leaving him utterly perplexed. Zhou Ran, has our country's science truly advanced to this level? Zhou Ran remained silent for a moment, then managed a wry smile and waved goodbye. Just assume you've arrived. Before long, Uncle Air drove the tractor into a small village several kilometers away, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, on a distant road, a sports car sped along. Inside, Wang Jia was driving while engaging with the viewers in his live stream. That fool, he must be brain dead. My car is worth 2 million. Look at these seats. This steering wheel, this emblem. Just 2 words. Luxurious. Who doesn't know German cars are of superior quality? And he dared to repair my car. That's a lesson, brothers. A person who has never seen the world can't even scam money. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Jia suddenly heard 2 sounds akin to flatulence. Immediately, his previously roaring sports car abruptly slowed down. After moving a few more steps, it came to a powerless halt. It had stalled. Wang Jia stood frozen in place. What is going on? Why did the car stop? What is happening? The viewers in the live stream thought he was merely playing a prank and erupted in laughter. Haha, Jia Gu is amazing. This live stream is unbeatable. Jia Gu 666. Even fooling us. Haha, this calls for a round of rewards. However, at that moment, Wang Jia was far too concerned to pay attention to his viewers. With a look of sheer terror, he attempted to restart the car several times before finally opening the door. Brothers, my car has a problem. I need to step out and see what's wrong. I'll be right back. He exited the vehicle, completely disregarding his audience. He had previously claimed the car was worth 2 million, and he had not exaggerated in the slightest, even with his wealth. Purchasing such an expensive car had caused him considerable pain. Had he not been eager to impress a lady, he might not have had the courage to make such a purchase. Now, however, this brand new sports car had developed issues so soon after purchase. Who could bear that? Wang Jia inspected the vehicle from the outside, searching for any signs of trouble, but found nothing amiss. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were left utterly bewildered. What is going on with Jia Gu? Why has he come back yet? This isn't how you create content, right? Could it be that the car is genuinely malfunctioning? How could that be? If it really is broken, wouldn't that mean Zhou Ran was right? The moment that thought crossed the chat, the live stream suddenly fell silent for 2 seconds. Then, the barrage of comments erupted. No way. Is it really possible? Where's Jia Gu? Come out and explain. I just saw Jia Gu outside the car. Could it be that the car genuinely has issues? If so, Zhou Ran is quite something. No way. Is he really that impressive? He looked from so far away and knew the car had a problem? Otherwise, how could you explain it? Jia Gu isn't foolish enough to use such matters for show. Honestly, I'm about to unfollow. In the comments, the viewers were ecstatic. Their focus centered solely on Zhou Ran, the brilliant student who had declared just minutes earlier that Wang Jia's car was in need of repair. At that moment, as Wang Jia searched desperately beneath the car, unable to identify any issues, a flash of realization struck him. He recalled the conversation he had with Zhou Ran just moments before. After mulling over it multiple times, he felt completely lost. Could it be? He stood on the long, deserted road, surveying it multiple times. This vast stretch of road was utterly empty, devoid of any signs of life. The internet celebrity gathering he intended to attend wouldn't commence until the day after tomorrow, with most influencers arriving tomorrow. If no one passed by with a vehicle, he would be stranded here indefinitely, even if he had a signal to call for a tow truck. The distance from the city to his location would take at least 4 hours. Wang Jia racked his brain, ultimately realizing that he had no options left. It seems that only the worn-out repair shop, nestled at the entrance of a quaint mountainside village, remains along the journey I have traversed. Chapter 5. An unexpected incident during the military drill. On the lengthy road, Wang Jia had already ceased the live broadcast, standing behind his sports car, exerting all his strength to push the vehicle slowly towards Zhou Ran's repair shop. Meanwhile, several kilometers away in Qingping village, The tractor ridden by the elderly man was akin to a well-acquainted steed. He had reached the entrance in no time, never pondering how the new tractor could possibly discern his home's address, and he immediately began shouting at the top of his lungs, "Son, Xiao Guang, come see your father's tractor. Your brother Ran has fixed it. It's in splendid condition. Just $10 to rent for a day. What a bargain. And it's automatic too." At that moment, inside the house, a young man engrossed in playing Honor of Kings on his phone shouted back in exasperation, "What is there to see? It's just a piece of junk tractor. I think you've been swindled, Dad. You shouldn't have paid $300 for that thing. We supported his business, and now we have to rent it? What a heartless scoundrel. Mark my words. That tractor will break down within 2 days. Come in for dinner. You need to rest after eating. You have work to do this afternoon. I want to go out to look at that heap of metal. What can he possibly fix?" Li Guang, the elderly man's son, continued to maneuver his character Han Xin on the screen, completely disinterested in stepping outside. The once joyful elder was left to park the tractor outside, wearing a long face as he walked back in. "All you do is play games. Can't you lend a hand for once?" With a look of impatience, Li Guang replied, "I'm just taking a break. I've been studying all morning. This time, I'm determined to ace the postgraduate entrance exam." The father and son exchanged banter while having their meal, as the tranquil rural afternoon passed uneventfully. Due to the house's remote location, no one noticed the sci-fi's tractor parked beneath the walnut tree at the entrance. A sparrow flew by, and suddenly, a droplet of bird droppings fell, poised to land on the tractor's hood. Just then, the tractor's front end underwent a sudden transformation, extending a long barrel that discharged a shot, sending the droppings flying far away. A second shot accurately struck the sparrow's rear, causing it to emit a mournful cry as it hastily fled the scene. Qingping village lay in a secluded area, accessible only by a long and wide road leading to the city. This was not due to the authorities' reluctance to build roads, but rather their disinclination to do so. For not far from Qingping town, nestled within a hidden valley, lay one of the 3 secret military bases of the Huaxian nation, Qifeng Military Base. Today marked the day of routine drills at the base. In recent years, the international landscape had been tumultuous. As one of Huaxia's 3 clandestine military installations, Qingfeng Military Base was seldom at rest. The scale of this exercise was monumental, with thousands of special forces engaged in fierce combat amidst the mountain wilderness. Above, several advanced unmanned fighter jets soared through the skies, all controlled by radio signals, exhibiting astonishing responsiveness. Each jet represented an investment of several million yuan. If these weapons were not incapable of inflicting real harm, the forest floor would be littered with the remnants of battle. At this very moment, the military exercise was in full swing, with personnel at the Qifeng military base in a heightened state of alert. Yet, without warning, an unknown ripple emanated from afar, causing the entire vicinity of Qingping town to lose signal within mere fractions of a second. This interruption, though brief, was imperceptible to the average person, who often experienced Chapter 6. Can he really repair airplanes? Uncle Air was quite startled, despite his years of limited mobility. He managed to leap off the tractor in an instant. Li Yuan, witnessing the tractor suddenly go haywire, hurriedly discarded his phone and rushed over, a look of concern etched on his face. "Dad, are you all right?" Uncle Air waved his hand dismissively, assuring, "I'm fine. I must have accidentally pressed a button." Li Yuan furrowed his brow. Wasn't he Zhou Ran claiming he could fix anything? How could he not handle a mere tractor? The sudden malfunction had nearly caused his father to fall, and Li Yuan was eager to see how Zhou Ran would justify this failure. With that thought, Li Yuan grasped his father's hand, fuming as he headed towards Zhou Ran's repair shop. "Dad, it's clear that Zhou Ran is just trying to swindle you. He said he could fix the tractor for 300 yuan, and now it nearly caused you harm. We need to confront him." Uncle Air, alarmed, quickly shook off Li Yuan's grip. "What nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Ran is a student from the beautiful country. He is quite capable." This statement only ignited Li Yuan's fury further. Who in Qingping town didn't he know Zhou Ran? Everyone praised him, and now his father was constantly comparing himself to Zhou Ran. Finally, Li Yuan had a chance to vent his frustrations. "Dad, we already paid him. What kind of shoddy repair was that? It nearly injured you. If you had gotten hurt, we'd be looking at hospital bills in the thousands. He must not get away with this." Uncle Air began to waver, realizing the validity of Li Yuan's argument. However, Zhou Ran had kindly rented him the tractor for just 10 yuan, and it was in excellent condition. Did they really want to confront someone over a minor incident? "Son, let us just forget it. For a nearly scrapped tractor, he has done remarkably well. We shouldn't create trouble for him. Yet, Li Yuan was eager to see Zhou Ran humiliated. He refused to heed his father's words and resolutely dragged Uncle Air towards the repair shop. Meanwhile, in the basement of the repair shop, Zhou Ran held a mechanical arm, his expression peculiar. The system had just indicated that the shelter's progress had reached 30 when it abruptly emitted a radio signal. The intelligent mech, Fei Jian, alerted him to nearby dangers and prepared to transform, but Zhou Ran intervened. Fei Jian, a creation of Zhou Ran, would not act without reason. He rushed outside to investigate and was met with Chapter 7, the grand invitation from the military district secretary. In Wang Jia's live streaming room, the viewership surged dramatically, skyrocketing from merely a few thousand to over 100,000 within moments. This figure continued to rise incessantly. Witnessing this phenomenon, Wang Jia felt an overwhelming sense of joy. In her excitement, she discreetly approached the scene with her phone, zooming in the camera. The audience could now see everything with greater clarity. Even the soldiers' serious expressions were distinctly visible. The flaming aircraft was extinguished by Zhou Ran's deft maneuvers, leaving the viewers dumbfounded, enveloped in a brief silence. Yet, within 10 seconds, the room erupted once again. Goodness, is this person performing magic? Just tossing a bottle, and the fire is out? This is a genuine military aircraft, not a paper plane. Is that it? Hey, that expert seems like he really intends to fix the plane. Wang Jia noticed the barrage of comments and quickly turned to look. Indeed, Zhou Ran had approached the aircraft alone, appearing quite serious as he fiddled with it. The live streaming room fell into a momentary hush, with everyone fixated on Zhou Ran's figure through the lens. This included all present at the scene, be they experts or soldiers, whose gazes gravitated toward Zhou Ran involuntarily. Li Yuan and his uncle widened their eyes, mouths agape, as if they could fit several eggs inside. Li Yuan's uncle whispered, could it be that Zhou really can fix the plane? Such a massive hunk of metal. Beside him, Li Yuan's lips twitched, equally incredulous, though he refused to admit it. Dad, this is surely just a fluke. He might end up having to pay for the damages. At that moment, Zhou Ran was wholly engrossed in examining the aircraft's avionics system, while the experts observed closely. The ability to effortlessly cool the energy supply system indicated that Zhou Ran possessed considerable skills. Perhaps he could indeed repair the aircraft. However, he could not guarantee success. Should he make a mistake, his presence could at least mitigate some of the potential losses. As Zhou Ran inspected the aircraft, taking his time to observe without initiating any repairs, the experts grew puzzled. Young man, this aircraft took me 3 years to develop, with the avionics system being its most critical component. If the avionics system is damaged, the aircraft is essentially rendered inoperable. Zhou Ran chuckled lightly. It's not a major issue. The avionics system is a minor concern for me. The engine is the real challenge. As long as the engine remains intact, I can restore the avionics system completely, perhaps even improving it beyond its original functionality. This assertion was not mere boasting. With the aid of his system, the technology he commanded could elevate all the military's weaponry by 2 generations. However, revealing his full capabilities too soon was not in Zhou Ran's best interest. The expert interpreted Zhou Ran's words differently, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. Young man, I acknowledge your abilities, but one must never be overly arrogant. Zhou Ran remained unfazed, conducting a thorough inspection of the aircraft and quickly identifying the problem. He requested a few tools from the expert and commenced the repair work. The expert stayed close, eager to gauge the extent of Zhou Ran's prowess. The challenges that the expert team could not resolve, Zhou Ran boldly claimed were trivial. Yet, as Zhou Ran continued to work, attempting to activate the avionics system, the expert's eyes began to shine with increasing brightness. The previously unresponsive avionics system astonishingly began to regain functionality. The expert could not help but hold his breath, fearful that any noise might distract Zhou Ran. In less than 2 hours, the avionics issue was completely resolved. On the final attempt, the avionics system resumed normal operation. The expert was left speechless, staring at Zhou Ran in awe. Young man, have you truly repaired the avionics system? Zhou Ran clapped his hands, relieved not to have disappointed. However, the landing gear, being a rather elementary issue, should be manageable for your expert team. At this point, the expert no longer regarded Zhou Ran's claims as mere bravado, but recognized him as a talent desperately needed by the military and the nation. Young man, what is your name? Zhou Ran replied with a smile, I am Zhou Ran. Upon hearing this, the expert's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression turning peculiar. You are the one who dropped out of MIT with a dual master's in mechanical and electrical engineering? Zhou Ran shrugged. MIT is quite average, really. There's an abundance of theory, but very little practical application. Studying theory every day is rather dull. I might as well open my own repair shop. The expert chuckled wryly. MIT is renowned for its scientific research achievements worldwide, yet Zhou Ran viewed it as inferior to a repair shop. However, he soon realized that such a talent returning to the country should be utilized for the nation's benefit. Only in the right position can you fully unleash your potential. Thus, the expert hurriedly called the military district secretary, imploring him to come at once to recruit someone like Zhou Ran for the military service. Meanwhile, in Wang Jia's live streaming room, countless online viewers were buzzing with excitement. Wow, this kid can really fix planes. The key is, he actually did it. Impressive. This guy has mastered the art of aircraft repair. It's astonishing. Wang Jia was overjoyed, unable to contain her delight. The live stream's viewership surged, and the number of fans skyrocketed into the top 10 of the platform, surpassing 5 million. Had the backend data not confirmed the legitimacy, the platform might have suspected Wang Jia of artificially inflating her viewership and would have forcibly shut down her stream and banned her account. Just as Wang Jia prepared to draw closer, another military vehicle passed by. Through the car window, she caught a glimpse of an officer in the back seat, 2 shining stars gleaming on his shoulder. Startled, Wang Jia quickly turned off the live stream, feigning nonchalance. The arrival was none other than the military district secretary, who had rushed over after receiving the expert's call. The issues that the expert team could not resolve were handled by Zhou Ran in less than 2 hours. A testament to his capabilities. Such talent must be recruited to serve the military district at all costs. Approaching Zhou Ran, the secretary opened the car door himself, hastily walking towards him and extending his hand with a warm smile. Mr. Zhou, I cannot thank you enough. You have saved the nation from a loss of over 100 billion. You are a great hero. The soldiers are the pillars of stability for the nation and its people, Zhou Ran humbly replied, feeling a sense of gravity in front of the secretary. It is my modest contribution to serve my country. At that moment, the expert chimed in, Mr. Zhou's capabilities are beyond doubt. It is not practical for him to remain here at a repair shop. With great ability comes great responsibility. If you are free, Mr. Zhou, shall we visit the military district? If any issues arise in the future, we can seek your counsel. Zhou Ran understood that his resources were limited, and being associated with the military district would undoubtedly yield numerous benefits. However, as the shelter had yet to be repaired, he could not leave so easily. Thus, he politely declined. I returned to Qingping town to contribute to my hometown's development, so I cannot leave just yet. However, should there be any insurmountable problems in the future, I would be glad to assist. Chapter 8. Back to the workshop. Upon hearing Zhou Ran's words, the expert was filled with urgency. Such a talented individual should not be wasted away, as it would indeed be a significant loss for the military. Mr. Zhou, remaining here will only stifle your potential. Do you not find theoretical research dull? The military offers numerous opportunities to engage with cutting-edge technology. You will have ample chances to apply your skills. The secretary, constrained by his position, could not be too direct but added, Mr. Zhou, if you are willing to join the military district, I will do my utmost to provide you with any resources you desire. I hope you will reconsider. Zhou Ran shook his head helplessly, sir. It is not that I do not wish to contribute to my country. The timing is simply not right. Observing the disappointment on the faces of the secretary and the expert, Zhou added, even if I do not join the military district, I can still assist. I am at the repair shop and rarely leave. You can come to me directly if you need anything. Seeing Zhou's resolute stance, they felt it inappropriate to press further. Nevertheless, the outcome was still acceptable. At least the talent remained here, and the military could seek his assistance whenever they faced insurmountable challenges. After a moment of contemplation, the expert felt reassured. The secretary wouldn't be able to visit Zhou every day, but he could. He remarked, Mr. Zhou, since we will not insist, I may need to visit you often in the future. Zhou had no objections to this arrangement. While inspecting the aircraft earlier, he had already deduced that the crash was due to a malfunction in the avionics system, which had been compromised by the electromagnetic waves released from the shelter once it reached 30 completion. He felt a pang of guilt, realizing that this mishap was partially his doing. The military district secretary glanced at the expert and said solemnly, please calculate the repair costs. We cannot allow Mr. Zhou to work for free. Zhou quickly waved his hands, insisting that the repair costs were unnecessary, as it was merely a small effort on his part. Meanwhile, not far away, Wang Jia was still live streaming. The multitude of viewers in the chat erupted with excitement. Incredible! That brother must be a master of high technology. Even the military district leaders have come. That guy must have quite the reputation. Honestly, I and Oppos am envious. Is it too late to apply to MIT? I might just drop out if I do. At the same time, by the caution tape, Li Yuan and his father were utterly dumbfounded, having witnessed the entire event unfold. Li Yuan felt that confronting Zhou today was perhaps ill-timed. Swallowing hard, he whispered, "Dad, should we just head back?" His father felt his face flush with embarrassment, ready to discreetly slip away with him. However, Zhou had just concluded his conversation with the expert and exchanged contact information when he noticed Li Yuan and his father. He waved to them. "Ah, uncle, what brings you here?" Before his uncle could speak, Li Yuan hurriedly explained, "Zhou Ran, your tractor is so advanced that it can even drive itself. It encountered a minor mishap, and we wanted you to take a look." At this moment, Li Yuan was thoroughly impressed by Zhou. If he could repair an aircraft, surely he could fix a tractor as well. After all, it was likely his father's operational error. Moreover, given the military personnel were still present, he felt he had no courage to provoke Zhou. Zhou, however, had yet to respond when the expert's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? A tractor can also possess artificial intelligence? Mr. Zhou, you are exceptionally innovative. If our military vehicles and armored cars could utilize artificial intelligence, our combat capabilities would surely be significantly enhanced." Li Yuan was momentarily stunned by the expert's reaction. Wasn't it just a self-driving tractor? Why the excitement? He then heard the expert continue. "Previously, we detected a wave of radio frequency that could affect artificial intelligence devices. If even the aircraft encountered issues, the tractor would be no exception." Li Yuan opened his mouth, only to swallow his words. With an expert speaking, he certainly could not shift the blame onto Zhou. His uncle discreetly kicked him, prompting Li Yuan to finally grasp the situation, and the two hurriedly retreated. Seeing that Zhou had repaired the aircraft and obtained his contact information, the military district secretary left in haste. Zhou then noticed Wang Jia leaning against her luxury car not far away, smiling silently. Wang Jia approached him, her face displaying a hint of distress. "Boss, you were right. My car just stalled after barely moving, and now at 1T start." Zhou stroked his chin thoughtfully. "So, you are here for repairs?" Wang Jia nodded frantically but searched her pockets and turned them inside out, only managing to find 300 yuan, most of which was in small change. Such a meager sum would be insufficient for repairs, especially since her vehicle was a sports car. Just a bit of paintwork would cost over 1,000. Her face turned as red as a monkey's backside, and she hesitated to hand over the money. Nowadays, mobile payment was ubiquitous, making transactions incredibly convenient, and most people, including Wang Jia, rarely carried much cash. She never anticipated that her newly purchased sports car would encounter issues. With the vehicle stranded in a remote corner, even if a service technician were dispatched, it would take hours for them to arrive. Can I transfer you the money via mobile? Or perhaps I could scan your QR code." Zhou waved his hand dismissively. 300 is fine. Do you want me to help push your car over?" Currently, Zhou was the only one available to assist, and Wang Jia was too apprehensive to ask the military personnel for help. However, she was taken aback when Zhou retrieved a remote control from his pocket and pressed a button. Beep beep. Immediately, a makeshift flatbed vehicle emerged from the workshop, automatically positioning itself beneath the sports car, lifting it effortlessly off the ground. It then transported the vehicle back to the repair shop, while Wang Jia anxiously trailed behind, concerned it might scrape against something. Yet, the flatbed seemed to possess a mind of its own, deftly avoiding obstacles and navigating towards its destination. Remarkably, this seemingly flimsy flatbed was capable of supporting nearly 2 tons of weight. Zhou would not divulge that the flatbed was also a product of his research, crafted from polymer compounds and a nanometer-level carbon steel frame. It could freely adjust its height. Not only could it handle a sports car, but it could also effortlessly tow a 100-ton train car. Coupled with its artificial intelligence, this unassuming flatbed was worth far more than Wang Jia's sports car. Chapter 9. This tractor is incredible. Wang Jia followed into the repair shop and glanced back at Zhou Ran, inquiring, "Master, how long will it take to fix the car?" Zhou Ran pondered for a moment before responding, "It will take approximately 10 days. You can come back in 10 days to collect your vehicle." This was not Zhou Ran's intention to delay. He had just conceived the idea of transforming the aircraft into a mech, but the sheer number of people made it impractical to proceed. Wang Jia's sports car could easily be modified without an audience. Yet a successful transformation would still require a minimum of 10 days. Wang Jia was taken aback, exclaiming, 10 days to repair a car? Master, are you mistaken? This is a sports car, not an aircraft. You just repaired a plane in less than 2 hours. Zhou Ran shrugged in response. You could also contact the after-sales service to have them take the car for repairs, but that would take roughly a month. Wang Jia was well aware of the inefficiency of after-sales services. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought Zhou Ran's expertise. He paced back and forth, anxiously biting his lip. Master, 10 days is far too long. I have to attend an influencer gathering at a resort a few miles away. Is there any way to expedite the repair to within 2 days? I'm willing to pay extra. Zhou Ran raised an eyebrow. An influencer gathering? Are many people attending at the resort? Wang Jia nodded vigorously. Indeed, master. We influencers thrive on traffic. Attending such events allows us to connect with others and garner more visibility. Zhou Ran chuckled. So, there will be a significant number of influencers at the resort? Wang Jia was slightly puzzled. Wasn't it normal for influencers to gather? It appeared Zhou Ran was not particularly attuned to this aspect. Nonetheless, he replied earnestly. As far as I know, at least 20 renowned influencers are expected to attend, and I simply want to ride their coattails. Zhou Ran was astonished. At least 20 influencers? Given their nature, they wouldn't dream of arriving without luxury vehicles. At the very least, they must be driving Mercedes or BMWs, right? That SA fleet of over 20 luxury cars, an immense resource I cannot afford to overlook. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Ran devised a plan. Do you know these influencers personally? If you can bring them here, I can offer them discounts on repairs, and perhaps they might help advertise my shop. Wang Jia felt a bit awkward. Master, I do know quite a few, but most are merely acquaintances, and I cannot make decisions for them. After a pause, he added, however, I can certainly speak on your behalf, and if they are willing to come, I will bring them along. He couldn't fathom why someone with Zhou Ran's technological prowess, who commanded respect from military leaders and experts, would choose to run such a modest repair shop. Yet, recognizing the constraints of the situation, Wang Jia understood Zhou Ran's esteemed position and refrained from arguing, resolving instead to assist as best he could. At that moment, Wang Jia finally looked at the live stream comments, noticing that most viewers wanted him to stay and were eager to learn more about Zhou Ran. The audience's interest in Zhou Ran indicated that Wang Jia could capitalize on this to increase his own traffic. Thus, he decisively chose to remain, but first sought Zhou Ran's permission. Master, may I live stream here? The audience is eager to witness your repair techniques. Zhou Ran had no objections. The more people who learned about his repair shop, the more potential customers he could attract. He nodded. You may live stream, but please refrain from touching anything here. It could be hazardous. Wang Jia was momentarily perplexed, wondering what sort of danger could arise from touching things. Before he could inquire further, he observed Li Yuan and Uncle Air operating the tractor in the fields. However, neither was driving. They merely pressed a few buttons, and the tractor began working autonomously. Moreover, the tractor exhibited astonishing efficiency, completing a substantial area in less than 10 minutes. Wang Jia stood dumbfounded. Although he was a somewhat popular influencer now, he had often assisted his parents in farming as a child. Typically, it would take a tractor half a day to plow an acre of land, assuming no issues arose. Even now, despite numerous advancements, no tractor could achieve such efficiency. Before him stood a tractor infused with sci-fi elements, not only striking in appearance, but also exhibiting performance beyond his comprehension. This was no ordinary tractor. It was a groundbreaking marvel. The viewers in the live stream were equally astounded. A revolutionary plowing machine discovered in Qingping town, completing an acre in under 10 minutes. Honestly, I've fallen in love with this tractor. How does this tractor seem more impressive than the host sports car? This tractor might even be more expensive than the host car. Wang Jia was captivated by the tractor, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He hurried over to Uncle Air, rubbing his hands eagerly. Uncle, this tractor looks incredibly advanced. Where did you acquire it? Uncle Air chuckled. This tractor was destined for scrap. I sold it to Xiao Zhou for 300. He turned it into a treasure. Now you can rent it for merely 10 yuan a day. What a bargain. Wang Jia's jaw dropped, and the live stream erupted in excitement. Wow, it's actually the master who repaired it. No wonder it's so impressive. Please don't insult the master. This tractor is his own creation. I'm beginning to doubt if this is even a tractor. At this moment, Wang Jia was brimming with excitement. If a mere tractor could be so remarkable, surely his sports car would be even more spectacular with Zhou Ran's enhancements. With this thought in mind, he dashed back to the repair shop, looking at Zhou Ran with eager anticipation. Master, can my sports car be modified? If a tractor can be transformed into something so extraordinary, my sports car must be even more impressive. Zhou Ran nodded. In truth, He had already intended to upgrade Wang Jia's sports car into a formidable mech. The current model could only be considered a primitive smart mech, lacking somewhat in performance. However, Zhou Ran had accumulated ample technical expertise. What he lacked was resources. Wang Jia's initiative to propose the modification saved Zhou Ran the trouble of explaining his intentions. Furthermore, as an influencer, Wang Jia came with an inherent advertising advantage. A mere mention of the repair shop could yield significant promotional benefits. Zhou Ran was certainly not going to reject a favorable opportunity. Chapter 10, Leaking National Secrets? Stay here for 2 days. I want to charge you for accommodation. Wang Jia said, elated at the prospect of spending time with a master and uncovering more trending topics, which would undoubtedly increase his fan base. However, as he surveyed the surroundings, confusion washed over him. Besides some repair tools and his sports car, the workshop appeared desolate, devoid of even a bed. Surely, the master doesn't sleep on the floor all the time? Unable to contain his curiosity, Wang Jia inquired, Master, we aren't going to sleep here tonight, are we? Zhou Ran chuckled, shaking his head, and pressed a button by the entrance. A creaking sound echoed, and a 1-meter square opening appeared in the floor. Subsequently, an automatic lift extended slowly, reaching the basement level. Zhou Ran snapped his fingers, illuminating the space. Wang Jia, filled with wonder, silently admired Zhou Ran's ingenuity. Indeed, the master's living quarters were exceedingly sophisticated. Upon descending into the basement, Wang Jia was utterly astonished. Wow, master, did you build this yourself? The basement resembled a realm straight out of a science fiction narrative. Various intelligent machines busily carried out tasks, cleaning, organizing, and cooking. Above, a miniature energy supply unit connected to the machines requiring power. However, these were merely Zhou Ran's side projects. The core technology remained unseen. The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement upon witnessing the futuristic ambience of the room. Wow, this is incredible. It feels like stepping into a world of the future, so cool and extravagant. Could the master have traveled back from the future? With all this technology, I would gladly pay 10,000 yuan a night to stay here. Wang Jia, already a moderately popular streamer, had gained tens of thousands of followers after the day's live broadcast, with the current viewer count exceeding 200,000. The barrage of comments filled the entire screen, unceasing and overwhelming. Unbeknownst to Wang Jia, his live stream content had sparked a significant uproar online. Other streamers recorded videos and shared them widely among their followers. In just 2 hours, the video had been shared over 1 million times. Major news outlets quickly recognized the potential for coverage, releasing statements almost simultaneously. Penguin News, historically, our nation's technological advancements have faced foreign restrictions. This young man has ignited hope for technological revitalization. Search Sheep Technology. The progress in our nation's technology is the result of countless scientists' relentless efforts, illuminating the path of national technological development. Ali headlines. A small spark can ignite a prairie fire. This young man's talent proves that our country is not inferior to foreign nations in technology. Douyu Entertainment. It's time to acknowledge our scientists, the true pioneers of national development. While we indulge in various entertainment activities, let us not forget their contributions. Simultaneously, countless netizens engaged in fervent discussions. A user named Tua Luo commented, I've made my decision. From now on, I will no longer idolize Lu Han, Xiaoshan, or Wang Yibo. My sole idol is that master who repaired the plane. Another user, Wei Guang, published a blog post emphasizing his admiration and respect for Zhou Ran. In an instant, Zhou Ran became a household name online, with many diligently noting the location of his repair shop. With traffic soaring in the live stream, Wang Jia was ecstatic, envisioning the scene of his burgeoning fame. Other internet celebrities greeted him warmly, asking for autographs and photos. However, before long, Wang Jia's live stream was abruptly terminated. The suddenness of the event left the audience bewildered. Wang Jia initially assumed it was a network issue and attempted to log in again, only to be met with a message indicating an account anomaly. Even exiting the room proved futile. He was unable to log in. Was it possible that a rival didn't want to see him succeed and maliciously reported him? Or had the overwhelming popularity of the stream exceeded the server's capacity, causing a crash? Such a golden opportunity could not be squandered. Traffic equated to money. Wang Jia hurriedly contacted the platform's management, but the response chilled him to the core. We regret to inform you that your live stream content has involved national secrets. Relevant authorities have urgently contacted the platform to suspend your account. If national secrets are leaked, you will face legal consequences. Wang Jia gasped in shock. Leaking national secrets was a grave offense that could imprison him for life. Yet, upon reflection, he believed his content had not violated any rules. Zhou Ran noticed Wang Jia's distress and inquired curiously, "Weren't you going to livestream? Why did you exit?" Wang Jia replied with a bitter smile, "I'm not sure." The stream was abruptly cut off. "Could you take a look, master?" Zhou Ran laughed. "Such issues shouldn't ordinarily occur. Perhaps you recorded something that shouldn't have been disclosed?" Wang Jia's expression shifted dramatically, and after a moment, his eyes widened, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Could it be that the plane the master repaired was a newly developed secret weapon? If he inadvertently leaked state secrets, he would become a traitor to his country and people. Anxiety consumed Wang Jia, extinguishing any desire he had to attend the influencer gathering. However, the subsequent events shocked everyone. Not only was Wang Jia's live stream suspended, but all other streamers who shared his video also faced account bans, and all related content was swiftly removed from the internet. Moreover, media platforms urgently deleted relevant discussions and closed all comment sections. No one understood what had transpired. A video with such high interest was suddenly erased. Clearly, there were undisclosed undercurrents at play. This wave of action did not quell the fervor of netizens. Instead, it drew even more attention to the incident. Soon after, a military spokesperson announced an explanation. It was revealed that the plane Zhou Ran had repaired in the live stream was, in fact, the latest artificial intelligence fighter jet developed by Huaxia. The announcement not only clarified the rationale behind the video removal, but also urged all media outlets, self-media influencers, and viewers who had watched the video to consciously safeguard national secrets. Consequently, the focus of major media outlets shifted to Zhou Ran and his repair shop, effectively serving as free advertising for him, and resulting in a geometric increase in his visibility. Chapter 11. The academic overachiever with the orchestrated publicity from various media outlets. Zhou Ran and his repair shop swiftly ascended to the trending topics on Weibo. Someone unearthed Zhou Ran's background, a dual master's degree from MIT, followed by a withdrawal to attend Lanxiang Technical School, and then another departure to open a repair shop, tall, handsome, and exceptionally talented. Initially, Zhou Ran's popularity lingered around the 50 mark on Weibo, but upon the revelation of his personal details, it skyrocketed into the top 10. While the buzz from the videos had yet to dissipate, this new wave of exposure ignited further discussions among netizens. One user remarked, "Zhou Ran is a young man of great promise. He has chosen to leave his comfortable surroundings to work diligently on the front lines of scientific endeavors. He is indeed a role model for our generation." Another user added, "He possesses both intellect and striking looks. He could easily rely on his appearance, but chooses to showcase his talents instead. Regardless of differing opinions, I am enamored." Most comments on Zhou Ran were overwhelmingly positive, however. Some expressed skepticism about his actions. One user cynically stated, "He seems to be seeking attention. Why abandon a prestigious institution like MIT to waste societal resources?" Another commented, "Zhou Ran's true intention is to garner traffic and attention. I must admit, he has succeeded." Critically, another user speculated, "Perhaps this is all a publicity stunt orchestrated in collaboration with an influencer. After 2 years at MIT, who wouldn't want to flock there?" Despite such remarks, Zhou Ran remained indifferent, focused solely on expediting the construction of the shelter. 3 years may seem neither short nor long, but he was determined not to have the shelter incomplete when disaster struck. For it would not only jeopardize the nation but also incur penalties from the system. Zhou Ran's indifference did not shield him from the scrutiny of others, particularly his peers from MIT and Lanxiang, who quickly defended him against the negative comments circulating online. One user, identifying as Zhou Skinxing, declared, "I am Zhou Ran's roommate, and I must speak on his behalf. At the beginning of our studies, I assumed he was merely a wealthy student seeking prestige. But I later learned he frequently immersed himself in the library, diligently conducting research. I was genuinely impressed." Another user, Robert, chimed in, "Though I am not Chinese, I wish to advocate for my friend Mr. Zhou. He is the most meticulous person I have met, and our discussions have consistently validated his insights." Emily added, "Mr. Zhou is charming and poised, embodying both Eastern elegance and Western gentlemanly grace. He approaches his work with seriousness. It is a pity he hasn't contacted me since returning to his homeland." A user named Excavator Master concluded, "Zhou Ran is truly a technical prodigy. When the school's machinery breaks down, teachers are often at a loss, but he can always resolve the issues." The online discourse contributed to Zhou Ran's rising prominence, pushing him into the top 5. Had it not been for Weibo's deliberate suppression, he might very well have reached the pinnacle of the trending list. Meanwhile, aboard a flight from Boston to the capital of China, a long-haired beauty wearing glasses casually perused academic papers on her laptop. Yet, her gaze seemed distant, her mind elsewhere. This beauty was none other than Qin Xiaoxiao, Zhou Ran's former classmate. At that moment, her thoughts were consumed by memories of Zhou Ran. 2 years had passed. Yet she could not forget the sunny, handsome young man. Similar to Zhou Ran, Qin Xiaoxiao was also an academic overachiever. Having gained admission to MIT solely on her merit as a full scholarship recipient, earning $20,000 annually, domestic media had previously reported on her remarkable academic journey, showering her with accolades. Glancing at the impressive paper authored by Zhou Ran, she could not help but bite her lip, once brimming with confidence. She found herself profoundly shaken by the quality of Zhou Ran's work, astounded that it was penned by someone who had entered the university 2 years after her. Rich in theoretical knowledge and well-cited, Zhou Ran's paper showcased an extraordinary foundation. The abundance of experimental data exhibited minimal deviation, effectively substantiating the thesis. From the selection of the topic to the rigorous validation process, as well as the thorough and detailed experimental data, the work far surpassed the typical undergraduate thesis. Such a paper would suffice for a graduate degree. As she reached the conclusion of the paper, Qin Xiaoxiao's expression softened, as if she were gazing upon Zhou Ran himself. She recalled the moment they had first met in the library, where their paths crossed serendipitously. Zhou Ran's sunny demeanor, captivating eyes, and confident smile ensnared her heart. In that instant, she felt as though fate had conspired to unite her with her destined partner. Subsequently, Qin Xiaoxiao took the initiative to approach Zhou Ran, eager to delve deeper into the life of this young man who shared her heritage. The rigors of MIT's curriculum were challenging, and she wished to impart theoretical knowledge to ease his academic journey. However, after a period of interaction, she was astonished to discover that her knowledge and experience could offer him no assistance. Zhou Ran not only grasped the material from his freshman and sophomore courses effortlessly, but also sought out resources from upperclassmen and even self-studied topics beyond the undergraduate syllabus. What astonished her the most was Zhou Ran's ability to propose solutions to problems that stumped many instructors. This distinction elevated her standing among peers and prompted faculty to recommend her for graduate studies in the engineering school, having always been praised for her beauty and intelligence. Witnessing Zhou Ran's prowess led her to realize that true genius existed, an exceptional man who embodied both intellect and allure. Considering Zhou Ran's naivety in romantic matters, she resolved to confess her feelings upon completing her graduate studies. However, the news of Zhou Ran's decision to abandon his pursuit of further education at MIT left her stunned. The revelation that he had enrolled in a lesser institution like Lanxiang and subsequently opened a repair shop was incomprehensible. For a dual master's degree holder from MIT to forsake such a promising future for an unremarkable career seemed a foolish choice to anyone. Qin Xiaoxiao believed that Zhou Ran would not trivialize his future, convinced that he must have compelling reasons for this drastic shift. Thus, she resolved to seek him out and inquire about his circumstances directly. With a slight smile gracing her lips, she envisioned Zhou Ran's astonished expression upon their reunion. Chapter 12. The futility of monetary influence. Not long after boarding the plane, her phone rang. Upon answering, a familiar yet loathsome voice greeted her. "Miss Qin, I've organized a gathering of internet celebrities, featuring numerous renowned influencers. Would you care to join us?" The caller was Fu Yuanhao, a wealthy heir, and their acquaintance had unfolded in a manner that could easily be woven into an intricate tale, given their respective backgrounds and familial standings. A connection between them seemed utterly implausible. As a scion of affluence, Fu Yuanhao had courted many women, most of whom were either aspiring to fame or were drawn to his wealth. After a brief dalliance, he would lose interest, often dismissing them with a mere monetary token. However, upon encountering a photograph of Qin Xiaoxiao in the news, he was utterly captivated. Not only was she an academic prodigy, but her beauty and physique also set her apart from the superficial women he had previously entertained. Thus, an impulsive desire to pursue Qin Xiaoxiao took root in his mind. Having a girlfriend from MIT would undoubtedly enhance his stature. If they were to become a couple, it might even open doors to greater resources for the Fu family. For nearly 3 months, Fu Yuanhao leveraged his connections to obtain Qin Xiaoxiao's contact information from someone claiming to be her cousin. He then launched an aggressive courtship, flying to Boston on Valentine's Day, bearing 999 roses to present at MIT. Like a fool, he stood at the entrance for what felt like eternity until he finally spotted Qin Xiaoxiao returning from errands. Many onlookers, enchanted by the romantic display, urged her to consider Fu Yuanhao. Yet, despite the extravagant gesture, Qin Xiaoxiao discarded the flowers into a nearby trash bin. Fu Yuanhao nearly lost his composure. But he refused to be disheartened. He continued to shower her with lavish gifts, designer handbags worth tens of thousands, exquisite outfits, and coveted concert tickets, all of which were summarily rejected by Qin Xiaoxiao. In his previous encounters, his wealth had always ensured compliance from seemingly innocent girls. But he had grossly miscalculated with Qin Xiaoxiao. Each fruitless attempt at affection only fueled his frustration. The more she resisted, the more determined he became to win her over. He planned to publicly declare his feelings at the upcoming influencer gathering, hoping to broadcast his confession across the internet. Should she remain unresponsive? He had even contemplated employing underhanded tactics. Unfortunately, Qin Xiaoxiao was already emotionally invested elsewhere and showed him no kindness. Upon hearing Fu Yuanhao's invitation to the influencer gathering, Qin Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming aversion and could not suppress her frown. "Mr. Fu, we are not that familiar. I have no interest in your influencer gathering. If you wish to attend, please do so. I have far more pressing matters to attend to." With that, she terminated the call and promptly blocked his number. Several hours later, the plane landed smoothly at the capital airport. As Qin Xiaoxiao opened her phone, her gaze fell upon a headline that caught her attention. MIT Dual Master S degree holder Zhou Ran drops out to open a repair shop. Is it a stunt or something more? The subject of the news was none other than the man she had been yearning for. Upon seeing Zhou Ran's name, her heart raced, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Soon, they would meet. What would she say? Did he already have a girlfriend? What if he was married with children? The thought sent a wave of anxiety through her, yet she quickly shook her head in self-assurance. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If someone as exceptional as I am hasn't he prompted him to confess, no other girl stands a chance. Clenching her fist, she silently urged herself on. Zhou Ran is mine. No one can take him away. At that moment, in a luxurious villa, Fu Yuanhao lounged on the sofa, his demeanor shifting from hope to despair as he reflected on Qin Xiaoxiao's indifference. He had anticipated that his heartfelt invitation would earn him at least a modicum of respect from her. To his dismay, she had coldly dismissed him, offering him no opportunity for further dialogue. The influencer gathering, which he had orchestrated at great expense, was intended as a means to win her over, complemented by several naive girls eager for fame as mere accessories. Unfortunately, reality had dealt him a harsh blow. Yet, the prospect of entertaining other women at the gathering offered him some solace. Everything was meticulously arranged. He merely awaited the event to execute his plans. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoxiao immersed herself in news about Zhou Ran, scrutinizing every detail. Thanks to the power of the internet, she discovered the location of his repair shop and discreetly noted it down. "Driver, take me to Qingping town." The driver appeared perplexed, replying, "Miss, that is quite far from here. It will take 3 to 4 hours. By the time we arrive, it will likely be dark." Flushing with embarrassment, Qin Xiaoxiao quickly amended her request, "Then let us go to the nearest hotel to Qingping town." She lowered her head, her cheeks aflame, realizing she had momentarily lost track of the distance. The driver, however, said nothing further and merely chuckled, shaking his head. As the gathering approached, influencers began to arrive early. A convoy of high-end vehicles traversed the once quiet highway, and Wang Jia, who had promised Zhou Ran to help him drum up business, dashed into the road to flag down passing cars. Yet, some drivers, unfamiliar with Wang Jia, mistook him for a scammer and sped past. Undeterred, Wang Jia continued to wave at the luxury cars. His perseverance eventually paid off when a vehicle finally came to a halt. "Is that Wang Jia? What brings you here?" A fellow influencer recognized him instantly, their prior interactions making identification effortless. Wang Jia smiled. "Haven't you seen the news? You know Zhou Ran, right? Behind me is the repair shop he opened." Although the influencer had followed the news, they were unaware of the shop's exact location. Upon hearing Wang Jia's words, their eyes lit up. Zhou Ran had become a sensation online. If they could ride his coattails, their own streaming could gain substantial traction. With that thought in mind, the influencer hurriedly exited their vehicle to approach Zhou Ran. Chapter 13. A gathering of internet celebrities. "Mr. Zhou, I have long admired your reputation. I am Lu Manjin, a modest internet celebrity, nowhere near your stature." Lu Manjin exclaimed, extending his hand with a facade of enthusiasm and a disingenuous smile. For an internet influencer, anyone who could potentially generate traffic and revenue was a figure of importance. Zhou Ran, a celebrity whose name could propel him into the top 10 trending topics, understood that a fleeting moment of notoriety could elevate his own status. Seeing Lu Manjin's cordiality, Zhou Ran smiled and reciprocated the handshake. aware that he needed influencers like Liu to promote his repair shop. Mr. Liu, you are too kind. I hope you will frequently grace my establishment with your presence. However, Liu Manjin did not grasp Zhou Ran's hand. Instead, he hurriedly opened his live streaming session. Dear audience, can you guess where I am right now? You would never believe it. I am at the repair shop of the legendary Zhou Daxian. You heard it right. This dashing young man beside me is none other than Zhou Daxian himself. Liu Manjin anticipated a surge in viewership and followers, but to his dismay, not even a single comment appeared in the chat. His hopes of riding the coattails of popularity were dashed. After all, he was merely a relatively obscure streamer. Moreover, his audience primarily consisted of fishing enthusiasts with little interest in technology. With no gains to be had, Liu Manjin lost his earlier enthusiasm. I'm just a small-time streamer. Driving the least impressive car, how could I afford to fix it constantly? I must head to the resort now, so I shall take my leave. After saying this, he disregarded Zhou Ran and Wang Jia, driving off into the distance. Zhou Ran was taken aback. This person's change in demeanor was swifter than turning a page in a book. Nonetheless, he paid little mind. There were plenty of influencers, and losing one made no difference. As more and more internet celebrities arrived, many recognized Zhou Ran and his repair shop, stopping to chat with him. Master, I've watched your airplane repair videos. They are incredible. Could we take a photo together? Haha, finally meeting you in person. Let's go live. Some were eager to take pictures with Zhou Ran, while others immediately began streaming. Dear viewers, I am currently at the repair shop of the technological genius Zhou Ran. The tractors he has modified are truly remarkable. I will have him take one out for a spin. The streamer squeezed into the crowd, approaching Zhou Ran to engage him. The live stream viewership soared, comments flooded in. And within minutes, the streamer gained over 5,000 followers. Are we finally going to see the master in person? How thrilling. Streamer, hurry up and start the fun. What are you keeping that sports car for? Let the master modify it. Surely you wouldn't hesitate to let him work on it, right? After all, it's a multi-million-dollar vehicle. Seeing these comments, the streamer grinned. It's just a car, after all. Since my dear viewers wish to see it, I will make this declaration. I will entrust my vehicle to the master for modification, and he may do as he pleases with it. If it breaks, it's not his responsibility. Instantly, a flurry of donations streamed in, and one viewer even gifted a plane worth $5,000. In no time, the streamer amassed over $10,000 in tips. And even after splitting with the platform, he would still take home nearly $5,000. A few fellow influencers, witnessing the excitement on the streamer's face, gathered around. Wow. Old Tion, how did you gain so many followers? Goodness, you even received a plane. This wave of donations must be worth at least 10,000. The streamer chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. It's nothing at all. It's all thanks to the master. Several influencers exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with skepticism. It was easy to say it was the master's merit, but they had not seen him part with any money for Zhou Ran. Yet, seeing how quickly the streamer had earned so much, the others were inspired and simultaneously opened their own live streams. Hello, dear viewers. Last time, everyone wanted to see the master in person, so today I have specifically come to the repair shop to give you all a close encounter with him. Haha. You won't believe where I am. I have long admired the master from afar and finally have the chance to see him in the flesh. Yes, I am right outside his repair shop. As several of them streamed live, a group of young women, seemingly students, stood at the periphery, gazing intently at Zhou Ran. Their faces brimming with excitement. He is so handsome, even more so than in the videos. If only we could get an autograph, but there are too many people. Should we walk around? It would be such a shame to leave without seeing him in person. After some deliberation, the young women managed to find a small door at the back of the repair shop and stealthily slipped inside. At that moment, Zhou Ran had just returned to the shop, overwhelmed by the throngs of influencers seeking him out. He instructed Wang Jia to manage the situation while he addressed them one by one. Just as he was preparing to modify Wang Jia's sports car, he noticed several young women sneak in through the back door as if they were thieves. What are you doing here? The repair shop boasted an intelligent security system that would alert him to any potential dangers or unidentified individuals. However, these young women appeared harmless, and thus the system overlooked them. Startled, the girls pressed their backs against the door. One of them, her cheeks flushed with excitement, gazed at Zhou Ran. We just wanted to see you up close. Another girl mustered her courage and stepped forward, pulling out a pen and paper from her bag. Master, could you please give me your autograph? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ran did not move but instead furrowed his brow, his voice stern. What are you doing here? Unlike the influencers outside who were preoccupied with streaming, these girls had taken advantage of his distraction to sneak into the repair shop. Sensing Zhou Ran's discontent, the girls explained quietly, "We are here for the influencer gathering too. I am about to graduate and plan to become an internet celebrity." The other girl cautiously approached, her expression anxious. "Master, you want to chase us away, will you?" Zhou Ran internally scoffed, but maintained a composed exterior. "So you are all students? Do you think becoming an influencer is that easy?" The boldest girl, feeling defiant, replied, "Master, I graduated from the dance academy. I dance beautifully. And there will surely be an audience for me." She added, "Plus, Fu Xiao has promised us ample resources if we are willing to become influencers." Zhou Ran raised an eyebrow, casting a sympathetic glance at the girls. They were naive and had no idea how treacherous the influencer realm could be. A slight misstep could lead to their ruin, yet they remained blissfully unaware. Thinking of this, Zhou Ran advised, "I am happy to take photos and give autographs. But once you have them, you should return home. An influencer gathering is not a place for you to attend." The bold girl stared wide-eyed, perplexed. "Why not? We have already made promises to Fu Xiao." She added, "If we suddenly back out, will he hold it against us?" Chapter 14. Fu Xiao. Zhou Ran shook her head helplessly, realizing that they still did not comprehend the gravity of the situation. The influencer gathering was a mixed bag, and who among them was not astute? The Navi young women before her had no idea what awaited them once they entered. Of course, Zhou Ran was unfamiliar with this Fu Xiao. Perhaps he was not a villain. Yet, she could only offer her counsel to this extent. Whether they heeded it was entirely their choice. Even if misfortune were to strike, the already modified mechas would convey warnings in advance. The young ladies were thrilled to obtain photos and autographs with Zhou Ran, eagerly rushing out to boast to others. One influencer even attempted to offer 10,000 yuan for Zhou Ran's autograph, but was promptly turned down by the girls. Meanwhile, nearly all influencers streaming live experienced varying degrees of growth in their follower counts, with the lowest gaining over 10,000. The first to go live saw an increase of nearly 100,000 followers. In addition to the surge in followers, these influencers also received varying amounts of tips. They discovered that merely mentioning Zhou Ran and his repair shop significantly boosted their followers and traffic. At that moment, a well-endowed female influencer suddenly suggested, "Mr. Zhou is now quite the celebrity. Since live streaming here yields such impressive results, perhaps we should postpone attending the gathering for a few days?" Her words elicited agreement from many. Indeed, if the gathering was merely a means to garner traffic, what difference did it make where they went? Meanwhile, two male streamers at the back of the crowd observed the girls flaunting their photos and signatures, shaking their heads in disbelief. One remarked, "They call it an influencer gathering, yet they brought along a few clueless girls?" The other scoffed, "Who doesn't know Fu Xiao in this circle? There are at least 80 women he has played with. These girls were likely brought in to entertain him. Why concern ourselves with it? Be careful not to jeopardize your careers with too much chatter." After some deliberation, the group decided to remain and continue their live streams for a few more days. Zhou Ran paid little mind to the commotion outside. As long as it did not interfere with his work on the modified vehicles, they were free to create as much chaos as they wished. However, he did not have sufficient accommodations for so many people, so he suggested they find lodging in the village. Some influencers hurried to the village to negotiate with the locals, seeking to rent out their vacant houses for everyone to stay in. Others found the pastoral scenery appealing and desired to stream their rural life long-term. Some even contemplated purchasing several plots of land around the repair shop to build quaint cottages, raise chickens and ducks, and cultivate vegetables. This style of streaming would likely attract many viewers, particularly those weary of urban life. They had a genuine appreciation for serene pastoral landscapes. One streamer directly approached Li Yuan and the second uncle, offering to purchase their tractor for 500,000 yuan. For a remote village like Qingping Town, earning such an amount in a lifetime of farming was unimaginable, and Li Yuan was quite tempted. Unfortunately, the second uncle decisively rejected the influencer's offer. Li Yuan, puzzled by his father and Appo's decision, argued for quite some time. "Dad, that and Appo's 500,000. I could buy a nice apartment in the city with that. Why not sell?" The second uncle frowned, replying, "The tractor was rented from young Zhou. It belongs to him. How could we sell it without consulting him?" Li Yuan, feeling exasperated, countered, "Even if we don't sell, we can rent it to them and earn a few hundred to 1,000 each day. Isn't that better than farming?" The second uncle stubbornly shook his head, insisting, "One must not forget their roots. He has helped us, and we cannot burden him in return. Young Zhou runs a repair shop alone, Even if he makes money, it should be his. Why should we profit from his belongings? Unable to sway his father, Li Yuan begrudgingly turned down the influencer's offer. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa, Fu Yuanhao swirled his glass of red wine and glanced at his secretary. How are the preparations for the influencer gathering coming along? The secretary chuckled wryly. The resort is ready, but no one has shown up yet. Fu Yuanhao raised an eyebrow. What is going on? Haven't we informed them in advance? Why is no one here? The secretary, perspiring nervously, replied, I previously asked the influencers, and they mentioned postponing their arrival without providing a reason. I'm not entirely sure of the details. Fu Yuanhao narrowed his eyes, his expression impassive. If that and Oppos, that's the case. Let us go check it out. What significant matters could a bunch of online beggars have? I suspect they are merely reluctant to part with their livelihoods. The secretary dared not speak further and quickly arranged for a vehicle to the resort. As they passed the repair shop, Fu Yuanhao noticed numerous influencers live streaming to capitalize on the buzz. He waved his hand. Stop the car. Let's see what is happening. Fu Yuanhao had begun to grasp the reason behind the influencers' absence from the resort. They sought to leverage Zhou Ran's fame for a surge in traffic. To Fu Yuanhao, Zhou Ran was merely a mechanic with a slight background, hardly worth his concern. Upon exiting the vehicle, Fu Yuanhao strode directly towards the repair shop. The streamers, caught off guard by his arrival, changed their expressions. Fu Xiao, what brings you here? Fu Yuanhao smirked. I assumed you were drawn by the aroma of meat. But it seems a pile of dung has attracted you instead. The influencers quickly realized he was likening them to dogs drawn to excrement. However, aware of Fu Yuanhao's powerful connections, they could only suppress their indignation and force a smile. Unfortunately, before they could approach him to curry favor, Fu Yuanhao walked into the repair shop. Upon entering, he removed his sunglasses, surveying the surroundings before finally locking eyes with Zhou Ran. So, you are the Zhou Ran who has made headlines? I need you to repair my vehicle, ideally transforming it into something akin to a tractor with artificial intelligence. What will that cost? Zhou Ran, wiping the sweat from his brow after an exhausting day of modifications, downed a bottle of energy potion from the system before finally looking up at Fu Yuanhao. I'm sorry, but I want to take on your business. Zhou Ran had been working tirelessly, dedicating nearly all his time to modifying the mechas. After consuming numerous energy potions, he had just completed the modifications on the influencers' vehicles, and he was out of energy potions. Seeing Fu Yuanhao's haughty demeanor, Zhou Ran felt no obligation to cater to him. Why should he entertain someone trying to show off? Fu Yuanhao frowned slightly, signaling to his secretary. The secretary promptly retrieved 2 stacks of crisp 100 yuan bills from his bag and tossed them in front of Zhou Ran. Consider the excess as your tip. You can collect the vehicle in a couple of days. Zhou Ran scoffed. Your vehicle is too pricey. I can't handle that. Fu Yuanhao's temper flared, his voice low and firm. I may lack other resources, but I have plenty of money. No matter the cost, I can afford the repairs. Zhou Ran shook his head with a smile. Others' vehicles can be fixed for 30 to 50,000. Yours, on the other hand, must be worth at least 10 million. Fu Yuanhao's expression darkened instantly, clearly perceiving Zhou Ran's words as a personal affront. While others could have their cars repaired for mere thousands, he was being quoted 10 million, an obvious mockery. Just as he was about to erupt, a taxi screeched to a halt at the repair shop's entrance, and a long leg stepped out, revealing a stunning beauty. Fu Yuanhao's eyes widened in surprise, and excitement coursed through him. Xiao Xiao, what brings you here? Chapter 15. The senior sister arrives. Fu Yuanhao believed that Qin Xiao Xiao had come to seek him out, secretly mocking her. Previously, when he had invited her over the phone, she had declined, yet here she was, approaching him of her own accord. Nevertheless, he feigned enthusiasm, donning a disingenuous smile. Xiao Xiao, you just returned from Boston, didn't you? Perhaps I could arrange a hotel for you. You ought to rest for the night. However, Qin Xiao Xiao seemed oblivious to Fu Yuanhao's words. Her gaze fixed intently on Zhou Ran, her body trembling involuntarily. At that moment, he was the sole occupant of her thoughts. Zhou Ran, is it really you here? Upon hearing the familiar yet somewhat estranged voice, Zhou Ran felt a jolt and instinctively lifted his head. It was her. It was indeed Qin Xiao Xiao. Senior. How did you find this place? With reddened eyes, she gazed at the figure she had longed for through countless days and nights, now standing before her. Yet, words eluded her. Her excitement took an eternity to settle. Some internet celebrities had already boarded their vehicles, while others lingered, hoping to soak up some residual popularity. Upon witnessing a stunning beauty engaging Zhou Ran in conversation, they felt a surge of opportunity. Where had this beauty come from? She appeared quite familiar with Zhou Ran. The woman was not only beautiful but also possessed an alluring figure, and Zhou Ran, handsome and a technological prodigy, made for an appealing pair. Come on. Zhou Ran is merely a mechanic. He can't possibly be close to her. Fu Yuanhao, having toiled as a sycophant for so long, now found himself at a loss. Witnessing Qin Xiaoxiao disregard him entirely despite his generous offer. Feeling humiliated as he observed their engrossed conversation, he felt compelled to intrude, positioning himself between them. Xiaoxiao. As I mentioned before, I've organized a gathering for internet celebrities. The individuals outside were invited from various locations. Why not join me at the gathering? If you agree, I can provide 200 million in funding, liaising with major streaming platforms to promote you. I can also connect you with renowned domestic brands for various endorsement opportunities tailored just for you. Soon, you shall become a top-tier internet celebrity, renowned nationwide. With daily earnings reaching millions, even tens of millions. Fu Yuanhao knew how to exploit a woman's vanity. Some would disregard everything for fame. His proposition was astute. And even he felt a twinge of temptation, let alone the other internet celebrities present. The allure of his offer left them all astonished, revealing an undeniable yearning. The female internet personalities, particularly, gazed at Fu Yuanhao with glittering eyes, eager to submit themselves at his feet. Such resources. Even a pig could soar with this. They mused. If I were given such an offer, I would be the most famous streamer in less than a month. Why hesitate? I would have accepted it immediately. Yet, Qin Xiaoxiao merely regarded him quietly, as if observing a jester, her eyes reflecting both disdain and mockery. I apologize, but I harbor no interest in any of this. If you have finished speaking, you may leave now. The crowd of internet celebrities fell into stunned silence, unable to fathom that Qin Xiaoxiao would spurn Fu Yuanhao's enticing terms. Did I hear that correctly? She is rejecting such a remarkable offer? To forfeit a chance at daily earnings in the millions? This woman must have left her wits at home. Zhou Ran, it seemed, had struck an extraordinary fortune. A beauty was turning down such offers for him, a feat of sheer audacity. Fu Yuanhao and Appo's temper darkened, realizing the repercussions of her defiance. Listening to the murmurs of the onlookers, Fu Yuanhao's expression soured. His dignity had been thoroughly compromised. Remaining there would only invite further humiliation and skepticism regarding his influence. Thus, he cast a cold gaze at the assembly of internet celebrities and declared, "Let us go. The resort has been prepared, and the gathering is about to commence." However, the internet celebrities lingered, seemingly deaf to his command. Apart from a few naive girls, all the streamers had garnered considerable followers and traffic in Zhou Ran's presence. Having tasted success, they were reluctant to depart. At that moment, a cheerful influencer approached Fu Yuanhao, beaming. "Fu Xiao, the live streaming here is quite effective. Should we not stay a few more days?" Fu Yuanhao offered no reply, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the group. One thing was clear, while Qin Xiaoxiao might disregard him, these internet beggars had no right to do so. You have 1 minute to decide. Remain here or join the gathering. Those who choose to stay will face a total ban from the internet. At his words, the influencers' expression shifted dramatically. They relied on followers and traffic for their livelihoods, and a total ban meant losing everything. Fu Yuanhao possessed the means to enforce such a threat. Consequently, the influencers hurriedly boarded their vehicles, following Fu Yuanhao's lead. As they departed, he cast a final glance at Zhou Ran, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 16 remaining behind, Zhou Ran shook his head as he watched Fu Yuanhao lead a group of internet celebrities away. It seemed that this young Master Fu was not a virtuous man, and the gathering of online influencers was likely far from respectable. At that moment, Qin Xiaoxiao turned around. Her hands clasped behind her back, one foot extended with her heel touching the ground. With a flushed face, she lowered her gaze, too shy to meet Zhou Ran's eyes. Zhou Ran, equally naive in matters of the heart, was at a loss for words. The atmosphere grew awkward. Qin Xiaoxiao had anticipated that Zhou Ran would say something to her, but after a prolonged silence, he remained mute, stealing a glance at him. She noticed he was lost in thought, absent-mindedly scratching his head. In a fit of frustration, Qin Xiaoxiao stomped her foot and said, Don't you have anything to say to me?" Only then did Zhou Ran snap back to reality, tapping his forehead as he remembered, "Oh right, you haven't eaten yet. Have you? Would you like me to cook for you?" Qin Xiaoxiao's mouth fell open in disbelief, feeling a mix of anger and amusement. "I've already eaten. Why don't you just focus on your own work? I'll just look around." Zhou Ran chuckled awkwardly and returned to his task of repairing the vehicle. Initially, Qin Xiaoxiao thought of Zhou Ran as a dullard, but upon witnessing the intelligent transport vehicle he had constructed, her eyes widened in astonishment. The mechanical arm was perfectly designed according to ergonomic principles, capable of rotating freely in all directions. Most impressively, it was made from polymer compounds paired with a nanograde titanium steel framework, boasting remarkable strength. This mechanical arm could accomplish feats beyond human capacity, replacing manual labor in hazardous experimental environments. As a graduate student from MIT, she understood the immense value of such inventions. A team of scientists at MIT had been researching mechanical arms for years without significant progress, yet Zhou Ran had achieved this on his own. Whether in artificial intelligence or mechanical design, once widely implemented, the technological prowess of the great Xia nation would experience exponential growth, particularly in military applications if utilized correctly. The weaponry of Great Xia could leap forward in quality, potentially surpassing global military capabilities by 1 or even 2 generations. Zhou Ran was truly a genius among geniuses. Qin Xiaoxiao was utterly astonished, struggling to comprehend that these epic-making inventions were all the work of Zhou Ran alone. Zhou Ran, did you really create all of this by yourself? You're incredible. Now I understand why you dropped out. With your talent and ability, you could easily teach those professors. Zhou Ran smiled modestly. I just tinkered with these things during my free time. They aren't anything grand. As Qin Xiaoxiao watched him manipulate the mechanical arm, a glimmer of admiration shone in her eyes. If he could create such advanced technology in his spare time, what achievements might he attain if he dedicated himself to it? She had hoped to converse more with Zhou Ran, wishing for him to grasp her intentions, but it seemed that progress would be slow. The thoughts of a genius are not easily deciphered. She decided to rent a place nearby to uncover any further secrets Zhou Ran might hold. I've made up my mind. I will stay here for a while. Zhou Ran was taken aback. Senior, as a graduate student from MIT, isn't it a bit beneath you to live here? Besides, it wouldn't reflect well on your reputation to be cohabiting with a man. With a roll of her eyes, Qin Xiaoxiao pouted. You wish. I'm renting a place nearby to come see you every day as you work on your research. Finding a rental was simple. Coincidentally, Uncle Air had a few brick houses not far from the repair shop. Originally, Uncle Air planned to move in there after Li Yuanqing's family relocated, but societal changes had rendered the situation different. In the past, rural girls needed only a few simple houses to marry, but now they were expected to buy properties in the city, leaving Uncle Air's brick houses vacant. After a lengthy discussion with Uncle Air, she secured a 1-month lease for 300 yuan. Uncle Air, knowing Qin Xiaoxiao as Zhou Ran's friend, was reluctant to accept money. But she insisted on giving it to him. This sum was insignificant to her, and a straightforward man like Uncle Air would never let her go without a fair deal. Uncle Air helped tidy up the room, and Qin Xiaoxiao returned to the town hotel to bring all her belongings, stopping along the way to purchase some vegetables, meat, eggs, and cookware. In truth, Qin Xiaoxiao rarely cooked while at MIT, as she was always busy. However, she had heard the saying that to win a man's heart, one must first captivate his stomach. Thus, she self-taught some cooking skills. Preparing simple home-cooked meals was manageable, though the taste left much to be desired. Once everything was prepared, she made a dish of braised pork and hurried to the repair shop. Zhou Ran, come see what I've made for you. Zhou Ran, momentarily dazed, looked at Qin Xiaoxiao as she approached with excitement, bewildered. Senior, I've already eaten. You haven't gone without a meal, have you? Qin Xiaoxiao, fuming, forcefully thrust a bowl of braised pork into Zhou Ran's hands, placing her hands on her hips. I worked hard to make you this dish. When did you last eat? No, you must try my cooking. Zhou Ran, feeling helpless, could only take a few token bites. The flavor was decent, though perhaps a tad salty. Qin Xiaoxiao, eagerly watching him, inquired, how does it taste? Is it good? Zhou Ran nodded seriously. If the amount of sodium chloride were reduced slightly, it would taste even better. Qin Xiaoxiao stomped her foot. You could just say it's salty. Humph. This is my first time cooking for a boy, and you're discouraging me. Zhou Ran chuckled. Senior, you've hardly cooked before, and you dare to let me be your taste tester? Without hesitation, Qin Xiaoxiao snatched the bowl and utensils from Zhou Ran's hands, retorting, if you think it's not good, I'll eat it myself. However, after just one bite, she frowned and promptly spat it out. Oh no. Why is it so salty? No, I must have mixed up the salt and sugar. Blushing, she dashed away, having intended for Zhou Ran to praise her culinary skills, only to find she couldn't even swallow her own creation. Nevertheless, Zhou Ran didn't mind. With the assistance of the artificial intelligence system, he didn't need to worry about meals, merely needing to step out occasionally to buy supplies. As a result, Zhou Ran's repair shop gained a beautiful companion who came to share meals. Aside from sleeping, Qin Xiaoxiao spent most of her days at Zhou Ran's repair shop. Watching him tinker with artificial intelligence and repair vehicles, she would rest her chin on her hands, captivated for hours, feeling no fatigue at all. Time flew when one was in the company of someone they cherished. Chapter 17. Skill upgrade. At this moment, in a villa at the resort, Fu Yuanhao sat expressionless on the sofa. The shards of broken glass scattered across the floor attested to the recent turmoil. His subordinates huddled nearby, trembling in fear of provoking his ire. While at the repair shop, he had restrained his anger for the sake of appearances, but here, he felt no such restraint. He had unleashed a flurry of rage, cursing Zhou Ran's ancestors multiple generations back. He could not fathom where he fell short compared to Zhou Ran. In terms of wealth, the Fu family's fortune could rival what Zhou Ran might earn over several lifetimes as a mechanic. In terms of status, Zhou Ran was as insignificant as an ant before the Fu family. At that moment, one of his subordinates cautiously approached, wearing a fawning expression. Young master. Qin Xiaoxiao's lack of insight is her own loss. Why unleash such fury? If necessary, we can employ special means to make her comply. Fu Yuanhao's expression darkened as he raised his foot and kicked his subordinate in the face. The subordinate let out a yelp, stumbling back 2 steps before collapsing to the ground. A tooth had been knocked out, and he winced in pain, not daring to utter a word. The other subordinates, witnessing this, dared not make a sound, their heads nearly drooping to their chests. Fu Yuanhao's voice thundered, "Do you all think I am inferior to a mere mechanic?" Hastily, the subordinates shook their heads. "Young master, you are handsome and dashing. How could a mere mechanic compare to you?" "Yes. How much can he earn fixing cars in a year?" "Qin Xiaoxiao must be bewitched. She will surely come to her senses soon." "Youthful master." About those ladies at the gathering, the subordinates showered him with compliments, and Fu Yuanhao's mood brightened considerably. Hearing them mention the pure young ladies, he felt a surge of impatience. After losing face at the repair shop, he was eager to vent his frustrations. "Isn't everything already prepared for you? Do I need to remind you again?" With a wave of his hand, Fu Yuanhao dismissed them impatiently. "Ensure everything is settled tonight. If anything goes awry, you shall bear the consequences." The subordinates hurriedly left, and once in a secluded area, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Young master's temper is growing more volatile. If this continues, I won't be able to endure it. Endure it? Who told us to rely on this livelihood? In this day and age, one must treat the wealthy like ancestors. On another note, the drugs young master obtained this time have shown remarkable effects. Even the most virtuous women can turn into silver dolls. Those young ladies will surely be crying for help after using them. Sighing, one of them remarked, "If young master continues this way, trouble is bound to arise. If things go awry, will we not be the ones who take the blame? Enough of this nonsense. Young master has done this more than once. Initially, those women wept and wailed, but with a bit of money, they all complied. What a pity for those beautiful young ladies. They are to be ruined." The subordinates murmured among themselves as they gradually faded from view. By nightfall, the repair shop remained open. After dinner, Zhou Ran busied himself in the basement when a thought crossed his mind, and the system panel appeared before him. Ultimate Mecha System. Host, Zhou Ran. Abilities, Mecha level 19, Mechanical level 23, Energy level 66. Weapon level max. Task 1. Create the ultimate sanctuary to protect human civilization before the arrival of the Dark Age. Progress, 31. Task 2. Create or modify 3,000 mechas before the arrival of the Dark Age. 36 3000. Time until the Dark Age descends. 3 years, 6 months, 1 day, 15 hours, 32 minutes, and 16 seconds. Gazing at the system panel, Zhou Ran could not help but stroke his chin. These past few days of overtime had consumed over a dozen bottles of energy potions. However, the results were commendable. Along with the flying swords, he had modified 36 mechas. Although the internet celebrities were shallow, they had provided Zhou Ran with considerable resources, which he desperately needed from such big clients. While other mechas lacked the artificial intelligence of the flying swords, their performance was not inferior as they were based on sports cars. The mecha ability level had stagnated at level 19 for nearly 2 months, and Zhou Ran felt utterly perplexed. How many mechas must he modify to continue upgrading? Time was not on his side. Just as Zhou Ran was pondering, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Hostess mecha ability is about to upgrade. Upgrade reward, 1 artificial intelligence core. Zhou Ran was elated. This was indeed timely assistance, just as he was contemplating when his ability would increase. The system provided a prompt. He was eager to obtain the 3rd artificial intelligence core. Although ordinary mechas and AI mechas had similar performance, their combat capabilities differed significantly. Ordinary mechas were expendable. Once destroyed, they ceased to be useful. Of course, Zhou Ran could use the resources provided by the system for repairs. But the durability of repaired mechas would diminish greatly, making it less desirable than creating a new one. AI core-equipped mechas, however, could be repaired indefinitely as long as the core remained intact. They could even grow stronger after multiple modifications. However, artificial intelligence cores were exceedingly rare. Throughout many upgrades across 3 ability categories, the system had rewarded only 2 cores, one of which Zhou Ran had installed in the sanctuary base, namely the repair shop. After the initial excitement, Zhou Ran felt somewhat dazed. The system merely indicated that the mecha ability was about to upgrade, without specifying when. The prompt seemed inconsequential, and he was still unaware of the timing for the upgrade. Contemplating this, Zhou Ran's mood soured. Given that the system had indicated an impending upgrade, why not clarify everything at once? What was the point of being cryptic? As if the system read Zhou Ran's thoughts, another prompt appeared. Ding. Host must modify 14 more mechas for the mecha ability to upgrade to level 20. Zhou Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. 14 more mechas? The system was clearly presenting him with a challenge. In Qingping Town, a remote area, such gatherings of internet celebrities occurred only once every several months. The next one could be ages away. Moreover, Fu Yuanhao was not on good terms with him. If he pressured those internet celebrities not to repair their vehicles here, he would miss out on such valuable resources in the future. If Zhou Ran could leave the repair shop, the task would be easier to accomplish. However, until the sanctuary was completed, he could not step foot outside the base. It seemed that matters had fallen into a stalemate once again, and Zhou Ran furrowed his brows, momentarily at a loss for ideas. Chapter 18. Generous treatment. At the moment when Zhou Ran was feeling utterly distressed, the secretary was in his office at the military district, engrossed in reviewing documents. If Zhou Ran were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished. For these records contained the entirety of his life, from bedwetting at the age of 3 to mischievously tossing firecrackers in the school restroom. From arguing with teachers in junior high to winning the national physics competition in high school, and from securing a full scholarship to MIT to currently running a repair shop. These documents encapsulated all of Zhou Ran and Appo's life experiences up until now, and the secretary was thoroughly captivated. After some time, the secretary exhaled deeply and muttered to himself. This young man has always shown promise. He is distinctly different from ordinary children. Yet, why is he so reluctant to serve the military and contribute to the nation? After pondering for a moment, the secretary decisively slapped his thigh. No, someone of his caliber cannot be left to drift aimlessly, whether it be through persuasion or coercion. He must be brought into the military district. If he were to be taken by foreigners, it would be a tremendous loss for the nation. Just as the secretary was about to call his subordinates to locate Zhou Ran, an expert rushed in, his face a mask of disbelief. Chief, this is simply incredible. The secretary, his expression grave, replied, Old Yang, you have always been steady in your work. What could possibly have you so flustered? The expert, having just arrived from the maintenance center, was panting from his haste, having not even had a sip of water. Chief, I have meticulously examined the fighter jets Zhou Ran repaired. His methods are extraordinary. Even if I were aware of the techniques, I could never match the quality of his work. His capabilities far exceed mine. No, the difference is akin to heaven and earth. The secretary chuckled. This young man does possess some talent, but do not underestimate yourself. Youth requires refinement. Old Yang shook his head solemnly. Chief, I observed Zhou Ran while he was repairing the aircraft, and I have reviewed the footage multiple times. I am well aware of his prowess. He used only a wrench and a screwdriver, such simple tools, and never even touched the intricate instruments. Yet he repaired the delicate components in under 2 hours. It is truly miraculous. Our expert team has concluded that if we were to replicate his methods, we would need various advanced tools and at least half a month to accomplish what he did. As he spoke, Old Yang pulled out the video footage, playing it frame by frame while explaining to the secretary. Chief, look here. Zhou Ran used just a special reagent to extinguish a fire on the aircraft. Our expert team has been unable to decipher its principles after days of research. I am certain that only Zhou Ran possesses the ability to concoct such a substance. The secretary, intrigued, acknowledged, this must be a specialized coolant for maintenance. Yet your expert team could not analyze it? Old Yang shook his head. I suspect this liquid might be a type of cryogenic agent, perhaps liquid nitrogen. But our analysis led us to conclude that this substance is beyond the capabilities of even the Americans to develop. The secretary was elated, nodding vigorously. So it appears that only our great Xia has this technology. This young man has not sold his expertise to foreigners. I must commend him greatly. Old Yang waved his hand dismissively. Chief, let us not dwell on the coolant issue for now. His methods of aircraft maintenance are unparalleled. I have never seen anyone utilize such minimal tools to achieve such results. Zhou Ran is truly a technological genius. Having watched the video and heard the expert's account, the secretary took a deep breath. A talent like Zhou Ran must be invited to the military district at all costs. Old Yang, he is indeed a remarkable individual. I do not care what means you employ, you must bring him to the military district. This is both a task and an order. Old Yang smiled wryly. Chief, this task seems rather daunting. From what I gathered, the young man appears reluctant to join the military district. The secretary frowned slightly. Our nation is currently in dire need of such exceptional talent. His reluctance likely stems from inadequate conditions. Allow me to lay this out. As long as he is willing to work for the military district, he may propose any economic demands he desires. We can grant him the utmost privileges regarding technical resources. Pausing, the secretary seemed to realize that these conditions might not suffice to sway Zhou Ran. He continued, these are merely the basic conditions to ensure he has no concerns. Should he make significant contributions, I could personally award him a military medal and allow him to hold a position within the military. If his contributions are substantial enough, I would be more than happy to appoint him as deputy secretary. Old Yang was taken aback. Chief, this seems a bit excessive. We, the older generation, have worked for years without such treatment. I fear others may not be pleased. The secretary laughed. I am merely painting a grand picture for him. The extent of his contributions to warrant a deputy secretary position is entirely at my discretion. What young person does not seek fame and fortune? It is a universal pursuit. Old Yang nodded, acknowledging the secretary's reasoning. However, he seemed to overlook one crucial detail. Zhou Ran was still single. Chief, it appears Zhou Ran does not have a partner. Should we arrange a match for him to ensure he feels settled in the military district? The secretary's eyes brightened, and he could not help but clap his thigh. What a splendid idea! That young man is quite handsome, and there are many exceptional women in our military district. As a researcher, he likely lacks the time to attend to his personal life. He certainly needs someone to care for him. After some deliberation, the plan to recruit Zhou Ran was set in motion. Such generous treatment would be hard for anyone to decline. In fact, it was rare for even the most distinguished scientists in the Great Xia to enjoy such privileges. A young man like Zhou Ran being afforded such benefits would surely provoke envy, necessitating a display of merit on his part. Thus, Old Yang suggested, Chief, the conditions we propose cannot be given without merit. Repairing a single aircraft does not suffice to demonstrate his capabilities. We must present him with additional challenges. The secretary nodded in agreement. Indeed. What tasks do you propose we assign him? Old Yang contemplated before responding. There are several persistent challenges that have troubled our expert team for years, particularly in weapon development. Let us see if he can tackle these. If he succeeds, I will defer to him on technical matters, and I would willingly accept a subordinate role. The secretary patted Old Yang on the shoulder, smiling. You have done well. Old Yang, the military district will not forget your contributions, nor will the nation. With that, the secretary picked up the phone, prepared to invite Zhou Ran to the military district, and planned to visit the repair shop the following day to meet him personally. Chapter 19. The secretary's gift subsequently. The secretary shook his head, feeling that merely calling Zhou Ran to invite him to the military district lacked sufficient sincerity. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to make the trip in person. It seemed inappropriate to arrive empty-handed, especially since Zhou Ran had repaired the military district's latest model aircraft. Thus, the secretary turned to the expert and smiled. This young man has opened a repair shop. He must enjoy fixing things. Why not indulge his interests? Old Yang's eyes lit up at the secretary's suggestion. The secretary nodded, affirming, indeed, since he has such a penchant for repairs, let us present him with a few gifts that he can tinker with. We could offer him several damaged armored vehicles along with a few multifunctional infantry vehicles that are not entirely beyond repair. He would surely be delighted. Old Yang, filled with excitement, rubbed his hands together. The chief is truly considerate. I believe he enjoys inventing. He managed to transform a tractor into something resembling artificial intelligence. Who knows what remarkable creations he might devise from the vehicles we gift him. After some deliberation, they decided to send Zhou Ran 5 nearly obsolete armored vehicles and an additional 5 multifunctional infantry vehicles. The secretary added, while we are gifting him these vehicles, we must not do so without expectation. The technology in his hands could significantly enhance our military's combat capabilities. Ideally, we could exchange these vehicles for his expertise. Old Yang nodded in agreement, fully endorsing the idea. By the way, Chief, we also have unresolved challenges with the new weapons being developed in our military district. Perhaps this young man could assist us in overcoming them. The secretary chuckled. We must also prepare for the possibility that he may refuse to come to the military district. We must not displease him. After all, he is nearby and cannot escape. After further discussion, the secretary made arrangements for someone to deliver the vehicles to Zhou Ran. Meanwhile, outside the repair shop, Qin Xiaoxiao stood nervously, holding a bowl of braised pork. She was not accustomed to cooking, and her culinary skills left much to be desired. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred. If at first she didn't succeed, she would try again. This time, she had tasted her creation before bringing it to Zhou Ran. However, upon seeing Zhou Ran busy repairing a vehicle, she hesitated to interrupt and chose instead to wait at the door. Suddenly, the sound of a tractor caught her attention, and she instinctively turned to look, only to be astonished. Uncle Air was seated on the ground, smoking a cigarette, a satisfied smile on his face. Ever since renting the tractor, he had been tinkering with it daily, plowing the fields he had previously cultivated with the tractor once more. Having lived his entire life, he had never encountered such an advanced piece of machinery. With just the push of a few buttons, the tractor could operate autonomously, making the task exceedingly effortless. Qin Xiaoxiao stared at the tractor, her eyes wide with wonder. She had seen this tractor on the news and had thought it was merely a gimmick. However, upon learning that it had been modified by Zhou Ran, she found it less surprising. After all, if he could invent so many advanced devices, transforming a tractor seemed quite normal. Yet, seeing it in person was an entirely different experience. The news had provided vague details, lacking a thorough introduction to the tractor's capabilities. Now, witnessing the machine firsthand, Qin Xiaoxiao felt a surge of curiosity. She rushed into the repair shop and thrust the bowl of braised pork into Zhou Ran's hands. Zhou Ran, may I study that tractor? Zhou Ran, momentarily taken aback, instinctively accepted the bowl of pork. Huh, you wish to study the tractor? Of course, that's perfectly fine. But I recommend starting with something simpler. Qin Xiaoxiao excitedly dashed out, her small white shoes forgotten in her haste. Uncle Air, noticing her proximity to the tractor, could not help but caution, young lady, step back a bit. Don't get too close. But Qin Xiaoxiao paid him no heed, intently observing the tractor's operation, her brows furrowing in concentration. She realized she could not quite comprehend it and could not resist reaching out to touch a few buttons. But there seemed to be no response. At that moment, Zhou Ran, who was eating in the repair shop, received a signal from his flying sword. Master, why does this woman keep meddling? It's quite bothersome. If it weren't for the lack of your command, I would have already sent her flying. Zhou Ran replied to the flying sword, instructing it to refrain from taking any impulsive actions. The flying sword, feeling helpless, continued its work. After a while, Qin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Zhou Ran is truly remarkable. The level of artificial intelligence achieved here is unmatched, even by the Americans. It seems he had hidden his talents while at MIT. No wonder he chose to drop out. The flying sword, sensing Qin Xiaoxiao's admiration, became even more diligent in its tasks and conveyed a message to Zhou Ran. Master, this young woman appears to hold quite a fondness for you. I can sense her concern for you. You should seize this opportunity. Zhou Ran did not respond. He too could perceive Qin Xiaoxiao's feelings for him. He had sensed it during their time at MIT. However, upon acquiring the system, he became aware of the impending challenges humanity would soon face, leaving him no time or energy to address his emotional matters. If the Dark Age were to descend, the entire world would be engulfed in catastrophe. What significance would personal feelings hold then? As of now, there remained 3.5 years until the Dark Age's arrival, and the progress on the shelter's construction was worrisome. Zhou Ran had little energy to reciprocate Qin Xiaoxiao's affections. He was, after all, a normal man. Yet with the shelter incomplete, should he face impending doom alongside Qin Xiaoxiao? Had it not been for the system, Zhou Ran might never have had the chance to attend MIT, let alone encounter Qin Xiaoxiao. However, with the system's presence, a sense of urgency had taken root within him. He must expedite the construction of the shelter, even if he could not protect everyone. He at least aimed to ensure that those close to him and his country had the means to confront disaster. Moments later, Qin Xiaoxiao returned, her eyes fixed on Zhou Ran with unblinking intensity. Zhou Ran, feeling somewhat bashful under her gaze, awkwardly asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Qin Xiaoxiao bit her lip, her face tinged with curiosity. "I'm trying to ascertain whether you're an alien. How is it that your mind is filled with so much knowledge? Tell me the truth. Did your home planet fall to enemies, prompting you to travel to Earth in a spaceship?" With that, Qin Xiaoxiao reached out to touch Zhou Ran's face, poking him gently with her fingers, as if to verify whether he was an alien disguised as a human. Zhou Ran, feeling the warmth of her fingertips, found himself in a state of amused exasperation. Have you read too many science fiction novels? If I were an alien, why wouldn't I find a place to hide? If captured, I could very well end up in a laboratory, being sliced apart as a lab rat. Qin Xiaoxiao pouted. Then why can't you accept me? I don't care that you're not wealthy. I'm interested in you as a person. Chapter 20. The privilege of genius upon receiving a confession from Qin Xiaoxiao. Zhou Ran's cheeks flushed with rare embarrassment. Can we refrain from discussing this matter for now? I have pressing tasks that require my attention, and I simply cannot devote time to romantic considerations at this moment. A flicker of disappointment crossed Qin Xiaoxiao's eyes as she gritted her teeth and asked, How long do you expect me to wait? Zhou Ran sighed, shaking his head. This was a question he could not answer. As the dark times loomed, the entire world would need to devise strategies to confront the impending catastrophe, and the great Xia nation could not remain aloof. Although he possessed a system that equipped him to face disasters, the weight of his responsibilities left him with neither the time nor the energy to care for Qin Xiaoxiao. His emotions were complex, yet Qin Xiaoxiao did not press him for an answer. A brief silence enveloped them, soon shattered by the thunderous rumble of vehicles approaching on the highway. Before long, a red flag sedan appeared, followed by 10 transport trucks. The first 5 vehicles were laden with heavily damaged armored cars, while the latter 5 carried multifunctional infantry vehicles that remained relatively intact. The red flag sedan arrived first, coming to a steady stop at the entrance of the repair shop. Shortly after, the military district secretary and expert Old Yang disembarked, smiling as they entered the workshop. Old Yang approached quickly, glancing at Zhou Ran and then at Qin Xiaoxiao. What a handsome couple. Mr. Zhou, I hope we haven't interrupted anything. Zhou Ran exhaled in relief, shaking his head. Not at all, Old Yang. What brings you here today? Old Yang waved his hand dismissively. I lack the qualifications to instruct Mr. Zhou. Our superior believes that your talents are being squandered at a repair shop, hence he personally came to discuss matters with you. At that moment, the secretary also approached, accompanied by a guard. He gestured for the guard to stand watch at the entrance, and then cast a glance at Qin Xiaoxiao, signaling that she should excuse herself. Qin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Although she had never witnessed such an impressive display, she could discern that these individuals had significant matters to discuss with Zhou Ran. Concerned for Zhou Ran's well-being, she whispered, Zhou Ran, if anything arises, remember to send me a message. I'll be waiting outside. The secretary chuckled upon hearing this. You are quite the vigilant young lady. Rest assured. We mean no harm to Mr. Zhou. Such a high-caliber talent is someone we seek to cultivate. Relieved by his words, Qin Xiaoxiao thought perhaps she had been overly cautious. If they truly intended to act against Zhou Ran, they would not have given him any opportunity to respond, simply sending someone to apprehend him without question. Once Qin Xiaoxiao departed, the secretary's smile faded. Now that it is just the 3 of us, let us speak frankly. I hold your abilities in high regard and wish for you to join the military district. Expert Old Yang added, Mr. Zhou, the resources available to you here are minimal. The military district offers far superior conditions and resources at your disposal. The superior is aware of your passion for vehicle repairs and has generously arranged for you to receive 10 vehicles, 5 armored cars that have nearly reached the end of their service life due to extensive exercises, and 5 multifunctional infantry vehicles that are in excellent condition and have just been delivered. Zhou Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been troubled by the stagnation of his mechanized capabilities, and now 10 vehicles were being offered to him. If he could convert all 10 into mechas, he would be just 4 units away from advancing his mechanized skills. The secretary noticed Zhou Ran's reaction and understood that the offer had resonated with him. Currently, only a handful of top scientists in the great Xian nation enjoy the privilege of vice secretary status. If you are willing to join the military district, I can make an exception and recommend you for this honor. What do you say, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Ran was uncertain about the specific benefits of vice secretary status. Yet the envy evident on Old Yang's face suggested it was substantial. By simply nodding in agreement, he would gain unrestricted access to military resources, thus accelerating the construction of the shelter. Regrettably, the shelter's base was here, and he could not afford to leave. Sir, I have previously stated that I cannot depart from this location at this time. Upon hearing this, the smiles on the faces of the secretary and Old Yang froze. Given such enticing conditions, anyone else would have been swayed, especially with the secretary himself making the overture. Yet, Zhou Ran remained as immovable as a stone in a cesspool, stubbornly resistant to persuasion. Old Yang, exasperated, sighed. Mr. Zhou, this opportunity is truly rare. Only a handful of individuals in the Great Xian nation are honored with such personal invitations from our superior. Why can you not see the value in this? The secretary, however, was not particularly surprised. Individuals of great ability often possessed peculiar temperaments, which was entirely normal. Yet he continued, Mr. Zhou, our invitation to you is also a matter of your safety. Consider this. Your capabilities must have already been thoroughly investigated by foreign powers. Should they wish to act against you, we may not be able to reach you in time. With the advanced technology you possess, are you not concerned about it being appropriated by others? You are aware of the nature of foreign interests. Zhou Ran chuckled and shook his head. Sir, you worry unnecessarily. All my knowledge resides within my mind. Even during my time at MIT, they could not touch me. And it would be even more impossible here in the Great Xian nation. The secretary could only smile wryly and shake his head. Since you are unwilling to join the military district, consider the 10 vehicles as a gift for you. The military district currently faces challenges that have stumped our experts. Old Yang, please elaborate on the details for Mr. Zhou. Old Yang hesitated, saying, Sir, discussing military secrets here might not be secure. Zhou Ran exuded confidence. Rest assured, you need not worry about any leaks in my presence. Even the most skilled foreign hackers could not breach my security systems. And they lack the capacity to install surveillance equipment here. Old Yang exchanged a glance with the secretary, who subtly nodded in agreement. Old Yang then proceeded to outline the difficulties faced by the expert team in detail. Initially, Zhou Ran listened attentively without offering his insights. As Old Yang continued, he found himself increasingly intrigued. Once the issues had been presented, Zhou Ran incisively identified the crux of the matter, informing Old Yang that the expert team's research direction was flawed and proposing his own improvements. Initially, Old Yang was indifferent, but as he absorbed Zhou Ran's suggestions, he grew increasingly astonished. Adopting Zhou Ran's recommendations and shifting their approach indeed presented a feasible solution. Fearful of forgetting the details, Old Yang quickly retrieved his notebook, jotting down notes and running through the concepts multiple times, feeling a sense of enlightenment wash over him. Mr. Zhou, you are truly a genius. This method is likely one that only you could conceive. Old Yang exclaimed with enthusiasm, his gaze toward Zhou Ran growing fervent. Chapter 21. The dilemma resurfaces in an apparent haste to prevent Zhou Ran from escaping. Old Yang promptly had a secretively developed weapon delivered. Mr. Zhou, you must give it a try. My expertise is limited, and if I mishandle it, the expert team will be troubled for months, he urged, observing Old Yang's cautious demeanor. Cradling the device as if it were a cherished treasure, Zhou Ran could not suppress a smile. After a moment of careful examination, he began to manipulate the apparatus. Old Yang watched with wide eyes, anxious not to miss any crucial steps. What he anticipated would take several hours was accomplished in less than 30 minutes as Zhou Ran's hands moved with the grace of a skilled artisan. Old Yang opened his mouth in astonishment, at a loss for words. The issue that had eluded the expert team for so long was resolved with remarkable ease by Zhou Ran, who appeared alarmingly adept, as if he had performed the task countless times before. Old Yang intended to caution Zhou Ran about the potential dangers of inadvertently triggering the safety mechanism, which could unleash catastrophic consequences. However, before he could utter a word, Zhou Ran triumphantly declared, "Problem solved." The weapon's destructive power was formidable, capable of obliterating a mountain with a single shot. The safety mechanism was a bit hasty, but I have made some improvements that should significantly enhance its reliability. Zhou Ran continued. Old Yang sighed inwardly, recognizing the brilliance of Zhou Ran. He felt the weight of his own age. Suddenly, Old Yang recalled the coolant. Mr. Zhou, I almost forgot. Do you still have the coolant you used to repair the aircraft? Zhou Ran raised an eyebrow. Mr. Yang, the coolant is a formula I developed myself. It would be unwise to simply hand it over. Still caught up in the excitement of the resolved dilemma, Old Yang remained oblivious to the implications of Zhou Ran and Appo's statement. Of course, Mr. Zhou is correct. Perhaps we could exchange some resources from the military district? Zhou Ran stroked his chin thoughtfully. I do not require resources from the military district. I simply enjoy repairing things. If there are any broken items, regardless of whether they can be fixed or not, I would be happy to take them. Old Yang glanced at the secretary beside him, hesitating to make a decision, as many items involved military secrets. The secretary had been observing Zhou Ran's impressive problem-solving skills in silent astonishment. Zhou Ran's capabilities were so extraordinary that the secretary briefly contemplated the dangers of allowing such talent to exist unchecked. If this genius harbored vengeful thoughts, The consequences could be catastrophic. He quickly dismissed the thought, convinced that as long as Zhou Ran could serve the military and contribute to the nation, his employment status was inconsequential. As long as measures were taken to protect him, even if foreign adversaries sought to target Zhou Ran, they would have to consider the repercussions. Additionally, monitoring his every action would prevent any potential societal harm. Thus, the secretary finally spoke. No problem, we can agree to Mr. Zhou and Apos' terms. But a confidentiality agreement with the military district must be signed. Zhou Ran nodded. That is a trivial matter. I have no intention of hiding anything from the commander. I genuinely do not hold the military district's equipment in high regard. The secretary's lips twitched, feeling somewhat disgruntled, yet he recognized the validity of Zhou Ran's point. If Zhou Ran truly desired military technology, he would have welcomed the opportunity to join the military district. After personally visiting twice without success, it was clear that Zhou Ran had little interest in their offerings. Just as Zhou Ran prepared to share the coolant technology with Old Yang, he received a video message from the Flying Sword. The footage displayed events unfolding at the resort, and upon viewing it, Zhou Ran and Apos' brow furrowed in concern. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa at the resort, Fu Yuanhao was enjoying a shower. A group of naive young women, having been lured by promises of becoming famous influencers, had not considered why Fu Yuanhao was so generous with resources. Initially hesitant, they soon relaxed their guard upon witnessing other influencers indulging at the resort and engaging in live broadcasts. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Yuanhao's subordinates slipped drugs into the drinks of several young women. However, two of the women noticed the act, pretended to drink, and discreetly poured their beverages onto the floor. Alarmed by the sight of their companions collapsing and being escorted away, they whispered anxiously about the fate that awaited them. Where are they taking them? Why did they faint after drinking? One asked. The other, equally frightened, speculated, could they have drugged the drinks? I've heard of such things happening, but I never thought it would happen to us. As they murmured, they suddenly noticed several figures approaching them. Fu Yuanhao's subordinates had been waiting for the women to lose consciousness to escort them away, but now, realizing the two were still alert, they decided to intervene. Ladies, our young master would like to invite you to dinner. We hope you would grace us with your presence, one of them said, a strange smile on his face. Feigning calmness, one of the girls replied with a smile, We're not hungry right now. Let's eat later. We still want to take pictures. This resort is so much fun. The subordinates exchanged glances, their intentions clear as they reached out to grab the women. The girls screamed in terror, and the men hesitated briefly, only to realize the two were attempting to flee. Stop them, one shouted. The girls stumbled out of the resort, uncertain of their next move. All the while, a modified sports car had recorded the scene and sent a warning to the artificial intelligence system at the shelter base. Both the base and Apos' AI and the Flying Sword monitored the modified mechas, quickly alerting Zhou Ran upon receiving the signal. Old Yang, eagerly awaiting Zhou Ran and Apos' coolant formula, noticed a change in Zhou Ran's expression and felt a pang of anxiety. Mr. Zhou, is there a problem? Zhou Ran's voice was grave as he replied. The coolant formula is missing. Several influencers were here live streaming, and it is likely someone secretly took it. Old Yang was taken aback, fury flashing across his face. What? These internet beggars dared to do such a thing. We must retrieve the formula. Such advanced technology must not fall into the hands of foreigners. The secretary, upon hearing the news, did not display immediate outrage, but his darkened expression indicated his simmering anger. Old Yang, notify the special forces immediately. We must recover the formula at all costs. If anyone dares to resist, they shall be eliminated on the spot. Old Yang's demeanor shifted, and he swiftly pulled out his specialized phone to contact the special forces. Team 9, deploy immediately to encircle the resort in Qingping Town. No one is to leave without orders. Only entry is permitted. Chapter 22. Awaiting imprisonment. Obedience to orders is the duty of a soldier. Upon receiving the command, the special forces swiftly mobilized. 5 military trucks, brimming with over 100 soldiers, thundered towards the Qingping Town resort. Within 10 minutes, the area surrounding the resort was completely encircled by armed troops. The security personnel at the entrance, taken aback by the overwhelming display of force, trembled in fear and hurriedly informed the security department via radio. 2 young women who had managed to escape felt as though they had found a lifeline upon seeing the soldiers and rushed over, their faces aglow with excitement. Comrades, we have several companions inside who have been drugged. The captain of the special forces furrowed his brow upon hearing their words. 5th Squad, move out immediately to rescue them. 10 soldiers armed with rifles charged into the resort, and after a thorough search, they indeed discovered 3 unconscious young women. They swiftly transported them to safety and called for an ambulance for urgent medical assistance. At that moment, Fu Yuanhao had already received notification from the security personnel and, disheveled, rushed out of the villa. What is happening? Where are they? Several of his subordinates hurried over, their expressions a mix of panic and a hint of schadenfreude. Relying on his family's wealth and a history of unscrupulous deeds, they felt a sense of satisfaction at his predicament. Young Master Fu. A group of soldiers has surrounded the resort. Yes, young Master Fu. Those soldiers are armed with real weapons. You must Nandapos. Go outside. Fu Yuanhao, having grasped the general situation, remained surprisingly calm. What are a mere bunch of soldiers to be afraid of? Our family still has connections with the military district. They cannot do anything to me. With that, he leisurely returned to the villa to dress and styled his hair before making his way to the entrance. Upon arrival, he found the area indeed sealed off by soldiers. Not far off, the 2 young women were conversing with an officer of the rank of second lieutenant. A smirk crept across Fu Yuanhao's lips. After all, he had merely administered a mild sedative to a few girls. He had not even had the chance to make a move. Was such a commotion truly necessary? Observing the squad leader, he chuckled coldly to himself. You have no evidence against me. You think you can convict me based solely on the words of a couple of naive women? How presumptuous. As he prepared to approach the officer, 2 dark muzzles were suddenly pressed against his chest. Sir, we have orders that no one is to leave until our superior arrives. Any violators will be shot on the spot. Fu Yuanhao's expression changed, and he sternly asked, Did your superior specify the reason for the resort's lockdown? The soldier, expressionless, replied. No comment. Having been met with such a rebuff, Fu Yuanhao turned and retreated to the villa. Although his family was powerful, they had yet to reach a level of arrogance that would allow them to challenge the military directly. Moreover, he believed he had not caused any major trouble. These soldiers could do little more than detain him for questioning, and with his family's connections, he would be released in no time. Meanwhile, everyone at the resort was in a state of confusion, unaware of the unfolding events. It was generally understood that Fu Yuanhao had merely intended to sedate a few girls for his own amusement, a common occurrence among the wealthy elite. The influencers, who had been live-streaming, abruptly shut down their broadcasts, sensing the tense atmosphere. A misstep could lead to dire consequences, and even if things went awry, there would be no recourse. One could easily be dismissed as a casualty of a military exercise. With Fu Yuanhao retreating in disarray, others lacked the courage to approach. A few influencers huddled in a corner, whispering and speculating about why the military had intervened. It seems young Master Fu has landed himself in serious trouble. Perhaps those girls' families are influential, and he has bitten off more than he can chew. It might just be a drill, but given Fu's connections, why haven't the soldiers done anything to him yet? Could it be that he has offended someone? Who can say for sure? Let's just wait and see. At that moment, the secretary was preparing to have Zhou Ran accompany him to locate the refrigerant formula. Mr. Zhou, you are the one who developed the formula. Only you truly understand it. Let us go together to investigate. Zhou Ran shook his head. Chief, I cannot accompany you. The secretary frowned. If you do not go, how will we ascertain which is the correct formula? Zhou Ran replied, shaking his head once more. Chief, I believe your earlier suggestion was quite astute. The repair shop needs protection. Those who absconded with the formula may have reached some clandestine agreement with foreign spies. If they discover that I developed the refrigerant formula, I may face endless troubles, so I cannot reveal my identity. The secretary pondered for a moment and concluded that Zhou Ran had a valid point. Mr. Zhou, you shall remain here. I will arrange for personnel to ensure your safety, and we will not allow any unidentified individuals to approach you. Zhou Ran understood well that if he did not deal with Fu Yuanhao decisively, the latter would certainly seek revenge once he regained his composure. If action were to be taken, it was imperative to render Fu incapable of retaliation for the foreseeable future. Thus, Zhou Ran continued, Chief, it is essential to search every location thoroughly. The formula may have already been hidden away. However, the thieves will undoubtedly leave traces, and we should be able to find something. As he spoke, Zhou Ran sent a command to Feijian, instructing it to commandeer a mech stationed at the resort and gather the necessary items into Fu Yuanhao's room. Simultaneously, in the resort's underground parking garage, a sports car suddenly emitted a metallic grinding sound. In less than a minute, the car transformed into a towering mech over 2 meters tall. The mech then compacted its form and navigated through the ventilation duct of the parking garage. Shortly thereafter, it arrived at the rear of Fu Yuanhao's villa. leaping through an open window on the third floor. Having received the formula from Zhou Ran, the mech activated its headlights to initiate the laser printing function. And within 2 minutes, a copy of the refrigerant formula materialized on paper. The mech placed the document into a drawer and then used electromagnetic waves to access a computer, inputting a code. An encrypted file, also containing the refrigerant formula, was added to the computer's contents. After completing its tasks, the mech leapt back out of the third-floor window, returned to the underground garage, and reverted to the guise of a sports car. When the secretary and old Yang arrived at the resort, they happened upon the 2 young women who had yet to leave. After a thorough inquiry, the secretary's expression darkened considerably. The fact that Fu Yuanhao could engage in such conduct indicated a severe lack of morals, and he was undoubtedly a prime suspect. Immediate action was required to detain him. At that moment, Fu Yuanhao remained blissfully unaware of the impending repercussions he faced. He sat on the sofa, sipping red wine, contemplating how to spend the evening. After all, he had gone to great lengths to procure a few innocent girls, only to have his plans thwarted before he could even act. Just then, the villa and Oppo's door was forcefully slammed open, and a squad of soldiers swiftly took up advantageous positions, their weapons all aimed squarely at Fu Yuanhao, who jumped in surprise and instinctively raised his hands. "Comrades, I have committed no crime. What do you intend to do?" Old Yang followed closely behind the secretary, entering the villa alongside him. Ignoring Fu Yuanhao, they ordered the soldiers to conduct a thorough search of the premises, leaving no corner unchecked. At this moment, Fu Yuanhao was utterly bewildered, unsure of what the soldiers sought. Isn't this a bit excessive for a drill? Before long, a group of soldiers returned with a computer and several documents. "Sir, we have made a significant discovery." Old Yang hurriedly retrieved the document and scrutinized it closely. Indeed, it was the formula. Casting another glance at the computer, he discovered an encrypted file still within. After spending 5 minutes deciphering the password, he opened the file to find not only the textual information regarding the formula, but also a video detailing the preparation process. Fu Yuanhao, if you dare to steal state secrets, prepare to face imprisonment. Chapter 23. Fu Zhongyang was taken aback. Stealing state secrets? How could such an accusation arise? He merely administered a mild drug to a few young women. At worst, it could be considered an attempted crime of a different nature. How had it escalated to treason? Leaders, you must have made a mistake. When did I ever steal state secrets? Old Yang waved his hand, and several soldiers promptly placed a black hood over Fu Yuanhao's head, rendering him unable to escape despite his struggles. "You have no evidence for this arrest. I demand to call my family." The secretary, having also seen the information on the computer, wore a grim expression. "I do not care who you are. Leaking state secrets is a grave offense. No matter who you call, it won't save you. Take him away." As the soldiers escorted Fu Yuanhao out, numerous online influencers witnessed the scene, astonished. "Isn't that young Master Fu? What crime has he committed to warrant military intervention? Could he be involved in drug trafficking? That seems unlikely. The Fu family is wealthy enough not to resort to such measures. The world of the affluent is beyond our comprehension. Who knows what trouble he has stirred?" As the influencers whispered among themselves, a squad of armed soldiers ordered everyone to form a line for searches, to prevent the leak of the coolant formula. The secretary and old Yang deemed it insufficient to arrest only Fu Yuanhao. There might be accomplices who could take advantage of the chaos to disseminate the formula, causing irreparable harm to the nation. At that moment, one influencer mustered the courage to inquire, "Leaders, what are you searching for?" Old Yang replied expressionlessly, "Someone has stolen state secrets and intends to sell them to foreigners, severely compromising national interests." Upon hearing this, the influencer instinctively shrank back. Clearly, young Master Fu had landed himself in grave trouble. It would be wise to distance oneself from this affair. After searching for approximately half an hour, aside from discovering documents in Fu Yuanhao's villa, nothing related to the formula was found on the influencers. Old Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared Fu Yuanhao was the sole participant in the theft of state secrets. Subsequently, the secretary and old Yang led the troops away, preparing to interrogate Fu Yuanhao as swiftly as possible. Once the military departed, the influencers finally dared to speak freely. Young Master Fu is finished this time. The charge of stealing state secrets is severe. I cannot fathom his reasoning. The Fu family is grand and affluent. Why would he tread the path of treason? He must have brought this upon himself. Leveraging his status as a wealthy heir, indulging in numerous misdeeds, he was bound to face consequences. Meanwhile, in the Zhongtian International Building, Fu Zhongyang was attending a meeting when his phone rang at an inopportune moment. Seeing it was his son Fu Yuanhao calling, he furrowed his brow. He pressed his hands down, and the meeting room fell silent. Upon answering the call, he realized the voice on the other end did not belong to Fu Yuanhao. Mr. Fu, a grave situation has arisen. Young master has been taken. Fu Zhengliang's expression darkened. What has transpired? Speak slowly. The voice on the line sounded urgent and transparent. Mr. Fu, the young master was enjoying his time at the resort when a large group of soldiers stormed in and took him away without explanation. We are also unclear about what happened. Fu Zhengliang hung up the phone and exited the meeting room. The shareholders exchanged bewildered glances. Unsure of why he abruptly interrupted the meeting. What is troubling him? He seldom leaves a meeting unexpectedly. I just heard something about young master being taken away. Who knows what trouble that boy has caused this time? It's probably nothing significant. Mr. Fu will surely downplay it. At that moment, Fu Zhengliang sat in his office, his expression darkening. 20 years ago, he had started from scratch, tirelessly building the Fu family's empire, which had now amassed nearly 50 billion in wealth. Their business interests spanned various sectors, including real estate, catering, entertainment, and fashion. His connections were vast, with local dignitaries and industry leaders having close ties to the Fu family. Occasionally, Fu Zhengliang would donate supplies to the military district, and he had undertaken the construction of several non-sensitive military buildings. He still held some influence in the military district, at least enough to be heard. It could be said that when Fu Zhengliang stomped his foot, the locality would tremble, though he presented himself as a gentleman. His methods were ruthless, leaving no chance for his adversaries to recover. This was partly due to his past, before his entrepreneurial endeavors. He was known as a relentless fighter in the gray market, amassing his initial wealth before turning to legitimate business. However, with the Fu family currently at the pinnacle of success, no one dared to mention Fu Zhengliang's past indiscretions. Everyone greeted him with a smile, respectfully addressing him as Mr. Fu. The military's abrupt arrest of individuals without prior notice was undoubtedly a blow to Fu Zhengliang's pride. Nonetheless, he remained untroubled with the Fu family's influence. There had yet to be an unmanageable situation. Before long, several of Fu Yuanhao's subordinates rushed to the Zhangtian International Building. Seeing that his son's subordinates were unharmed, a glint of cold light flashed in Fu Zhengliang's eyes. What on earth happened to Yuanhao? Speak up. His subordinates understood well that the calmer Fu Zhengliang's tone, the angrier he was. At this juncture, there was no need for them to conceal the truth. Otherwise, Fu Zhengliang would not spare them easily. One of them spoke up. Mr. Fu, the young master organized a gathering with some influencers and invited a few young women, intending to drug them and take advantage. Suddenly, a large group of soldiers arrived and sealed off the resort. Then, two individuals who seemed to be officials came and took the young master away. Searching through all the influencers. Pausing, the subordinate hesitated to meet Fu Zhengliang's gaze. Fu Zhengliang's voice deepened. Even a dog knows to guard its home. What were you all doing? Why didn't you advocate for Yuanhao's release when he was taken? One subordinate replied helplessly, Mr. Fu, we wish to argue. But those soldiers were armed with real weapons. It would have been futile to confront them. If they had truly harmed the young master, we would have been powerless to intervene. Fu Zhengliang narrowed his eyes, fully aware of his son's disposition. So tell me, why was Yuanhao taken? His subordinates exchanged glances, hesitant to respond. At that moment, Fu Zhengliang slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Are you all mute? Can't you understand simple words? One subordinate trembled and said, I heard the influencers saying that the young master was accused of stealing state secrets, which is why he was taken. Fu Zhengliang furrowed his brow. Stealing state secrets? Although Fu Yuanhao often acted recklessly, he could discern right from wrong. How could he possibly engage in such an act? Did you see Yuanhao stealing any secrets? Chapter 24. Betrayed upon hearing the words, several subordinates shook their heads in unison. They had been by Fu Yuanhao's side the entire time and had not witnessed him leaving alone. Boss, the young master merely instructed us to add a little substance to the drinks of a few young ladies. He certainly did not engage in any such misconduct. One of them asserted, Indeed, we have been with the young master throughout. If anything were to occur, he would have sent us to handle it. So how could he possibly act on his own? Could it be that those young ladies possess some unusual backgrounds, and hence have sought trouble with the young master? Fu Zhengliang pondered for a moment before responding. Investigate the identities of those young ladies thoroughly. If there has been any misunderstanding, I shall personally clarify matters and extend an apology. At this juncture, Fu Zhengliang remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, assuming that Fu Yuanhao had merely offended someone troublesome. However, the Fu family had ample resources, A little monetary compensation and an apology could easily resolve the issue. Even if money could not settle the matter, they could always enlist someone to mediate, considering that Fu Yuanhao had yet to engage in any reprehensible behavior. After approximately half an hour, several subordinates hastily returned. "Boss, we have investigated, and those young ladies are from ordinary families with no significant backgrounds." Fu Jingyang furrowed his brow, his expression turning icy. "Are you questioning my judgment? If they lack connections, why was Yuanhao taken by military personnel? Is it possible your actions were not above board, leaving them with a handle to grasp?" His subordinates shook their heads vehemently, confident in their meticulousness. Even if there were any oversights, they would shoulder the blame themselves, ensuring Fu Yuanhao remained uninvolved. Fu Jingyang found the situation perplexing. Logically, if the other party were aware of Fu Yuanhao's identity, they should have sent someone to explain by now. At the very least, a phone call would have been expected. The thought that a rival might be targeting him briefly crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. The Fu family's influence in the locality was unparalleled. No one would dare risk offending him by targeting his son. "Think carefully, has Yuanhao offended anyone recently?" he pressed. His subordinates exchanged glances, unable to provide a satisfactory answer. Growing frustrated, Fu Jingliang shot them a disdainful look. "You know nothing of anything. What a useless lot. Get out of my sight." His subordinates fled as if granted a reprieve. Fu Jingliang inhaled deeply and made a phone call. "Hello, Lao Zhao. Please investigate if Yuanhao has had any recent conflicts. I suspect someone has laid a trap for him." On the other end of the line, a man with a triangular face and a scar on his cheek smirked coldly. Those who recognized him would intuitively sense that misfortune was imminent. This man was Zhao Jun, who had been allied with Fu Jingliang for nearly 2 decades. Whenever Fu Jingliang faced an inconvenient situation, he would invariably turn to Zhao Jun, and their bond was exceedingly close. Zhao Jun had watched Fu Yuanhao grow up. He was as dear to him as his own son. Now that someone dared to target Fu Yuanhao, Zhao Jun was determined to ensure that they would pay dearly for their audacity. With haste, Zhao Jun drove to the resort, where most influencers had already departed. A few remained to live stream, as the resort's pleasant environment indeed attracted a considerable following. Upon his arrival, Zhao Jun promptly summoned the influencers who had not yet left. Lacking familiarity with Zhao Jun, the influencers regarded him with indifference. "Hey, what do you want with us? We're merely here to live stream and gain some traffic. We haven't done anything to offend you, have we?" Zhao Jun waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "Fellas, don't be alarmed. I'm just here to inquire about the young Master Fu." Though his smile appeared sincere, it was rendered somewhat menacing by the scar on his face. Upon hearing this, the influencers furrowed their brows. They were reluctant to discuss the matter, fearing it might bring trouble upon themselves. "Big guy, the young master merely organized a gathering for influencers. We came to ride the wave of popularity. We were outside the entire time, so we aren't quite clear on what transpired. Perhaps you could ask someone else?" Zhao Jun's expression darkened. "Are you not human? Is it so difficult to converse with you properly?" One influencer, sensing Zhao Jun's displeasure, retorted angrily. "And who do you think you are? If we choose not to share, what can you do about it?" Before he could finish, Zhao Jun's hand produced a gleaming dagger. "I've been in this line of work for many years, and few dare to speak to me in such a manner. To be frank, Fu Yuanhao is my nephew. If he encounters any trouble, none of you shall escape unscathed." The influencers were taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. Brother Jun, please don't be upset. Just ask what you want. We will certainly tell you everything we know." Zhao Jun scoffed. "Why was the young master taken away?" One influencer replied. "The military was involved, so I suspect the young master must have provoked someone he shouldn't have." Zhao Jun's expression turned cold. "I have already investigated. Those young ladies have no connections and could not possibly have summoned military personnel. Think carefully and do not test my patience." At this moment, another influencer spoke up. "I heard that the young master was accused of stealing state secrets, though no one has seen any evidence." Zhao Jun sneered. "Do you truly believe the young master would engage in such foolishness? Has he had any conflicts with someone who might have set him up?" The influencers exchanged glances, pondering the matter. Suddenly, one recalled something and slapped his thigh. "I remember now. When we arrived, we passed by a repair shop. It's that garage by the roadside. The owner is a young man named Zhou Ran, who has been in the news lately. That fool is a graduate from MIT, which sounds impressive. But I recall the young master wanted him to repair a vehicle, and he refused." Zhao Jun raised an eyebrow. "Zhou Ran? A mere mechanic? How could he possibly command military personnel? Do you think I am easily deceived?" The influencer, frightened, shook his head rapidly. Brother Jun. It seems he repaired a plane for the military, so it wouldn't be surprising if he had some connections. Zhao Jun contemplated the situation for a moment, gradually piecing together the puzzle. He then called Fu Zhengyang. Lao Gu, I have a clearer understanding of the situation. It appears to revolve around a small mechanic who may have some ties to the military, but it is nothing of great concern. Chapter 25. The spy on the other end of the phone. Fu Zhengliang wore an inscrutable smile. Just a mere mechanic, emboldened by a connection to the military district. Dared to meddle with his son, seemingly unaware of the vast power of the Fu family. The youth had acted without due consideration, and it was imperative to impart a lesson he would never forget. Thus, he instructed, Lao Zhao, return at once. Upon hanging up, Zhao Jun wasted no time and drove straight to the Zhongtian International Building. As he passed by the repair shop, he deliberately cast a lingering glance. He spotted Zhou Ran engrossed in fixing a vehicle, a flash of ruthless intent flickering in his eyes. You dare to offend the Fu family? Your days of ease are numbered. Upon arriving at Zhongtian International Building, the security guard, recognizing his identity, greeted him with deference. Zhao Jun strode directly into Fu Zhengliang's office and plopped down casually on the sofa. Liang Ge, I thought this was a trivial matter. Just a mechanic. What waves could he possibly stir? You need not worry. I shall handle this. For daring to undermine my nephew, I will make him regret ever being born. Fu Zhengliang raised an eyebrow. Lao Zhao, your temper remains unchanged after all these years. Zhao Jun smirked. I have always been this way. Whoever provokes me will face double the consequences. Liang Ge, what do you suggest? Should we sever his limbs or eliminate his lineage altogether? Fu Zhengliang waved his hand dismissively. No rush. This boy won't escape. While he may have the military's backing within the repair shop, once he steps outside, he is nothing. Zhao Jun furrowed his brow. Isn't he just a mere mechanic? Does the military truly regard him as someone of importance? You have donated substantial resources to the military. Surely that is worth more than his mere repair work. Fu Zhengliang shook his head. At my level, there are things one can do and things one cannot. The bigwigs in the military are not easily impressed. Trivial favors will not suffice. The Fu family is extensive, and a single misstep could be exploited. You know how the media operates. We must deal with that boy in a manner that is above reproach. Of course, Zhao Jun, being the brash and straightforward type, could hardly fathom such intricacies. His principle was simple. Whoever wrongs him must face retribution, without convoluted schemes. Liang Ge, just tell me how to proceed. My nephew is currently held by the military, and we must act swiftly to extricate him. Fu Yuanhao, the only son, had been spoiled since childhood and had never faced hardship. Influenced by Zhao Jun's unreasonable nature, he had developed an arrogant disposition, wreaking havoc wherever he went. With Zhao Jun always cleaning up the mess, it was time for him to learn a lesson. In response, Fu Zhengliang shook his head, unfazed by the urgency to retrieve his son. If not for the potential damage to the Fu family's reputation, he possessed ample means to ensure Zhou Ran's downfall. He contemplated that since Zhou Ran had managed to undermine his son, he could easily set a trap for Zhou Ran in return. This was a case of using one and Oppo's own methods against them. Lao Zhao, let us lay a trap for that boy, ensuring he never rises again. As he spoke, a cruel expression crossed Fu Zhengliang's face, causing Zhao Jun to shudder. It had been years since Fu Zhengliang had displayed such an expression. Each time it emerged, misfortune followed. A clear sign of his fury reaching its zenith. Meanwhile, in a secret base in Boston, a few personnel were intently observing the screens before them. Although the videos circulating online from the Daxia country had been swiftly deleted, the base had skilled hackers who managed to record and save the footage. One staff member remarked, "Is this the latest aircraft developed by Daxia? What a pity we can't obtain first-hand data. A mere mechanic possesses the capability to repair it. Wait, zoom in on that young man's image." The operator immediately paused the video and enlarged Zhou Ran's image. Eric, he is just a mechanic. What is so remarkable about that? The man named Eric wore a serious expression and replied in a low voice, "Bud, take a closer look at that young man." Bud hesitated, then scrutinized the image closely. His complexion suddenly shifting. That is Zhou Ran? How could he be there? Eric remained expressionless. If it is Zhou Ran, then it is hardly surprising. The organization has been closely monitoring him for quite some time. I never expected that bunch from Mali University would let him slip away. It seems we must intervene. Bud clenched his teeth. This individual is a talent for Daxia, but a threat to us Americans. If he cannot be utilized for our benefit, we must find a way to eliminate the potential risk. A cold smile crept onto Eric's lips. Do you think Daxia would overlook what you can conceive? Secretly eliminating Zhou Ran is nearly impossible. Our current objective is to extract as much technology from him as possible. The knowledge in his mind, once applied to military purposes, would pose a significant challenge to us Americans. Bud frowned. Since Zhou Ran is unwilling to stay at Mali University, he certainly and Opos to share his technology with us. Daxia would never allow advanced technology to fall into our hands. It would be better to eradicate the root of the problem. Eric shook his head, unless absolutely necessary. We must avoid such actions. Daxia is not what it used to be. We can acquire this technology through other means. The organization will certainly have a plan. Both men served a spy organization, tirelessly gathering information from around the globe. Anything advantageous to America would be covertly obtained and relayed back to the organization. Upon receiving Eric's report, the organization understood the urgency of the matter. If Zhou Ran had already been secretly protected, reaching him would be nearly impossible. Thus, they promptly assigned a beautiful female spy fluent in Daxia language, Haliana, with long golden hair and blue eyes that sparkled like gemstones. Her face bore a constant charming smile, and her alluring red lips and curvaceous figure were enough to ignite passion in anyone, even by Daxia's standards. She was a rare beauty. Haliana, you should be well aware of your mission. Regardless of the means, even if it requires seduction, you must extract technological data from Zhou Ran. Haliana flicked a few strands of golden hair from her forehead and confidently replied, "Rest assured. My charm is irresistible to most men." Having booked her flight to Daxia, Haliana meticulously prepared herself, transforming into the image of a professional female secretary. As a seasoned spy, makeup was merely a fundamental skill. On her desk lay Zhou Ran's information, alongside her new identity as a technology blogger from Daxia. On the plane, Haliana diligently studied Zhou Ran's profile, gaining a basic understanding of his character. A prodigious youth, he exhibited remarkable talent in artificial intelligence and possessed exceptional practical skills. Rarely venturing out, he owned a small repair shop in a town in Daxia. Closing the file, a captivating smile graced Haliana's face. "You cannot escape my grasp." On that day, Zhou Ran was engrossed in his repairs when a pink Ferrari screeched to a halt at the entrance. Shortly after, a long-legged blonde bombshell stepped out, her hair in luscious waves, wearing sunglasses and carrying an LV handbag. Upon catching a glimpse of Zhou Ran in the repair shop, the beauty's face lit up with a radiant smile. As she approached the entrance, the artificial intelligence surveillance system alerted Zhou Ran. The woman outside was equipped with recording devices and was suspected of being a spy. Receiving the warning while working, Zhou Ran glanced up at the entrance, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. "American? So eager to come and steal our technology. It seems they are already privy to quite a bit of information. However, their tactics are insufficient for the task of thievery." A stunning blonde with cascading waves sauntered in, her hips swaying, exuding an air of curiosity. "Is this Mr. Zhou Ran's repair shop?" she inquired in fluent Mandarin, prompting Zhou Ran to raise an eyebrow. Clearly, the Americans had made thorough preparations to acquire the technology. On one hand, they employed the allure of beauty to lower their defenses, while on the other, they resorted to technological means to record the workings of the repair shop. Their strategy appeared sound, yet they had gravely underestimated Zhou Ran and Opos' capabilities. Chapter 26. A second chance. Although the repair shop held nothing truly valuable, Zhou Ran was unwilling to allow the Americans access to any information about him. Consequently, he instructed the AI to disrupt the blonde's recording equipment via electromagnetic interference. "Greetings, I am Zhou Ran. Do you require automotive repair?" The blonde beauty extended her hand proactively, exclaiming, "Mr. Zhou, I am Helena. I am an aficionado of Great Xia culture and a tech blogger." Zhou Ran nodded, remarking, "Your Great Xia language skills are quite impressive." Helena's gaze swept subtly across the repair shop, seeking potential locations where Zhou Ran might safeguard his technology. As a competent operative, the deliberate observation of one's surroundings was an essential skill. "Mr. Zhou, I am in awe of you. As a devoted admirer, might I have the privilege of touring your repair shop?" Zhou Ran arched an eyebrow, considering the humble nature of his workshop, where he merely earned a modest income repairing vehicles. Observing Helena's somewhat theatrical demeanor, Zhou Ran found amusement, noting the need for refinement in her acting. Helena's gaze traversed the surroundings, failing to identify anything of significance before abruptly pivoting. "Ah, yes, Mr. Zhou, I have heard whispers that you possess the ability to repair aircraft. Is this true?" Zhou Ran surmised that Helena was likely an operative dispatched by the Americans to pilfer his technology. Videos of his aircraft repairs had long been purged from the internet, known only to a handful of villagers who witnessed the event and the influencer Wang Jia. The populace of Great Xia, cognizant of national security concerns, refrained from disseminating such information online. The fact that Helena, a foreigner, possessed this knowledge suggested that she had likely viewed and archived the video. Naturally, Zhou Ran had no intention of gratifying the Americans' desires and began to fabricate a tale. Miss Helena, if you wish to interview me, it is not entirely out of the question. Coincidentally, I have been delving into novel concepts of late. Should you be inclined, you could assist in their promotion. Helena's eyes gleamed with excitement as she retrieved paper and pen from her satchel, feigning diligent note-taking. In her estimation, Zhou Ran's technical prowess was unmatched, yet his demeanor mirrored that of an ordinary youth, fond of ostentation. Upon observing Qin Xiaoxiao's departure, Zhou Ran approached Helena once more. Helena, I have recently made some novel discoveries in the realm of quantum mechanics. If validated, they could potentially merit a Nobel Prize. You would and oppose. Divulge this information to your American compatriots, would you? Helena vehemently shook her head, proclaiming, Mr. Zhou, you misunderstand. I am merely a tech blogger with a penchant for these subjects. Having secured permanent residency in Great Xia, I would never betray this nation by divulging secrets to the Americans. As you are aware, permanent residency in Great Xia is exceedingly difficult to obtain. Zhou Ran inwardly scoffed. Recognizing the depth of American infiltration into Great Xia, yet outwardly maintained composure. He nodded in agreement, stating, quantum mechanics can be rather esoteric. I fear you may struggle to comprehend it. Allow me to begin with simpler concepts. Despite the assertion of simplicity, the ensuing discourse could easily span several days and nights. Helena listened intently, her eyes wide with fascination. Although she lacked a comprehensive understanding of quantum mechanics, her intuition suggested that Zhou Ran's revelations were profound. She assiduously recorded notes in her notebook while subtly positioning her bag to face Zhou Ran. After 2 hours of engaging conversation, Helena felt enriched by her newfound knowledge. As twilight approached, she reluctantly bid Zhou Ran farewell and prepared to depart. At that moment, Qin Xiaoxiao entered from outside, bearing a bowl of braised pork. In recent days, she had mastered the art of preparing braised pork, though her culinary skills in other dishes remained somewhat lacking. Who was that individual, and what occupied your conversation for so long? Zhou Ran offered a cryptic smile, responding, that was an operative dispatched by the Americans. I felt compelled to exaggerate to ensure their belief. You are undoubtedly familiar with the disposition of those Americans. Qin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, I understand. Zhou Ran appeared perplexed, inquiring, what do you understand? Qin Xiaoxiao, visibly excited, responded, I surmise that MIT's extensive efforts to retain you were motivated by a desire to acquire the technology residing within your mind. You recognized their intentions and, therefore, chose to withdraw, correct? On this occasion, Qin Xiaoxiao's assessment was partially accurate. MIT indeed sought Zhou Ran's technological expertise, aspiring for him to serve the American interests. However, the primary impetus for his departure stemmed from the acquisition of the system, which mandated the construction of a sanctuary in Qingping town. Zhou Ran, however, opted to withhold further explanation, as the system's secrets were his alone to safeguard. Meanwhile, upon departing the repair shop, Helena rejoiced in the perceived ease of her mission, believing Zhou Ran to be entirely unsuspecting. She presumed that Zhou Ran was captivated by her allure and that the recording equipment had captured their entire conversation. Without delay, she secured a flight to Boston and, hours later, arrived at a clandestine base. Everyone congregated, eager to witness the advanced technology Zhou Ran had purportedly divulged. However, Helena struggled to activate the device. Upon finally succeeding, the screen displayed nothing but static. Eric's countenance darkened as he sternly inquired, is this the successful completion you alluded to in our telephone conversation? Helena, flushed with embarrassment, retorted, impossible. I meticulously inspected it prior to disembarking. What could have transpired? Eric shook his head, declaring, the recording equipment is clearly damaged. The record of your conversation with Zhou Ran is irretrievable. Your mission has been an utter failure. Helena stared blankly at the static-filled recording device, struggling to accept the reality. Could Zhou Ran have discerned her true identity? Impossible, she insisted. She was confident that she had never encountered Zhou Ran previously, nor had she exposed herself to public scrutiny. Were it not for the organization's exigency, she might have remained in Great Xia indefinitely. Zhou Ran, she reasoned, was merely a tech enthusiast who could not possibly have known her identity. With renewed conviction, Helena asserted, Colonel Eric, I can assure you that Zhou Ran is unaware of my identity. The recording equipment may have sustained damage during transit. I implore you to grant me another opportunity. I am confident that I can secure the technology this time. Eric cast a dismissive glance at her, retorting, "You have but one chance remaining. Should you fail again, you may face indictment by Great Xia. Do not underestimate Great Xia's intelligence apparatus." Helena's complexion paled as she realized the gravity of the situation. Having obtained permanent residency in Great Xia, she was now considered a citizen. Should she be indicted, she might forfeit her opportunity to return to America. This time, she could only succeed. Failure was not an option. Chapter 27. The Snipe and Clam Fight. The fisherman benefits to ensure absolute security. Helena had discreetly brought along a few military personnel who had served in special forces, cleverly disguised as bodyguards. She had resolved that should this mission fail, Zhou Ran, perceived as a menace, would be eliminated in his nascent stages. Her approach to Qingping town this time was marked by heightened caution, meticulously scrutinizing the town's geographical layout. In the event of exposure, the immediate plan was to neutralize Zhou Ran and swiftly escape the scene via the most expedient route. Upon reaching the vicinity of the repair shop, Helena instructed the Special Forces operatives to establish a perimeter while she engaged Zhou Ran in preliminary discussions. "Be prepared," she commanded. "Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Zhou Ran must be terminated, without exception." One of the Special Forces soldiers responded in a grave tone, "Helena, should our identities be compromised, our chances of escape are slim. Having come this far, we are prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice for the United States. Our mission extends beyond merely eliminating Zhou Ran. We must also obliterate the repair shop, lest it harbor his latest technological advancements, which must not fall into the hands of Daxia." Helena inhaled deeply, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, that is the only course of action. Even in death, our sacrifice must hold significant value." Unbeknownst to them, their discourse had been intercepted by an artificial intelligence surveillance system, which promptly relayed a warning to Zhou Ran. Upon receiving the alert, Zhou Ran remained unfazed, even displaying a hint of anticipation. He mused that Helena's previous attempt to pilfer technology had proven futile, yet now she was delivering several substantial targets to his doorstep. Nevertheless, erring on the side of caution, he promptly contacted the military region, informing the secretary to prepare for a strategic roundup. The secretary, upon receiving the call, was taken aback, astonished by the audacity of the Americans attempting to pilfer advanced technology right under the noses of the military region. To ensure a comprehensive sweep, the secretary mobilized 3 special operations companies, awaiting the order to strike. Helena, accompanied by her special forces contingent, arrived at the repair shop. However, this time, her demeanor was noticeably more reserved. "Mr. Zhou," she began, "we are aware of your possession of numerous advanced technologies. Should you be amenable to parting with them, we are prepared to offer a satisfactory sum." A playful smile graced Zhou Ran's lips. "Oh, and what sum do you propose for my technologies?" Helena retrieved a technology transfer agreement from her bag and presented it to Zhou Ran. "Mr. Zhou, we are capable of acquiring any technology you possess. For the coolant formula you employ in aircraft maintenance, I am authorized to offer $200 million US. For artificial intelligence technology, we offer $1 billion US. Should you possess any other technologies, we are willing to entertain them, provided the price is right." Zhou Ran chuckled. "It appears you are indeed sincere. However, I have no intention of selling my technologies to you. I am a citizen of Daxia, and my technology shall remain within Daxia." Helena's expression hardened. "Mr. Zhou, are you refusing to cooperate? Have you considered the ramifications of your refusal?" Zhou Ran shrugged. "I refuse. What, do you intend to kill me?" Just as Helena was about to signal the special forces to take action, a commotion erupted outside. "Zhou Ran, come out here at once." Helena's brow furrowed at the sound, while the special forces operatives adopted a defensive posture. Subsequently, Fu Zhengyang and Zhao Jun appeared, followed by a cohort of several dozen underlings. Helena muttered, "So that is why Mr. Zhou was so unperturbed. He had reinforcements at the ready." Fu Zhengyang and Zhao Jun and Appos' expression shifted upon spotting Helena and the special forces contingent. Zhao Jun's face grew long, his many years in the underworld having honed his instincts. The special forces operatives exuded an aura that spoke of experience and a willingness to take lives. Could it be that Zhou Ran had anticipated their arrival and hired these individuals as bodyguards? Zhao Jun leaned in, whispering into Fu Zhengliang's ear, "Brother Liang, these individuals are not to be trifled with. They appear to be seasoned killers." Fu Zhengliang's face was contorted with malice. While he could control his temper within the confines of the company, such constraints did not apply outside. He had assumed that dealing with a mere repairman like Zhou Ran would be a simple matter. Faced with a few dozen men, Even if Zhou Ran possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, he would be unable to mount any significant resistance. Yet, Zhou Ran had enlisted the aid of others. A clear sign of disrespect towards him and the Fu family. His son was undoubtedly suffering in prison, and instead of apologizing, Zhou Ran had the audacity to hire protection. Intolerable. The atmosphere grew tense. Helena assumed that Fu Zhengyang and his cohorts were allies of Zhou Ran, while Fu Zhengyang and Zhao Jun believed that Helena's group had been hired by Zhou Ran. The two factions glared at each other, neither willing to initiate hostilities. After a brief pause, Fu Zhengyang waved his hand. I care not who you are. Zhou Ran dared to scheme against my son, and you shall not protect him. He had resolved that if he were to ensnare Zhou Ran, he would render him utterly speechless. He would begin by breaking his limbs, followed by severing his tongue, and then deposit him in a club, fabricating a scenario of refusing to pay a prostitute. In such a case, even if Zhou Ran had connections within the military region, he would be unable to voice his grievances or seek redress. As Fu Zhengyang spoke, his underlings blockaded the entrance to the repair shop. These men were armed with an assortment of weapons, including steel pipes, machetes, and even makeshift firearms. Such a display of force against a mere repairman like Zhou Ran was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Helena was perplexed. Judging by Fu Zhenliang's tone, he did not appear to be allied with Zhou Ran. Wait, there may be a misunderstanding. However, her words were drowned out by the cacophony of the underlings charging forward, and Fu Zhenliang did not hear her. Helena's expression darkened at the sight, and she immediately signaled the Special Forces operatives to engage. She understood the importance of striking first. These Special Forces soldiers underwent rigorous training and had experienced life-and-death situations on the battlefield. In their eyes, a few dozen men were no more than chickens. However, Helena underestimated the resistance of these men, particularly Fu Zhenliang. Despite his refined appearance, he fought with unrestrained ferocity, each blow aimed to kill. For a time, the Special Forces operatives were unable to subdue him. Fu Zhengyang watched as his men fell one by one, his rage threatening to consume him. Zhou Ran, you are more capable than I gave you credit for. You have caused me to lose so many brothers here today, and I will ensure that you repay me tenfold. As events spiraled out of control, Helena swiftly retrieved a miniature pistol from her back. A deafening blast rang out, causing everyone to freeze in their tracks. Staring at Helena in disbelief. Surely there is some misunderstanding here, she announced. You have come to seek trouble with Zhou Ran? Fu Zhenliang's face was a mask of anger. What? Do you think you can resolve this peacefully at this point? I care not who you are. No one can stop me today. Helena issued a curt command, and the Special Forces operatives immediately rallied around her, shielding her. Gentlemen, we have no affiliation with Zhou Ran. We merely came to purchase technology from him. But he refused to sell. To be precise, he is our mutual adversary. Fu Zhenliang paused, momentarily taken aback. He had been mistaken? These individuals were not Zhou Ran's allies. Zhou Ran, meanwhile, observed the unfolding conflict with detached amusement. Suddenly, all eyes turned to him. We were almost fooled by this brat. Since we have all come to settle accounts with him, let us attack together. Helena nodded in agreement, directing the Special Forces operatives to assault Zhou Ran. At that moment, the doors of the repair shop were forcefully breached. Everyone freeze. Hundreds of heavily armed soldiers descended upon the scene, their weapons trained on everyone within the repair shop. Fu Zhenliang and Zhao Jun were dumbfounded, while Helena's expression instantly changed. Chapter 28. Coercion. Above the repair shop, the deafening roar of helicopters filled the air. Yet the thunderous shouts of hundreds of soldiers drowned out all other sounds. Fu Zhenliang, Zhao Jun, and the dozens of subordinates they had brought were momentarily stunned by the sight. They dropped their weapons and crouched silently on the ground. Fu Zhenliang's gaze was icy as he cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Ran, silently vowing retribution in the future. Unaware of Fu Zhenliang's expression, Zhou Ran remained indifferent, considering that Fu Zhenliang might soon be spending his life behind bars. A playful smile crept onto his lips as he produced a metal sphere the size of a ping-pong ball and discreetly tossed it to the ground. The sphere emitted a faint mechanical sound and transformed into a miniature mech, vanishing from sight with a speed beyond the capability of the naked eye. Zhou Ran clearly saw the mech land in Haliana's hand, appearing as though it were a tattoo. Unless one looked closely, it would be nearly impossible to detect. Haliana, oblivious to the additional item in her hand, realized that escaping with so many soldiers of the Daxia kingdom surrounding them was nearly impossible. The mech, which had been resting on Haliana's hand, suddenly disappeared again, this time landing on her mini handgun. No one noticed the mech's movements except for Zhou Ran. who understood that it had already emptied the magazine of Hao Liana's pistol, leaving not a single bullet behind. Hao Liana glanced back at Zhou Ran, surprised to find herself so close to him. If she could use Zhou Ran as a hostage, it would surely deter the soldiers from acting rashly and provide her with a glimmer of hope. In a matter of seconds, she devised a plan to extricate herself from her predicament. With determination, she lunged toward Zhou Ran, executing a roll on the ground. The mini handgun was pressed against Zhou Ran's chin, and her body concealed itself behind him. The soldiers at the entrance of the repair shop, witnessing Zhou Ran being taken hostage, were immediately thrown into disarray. "Drop your weapons, and we'll spare your lives." Hao Liana sneered. "I know you value him greatly. The moment I pull the trigger, Zhou Ran will be dead." Meanwhile, the commanding officer, upon observing Zhou Ran's peril, quickly contacted the military district. The official on the other end was taken aback, having anticipated the special forces would easily deal with a Fuameri in Chapter 29, Negotiations. As Second Grandpa and Li Yuan journeyed to the repair shop, Flying Sword had already disassembled into 5 miniature mechs. 4 of these smaller machines were dispatched to pinpoint the sniper's location, while the primary unit proceeded to disarm the high-yield explosives. Simultaneously, A.U.S. Sniper lay prone within a ditch near the village entrance. He was an elite operative sent by the United States to assist Helena, boasting an unblemished record over several years of service. Esteemed within the U.S. Special Forces, he was a peerless marksman. At that moment, his gaze was fixed through the scope, targeting the adversary's leader to incite chaos. As he meticulously sighted through the scope, his finger poised on the trigger, he received an urgent message from his comrade. "Raoul, situation critical, prepare to engage." Raoul acknowledged the signal, intensifying his focus. Unbeknownst to him, a nearby miniature mech had intercepted their communication and traced his position via electromagnetic wave conduction. The mech approached Raoul stealthily, unleashing a laser beam that instantly pierced his temple. Without uttering a sound or signaling his team, Raoul succumbed, his eyes glazing over as death claimed him. He never detected the approaching danger. Subsequently, the mechs signaled the other 4, marking the locations of the remaining 3 snipers. Almost instantaneously, the other 3 miniature mechs identified their respective targets. Within 5 minutes, the 4 highly trained and seasoned snipers were neutralized without a trace. Helena's meticulously planned strategy was thus largely thwarted. Meanwhile, Flying Sword and Oppo's main unit emitted electromagnetic waves to locate the high-yield explosives. In under 2 minutes, it pinpointed their positions. Precisely, 1 high-yield explosive was planted at each of the village's 4 cardinal points. A single one of these devices possessed enough destructive force to raze the entire village. Detonating all 4 simultaneously would ensure no survivors within hundreds of meters. However, these explosives posed little threat to Flying Sword. Zhou Ran's creations dwarf such devices in power by orders of magnitude. Moreover, this type of explosive technology was obsolete to Zhou Ran, making its disposal trivial. Flying Sword, with its artificial intelligence and terabytes of data, possessed superior disarming skills compared to human experts. The first explosive was dismantled effortlessly and completely destroyed, followed by the second, third, and fourth. Within a mere 5 minutes, all 4 high-yield explosives were disarmed and eliminated, as if they had never been planted. Having completed its mission, Flying Sword signaled Zhou Ran, "Master, all threats neutralized." Almost concurrently, Zhou Ran received the signal from Flying Sword, breathing a sigh of relief. With the threats eliminated, what further recourse did Helena have? However, the secretary was still engaged in negotiations with Helena, attempting to persuade her to release Zhou Ran. Soldiers surrounded the secretary, wary of sniper fire. "Miss Helena, I can concede to your request for Mr. Zhou's technology." Helena retorted coldly, "Verbal assurances are insufficient. A contract must be signed immediately." The secretary, mindful of Zhou Ran's safety, reluctantly agreed. However, as the technology transfer agreement was about to be signed, Zhou Ran suddenly chuckled. Helena's expression hardened. "Mr. Zhou, what amuses you? Please sign the agreement immediately. Noncompliance will have consequences." Zhou Ran shrugged. "And if I refuse to sign, what will you do to me?" Helena was incensed. Every moment wasted increased the danger. She was eager to leave and bring the technology back to the United States. She declared, "Mr. Zhou, not only the life of this leader, but also the safety of the entire village rests in your hands. I trust you will make the right choice." Zhou Ran shook his head. "If you put it that way, I certainly won't sign. I'm curious to see what you'll do to me." The secretary, alarmed by Zhou Ran's words, broke out in a cold sweat. "Mr. Zhou, please consider carefully. This is not the time for obstinacy. Our sacrifice is inconsequential, but hundreds of lives in the village hang in the balance. Technology can be redeveloped, but lost lives are irretrievable. If your stubbornness leads to so many deaths, I would rather not save you. With that, the secretary drew his sidearm, aiming it at Zhou Ran, his face a mask of conflict and reluctance. Having finally persuaded Helena to agree to terms, Zhou Ran's actions had jeopardized everything. The situation became tense as all eyes turned to Zhou Ran. Helena gnashed her teeth, and the secretary was conflicted. Even He Jingjun and Zhao Jun, kneeling on the ground, temporarily forgot their animosity toward Zhou Ran, hoping he would quickly sign the agreement. However, Zhou Ran knew that signing would make him a traitor to his country and people. He could not sign, especially since Flying Sword had already neutralized the threats, leaving him with no concerns. As the various parties watched Zhou Ran, Li Yuan and Second Grandpa arrived near the repair shop. Seeing the soldiers guarding the entrance, Li Yuan instinctively halted, swallowing hard. Dad, something seems amiss. Second Grandpa, far from being afraid, was excited. What are so many soldiers doing here? Are they protecting little Zhou? He brushed off Li Yuan and hurried toward the entrance. Li Yuan followed quickly, worried his father might say something foolish and get shot. However, upon arriving, both were stunned. Why were there Americans here? Second Grandpa nudged the nearest soldier and whispered, "Comrade, what's happening? Why are there American soldiers in our country? Are we going to war? War is good. I can go to the front lines. Don't underestimate me. I was a soldier in my youth, and I was among the top 5 marksmen in my unit." Li Yuan pulled his father back. He realized the situation was not right. Through the gaps in the crowd, he saw Zhou Ran being held by a foreign woman, seemingly being forced to sign something. "Dad, please don't end oppos. T caused trouble. You're still thinking about going to war? Things aren't the same as they used to be." Chapter 30. The dust settles. Elder 2 shot a glare at Li Yuan, his tone laced with irritation. "What is it now? Even at my age, I am no less capable than those youngsters." Yet, as he observed the indifference from those around him, he chose to silence himself, refraining from further pursuit. Just as everyone was eagerly awaiting Zhou Ran and Appo's signature, he unexpectedly turned around. With a sharp crack, his palm struck Haliana's face with startling suddenness. Everyone stood frozen in shock, with Haliana particularly taken aback. You dare to hit me?" she stammered, only to be met with Zhou Ran's second slap. Stunned, Haliana's face flushed with anger. "Zhou Ran, do you intend to drag everyone down with you? Do not forget, there are hundreds of lives in the village." Zhou Ran raised his hand once more, delivering another slap, a hint of mockery dancing on his lips. "Oh, I'm curious to see how you plan to make the villagers accompany me to the grave." Furious, Haliana immediately retrieved a satellite phone. "Raoul, eliminate the target now." However, the line was met with an eerie silence. Panic surged within her as she dialed several numbers. Yet none elicited a response. "This cannot be. There must be some mistake." Zhou Ran chuckled derisively. "Are you waiting for the sniper to take action? You may find yourself sorely disappointed." Haliana's expression darkened, her gaze capable of incinerating Zhou Ran. Suddenly, she recalled her handgun had run out of bullets and the realization dawned upon her. "Did you sabotage it?" Zhou Ran shrugged. "What could I possibly do? I have remained here all along. Perhaps the snipers you brought have simply dozed off?" Haliana dismissed his words as nonsense, trying again in vain to reach them. It was then she comprehended the grim reality. The snipers had likely been dealt with by the military. Yet, she retained her composure, undeterred. "Even if you have disposed of the snipers, so what? The village is still rigged with explosives. You would do well not to act recklessly, for with a mere thought, I could obliterate hundreds of lives." Zhou Ran smiled. "Indeed, your command of the great Xia language is commendable. You even employ idioms well." A sense of foreboding crept into Haliana's mind. It couldn't be that the explosives had been disarmed, could it? The placement of the bombs was a closely guarded secret, known only to the special forces accompanying her. As this thought crossed her mind, a frenzied expression overtook her features. "Since you wish to drag others into your demise, I shall oblige." With that, Haliana produced a remote control from her pocket, custom-made by American experts, boasting a signal range of up to 1,000 meters. She anticipated Zhou Ran's face would betray panic, yet to her dismay, he remained unperturbed. As if he had foreseen this very moment, even displaying a hint of disdain. What she considered a high-tech device was merely an outdated tool in Zhou Ran's eyes, a remote detonation bomb that only the Americans would flaunt, incensed by Zhou Ran's derision. Haliana pressed a button without hesitation. Yet, nothing happened. Expecting a thunderous explosion, she was met with an unsettling silence. The remote seemed to have malfunctioned. "This cannot be. It is absolutely impossible." Frantically, she pressed the button repeatedly, despair washing over her as she fell to her knees. The secretary's heart raced, but upon witnessing the scene unfold, he finally relaxed, holstering his weapon. The soldiers, having endured such prolonged torment, were filled with pent-up frustration. The Americans had infiltrated their home, an intolerable humiliation for every soldier. They awaited the secretary's command to turn these arrogant intruders into Swiss cheese. The secretary cast a deep glance at Zhou Ran and waved his hand. Take them all away. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. At that moment, 2 American Special Forces operatives attempted to resist, but the soldiers behind the secretary, eager for action, mercilessly targeted the 2 unfortunate souls, unleashing a hail of bullets that rendered them lifeless. Haliana's face turned ashen. She had never anticipated such a turn of events. Now, even the American embassy could not save her. Spies are not tolerated in any nation, and what awaited her was either indefinite imprisonment or death. With the 2 operatives dispatched, the military swiftly surged in, capturing the remaining special forces and Haliana. The secretary inhaled deeply before stepping forward to Zhou Ran. Mr. Zhou, thank you. Zhou Ran shook his head. All I could do was this. After all, I am also a citizen of Great Xia. The secretary waved his hand, and the spies and special forces from America were escorted away. The soldiers arrived swiftly and departed just as rapidly, but the trouble had been resolved, allowing Zhou Ran to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Elder Tu and Li Yuan, standing at the entrance, were left dumbfounded by the recent events. Zhou Ran had audaciously struck that foreign woman, and she had not dared to retaliate. The military had even slain the American operatives, bullet casings littering the ground. Once everyone had vacated, the 2 elders slowly regained their composure. Zhou Ran noticed them and approached with a smile. Elder Tu, what brings you here? Elder Tu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Little Zhou, did you really just hit that foreigner? That feels incredibly satisfying. How dare they come to our Great Xia and act so recklessly? They must learn their lesson. Zhou Ran replied, they came to steal from me. And since I have some connections with the military, I had them dealt with. Oh, by the way, Elder Tu, have you encountered any trouble on your way here? Elder Tu smacked his forehead. I almost forgot. I was so engrossed in the excitement. I was having dinner at home and discovered our tractor was missing. I searched the entire village but couldn't find it. Have you seen it? Zhou Ran's expression turned peculiar as he pondered. The tractor is missing? Surely not. Such a large machine would require considerable effort to steal. Did you perhaps forget to bring it home after plowing? Elder Tu shook his head vehemently. That is impossible. The tractor is our family's prized possession. How could I forget? I thought it might have broken down again, which is why I came to find you. Zhou Ran chuckled. Elder Tu, you must have left the tractor in the field. Look over there. As he spoke, Zhou Ran gestured towards the fields. Elder Tu turned to look, and to his astonishment, exclaimed, Oh, the tractor is indeed in the field? Am I seeing things? Li Yuan also spotted the tractor in the fields, equally bewildered. How did the tractor that was just at the front door end up in the field? Chapter 31 Interrogation. Uncle Air scratched his head, his expression somewhat peculiar, mumbling to himself. This doesn't make sense. I was just at the door during dinner. Did I truly forget? The 2 of them were baffled by the situation, yet it was certainly a blessing that the tractor was not lost. Thus, they hurriedly returned home with the tractor, as if they had recovered a precious treasure. Meanwhile, at the military district base, in the interrogation room, the interrogator stared expressionlessly at the captives before him. A few American Special Forces soldiers had their eyes tightly shut, their faces ashen, having resigned themselves to their fate. The beautiful spy, Haliana, was handcuffed, her gaze vacant. She could not fathom why, despite her thorough preparations, everything had ended in abject failure. The interrogator spoke. Speak. Who sent you, and what is your purpose? As a spy, once one's identity is exposed, one must be prepared for death, at the very least, safeguarding any organizational secrets. This is the foremost rule to be adhered to by spies. However, Haliana did not wish to die. She was still young. The world was beautiful, and she longed to see more of it. Moreover, she had already obtained permanent residency in the Great Xia, and even if she were expelled from her organization, she could remain in the Great Xia, perhaps living her life without ever returning to America. Thus, Haliana spoke. I am an American spy from Boston. My purpose in coming to the Great Xia was to make contact with Zhou Ran and acquire first-hand technical data from him. If the situation were to be exposed, I was to eliminate Zhou Ran immediately. The nearby American Special Forces soldiers glared at her with expressions of fury. Haliana, have you gone mad? Have you forgotten your identity? You are divulging organizational secrets. You have betrayed America. The interrogator frowned and said in a deep voice, Take them to another room for separate interrogation. Several soldiers promptly escorted the American Special Forces away, despite their futile struggles. Upon witnessing this, a resolute expression crossed Heoliana's face. Sir, if I divulge the information you seek, will you spare my life? I have permanent residency in the Great Xia. I do not wish to return to America. I have had enough of this life, filled with anxiety. The interrogator looked at Heoliana with astonishment, not immediately choosing to believe her. You are a spy. I harbor doubts about your words. However, if you can reveal the secrets of your organization, I may consider advocating for a reduction in your sentence. Heoliana bit her lip, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. Ask away. I shall tell you everything I know. The interrogator nodded. What you say will need to be verified. So you may have to wait some time for the outcome regarding your case. The first question, how did you enter the Great Xia? Heoliana replied. I have permanent residency in the Great Xia, and am also a technology blogger. Under the guise of an official visit, I traveled to America to undertake an organizational mission, bringing those special forces as my bodyguards. The interrogator furrowed his brow. How did your organization disguise the identities of these special forces? Heoliana smiled lightly. It was quite simple. They entered the Great Xia in batches under the pretense of tourism, then gathered at my location upon receiving their mission, following the organization's directives. The interrogator nodded. This method of entry into the Great Xia was indeed prudent. Even though the technological capabilities of the Great Xia were not inferior to those of America, it would be impossible to thoroughly investigate the identities of all American entrants. There were simply too many variables. The interrogator then inquired, previously, you mentioned having snipers and explosives arranged. Surely that was a bluff? Upon hearing this question, Heoliana's expression changed, her emotions becoming agitated. I did not bluff. The organization has indeed arranged for 4 snipers on standby, located in the village nearest to the repair shop. High explosives have been placed in the 4 corners of the village. I can assure you of this. Without these contingencies, I would never have risked my life to procure technology from Zhou Ran. The interrogator was taken aback. Could it be that Heoliana's communication devices had malfunctioned, preventing her from contacting the snipers? However, the simultaneous failure of the bomb remote control seemed too coincidental to be mere chance. Hence, the interrogator immediately called to inform his superior, as the presence of snipers and explosives posed a significant danger to the villagers. Zhou Ran was also under the watchful eye of the snipers. A moment's inattention could place his life in jeopardy. Before long, the superior arrived, posing the same questions to Heoliana. Her responses remained consistent. She adamantly insisted that the organization had arranged for snipers, providing their names and locations, as well as the locations of the explosives. The superior made a decisive command to send a special operations team to investigate. Although there were only 4 snipers, the threat they posed could surpass that of an entire special forces unit. They were like hidden vipers, ready to strike lethally at any moment. The special operations team cautiously approached the village, spreading out to encircle it, with police dogs leading the way. However, upon reaching the location Heoliana mentioned for the snipers, not a single figure was in sight. The team leader furrowed his brow. Snipers typically remained in one position for an extended period, even days on end. Yet there were no signs of anyone having been there. Spread out and search for the explosives. The special operations team divided into 4 smaller units, heading towards the locations of the explosives. Yet, they found nothing. The sites Heoliana had indicated were entirely devoid of any evidence. Sweat broke out on the team leader's forehead. Could it be that the explosives had been moved? With no snipers and no explosives, the likelihood that the American spy was lying seemed exceedingly high. Realizing this, the team leader promptly reported the situation to his superior. Commander, we have found nothing. The snipers do not exist, and the explosives have not been located. It is highly probable that the spy was deliberately diverting our attention. At that moment, the superior was seated directly before Heoliana, speaking on speakerphone. Upon hearing the team leader's report of finding no snipers or explosives, Heoliana's expression turned ghostly. This is absolutely impossible. The snipers were specifically arranged by the organization. I even spoke with one named Raoul while at the repair shop. I witnessed the installation of the explosives with my own eyes. How could they not be there? The superior chuckled coldly. I cannot answer that question for you. If you are merely acting, I must say your performance is quite impressive. Even I was deceived by you. Heoliana continued to murmur, impossible. I know those individuals. The explosives are programmed to detonate automatically if I am more than 1,000 meters from the village. Why is there no response at all? Chapter 32. Handling the secretary was indeed quite anxious, fearing unexpected circumstances. After all, the lives of hundreds of villagers rested precariously in his hands. Should a high-explosive bomb be inadvertently detonated, the consequences would be catastrophic. Fortunately, the Special Operations team had found nothing, suggesting that Hao Liana was most likely lying, her intent merely to mislead him. Upon receiving the squad leader's report, the secretary quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It became evident that she was indeed deceiving him. At this juncture, her persistence only indicated that her days were numbered. Tears glistened in Hao Liana's eyes. While it was true she was a spy, she was also a living, breathing individual who yearned for a normal life. Yet, the current situation left her in despair. She could not comprehend why everything had spiraled beyond her control. The secretary, too, was puzzled. How could Zhou Ran possibly know her plans? Did he single-handedly neutralize both the sniper threat and the high-explosive bomb? Observing Hao Liana's expression, he noted that it did not convey deceit. She had divulged even the secrets of her organization. Why would she feign ignorance on this matter? With this thought in mind, the secretary promptly summoned expert Yang, instructing the driver to take them to the repair shop. At that moment, Zhou Ran was still working on the vehicle. Upon seeing the secretary and Yang arrive simultaneously, he could surmise their confusion. However, he could not disclose the existence of the artificial intelligence mech yet and could only maintain a FAAD for the time being. Upon entering the repair shop, the secretary got straight to the point. Mr. Zhou, we have interrogated Hao Liana. She claims that the espionage organization indeed deployed a sniper and installed high-explosive explosives in the village. How can you be certain she is lying? Zhou Ran removed his contact lenses and handed them to expert Yang. Chief, these are my newly developed contact lenses capable of receiving video signals. I installed numerous surveillance cameras in the village. I would be alerted at the first sign of any unusual activity. I can assure you, there are neither snipers present nor high-explosive bombs installed. Yang carefully examined the delicate lenses in his hand, his face lighting up with excitement. Mr. Zhou, this technology can be extensively applied in intelligence gathering. Could you please demonstrate how it works? With a smile, Zhou Ran activated the video reception function of the lenses, adjusting the display to project onto the wall of the repair shop. Both the secretary and Yang were astonished. They were certain that such technology was not possessed by the Americans. The video displayed scenes from the village, showing unfamiliar figures approaching from various angles. However, there were no suspicious individuals in sight, let alone any high-explosive devices. Naturally, the footage had been selectively edited by Zhou Ran, omitting any evidence of snipers or the installation of explosives. The secretary marveled, unable to contain his admiration. If it were not for Mr. Zhou's exceptional intellect, we would have surely fallen prey to the spy's deceit, leading to significant losses. After studying the lenses for a while, expert Yang hesitantly inquired, Mr. Zhou, could you disclose the technological principles behind these contact lenses? Zhou Ran nodded. Of course, I initially intended to present this technology to the military district. I was just experimenting. Yang's mouth twitched. To casually develop such advanced technology was no small feat if Zhou Ran were to dedicate himself to serious research. Those of them toiling in the scientific trenches might find themselves retiring prematurely. However, he felt a swell of pride knowing that with young talents like Zhou Ran, the future of scientific advancement in the Daxia country was assured. Zhou Ran subsequently provided Yang with the relevant technical documentation, which delighted Yang immensely. At his age, he lacked for nothing but cherished the opportunity to explore cutting-edge technology. The secretary observed Zhou Ran's unhesitating willingness to share his innovations, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. What was it about this young man, akin to a futuristic gadget, that he frequently unveiled novel creations? Mr. Zhou, Fu Zhengyang has been detained. What do you propose we do about him? Zhou Ran was taken aback. Fu Zhengyang, the individual who brought dozens of men to trouble me? The secretary nodded. I have some understanding of him. He is the president of Zhongtian Group and the father of Fu Yuanhao, who is implicated in the theft of state secrets. Zhou Ran scoffed. Fu Yuanhao's act of stealing state secrets is a grave offense under the law. Fu Zhengliang, as his father, shows no remorse and seeks to retaliate against me. Such a person is a blight on society. The chief can handle him as he sees fit, ideally. He should be imprisoned so that both father and son can reflect on their actions. The secretary nodded. In that case, we shall proceed as you suggest. Fu Zhengliang has a checkered past. He should face the consequences for threatening you. After transferring the contact lens technology, the secretary and expert Yang hurriedly departed. Zhou Ran had little interest in the fate of Fu Zhengliang and his son, as long as they did not interfere with his mech modifications. Zhou Ran completed the repairs on 5 armored vehicles and 5 multifunctional infantry vehicles sent by the military district, converting them into mechs. With this, he was just 4 units shy of upgrading the mech system skills, yet the goal of 3,000 mechs remained a distant target. The revolution was not yet complete. Comrades still needed to strive. 2 days later, Zhou Ran learned from the news that Fu Yuanhao's attempt to steal state secrets had been incontrovertibly proven, resulting in a 10-year prison sentence. His father, Fu Zhengyang, entangled with criminal elements and threatening state researchers, faced charges of exceedingly grave nature. According to informants, Fu Zhengyang had previously been a gang leader who intentionally caused grievous harm, leading to lifelong disabilities, only to later reinvent himself as a businessman. The news ignited a public uproar, with discussions swirling. How could Fu Zhengliang, a man of considerable wealth, make such a blunder? Given his past, he would surely seek vengeance upon those who wronged his son. Wasn't Fu Yuanhao the reckless heir who had stolen state secrets? This was a directive issued by high-ranking military officials, after all. Like father, like son, a rat's offspring will dig holes. Fu Zhengliang was no good. So how could his son be any better? This was poetic justice. While public discourse was not particularly alarming, the stock market's reaction was palpable. Upon news of the arrest of the Fu family, stocks of Zhongtian Group plummeted as shareholders hastily divested their holdings. Within Zhongtian Group, turmoil reigned supreme. The company was never a monolith, and with Fu Zhengyang and Oppo's arrest, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Employees with any foresight had already begun packing their belongings, preparing to flee. However, Zhongtian Group had yet to collapse. Qin Huifang remained steadfast. As Fu Zhengliang's legitimate wife, it was evident she possessed the requisite acumen to remain by his side for over 20 years. Now, amidst the chaos, she was the sole figure capable of stabilizing the situation. Chapter 33. Special Identity. Qin Huifang could not bring herself to believe that her son would engage in the theft of state secrets. Nor could she fathom that Fu Zhengliang would recklessly come to his aid. Perhaps there were undisclosed reasons behind these events. Before Fu Zhengliang's return, she had to ensure the smooth operation of the company. Deep in thought within Fu Zhengliang's office, she was interrupted by the hurried arrival of her secretary. "Madam President," he reported, "since yesterday, the stock price has plummeted by 40%. If we fail to take action, it may hit the limit down today." Qin Huifang cast a cold glance at her secretary. "What are you panicking about? The situation has yet to reach a conclusion. Inform the employees that anyone wishing to resign may collect their salaries and leave immediately. For those willing to stay, their salaries will be doubled." The secretary managed a bitter smile. "Madam President, this is not a fundamental solution. I fear that as long as the president remains absent, our competitors will seize the opportunity to further depress our stock price." In recent days, the secretary had observed a seemingly invisible hand dragging the stock price of Zhongtian Group downward. Unfortunately, no one could halt this decline. As discord had begun to surface within the company, some shareholders perpetuated negative sentiments, spreading rumors that the company was on the brink of collapse. While some seized the opportunity to buy stocks, others were frantically selling, resulting in wild fluctuations in stock prices. Clearly, the downward trend was unstoppable. Qin Huifang glanced at her secretary and, with an impassive expression, declared, "The company still possesses over 10 billion in liquid assets, regardless of who sells stocks. We will buy them back at the opening price to stabilize the stock price as swiftly as possible. Additionally, we will publicize that the Fu family maintains a strong cooperative relationship with the military district and that Fu Zhengliang will soon return to lead the company. Also, arrange my itinerary. I must visit the military district. Prepare 100 million in funds and supplies to show our support." The secretary quickly noted Qin Huifang's plans and set to work. Compared to Fu Yuanhao, Fu Zhengliang's issues were relatively minor. Even if he had some unsavory past, a generous financial contribution could silence the media. After all, Fu Zhengliang had donated considerably over the years, maintaining a favorable public image. By afternoon, Qin Huifang, armed with a bank card and prepared supplies, hastily made her way to the military district. Meanwhile, within an office in the military district, a senior leader received a phone call from Qin Huifang, his expression one of resignation. Although he deemed Fu Zhengliang's situation not particularly grave, the secretary remained adamant, insisting on a serious resolution, which he found difficult to contest. "Madam Qin, this matter may prove troublesome. The secretary is quite resolute, and it seems challenging to resolve the issues surrounding President Fu." Seated in her vehicle, Qin Huifang felt a twinge of anxiety. Typically, Zhongtian Group had donated ample supplies to the military district, and she believed this situation could be minimized. She simply could not comprehend why the commander was so insistent. Was it due to insufficient donations, or perhaps a lack of funds? Upon her arrival at the military district, the senior leader awaited her at the entrance. Madam Qin, when you meet with the commander, please be cautious with your words. He seems rather difficult to approach at the moment. Qin Huifeng nodded, convinced that presenting her prepared offerings would sway the secretary to be lenient. An armed guard escorted Qin Huifeng and the senior leader to the commander's office, where she initiated the greeting. Hello, Commander. I am Qin Huifeng, the wife of Fu Zhengliang, the president of Zhongtian Group. The commander glanced at Qin Huifeng, his voice grave. What brings you here? A sense of unease gripped Qin Huifeng, though she maintained her composure. Commander, I wish to discuss how you intend to handle the situation involving Fu Zhengliang. The commander shook his head. How to handle it is a matter for the courts. It is beyond my jurisdiction. At this moment, the senior leader beside her interjected, Commander, Zhongtian International has previously donated significant supplies to the military district. Before he could finish, the commander waved his hand, cutting him off. Can donating supplies to the military district absolve one of illegal actions? Fu Zhengliang has entangled himself with criminal forces, threatening and retaliating against national research personnel. If the soldiers had not arrived in time, Mr. Zhou might have sustained serious injuries. Who will take responsibility for that? The senior leader offered a weak smile. Is it really that serious? Mr. Zhou is unharmed. Moreover, such news would reflect poorly on the military district, who would dare to donate in the future. The commander slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising in anger. Does our military district survive on donations? We have national funding. Even without it, we must generate our own income. Do you comprehend how crucial Mr. Zhou is to us? I can do without many things, but we absolutely cannot do without Mr. Zhou. At that moment, Qin Huifeng discreetly retrieved a card from her bag, placing it on the corner of the desk. Commander, Zhongtian Group is prepared to donate 100 million to the military district, along with 30 million in supplies to improve the living conditions of the soldiers. The commander's expression darkened immediately. Do you realize what you are doing? You are essentially bribing me. Qin Huifeng quickly clarified, Commander, you misunderstand. This is a donation to the military district, not a personal gift for you. The commander grew even angrier. So Fu Zhengliang can simply throw money around to evade legal consequences? What purpose do we serve as defenders of the nation? The soldiers protect law-abiding citizens, not lawless thugs like Fu Zhengliang. The senior leader again attempted to mediate. Commander, the situation isn't as dire as it seems. Your word alone could resolve this for Fu Zhengliang. If the repercussions are minimal, we could downplay the incident. He can simply be more cautious in the future. The commander shook his head, his demeanor unyielding. No negotiations. Fu Zhengliang must face serious consequences. No pleas will be entertained. Unable to contain his frustration, the senior leader pressed on. Commander, what extraordinary contribution has Mr. Zhou made? Is it truly necessary to pursue an exemplary private entrepreneur over him? A wry smile crept onto the commander's lips. An exemplary private entrepreneur? If he were indeed exemplary, would he have brought dozens of people to block the gates of a repair shop? Do you know who Zhou Ran is? The senior leader was taken aback. Isn't Zhou Ran the mechanic? The commander opened a drawer and produced a document, flinging it onto the desk. Take a look for yourself. Zhou Ran's importance to our military district is irreplaceable. The military district could function without you, but it absolutely cannot do so without Zhou Ran. The senior leader glanced at the document, stunned. This grants Mr. Zhou the title of National Special Level Research Outstanding Contribution Talent. Fewer than a handful of individuals in the entire Great Xia nation hold this title, signifying not only influence in the realm of research, but also various privileges. Not only would it be inconceivable to sacrifice Fu Zhengliang for Zhou Ran, but even if Zhou Ran were to inadvertently harm Fu Zhengliang, he would not bear any consequences. Chapter 34. The backdoor. The senior leaders were acutely aware that possessing this formidable document was akin to holding a get-out-of-jail-free card. Not only was Fu Zhengliang powerless against Zhou Ran, even the secretary could not act against him at will. There was no room for negotiation. Fu Zhengliang was beyond salvation. Upon observing the expressions of the senior leaders, Qin Huifeng quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Her complexion paled instantly. Without Fu Zhengliang, the vast empire of the Fu family was far beyond her capacity to manage as a mere woman. Chief, is there truly no other recourse? She implored. The secretary shook his head, stating that Zhou Ran's contributions to high-tech innovations warranted national protection of his research endeavors. Any attempts to harm him would be met with severe repercussions. A bitter smile crept across Qin Huifeng's face. With the state as his backing, no one could lay a finger on Zhou Ran. Fu Zhengyang's audacity in provoking Zhou Ran was akin to a birthday celebrant hanging themselves, inviting their own demise. The secretary disregarded Qin Huifeng's lament, casting a sidelong glance at the senior leaders. Let us set aside Fu Zhengyang's issues for now. Are you not giving Zhou Ran the attention he deserves? His current significance to the military district may surpass our own. The senior leader frowned slightly. Chief, our soldiers bear the responsibility of defending our homeland. Even if Zhou Ran is recognized as a talent by the state, can it be said that his role is greater than ours? The secretary interjected firmly, do not underestimate Zhou Ran's influence. If the technology within his mind could be applied to our weaponry, it would greatly enhance our military district's combat capabilities. Would we then hold such significance? The senior leader found himself at a loss for words, casting a glance at Qin Huifeng that conveyed helplessness. She sighed inwardly. Recognizing that Fu Zhengliang and his son were doomed, the Fu family was likewise doomed. Nevertheless, Qin Huifeng retained the bank card and arranged for supplies to be delivered, a small act of kindness for Fu Zhengliang and his son. The military district operated with remarkable efficiency. The evidence against Fu Yuanhao for stealing state secrets was irrefutable, and a court ruling was imminent. Even without evidence, given Zhou Ran's current standing, a single word from him could seal Fu Yuanhao's fate. Fu Zhengyang was even easier to deal with, as his extensive criminal history provided ample material for his downfall. Due to Zhou Ran's unique status, the court swiftly clarified all charges against Fu Zhengliang and Fu Yuanhao, delivering a judgment in less than 2 days. The verdict declared, criminal Fu Zhengliang, entangled with organized crime 20 years ago, engaged in actions that resulted in the deaths of 3 individuals and injuries to over 50, subsequently concealing his identity and establishing Zhangtian Group with illicit funds, engaging in malicious competition, disrupting market order, and retaliating against rivals. His crimes are heinous and thoroughly substantiated. He is sentenced to death, deprived of political rights for life, and ordered to pay civil compensation of 36,800,000. Criminal Fu Yuanhao, guilty of stealing state secrets, purchasing and using hallucinogenic drugs, and violating 87 women, with extremely adverse effects. The evidence is irrefutable. He is sentenced to death, deprived of political rights for life, and ordered to pay civil compensation of 13,600,000. As soon as the verdict was announced, the media erupted in fervent coverage. The local populace rejoiced at the downfall of the Fu family. Many who had suffered under their tyranny could finally witness their just deserts. Those two were nothing but trouble. They deserved this long ago. Directly sentenced to death. What a self-inflicted fate. I hear there's no chance of parole. The heavens have truly opened their eyes. The public buzzed with excitement, eager to uncover the identity of the individual capable of toppling such a formidable figure as Fu Zhengyang. Those influencers who had attended the gatherings were privy to the news even earlier and were shaken upon learning that both Fu Zhengliang and Fu Yuanhao had been sentenced. A moment's reflection revealed the likely culprit. Fu Yuanhao must have crossed Zhou Ran. Yet, the question Li Chapter 35. Resources. Zhou Ran was currently in dire need of resources and was more than willing to accept Wang Jia's kindness. However, just as Wang Jia was about to start a live stream on her phone, several sports cars pulled up outside the repair shop. A few internet celebrities rushed over, pushing Wang Jia aside. Mr. Zhou, you are truly remarkable. You managed to take down Fu Zhengyang and Fu Yuanhao, those two troublemakers. You have no idea how influential Fu Zhengyang is locally. Hardly anyone dares to challenge him. And yet, you took him down effortlessly, simply incredible. I always said that Fu Yuanhao, that fool, would be in for trouble after crossing you. Wang Jia was left speechless, astonished by the shamelessness of these individuals. Previously, they had fawned over Fu Yuanhao, and now they were turning their affections towards Zhou Ran. Initially, Zhou Ran had no intention of engaging with these opportunistic influencers. However, the task of acquiring 3,000 mechas indeed required a substantial amount of resources, and it was uncertain how long it would take to accumulate enough from the military district. Therefore, any additional avenues to expedite progress would be welcome. With a smile, Zhou Ran inquired, "Are you all here to live stream at my place as well?" The influencers exchanged glances, their faces reflecting eagerness. "Mr. Zhou, we don't need you to do anything. Just let us stream here, and we'll share 70% of the earnings with you." Wang Jia's jaw dropped. She was already feeling the pinch giving away 60%. But these influencers were even more ruthless, willing to part with 70% of their earnings for Zhou Ran. They expected Zhou Ran to readily agree, but to their surprise, he shook his head. You need not share the earnings with me. I simply enjoy repairing things. If you could bring your friends and family here for repairs, that would be far more beneficial than splitting the profits. To refuse free money, how can such a fool exist in this world? The influencers murmured internally, questioning Zhou Ran's sanity in the realm of technological research. Yet, no one dared voice their thoughts. They kept them to themselves. After all, the fates of Fu Yuanhao and Fu Zhengyang served as cautionary tales. If even someone as formidable as Fu Zhengyang was easily dealt with by Zhou Ran, it was clear how significant his influence was. Mr. Zhou, are there any restrictions here? For instance, what can or cannot be filmed? Zhou Ran waved his hand dismissively. There is nothing here that cannot be filmed. But if you all stream from the repair shop, the space might be a bit cramped. I suggest you stream outside instead. The influencers were about to argue that the repair shop had ample space to accommodate several live streams simultaneously when they spotted another convoy of sports cars approaching from down the road. And their expressions soured. Goodness, why are so many people arriving at once? There won't be enough space for everyone to stream simultaneously, and Mr. Zhou still has work to do. We can't all crowd into the repair shop, can we? Perhaps we should wait until everyone arrives and discuss a staggered streaming schedule? As they spoke, the group of influencers turned to Zhou Ran, awaiting his decision. Zhou Ran chuckled. This place is too small to accommodate so many people. You may discuss amongst yourselves. Splitting into shifts is perfectly acceptable. Before long, the convoy of influencers arrived, spotting others already in conversation with Zhou Ran and hurriedly disembarking their vehicles. Among them were not only those who had attended previous gatherings, but also new influencers drawn by word of Zhou Ran's prowess. One of the leaders rushed forward, exclaiming, Mr. Zhou, we wish to live stream here as well. We can share the earnings with you. Wang Jia and the earlier group of influencers were taken aback. How was it that everyone had the same idea? Zhou Ran remained consistent, not demanding a share of the earnings. He simply wanted assistance in drawing and business. Naturally, the influencers eagerly agreed, viewing the repair costs as negligible compared to the revenue they could generate from streaming at Zhou Ran's location, where fan engagement would yield profits many times over their investment in repairs. They quickly realized that Zhou Ran likely did not lack for money. He might be some affluent scion, merely seeking to experience life outside his typical confines. Climbing the proverbial tree of Zhou Ran was far more valuable than worrying about profit sharing. As the group of influencers discussed logistics, no one dared to cause a ruckus. All engaged in rational deliberation. With so many of us streaming, it will undoubtedly impact Mr. Zhou's work. We must establish some guidelines. Let's count how many of us there are and split into two groups, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays for one group, and Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays for the other. Leaving Sunday for Mr. Zhou to manage as he sees fit. That's a splendid idea. It would be best to also divide each day into morning and afternoon sessions, allowing everyone 2 hours to stream without interference. The influencers reached a consensus and began organizing themselves, arranging their schedules accordingly. Zhou Ran, however, remained focused on repairing vehicles, undisturbed. The sight of so many sports cars stirred his ambition, if only he could modify these vehicles into mechas. Leveling up his mecha skills to 20 would grant him access to the coveted artificial intelligence core as a reward from the system. Yet, he required abundant resources. Transforming the mechas was merely the first step. He still needed to upgrade the mechas equipped with the AI core further. The flying sword, while seemingly powerful, was merely the initial form of a mecha. According to the system's description, a fully realized AI mecha could reach heights exceeding 50 meters, capable of inducing seismic tremors with the slightest movement. As Zhou Ran pondered how to acquire more resources, the influencers finalized their plan. However, they needed Zhou Ran's approval. One influencer approached him, holding a sheet of paper. Mr. Zhou, we've come to an agreement. Here is our proposed schedule. Please let us know if it suits you. Zhou Ran snapped back to attention, quickly scanning the document. The timing appeared reasonable, as he generally remained at the shop. If any repairs necessitated closing, he would inform them in advance. Please leave your contact information, he instructed. The influencer beamed, eager to jot down Zhou Ran's details. However, they were taken aback when Zhou Ran produced a relic from his pocket, a phone resembling a brick from a bygone era. Long ago. This device was referred to in the Great Xia as a Big Brother phone, costing several thousand, yet it had nearly vanished from use. The influencer stared in disbelief, their eyes widening. Mr. Zhou, where on earth did you acquire this? It's practically an antique. You won't consider selling it, will you? I could offer you a modern smartphone worth over 10,000. Of course, Zhou Ran's phone was not an antique. It was a device of his own invention, capable of direct satellite communication and precise location tracking. Most importantly, he had exploited vulnerabilities in the satellite network, allowing him to make calls entirely free of charge. This phone is my own creation, not the antiquated device you speak of. And as for your offer of a modern smartphone, I must decline. Those devices have long been proven to have system vulnerabilities, and a great deal of sensitive information from the Great Xia has been leaked through them. Chapter 36. Arrangements made the influencer felt a tinge of awkwardness and refrained from mentioning the fruit machine again. Internally, she chastised herself for being foolish. How could someone like Zhou Ran, a tech enthusiast, possibly care about the price of a mobile phone? With everything settled, some influencers prepared to commence their live broadcasts according to schedule. As Wang Jia was the first to arrive, his stream was scheduled at the forefront, prompting the others not broadcasting simultaneously to depart. However, a few discreetly retrieved several items from the car and, when no one was watching, handed them to Zhou Ran. Zhou Ran, bemused, politely declined their kind gesture. At this moment, Wang Jia had already adjusted the camera, focusing on Zhou Ran, who was busy repairing a vehicle. Dear viewers, he began, after a brief delay due to minor issues. Today's live content features none other than the illustrious Zhou Deshun repairing cars. Take a look at the backdrop. It is indeed Zhou Deshun's workshop. Upon seeing the repair shop, the audience's spirits lifted, and a flurry of comments flooded the screen. Haha, finally. We can see Zhou Deshun again. Could you please move your face aside? We want a glimpse of Zhou Deshun's handsome visage. Could the host inquire about Zhou Deshun's family background? How did he manage to outmaneuver Fu Zhongliang? Exactly. Is Zhou Deshun set to inherit a vast fortune if he stops fixing cars? Noticing these comments, Wang Jia couldn't help but twitch his lips. He too was curious about Zhou Ran's true identity, yet apart from the widely known details, there was little information available online. It was evident to any discerning individual that Zhou Ran's identity was meant to remain confidential. He chuckled lightly, preparing to shift the topic. Dear viewers, I too am unaware of Zhou Deshun's identity. If you wish to know more, you might as well ask him directly. The audience was instantly displeased, and suddenly, the focus shifted towards Zhou Ran. What Zhou Deshun? How significant can a mechanic be? Why the secrecy around his identity? Does he believe himself to be someone important? Indeed, now that he is famous, he must have earned quite a fortune and looks down upon us, the ones who support him. Fame tends to make people forget their roots. Who does he think he is? Unfollowed. Wang Jia's expression darkened upon reading these comments. It was evident that someone was trying to incite a stir, aiming to expose Zhou Ran's identity. The thought of Fu Yuanhao being sentenced for leaking state secrets sent a shiver down his spine. Could these individuals be foreign spies? Upon checking the profiles of those who posted the comments, he discovered they were all recently registered accounts. Without hesitation, Wang Jia reported the individuals demanding to uncover Zhou Ran's identity to the backend. Soon, feedback from the backend confirmed his suspicions. The report was valid, and these individuals had indeed accessed the platform through technical means to create their accounts. As their accounts were suspended, the live stream became considerably quieter. Just as Wang Jia prepared to continue the broadcast, several young women exited a taxi, heading straight for the repair shop. Zhou Deshun, we have come to see you. Zhou Ran glanced up, surprised to see a few girls who had attended the influencer gathering. While Wang Jia continued his stream, the girls showed no restraint. Rushing to Zhou Ran's side. Zhou Deshun, we are immensely grateful. If it weren't for your help, we might have fallen victim to that scoundrel. Zhou Ran chuckled lightly. You should thank the soldiers. I did nothing significant. One of the bolder girls, her cheeks flushed, gazed at Zhou Ran with anticipation. She had always admired him and believed he must have called in military assistance to rescue them from Fu Yuanhao. The thought of dating such an exceptional man thrilled her. It would undoubtedly bring her prestige. Zhou Deshun, do you have a girlfriend? Zhou Ran smiled. I'm truly sorry, but I already have a girlfriend. He did not intend to publicly acknowledge his relationship with Qin Xiaoxiao. He merely sought a way to decline this girl's advances. In his view, she seemed driven by vanity, eager to flaunt his status or leverage his influence to become an influencer herself. Hearing Zhou Ran's response, the girl's eyes brimmed with tears. Her lips pressed tightly together. At school, she was accustomed to having boys vying for her attention, and with her charming personality, she was regarded as a campus sweetheart. Moreover, she believed her looks were commendable, presuming that a tech enthusiast like Zhou Ran was likely single and would welcome the attention of a beautiful girl. Unfortunately, she had overestimated her allure and underestimated Zhou Ran's taste. The other girls watched Zhou Ran with wide eyes, incredulous. Mr. Zhou, Anren is quite the campus darling. Countless boys have tried and failed to win her over. Are you truly not considering her? Do you look down on our Anren? Zhou Ran shook his head, reiterating. I have already stated that I have a girlfriend. The girls were about to inquire further when Qin Xiaoxiao approached, carrying a bowl of an unknown dish. Zhou Ran, come and taste this new dish I've created. Initially, Qin Xiaoxiao hadn't noticed the girls until she entered the repair shop. As the girls turned to see her, they suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment. Wow, she exudes such elegance. Could she possibly be Mr. Zhou's girlfriend? Anren murmured, perhaps we should retreat. Mr. Zhou's girlfriend is so stunning. I seem to pale in comparison. The girls whispered among themselves, while Qin Xiaoxiao remained unfazed, confident in her own charm. She was proud of her looks and talents, recognizing that these seemingly innocent yet cunning girls were evidently not Zhou Ran's type. Upon seeing Qin Xiaoxiao, Zhou Ran secretly sighed in relief. Finally, her arrival might prompt these girls to withdraw. Anren stared at Qin Xiaoxiao for a few moments before letting out a sigh. No wonder Zhou Ran had no interest in her. His girlfriend was far superior. Qin Xiaoxiao glanced at Anren and smiled. Hello, I am Qin Xiaoxiao, a graduate student from MIT. Zhou Ran and I are alumni. The girls were momentarily taken aback. How could they possibly compete? In terms of physique and beauty, Anren was no match for Qin Xiaoxiao, and academically, she was leagues behind. Moreover, they had likely known each other for years, making it improbable for anyone to swoop in and steal Zhou Ran away. Anren lowered her head, hurriedly pulling her companions out of the repair shop. Once the girls had left in their taxi, Qin Xiaoxiao turned to Zhou Ran, a playful smile gracing her lips. Zhou Ran, your charm is quite remarkable. They came all this way to confess their feelings for you, and yet you turned them down? Zhou Ran chuckled wryly. Those girls are a bit naive. I simply don't have the time to entertain such matters. With crescent-shaped eyes, Qin Xiaoxiao felt a swell of joy. Chapter 37. The female bodyguard Qin Xiaoxiao watched as Zhou Ran finished his meal, leaving with a satisfied demeanor. Her daily routine now revolved around preparing meals for him and scavenging for small gadgets from the repair shop, which she would then study at her leisure. Whenever she encountered something perplexing, she would approach Zhou Ran for clarification, reveling in the joy of this arrangement. Meanwhile, in the military district conference room, the secretary sat at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping over the attendees. Today's meeting was convened to discuss a pressing issue, but first, everyone was instructed to review a document. The secretary then directed the guard to distribute the file concerning Zhou Ran's identification. As the mid-level leaders perused the contents, astonishment flickered across their faces. Zhou Ran, at such a tender age, had astonishingly attained the title of national-level research talent, revealing immense potential. After a few moments, the secretary broke the silence, inviting thoughts and suggestions from the assembly. A leader on the left commented, I have watched his videos on aircraft repair and the formulation of that coolant. I also heard he developed an artificial intelligence tractor. Zhou Ran is truly a gem of a talent. The secretary nodded in agreement, recognizing that such a person could forsake the bountiful opportunities in the United States to return home and contribute to his community. We must not let this talent feel disheartened, he added, emphasizing the importance of Zhou Ran's safety. Previously, spies and special forces from the U.S. had approached him with ease, intending to abduct him and seize his technology, which posed a significant threat. At this juncture, another leader proposed, Chief, I believe we should dispatch a special operations team to ensure his safety and prevent any recurrence of past incidents. The secretary waved his hand dismissively. Zhou Ran is unwilling to come to the military district. We cannot force him. Deploying a special forces team would only reveal his identity to foreign entities. We must devise an alternative approach. The room fell into a contemplative silence until another suggestion arose. Chief, we could assign exceptional female special forces members to protect Zhou Ran. This would ensure both his safety and assistance in his daily life, a perfect duality. The secretary's eyes lit up as he nodded. This idea holds merit. Female operatives are often overlooked, and foreign spies would likely not suspect her true role as a bodyguard. Let us proceed with this plan. Prepare to select suitable candidates promptly. After the meeting concluded, the instructor responsible for training the special forces lingered behind. The secretary glanced at him and inquired, Do you have something to add? The instructor hesitated. Chief, female special forces members are quite scarce, and outstanding ones are rare gems. Would it not be a waste of resources to assign one to protect a young man? The secretary replied sternly, How could this be considered a waste? The technology in Zhou Ran's mind is coveted by those in the U.S. Even Old Yang is willing to assist him. If his innovations can be widely applied to military equipment, the combat effectiveness of our soldiers will be greatly enhanced. The instructor sighed, Chief, I do have a commendable candidate, but I fear Zhou Ran may be distracted. The secretary smirked. Oh, is she particularly attractive? The instructor awkwardly admitted. She is the belle of our special forces. If she were assigned, the other members would surely resent me. The secretary chuckled. Even better. Foreign spies may mistakenly believe she is Zhou Ran's girlfriend, serving as a smokescreen to confuse the enemy. Unbeknownst to Zhou Ran, the military district had reached this decision. He remained engrossed in modifying vehicles. The car he had received earlier was now completed, and he only needed to enhance 4 more mechas to upgrade his mecha skills. One day, shortly after his meal, 3 internet celebrities were live streaming when Wang Jia brought a wealthy young man to the repair shop. Upon meeting, Wang Jia hurriedly introduced them. Anxious to prevent any awkwardness, Zhou Ran, this is my wealthy friend, Tian Kai, whom I mentioned earlier. Before Wang Jia could finish, Tian Kai eagerly extended his hand. Brimming with excitement. Zhou Ran, hello? I'm your fan. Could I trouble you for an autograph? He produced a pen and a shirt for Zhou Ran to sign. Zhou Ran, amused, scribbled his name. Tian Kai's eyes sparkled upon seeing the signature, envisioning the frenzy it would incite among fans. By the way, Zhou Ran, I've brought 5 cars for you to modify at your leisure. Even if they get damaged, it's no concern. Wang Jia's expression shifted. Tian Kai. Zhou Ran's skills are unparalleled. He wouldn't ruin your cars. My vehicle is even more comfortable than when I first bought it after Zhou Ran worked on it. Tian Kai nodded vigorously. Exactly. If a tractor can rejuvenate under Zhou Ran's hands, imagine what a sports car could do. As the trio conversed, a strikingly graceful woman emerged from a jeep and confidently entered the repair shop. Wang Jia and Tian Kai stared in awe, as did the live-streaming influencers. The woman, exuding a warm smile, bypassed Wang Jia and Tian Kai, approaching Zhou Ran directly. Mr. Zhou, hello. I am Su Mingjia, a member of the 5th Division of the Military District's Special Operations Team, assigned to ensure your safety. Wang Jia and Tian Kai exchanged incredulous glances, astounded by the revelation. What? A military special forces member? Assigned to protect Zhou Ran? Even Zhou Ran himself was taken aback. He felt fully capable of self-defense and had no need for protection. He had previously declined the Secretary's proposal to dispatch special forces, wishing to keep his secrets concealed. Miss, I appreciate the Secretary's good intentions, but please inform him that I am quite safe here and require no protection. Su Mingjia shook her head. I only follow orders from my superiors. If Mr. Zhou is dissatisfied with my presence, he may communicate with the chief. My duty is to ensure your personal safety and assist with your daily needs. Zhou Ran contemplated contacting the secretary to express his concerns. Yet the secretary insisted on Su Mingjia remaining by Zhou Ran's side. Wang Jia and Tian Kai exchanged wide-eyed looks, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. This was extraordinary. The chief of the military district personally arranged for a special forces member to protect Zhou Ran. What an honor. Zhou Ran felt helpless. As Su Mingjia remained steadfastly indifferent to his protests, maintaining a 5-meter distance, which she deemed a safety radius. Should any danger arise, she would be prepared to respond instantly, ensuring Zhou Ran's protection. Subsequently, Su Mingjia retrieved bedding from the jeep and tidied a corner of the repair shop, seemingly preparing to reside there permanently. Chapter 38. Skill Upgrade. The influencers currently live-streaming were acutely aware that certain matters should remain undisclosed. Although viewers inquired about the situation, they all feigned ignorance or claimed that the enchanting woman was merely a friend of the esteemed Zhou. Wang Jia had previously cautioned Tian Kai about Zhou Ran's unique identity, urging him to avoid provoking him at all costs. Thus, Tian Kai kept this firmly in mind, especially considering the unfortunate fate that had befallen Fu Yuanhao. After leaving several vehicles at the repair shop, Tian Kai hurriedly departed. Wang Jia's livestream had concluded as well, and she followed suit. Once all the influencers had concluded their broadcasts, Su Mingjia inquired, Mr. Zhou, what would you like for your meal? What is your preference? Zhou Ran waved his hand dismissively. No need. I can prepare something myself. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Xiaoxiao entered, carrying a bowl of fried sauce noodles. Upon noticing Su Mingjia closely trailing Zhou Ran, Qin Xiaoxiao couldn't suppress a pout. Zhou Ran, who is this? Su Mingjia instinctively moved to shield Zhou Ran behind her upon hearing the voice. However, realizing that Qin Xiaoxiao was merely delivering food, she relaxed slightly. Miss, you may place the food here. Mr. Zhou is currently a protected individual, and I must ensure his safety. Qin Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. How had Zhou Ran suddenly become a priority for protection? Zhou Ran clarified, "This is Su Mingjia, a special forces member assigned by the military district to safeguard me." Qin Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, feeling that the military's actions were excessive. Of course, if the bodyguard had been male, she would have harbored fewer thoughts on the matter. "Zhou Ran, this is the fried sauce noodles I made for you. Please, give it a try." As she spoke, Qin Xiaoxiao moved closer to Zhou Ran, but Su Mingjia promptly extended her hand to block her. "I'm sorry, but I will be responsible for Mr. Zhou's diet from now on." Qin Xiaoxiao shot Zhou Ran a glance, visibly irritated. Can a bodyguard dictate what he eats or drinks? Furthermore, you know nothing of Zhou Ran's tastes. Why must you oversee his meals? Su Mingjia responded sternly. Mr. Zhou's current status is rather special. Foreign spies covet his technology and may pose a threat to him. Therefore, I must thoroughly inspect anyone or anything that approaches Mr. Zhou. Zhou Ran chuckled ruefully. Su Mingjia, must you be so serious? Eating something won't lead to disaster. Nevertheless, Su Mingjia stubbornly shook her head. Mr. Zhou, this is a military directive. I will report daily to the military district, documenting Mr. Zhou's meals, sleep schedule, and all individuals he has interacted with. Seeing Su Mingjia's unwavering stance, Qin Xiaoxiao reluctantly handed the fried Chapter 39 military exercises. The mission was accomplished, and Zhou Ran decided to return the 10 vehicles sent by the military district. However, for the sake of his own safety, he intended to send back only 2, an armored vehicle and a multifunctional infantry vehicle. He made a call to the secretary, requesting someone to come collect the vehicles. Before long, Expert Yang and several special forces members arrived at the repair shop. After a thorough inspection of the armored and multifunctional infantry vehicles, Yang was left astounded. The armored vehicle was in a state of disrepair, nearly beyond repair. Yet Zhou Ran had managed to restore it in just a few days. Moreover, he had not only repaired the vehicle but had also reinforced its exterior with high-strength alloy steel, rendering it impervious to armor-piercing rounds. The internal functionalities had been significantly enhanced, incorporating an anti-jamming system, autonomous driving capabilities, and the ability to emit jamming signals. The combat effectiveness of the armored vehicle had been vastly improved, equating to at least 10 standard armored vehicles. The multifunctional infantry vehicle had also been upgraded with stealth armor, easily evading radar detection. Its interior space had been considerably expanded, complete with autonomous driving, anti-jamming systems, and satellite navigation. Yang and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement, almost wishing to embrace the 2 vehicles in fervor. However, he quickly recalled another pressing matter and rushed into the repair shop. Su Mingjia, familiar with Yang and several of the special forces members, did not impede his entry. Yang exclaimed, "Mr. Zhou, where are the remaining vehicles?" Zhou Ran raised an eyebrow. "Yang, wasn't it said that the vehicles were a gift to me? Why do you wish to retrieve them?" Yang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Mr. Zhou, I mean no offense. It is impossible for the military district to reclaim what was given to you. I merely wish to see if the other vehicles possess the same attributes as these 2. Zhou Ran chuckled. "There's no difference. The remaining vehicles utilize the same technology as the 2 outside." Yang grinned. "Mr. Zhou, may I propose a matter for discussion?" Zhou Ran, puzzled, wondered why Yang couldn't simply state his request. Yang led Zhou Ran to a corner and whispered, "The major military districts are about to engage in secret military exercises, and those ranked higher will receive substantial rewards, while those ranked lower will face penalties. I have just inspected the armored and infantry vehicles you repaired, and their combat capabilities are nearly 10 times greater than those of standard vehicles." Zhou Ran understood the implications, recalling that their military district had often ranked low in previous exercises. Yang sighed. "Indeed, our weaponry and equipment cannot compare to those of other districts, resulting in a vicious cycle of underperformance." Suddenly, Yang's excitement returned. "Mr. Zhou, I had little hope for this year's exercises, but having seen your repairs, I believe we can make a significant change. The military district could do without the vehicles you have fixed. Could we borrow them for use during the exercise? I assure you they will be returned to you intact once it concludes." Zhou Ran stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before deciding to assist the military district. "Of course, you may use the vehicles. I also have newly developed weapons that you may test for effectiveness." Yang could hardly believe his ears, seizing Zhou Ran's hand. "Mr. Zhou, are you certain you wish to lend the newly developed weapons to the military district?" Zhou Ran chuckled. "It's merely a loan. If you desire them, you may exchange something in return." Yang was confident that whatever Zhou Ran offered would be cutting edge, and should they debut during the exercises, they would undoubtedly attract attention from the other districts. The two discussed the arrangement for over an hour, after which Yang instructed the special forces to take Zhou Ran's newly developed weapons, along with the armored and infantry vehicles, as they departed. Meanwhile, at the command center for the military exercises, leaders from various military districts had gathered. This year's exercises will undoubtedly see our Xia Bei military district take first place. Not necessarily. Our Xiadong military district has introduced numerous innovations this year. It seems unlikely you will secure the top spot. Our Xiaxi military district is equally formidable. While we want to contend for first or second, third place is certainly within our grasp. As they spoke, the leaders cast glances at the secretary, their expressions tinged with schadenfreude. Your military district has been languishing at the bottom for several years. If you do not find a way to change this, you will continue to be overshadowed. Indeed, it's crucial to allocate funds wisely. National subsidies should be utilized effectively. I heard Yang has developed new equipment. Your district should be able to avoid being last this year, right? The secretary remained silent, for Yang had already informed him about borrowing several impressive items from Zhou Ran, ensuring that this year's exercises would astonish the other districts. Thus, the secretary remained composed, having witnessed Zhou Ran's capabilities firsthand, and he had great confidence in him. Of course, the final ranking would ultimately depend on the effectiveness of the equipment Yang brought. At that moment, the secretary felt a surge of excitement. The Southwest Military District had been at the bottom for several consecutive years, severely lacking in both funding and resources. Were it not for this, the district would not have accepted Fu Xingliang's donations. Now, with Zhou Ran providing weaponry and equipment, the Southwest Military District would surely be able to escape its position at the bottom. The overall commander, noting that the various military districts were prepared, announced the official commencement of the exercises. The Southwest Military District, as usual, had armored and infantry vehicles that were several years old, discarded by other districts. However, Yang had arranged for the special forces to replace those vehicles with the 10 that Zhou Ran had restored. He could envision how these 5 armored and infantry vehicles would shine on the battlefield, and with Zhou Ran's latest weaponry, it would certainly leave the other districts in awe. On the battlefield, soldiers and equipment from various military districts were in position, with the Southwest Military District as contingent of over 1,000 troops dispersed across designated locations. All armored and infantry vehicles concentrated in the center. In fact, many of these soldiers were unaware that several vehicles had been replaced. Having ranked at the bottom for years, these soldiers were eager to prove themselves, hoping for a change in their fortunes. As in previous years, the objective of the exercises was to seize the central high ground. Regardless of the methods employed, the first military district to capture it would be declared the winner. However, the Southwest Military District had always been overwhelmed by others. Unable to compete, the secretary sat at the main table, engaging in light-hearted banter with leaders from other districts. So, do you have any confidence in at least avoiding last place this year? Indeed, having finally secured second to last year, it would be unfortunate to drop back to the very bottom this time. The other district leaders jested. The secretary of the Southwest Military District smiled. I dare not say. After so many years at the bottom, one becomes accustomed to it. However, this year truly holds promise for change. Let us wait and see. A nearby leader grinned. I hope so. After all, your weaponry is still what we have deemed obsolete. This year, you'll likely continue to run in the back. Chapter 40. The ongoing exercise. The location selected for this military exercise is in the hilly terrain near the Southwest Military District, centered around a modest earthen mound standing less than 500 meters tall. The scope of the exercise spans a 10-kilometer radius surrounding this mound, with each military district occupying a position according to its geographical orientation. According to the exercise regulations, the participating units are limited to 5,000, which include 3,000 soldiers. Each armored vehicle counts as 5 units, while an infantry transport vehicle counts as 1. Naturally, the Southwest Military District, led by the secretary, is allocated the southwestern position of the mound. During the exercise, under normal circumstances, soldiers from different military districts operate independently, although there may be instances of 2 or more districts collaborating in unique situations. When one military district and oppose's overall strength significantly surpasses that of the others, it may prompt a coalition against it. This year and oppose's military exercise, like its predecessors, sees the Southwest Military District advancing at a leisurely pace, while the other districts hasten towards the central high ground. The leaders of various military districts gathered at the command center, fixed their gaze intently on the projector, where all battlefield occurrences are monitored by drones transmitting footage in real time. One senior officer, observing the Southwest Military District's slow progress, could not suppress a chuckle. "Old phone. How long has it been for your district? Why do you always seem to be in this predicament?" Another officer chimed in, with such a state. "Claiming this year would be different is rather self-defeating, isn't it?" The secretary, unfazed, replied with calm composure. "This is just the beginning. The exercise lasts 20 days. The true victor will be the one who laughs last." The soldiers of the Southwest Military District maintained their unhurried march, a state that persisted until the third day, when the advance units suddenly accelerated. Leading with 5 armored vehicles and 5 infantry transports, the main force swiftly followed. This maneuver had been a prearranged strategy between the secretary and expert Old Yang, mimicking the previous year's slow march before executing a sudden burst of speed, leaving the other districts with little time to react. Naturally, communication personnel and advanced technological units were present in each district, and the Southwest Military District's movement was soon detected. The battlefield commander of the North Summer Military District received the news from the technological units, but paid it no heed. The 10-kilometer distance appeared deceptively close, under normal circumstances. It could be covered in less than half an hour. However, this was a military exercise, requiring 20 days of commitment each year, no trivial matter. The leader of the North Summer Military District, witnessing the Southwest Military District's sudden acceleration, wore a confident smile. "Old phone, it's commendable that the Southwest Military District has plans. But you ought to consider your own capabilities. This exercise is not a mere routine march. Are you overestimating yourselves?" The secretary smiled knowingly that may not be the case. "Your North Summer Military District has always been methodical. If you continue to rely on old strategies this year, maintaining your top position may prove challenging." Indeed. As the secretary pointed out, while the North Summer Military District advanced steadily, its speed lagged behind even that of the Southwest Military District. Other military districts pressed forward vigorously towards the central high ground, while only the North Summer Military District maintained its leisurely pace. Yet, the leader of the North Summer Military District remained unperturbed, chuckling lightly. "If the fastest district wins the exercise, we might as well compete in a 100-meter sprint. Let's not celebrate prematurely." Upon hearing this, the secretary's smile faded. The exercise had only just begun, and the challenges had yet to unfold. The central high ground was not merely an elevated expanse. It was fortified by 20,000 combat units from the Central Summer Military District. This district does not participate in the exercise rankings, instead assuming the role of the hypothetical enemy. However, all military districts are aware that the Central Summer Military District, guarding the capital of the Great Summer Nation, possesses an overall strength that may even surpass that of the North Summer Military District. Of course, the Great Summer Nation also has 8 other military districts: East, West, South, North, Northeast, Southeast, Northwest, and Southwest, each comprising 5,000 combat units, resulting in a total force that is double that of the Central High Ground's defenders. Although the sheer number of the 8 military districts appears advantageous, the Central Summer Military District enjoys the benefit of waiting for its opponents, and with the other districts potentially targeting each other for ranking, they stand strong. Within the first kilometer of their advance, the soldiers faced minimal obstacles. However, as they progressed, challenges multiplied. Although high explosive bombs had diminished in potency by tenfold, stepping on one could still result in injuries. Thus, after a kilometer, the advance speed of the other military districts abruptly decreased. Yet, the soldiers of the Southwest Military District seemed oblivious to the presence of high explosive bombs, continuing their advance at the original pace, astonishingly without deploying bomb disposal teams in advance. The leaders of the other military districts observed this scene with furrowed brows. "Old phone, is your Southwest Military District so reckless as to risk being ranked last? These soldiers are flesh and blood. How can you proceed without bomb disposal teams? Are you not jeopardizing their lives? Even if your Southwest Military District manages to rank high this time, it won't reflect well on you." The secretary chuckled and shook his head. "Have you not noticed? There have been no explosions along the path our soldiers have marched." The other leaders scrutinized closely, and indeed, there had been no detonations along the route of the Southwest Military District. Even the typically steady North Summer Military District began to experience minor explosions along its path, while the Southwest Military District seemingly evaded them effortlessly. The atmosphere within the command center became somewhat peculiar, with several leaders questioning whether the secretary had received advanced knowledge of the Central Summer Military District's defensive layout. Old phone. Did you perhaps consult with the Central Summer Military District beforehand? Why has your Southwest Military District avoided explosions? If this year's exercise is rigged, and the Southwest Military District truly ranks high, I shall be the first to protest. The Secretary clarified, you may discuss this here, but do not let it spread. The Central Summer Military District will not take it lightly. Observe closely what is truly happening. The absence of explosions is not due to leniency from the Central Summer Military District, but rather because our soldiers are well protected behind armored vehicles and infantry transports. Several leaders took a moment to deliberate, and indeed, the observation held true. Other military districts required considerable time to clear bombs, while the Southwest Military District effectively bypassed this time-consuming process. The leader of the North Summer Military District gasped in astonishment and could not restrain himself from asking, Old phone, are you implying that your armored vehicles and infantry transports can autonomously evade high-explosive bombs? Other leaders leaned in, eager to hear the Secretary's explanation. With a proud expression, the Secretary declared, our district has developed a new generation of armored vehicles and infantry transports equipped with autonomous driving capabilities and robust jamming systems, capable of emitting interference signals that disable the fuses of high-explosive bombs, rendering them ineffective. The leader of the North Summer Military District, however, remained solemn, stating, capturing the central high ground is not a task for a single military district. Even if your Southwest Military District gains an advantage here, you cannot possibly defeat the 20,000 combat units of the Central Summer Military District. Chapter 41, An Unexpected Performance. The Secretary could discern that the higher-ups of the Northern Summer Military District were somewhat displeased. After all, the Southwestern Military District had long been regarded as a subordinate entity, often becoming the target of jest from other military districts. This time, however, they had showcased a remarkable capability that yielded surprisingly positive results. Yet, the Northern Summer Military District did not underestimate the Southwestern Military District. They merely felt that the rapid advance of the Southwestern forces could lead to disconnection from the other military districts. The Northern Summer Military District already possessed formidable comprehensive strength, and it typically required the combined efforts of all 8 military districts to secure victories during joint exercises. If the Northern Summer Military District were to launch an offensive at this moment, the Southwestern Military District's 5,000 combat units would likely be rendered ineffective. The leaders of the other military districts shared a sense of concern, as the Southwestern Military District was already nearly a kilometer ahead of the others, raising suspicions that the Northern Summer Military District had detected this situation ahead of time. They would only need to deploy an equivalent number of combat units and leverage the terrain to easily neutralize the Southwestern Military District's 5,000 units. Observing the advancing troops of the Southwestern Military District, the head of the Northern Summer Military District let out a sigh. Old phone in past military exercises, your Southwestern Military District has always lagged behind. This year, however, you have surged ahead by such a margin. I fear the Northern Summer Military District might be preparing to target you. The Secretary also felt a tinge of anxiety. The armored and infantry vehicles borrowed from Zhou Ran had performed admirably, but when faced with the formidable soldiers of the Northern Summer Military District, their effectiveness remained uncertain. Meanwhile, at the Central High Ground Command, the commander responsible for guarding the high ground wore a furrowed brow. The faces of several communications personnel and high-tech combat units nearby also reflected concern. Commander, our communication devices are being affected by radio interference. We are currently unable to monitor the movements of other military districts. The commander replied sternly, have we identified the source? Where is the interference originating from? The high-tech personnel wore a wry smile and shook their heads in resignation. The interference signals are quite potent. Our communication devices have been compromised and cannot receive any signals. The commander inquired again, can the drones relay any signals? The high-tech personnel shook their heads once more. The drones had also been shot down and were no longer operational. The leaders in the command center grew increasingly anxious. In previous years, the comprehensive strength of the various military districts had certainly not matched that of the Northern Summer Military District, which boasted superior weaponry. Such a situation had never arisen before. If all drones and surveillance equipment meant to detect movements from other military districts became inoperative, it would mean that the Northern Summer Military District was effectively blind, unable to respond to the assault from the 8 military districts. Simultaneously, the Southwestern Military District proceeded with great momentum, encountering minimal resistance along the way, while drones recorded their every move. Everyone in the operations command center of the 8 military districts was left dumbfounded. The marching speed of the Southwestern Military District was astonishing. Moreover, it appeared that the Northern Summer Military District had not noticed the actions of the Southwestern Military District, as there was no response whatsoever. This was highly unusual. The head of the Northern Summer Military District furrowed his brow, feeling that there was some deception at play. The Northern Summer Military District should not be this quiet. With their comprehensive strength, they could easily crush the Southwestern Military District with just a few thousand combat units, yet there was no response at all. Were they perhaps waiting for the enemy to draw closer before striking? Old phone, your Southwestern Military District is being too reckless. If the Northern Summer Military District were to spring a trap on you, your 5,000 combat units would have no chance to resist. The head of the Western Summer Military District also interjected, Old phone, now is not the time for secrets. What is the operational plan of your Southwestern Military District? You can and Oppos, just disregard everything and charge straight for the high ground. Can you? The secretary had not anticipated that their military district would advance so swiftly. It was all thanks to the 10 vehicles borrowed from Zhou Ran, which allowed for an almost unimpeded journey. He even felt that. Should they truly engage in battle against the enemy, the Southwestern Military District's 5,000 combat units could silently approach the enemy's rear and achieve victory through surprise. At this moment, hearing the heads of the Northern Summer and Western Summer Military Districts speak, the secretary revealed a confident smile. I have long stated that our Southwestern Military District would experience a transformation this year. You did not believe me, did you? Look how you have been proven wrong. The senior officials of the military districts exchanged knowing smiles, as the battlefield conditions displayed by the projection video had already confirmed everything. The Southwestern Military District had indeed exceeded expectations this year. Just as the 5,000 combat units of the Southwestern Military District approached within 5 kilometers of the high ground, the commander of the Northern Summer Military District's operational command realized that they could no longer afford to wait, regardless of which military district it was. They would certainly not be able to match the 2,000 combat units from the Northern Summer Military District in a one-on-one scenario. Thus, he made a decisive call to convene the defensive command. All our monitoring equipment is malfunctioning. We cannot receive information from the outside. We must take the initiative to strike. Whoever intends to seize the high ground must be met with a counterattack. Each combat group prepared to set out, with 2,000 combat units per group, surrounding the approaching enemy from all sides. At the commander's signal, each group swiftly led their respective combat units into action. As the 5,000 combat units of the Southwestern Military District drew closer to the high ground, just as they were preparing to charge forward, a thunderous shout erupted from all directions. The commander, witnessing enemies surrounding them, quickly regained composure, recalling the words of the secretary and expert Old Yang. Everyone, pay attention and prepare for battle. Our Southwestern Military District has been holding back for years, and this time we will make everyone take notice. Upon hearing their commander's words, the morale of all the soldiers surged as they gripped their weapons tightly. Zhou Ran had provided Old Yang with a limited number of new weapons, but their destructive power was immense. Zhou Ran had warned Old Yang in advance never to aim such weapons at their comrades. The soldiers of the Southwestern Military District were aware of the situation and refrained from using them recklessly, especially as the encirclement of the Northern Summer Military District grew tighter. Now less than 500 meters away from the Southwestern Military District's formation, suddenly the commander shouted, "Everyone prepare to lie down." Only a handful of the 3,000 soldiers remained standing, aiming their weapons at the area 100 meters in front of them, their fingers poised on the triggers. Boom. After a series of deafening explosions, the soldiers of the encroaching Northern Summer Military District stood in stunned disbelief. The weapons utilized by the Southwestern Military District emitted a blinding flash, followed by a violent tremor beneath their feet, as a chasm several meters wide and unfathomably deep opened up approximately 200 meters ahead. In the operations command room of the 8 military districts, everyone watching the footage was taken aback, rising to their feet in shock. Old phone, what is happening here? What kind of weapon is this? Its power is so immense. Is it even permissible? The secretary could not help but widen his eyes, staring at what appeared to be ordinary weapons that had caused such catastrophic destruction. He finally understood why Zhou Ran had repeatedly cautioned him against aiming weapons at soldiers. Chapter 42. The Arrival of the Big Shot. The warriors preparing to encircle suddenly halted in their tracks, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. What is this? This thing? How can it be so ferocious? Goodness. If this strikes us, we would be utterly obliterated. How are we supposed to fight? It's simply unmanageable. The commanders of several squads witnessing this scene were equally astounded. This is a military exercise. Are you intending to stir up trouble by deploying such formidable weaponry? Consequently, several squad leaders hurried back to the central command to relay what they had observed to the overall commander. Upon hearing the report, the commander was taken aback as well. He rushed outside, taking out binoculars to survey the devastated terrain from a high vantage point, his expression shifting dramatically. No, we cannot simply concede. If we cannot prevail in close combat, we shall retaliate with long-range strikes. Attention everyone, prepare armor-piercing rounds and incendiary shells. We must halt their advance. The squad leaders promptly withdrew their encircling teams and prepared the requisite munitions. The soldiers of the Southwest Military District, witnessing their side effortlessly repel the enemy, were filled with exhilaration. The humiliation of years past would be vanquished today. Vengeance would be served. Seeing the soldiers' spirits soaring, the commander understood the principle of seizing the moment. He swiftly ordered a full-scale assault. At this juncture, other military districts were cautiously engaged in bomb disposal. While the combat units of the Southwest Military District were already in close quarters with the guards of the Central Military District, the armor-piercing round struck the armored vehicle head-on, resulting in a resounding bang. Astonishingly, the seemingly indestructible round ricocheted off, leaving only a white mark on the vehicle. In the operational command center of the 8 military districts, several leaders, witnessing this through projections, were wide-eyed in astonishment. Old Feng, what is going on with your armored vehicles? They can't even withstand armor-piercing rounds. No wonder you were so confident. It seems you were well prepared and cleverly concealed your capabilities. If this continues, it appears the Central Military District will struggle to withstand the onslaught. Indeed, the Southwest Military District is poised to make a significant impression this year. Meanwhile, the commander of the Central Military District, stationed at the high ground, could hardly believe his eyes as he observed the armor-piercing rounds being deflected. What on earth? What kind of armored vehicle is this? The armor-piercing rounds are ineffective. We must switch to incendiary rounds immediately to obstruct their advance. One incendiary shell after another was launched, igniting a fierce blaze in front of the Southwest Military District's combat units, leaving the soldiers unable to advance and forced to wait in place. Just then, the commander retrieved several vials of liquid from his emergency kit, opened them, and tossed them into the roaring flames. Instantly, the inferno was extinguished, revealing a 5-meter-wide fire break. The commander quickly ordered the soldiers to advance, continuously throwing out the cooling agents, which extinguished the flames upon contact. The commander of the Central Military District, perched on the high ground, was utterly at a loss. The armor-piercing rounds had proven futile, and the incendiary shells could not prevent the Southwest Military District's advance. As if this were not enough, the potency of their weaponry far surpassed that of the Central Military District. Once the soldiers from the Southwest Military District reached them and employed those immensely powerful weapons, the 20,000 troops of the Central Military District would be utterly defenseless. In the operational command center of the 8 military districts, the leaders turned their gazes toward the secretary. Well done, Old Feng. This year, you truly have achieved first place. This military exercise must be the quickest in history, right? It's quite an eye-opener, given the Southwest Military District's combat prowess. It seems the enemy would be cornered at their doorstep before they were even ready. The secretary beamed with pride, finally able to hold his head high. However, he humbly remarked, this year was merely a stroke of luck. In the future, the Northern Military District may still take the lead. The other military leaders stared intently at the secretary, some harboring ulterior motives. Old Feng, I recall Old Yang mentioning the development of new weaponry. Weren't there technical challenges that had yet to be overcome? Surely, you're not concealing anything from us, just waiting to surprise us all, are you? Old Feng, please be honest. How did you manage to produce those armored and infantry vehicles? And what about that cooling agent? It extinguished the flames of the incendiary rounds. That is simply outrageous. The secretary raised an eyebrow, playfully teasing the other leaders. Would you like to know? Each of you should call out old brother to hear it. Old Shang, I remember you had 2 taels of Da Hong Pao last year. When will you let me have a taste? The other leaders waved their hands, unable to bear the secretary's smugness any longer. Old Feng, enough boasting. Just tell us the truth. We're all waiting. That said, Old Yang is getting on in years. Overcoming technical challenges cannot be accomplished in a day or two. How did he manage it? Oh, it just struck me. Didn't we all watch a video previously? There was a young man who repaired a fighter jet for Old Feng's district. Could it be that he assisted with this as well? As it turns out, that is indeed the case. Just a few days ago, didn't the higher-ups bestow the title of a top-level scientific talent? I recall it was that young man named Zhou Ran. It must be him. The secretary awkwardly scratched his head, realizing that since you all know, what is there left to say? The outcome of the military exercise is already virtually assured, judging by the momentum of the Southwest Military District. It won't be long before they breach the defenses of the Central Military District. The high ground certainly cannot be held. The leader of the Northern Military District proposed. There is nothing left to see in this military exercise, rather than remaining here to watch Old Feng gloat. We might as well seek out Zhou Ran and inquire about the good stuff. It shouldn't all belong to Old Feng's faction, right? The secretary smiled, actually. The armored and infantry vehicles, along with the cooling agent, all came from Zhou Ran. I borrowed the armored and infantry vehicles thanks to my old face. The leader of the Northern Military District chuckled ruefully. Old Feng, in the end, the items are still from your military district. You could say that's a bit of a cheat, isn't it? The secretary waved his hand. The items were originally given to Zhou Ran. Borrowing them shouldn't be a problem. After all, in war, deception is key. The leaders of the 8 military districts, losing interest in lingering there, called for their bodyguards to prepare to head to Zhou Ran's repair shop. However, to avoid drawing too much attention, apart from the bodyguards, the leaders did not bring along many additional security forces. Upon arriving at the repair shop, they found Zhou Ran pondering where to utilize the artificial intelligence core rewarded by the system. As the leaders entered the shop, they immediately noticed the female bodyguard closely following Zhou Ran. The bodyguard, recognizing the prominent figures, stood at attention and saluted. Greetings, leaders. The leaders waved their hands, signaling Su Mingjia to forego such formalities. At that moment, Zhou Ran heard the commotion and looked up, momentarily taken aback. The individuals before him, whom he had only seen in the media, were adorned with gleaming stars on their epaulets. What on earth is happening? Chapter 43. The Military District Invitation. The commander of the Xiaobei Military District extended his hand with a warm and amiable smile. Mr. Zhou, you are truly a remarkable young talent. I have heard from Old Feng about your outstanding aptitude in technology. You manage to solve problems that even the Americans cannot tackle. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Zhou Ran chuckled modestly. Sir, you flatter me. I merely strive to contribute to the advancement of our national technology to the best of my abilities. The commander's expression grew serious as he continued. You have shown exceptional promise at MIT, and you had every opportunity to remain in the United States. Yet, you resolutely returned to contribute to your homeland. A testament to your patriotic spirit. Young men like you are indeed rare. The other commanders joined in, showering Zhou Ran with praises, calling him talented and distinguished, like sweet words raining down upon him. At that moment, an expert brought by the commander spotted the impressive tractor in the field. It's magnificent. Today is indeed an eye-opener. The commanders turned to see the expert sprinting toward the tractor. It was indeed a sight to behold. Reminiscent of online videos featuring the automated tractor that had captivated many internet personalities. Their interest piqued, the group rushed to the edge of the field. The expert approached the tractor, examining it closely with gleaming eyes. Sir, this tractor is extraordinary. Its engine technology and autonomous driving capabilities are truly at the pinnacle of the industry. Just look at the shell material. The Americans could never produce such a material for a tractor. And this exhaust outlet, with its multi-layered filtration technology, significantly reduces emissions. Simply remarkable. As the expert spoke, he could not help but touch the tractor's body, much to the annoyance of Fei Jian, who signaled Zhou Ran. Master, who is this? May I give him a thrashing? Zhou Ran, amused yet exasperated, quickly replied, a few touches won't harm it. Let him be. Fei Jian, feeling helpless, was irritated by the crowd surrounding it. The commanders watched the tractor work with keen interest, exchanging compliments. I must say, Mr. Zhou's creativity is astounding. If it were those aged experts, they would never dream of applying such technology to a mere tractor. Indeed, if these innovations were applied to armored vehicles and infantry carriers, their overall performance would be vastly enhanced. Perhaps Mr. Zhou had already developed new technologies, as evidenced by the performances of those armored vehicles and infantry carriers during military exercises. Zhou Ran found himself puzzled, unsure why these influential figures were so effusive in their praise. After the expert concluded his examination of the tractor, eager to consult Zhou Ran about the technical aspects, he was halted by the commander of the Xiaobei Military District. Mr. Zhou's technology involves state secrets. Any discussions about it must take place within the military district. The secretary, hearing this, chuckled and shook his head. I say, you gentlemen, speak plainly. Don't beat around the bush and confuse Mr. Zhou. Only then did the prominent figures quiet down, their faces filled with anticipation as they turned to Zhou Ran. Mr. Zhou, Old Feng mentioned that the armored vehicles and infantry carriers participating in the military exercises were modified by you? Zhou Ran nodded. Those were merely experiments, nothing extraordinary. The commander of the Xiaobei military district widened his eyes. Mr. Zhou, what you casually modified has rendered the elite soldiers of the Xia Central Military District utterly defenseless. Imagine what you could accomplish if you applied yourself seriously. Wouldn't it be a waste of such talent to remain here? If you were to join us in the Xiaobei military district, feel free to state any conditions. The commander of the Xiaodong military district interjected, pulling the Xiaobei commander aside. Hey, old Huang, what are you doing? Your Xiaobei military district already possesses advanced weaponry. If Mr. Zhou joins you, what will happen to the military exercises involving other districts? If he were to go anywhere, it should be to our Xiaodong military district. The other commanders chimed in, each vying to recruit Zhou Ran to their respective districts. Zhou Ran, feeling awkward, scratched his head. Gentlemen, I am not some mythical figure with multiple arms. I cannot be in all places at once. Who will ultimately decide where I go? As the influential figures debated vigorously, each proposed enticing conditions, eagerly awaiting Zhou Ran's decision. The secretary, becoming anxious, realized that Zhou Ran's repair shop was conveniently close to the Southwest Military District. Initially, he believed Zhou Ran would prefer to stay, granting him an advantageous position amidst the other district's negotiations. However, Zhou Ran's tone suggested he might be considering leaving, which the secretary found disconcerting. Thus, he interjected, Mr. Zhou, I thought you did not wish to leave the repair shop? According to the system's requirements, Zhou Ran could only move freely after completing the construction of the shelter. However, during military exercises, the system had hinted at the discovery of special materials for mech upgrades in the waters of Xiaodong. Thus, he could temporarily leave to search for materials. But not for an extended period. Zhou Ran planned to be away from the repair shop for a while, and the commander of the Xiaodong military district was particularly enthusiastic. Secretary, I have no intention of leaving. However, I am currently researching a new technology that requires a special material only found in the waters of Xiaodong. We do not have it here. The commander of the Xiaodong military district burst into laughter, excitedly slapping his thigh. Did you hear that? Mr. Zhou is coming to our Xiaodong military district. Perfect timing, as one of our submarines has encountered a malfunction that several experts have been unable to diagnose for months. Everything now depends on Mr. Zhou. The other commanders felt a twinge of disappointment but did not give up hope. The commander of the Xiaobei military district spoke earnestly, Mr. Zhou, can the new technology you mentioned be utilized by our military district? If it can, feel free to state your conditions. I would go to great lengths to make it happen. Zhou Ran shook his head. The material I mentioned is only found in the waters of Xiaodong. It cannot be sourced elsewhere. However, rest assured, if I develop any new technology suitable for your military districts, I will certainly inform you at the earliest opportunity. Upon hearing this, the other commanders felt reassured, though their gazes toward Zhou Ran grew even more fervent. The impact of the armored vehicles and infantry carriers from the Southwest Military District, along with the weaponry Zhou Ran provided, was evident. The long underperforming Southwest Military District could turn the tide with just these innovations. Should more advanced technologies be introduced, it would not only enhance the capabilities of a single military district, but also elevate the military strength of the entire Great Xia nation. The secretary understood that a talent like Zhou Ran belonged not just to the Southwest Military District, but to the whole of Great Xia. The technologies in his mind, once realized, would contribute to the nation as a whole. He could not impede Zhou Ran's departure, especially since it was only a temporary absence. And he would undoubtedly return to the repair shop. Chapter 44. Unwelcome. Zhou Ran quickly gathered a few personal belongings and bid farewell to Qin Xiaoxiao, preparing to depart with the commander of the Summer Eastern Military District. The commander, concerned that Zhou Ran might change his mind, promptly arranged for a helicopter to pick him up, neglecting the upcoming military exercise commendation ceremony. The other commanders, seeing Zhou Ran's determination, left with a sense of regret. Half an hour later, a helicopter landed steadily on the road in front of the repair shop. The commander of the Summer Eastern Military District smiled, saying, Mr. Zhou, you really need not bring so many items. Once we arrive at the military district, I will have someone prepare whatever you require. Zhou Ran shook his head, replying, Commander, at my young age, I do not yet require such assistance. Besides, I have not made any significant contributions to the country to warrant such attention. The commander grew increasingly pleased with Zhou Ran. Unlike the young experts who had achieved fame early on, Zhou Ran exhibited humility and never flaunted any pretensions. This was the true demeanor of a scientific worker, seeking truth and being pragmatic. The roar of the helicopter was deafening, and the commander refrained from engaging Zhou Ran in conversation, fearing he might not adapt to the noise. Several hours later, the helicopter landed at the Summer Eastern Military District's airfield. A squad of armed soldiers swiftly surrounded them, protecting the commander and Zhou Ran. The commander reassured Zhou Ran, "Rest assured, Mr. Zhou, you need not worry about safety here in the Summer Eastern Military District. It is utterly impossible for anyone to approach you stealthily." Old Feng likely grew complacent, allowing foreign spies an opportunity. Zhou Ran nodded, asking Commander, "Did you not mention a submarine experiencing malfunctions? Could you take me to see it first?" The commander immediately arranged for a vehicle and personally accompanied Zhou Ran to the maintenance base. Upon arrival, Zhou Ran observed several experts engaged in discussion. They concluded that the submarine no longer warranted repair. Its technology lagged behind that of the Americans, and even if repaired, it would still be susceptible to sabotage. The construction cost was in the billions, and it would be a waste to abandon it. If it could be repaired, it might still serve in coastal reconnaissance missions. The commander approached the group with a smile, inquiring, "Have you not yet found a solution after such extensive research?" The lead expert frowned, responding, "Commander, there are numerous challenges in repairing the submarine. First, the power system is outdated and generates excessive noise, making it easily detectable by the enemy. Additionally, the central control system has poor resistance to interference. If it suffers a radio wave shock, it may fail completely." The commander nodded, acknowledging the difficulties. "Old Yen, what you say is indeed challenging. I happen to bring an expert from the Southwest Military District, whose abilities are exceptional." With that, the commander introduced Zhou Ran to the group, stating, "I present Mr. Zhou Ran, a distinguished graduate of MIT. By the way, Old Yen, did you not also graduate from MIT? He is your junior." The expert Old Yen scrutinized Zhou Ran with a serious expression, stating, "Commander, given his youth, he likely lacks experience. Is it not somewhat rash to involve him in this matter?" Other experts shared similar sentiments, finding it absurd for a young individual to participate in submarine repairs. "Commander, we have all heard of Mr. Zhou's reputation, but he did drop out of MIT, which suggests he may not have fully grasped many concepts." The commander waved his hand dismissively. "Do not let Mr. Zhou's age deceive you. His skills are highly regarded, even by Old Feng. The new aircraft they developed was also repaired by him. You should have witnessed the military exercises, the armored vehicles and infantry carriers he modified, along with those powerful weapons, left the soldiers of the Summer Central Military District utterly defeated." The experts exchanged glances, astonished. Old Yen, somewhat unconvinced, replied sternly, "Commander, submarine technology is vastly different from aircraft and military vehicles. Even if Mr. Zhou has excelled in those areas, he likely possesses little experience in submarine technology." Zhou Ran sensed their reluctance to welcome him. Had it not been for his pursuit of materials for mech upgrades, he would have found no interest in engaging in such disputes. He had amassed considerable knowledge on submarine technology and could even construct a super submarine, provided he had sufficient materials and time. Unbeknownst to Zhou Ran, the expert's disdain stemmed from the prestigious title of Special Research Talent. According to the standard protocol, Old Yan's technical expertise and credentials should have qualified him for that honor. However, Zhou Ran's sudden emergence had resulted in the title being awarded to him instead, implicitly suggesting to the scientific community that Old Yan's capabilities paled in comparison to Zhou Ran's. Had Zhou Ran been a venerable elder in his 60s or 70s receiving the title, Old Yan would have had no grounds for complaint. Yet, Zhou Ran was merely a young man in his 20s. Not only did Old Yan feel slighted, but many in the scientific community also sympathized with him. Nevertheless, this was a decision made by the state, impervious to individual opinions, especially with the endorsement of Old Feng from the Southwest Military District, which carried substantial weight. Furthermore, Zhou Ran's contributions had indeed provided significant enhancements to the military capabilities of the Southwest Military District and the nation as a whole. Setting aside his age, Zhou Ran's accomplishments warranted the title. The commander of the Summer Eastern Military District, sensing the tension, stepped forward to mediate. "Do not remain standing. We shall see what Mr. Zhou is capable of. After all, he has come here on my account, and Old Feng was quite reluctant to let him go. If Mr. Zhou is unable to resolve the issue, it will indicate that the submarine indeed does not require repair. Conversely, if he succeeds, we can discuss the subsequent matters." The experts shook their heads, sighing, harboring little hope that Zhou Ran could repair the submarine. However, with no other options available, they reluctantly decided to allow Zhou Ran to attempt a solution. One of the experts remarked, "Mr. Zhou, this submarine cost over $1 billion. Please proceed with caution. Do not force it if repairs prove impossible." Old Yen added, "We have spent 2 to 3 months on this, to no avail. We hope Mr. Zhou can provide some guidance." Zhou Ran quickly shook his head. "You are all my seniors. How could I presume to offer guidance? I still have much to learn from you, and I may not possess the answers. However, since the commander has placed his trust in me and invited me here, I cannot remain idle." Hearing Zhou Ran's words, the experts exchanged knowing nods. Despite Zhou Ran having taken the title from Old Yen, he displayed humility, understanding the importance of respecting his seniors. Thus, the experts led Zhou Ran to the repair shop, with the military district commander following closely behind, keen to prevent any potential conflicts between Zhou Ran and the experts. While others may not fully grasp the significance of the title of special research talent, he was acutely aware of its implications. Chapter 45. I take full responsibility. Before me lies a submarine nearly 200 meters in length. Yet the material of its hull appears somewhat inferior, with impact resistance likely inferior even to that of a modified ordinary mech. Upon entering the control room, several experts refrained from disclosing the submarine's issues, clearly intent on testing my abilities. After a thorough observation, I engaged a few buttons, a confident smile gracing my face. "Esteemed colleagues, I believe I have discerned the primary issues with the submarine, chiefly the central control system and the power system," I pronounced. The experts, initially anticipating my failure, were taken aback by my incisive identification of the problems, their condescension dissipating in an instant. Old Yen, too, was somewhat astonished, harboring a sense of indignation. The title of top-tier research talent had been his ambition, only to be unexpectedly thwarted by my emergence. Nevertheless, he did not contest the nation's decision. Rather, he was curious to see what genuine capabilities I possessed that could sway the original verdict. My swift analysis prompted Old Yen to nod in agreement. "Mr. Zhou is correct. The submarine's principal issues lie within the central control and power systems. Our nation's naval military prowess commenced relatively late, rendering our submarine technology somewhat behind that of the Americans. Each encounter with their submarines exposes us to vulnerabilities." I chuckled. In truth, it is not a significant predicament. The Americans do not possess technology vastly superior to ours. Their submarines utilize somewhat better materials, compounded by technological embargoes and rampant resource exploitation, which precludes other nations from investing similar efforts in submarine development. Old Yen nodded in concurrence, acknowledging that our nation's deficit was not in technology, but rather in rare materials. After a moment's pause, he inquired, "Mr. Zhou, now that you have pinpointed the issues, do you have a plan for the submarine's repair?" His gaze was intense, as he anticipated a display of trepidation from me, convinced that a young individual lacking hands-on experience would hesitate to experiment with a submarine valued in the billions. However, I was unfazed and responded calmly, "Repair is feasible, yet I believe that even if successful, its significance would be minimal. A transformation would yield far greater benefits." The experts gaped in disbelief, incredulity etched upon their faces. "What? You propose a transformation of the submarine?" "Absolutely not. The current submarine technology has been painstakingly developed by generations of scientists. We have achieved the pinnacle of our capabilities. Why embark on a transformation? Even if we were to consider it, we lack the more advanced technology necessary for such an endeavor." Old Yan's gaze remained fixed upon me, eager to uncover the source of my confidence. I produced a document and handed it to him. The other experts quickly gathered around, their expressions shifting to astonishment as they perused its contents. "Is this truly feasible? I cannot shake the feeling that it lacks reliability. We have no prior experience. What if we fail?" "Old Yen, what are your thoughts on this transformation plan?" His expression fluctuated, for my proposed submarine modification plan exhibited substantial feasibility, compelling even him to admire my capabilities. However, admiration alone could not ascertain the extent of my prowess. "Mr. Zhou, your modification plan is indeed insightful, challenging conventional thinking. Yet its practical implementation may prove immensely challenging due to our collective lack of operational experience. Since you propose this plan, how about you take charge of the submarine modification?" The other experts regarded me with eager anticipation, secretly hoping I would decline, for if I succeeded, my influence in the scientific community would expand significantly. Their positions within the military district remained secure solely due to the absence of more exceptional talents. Yet now, they felt the weight of pressure. Mr. Zhou, Old Yin believes your plan is viable, and we have no objections. However, you must bear the responsibility for any operational failures. Contemplating for a moment, I nodded. I genuinely hope that all of you will participate. I merely wish to observe and learn. I may possess more theoretical knowledge, yet my practical experience is lacking. Old Yin waved his hand dismissively. As a young person, you must dare to think and act. Our nation requires individuals like you to step forward. Do not be modest. Upon hearing the experts' unanimous support for my submarine modification plan, the military district leader could not suppress a smile. Indeed, inviting me had proven to be a wise decision. However, the outcome remained uncertain, and the experts promptly began preparations according to my plan. They anticipated that the modification would require several months, if not half a year, to complete. Yet they soon realized something was amiss. Gathering the necessary materials for the submarine modification consumed nearly half a month, and the experts deliberated for 3 days on how to commence. However, I had already initiated the process, directing workers to cut into the submarine's hull. Old Yin, upon learning this news, was taken aback, rushing to the maintenance facility only to find the hull of the submarine, over 100 meters in length, completely severed, exposing the central control and power systems. Furious, he had expected me to engage in discussions with the other experts, yet I had taken unilateral action. Mr. Zhou, you have been exceedingly rash. We have yet to discuss the specific details. How could you commence work? I was momentarily bewildered. Teacher Yin, have we not finished our discussions? All materials are prepared. What more is there to deliberate? Old Yin, exasperated, gestured animatedly, regretting his decision to allow me to take the lead. Mr. Zhou, if there is a calculation error, all these materials will be wasted. Modifying a submarine should require 1 or 2 months of research. I shook my head. I perceive no need for further research. As long as we adhere to the plan, the submarine and Oppo's performance will undoubtedly surpass its previous capabilities several-fold. In truth, my assertion of several-fold was an understatement. The resources and skills acquired from the system would enable me to not only modify a submarine, but to oversee the construction of an entirely new one without difficulty. These seasoned experts were overly cautious, insisting on a painstaking, incremental approach to something that could be boldly attempted, thus squandering valuable time. The Americans would not remain idle while we attempted to catch up. By the time we completed our research, they would have already deployed new technologies. When the other experts arrived at the scene, they were rendered speechless by the sight before them. Mr. Zhou, you have already begun? But the plan has yet to be thoroughly examined. What if something goes awry? I replied earnestly, no matter, I shall bear full responsibility for any issues that arise. Chapter 46, is this it? The experts exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered by Zhou Ran's unwavering confidence. Nevertheless, they were pleased to see someone willing to take responsibility. With everything in place, all personnel dedicated their efforts to Zhou Ran, including several experts who, despite their reservations, diligently assisted him. The submarine, costing billions, was a valuable asset that no one wished to relinquish easily. It represented a crucial military force for safeguarding the coastline of the Great Xian nation. Old expert Yin meticulously observed Zhou Ran's operations while documenting each step. If Zhou Ran's plan proved successful, all submarines in the Eastern Xian military district could potentially adopt this method. However, Old Yin was perplexed by Zhou Ran's use of the simplest tools. Mr. Zhou, submarine modifications require specialized tools. Are you certain that a wrench and screwdriver will suffice? Zhou Ran smiled and replied, this submarine employs somewhat outdated technology. I have studied the relevant materials, and we still lag significantly behind the Americans in terms of the power and control systems. Old Yin sighed, though reluctant to admit it. The reality was undeniable. The navy of the Great Xian nation had developed relatively late, with its technologies often stymied by American and allied nations. Everything had to be built from scratch, with knowledge gained through painstaking experience. Mr. Zhou, I'm quite curious. At such a young age, with a promising future ahead, why didn't you stay in the United States? Zhou Ran glanced at Old Yin, a radiant smile gracing his face. Teacher Yin, I believe you already know the answer to that question, don't you? Your reasons for returning home mirror mine. Old Yin fell silent, lost in thought. Reflecting on his own experiences at MIT, he recalled the bitter struggles and myriad emotions he had endured. Initially, he had gone abroad on a government scholarship, living frugally while striving for academic excellence. Most of his days were spent in the library, driven by the desire to learn more and contribute to his country's technological advancement upon his return. During his time at school, he had faced ridicule and bullying from American students, which fueled his determination to earn their respect. He succeeded, receiving scholarships each year and garnering high praise from his professors. Yet, he understood that only a strong nation would command respect and deter oppression. Thus, upon completing his studies, he resolutely returned home to dedicate himself to the nation's research initiatives. The Great Xi'an Navy was weak, and he immersed himself in submarine development, hoping to fortify national maritime defenses. Reality, however, dealt him a harsh blow. The nation had virtually no submarines of its own, relying instead on costly purchases from allies, often facing restrictions on key technologies. It was the older generation of scholars who, through relentless efforts, had pieced together the hard-earned knowledge. Being backward invites aggression. He recalled the wise words. Although the comprehensive strength of the Great Xi'an nation had seen significant advancement in both economic and military aspects, allowing it to stand toe-to-toe with the Americans, there remained a persistent desire to stand up to American military overreach. The frustration had lingered for too long. Not only naval personnel, but countless researchers dedicated to enhancing the Navy and OPOS's capabilities yearned for a stronger nation to deliver a resounding blow to the Americans. Now, with domestically developed submarines, warships, and aircraft carriers, the nation was finally in a position to compete. Yet, this was not enough. The Americans were like mischievous children, undeterred by mere words and prone to persistently harassing. Zhou Ran's submarine modification plan sparked a glimmer of hope within Old Yen. Perhaps this young man could indeed usher in a transformative change for the coastal defense capabilities of the Great Xi'an nation. Upon learning that Zhou Ran had been awarded the title of Outstanding Research Talent, Old Yen remained silent, eager to witness the extent of Zhou Ran's capabilities, which had garnered the attention of the Southwest Military District. With that in mind, Old Yen spoke, "Mr. Zhou, if the submarine modification plan succeeds, it will demonstrate your superior expertise. Conversely, if it fails, it would indicate that your ideas are unfeasible. At that point, I shall join forces with prominent scientists in our country to petition for the revocation of your Outstanding Research Talent title." Hearing this, Zhou Ran looked up at Old Yen and chuckled. "Teacher Yen, I have little interest in such titles. Anyone who desires it can take it at any time. My aim is merely to make a modest contribution to strengthening our military capabilities." Old Yen nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Ran as he directed the operation. Under Zhou Ran's leadership, everyone worked diligently, with no one shirking their responsibilities. Zhou Ran personally oversaw the transformation of the control and power systems, completing the substantial project in less than a month. An astonishing feat, including Old Yen. The experts were left in disbelief at the rapid completion of the submarine modification. "Old Yen, has this kid really finished the modifications? Is the submarine operational now? He can't possibly be deceiving us, can he? Normally, maintaining a submarine takes over a month. How could he have accomplished this in such a brief time?" Old Yen meticulously inspected the submarine and found no apparent issues, yet he sensed something was amiss. He, who had personally overseen the design and construction of the submarine, understood its performance and structure better than anyone. While the submarine seemed fine, it appeared inconsistent with Zhou Ran's modification plan. The military district commander, upon learning of the completion of the submarine modifications, arrived in person to assess the situation. "Old Yen, you and your team deserve immense credit for the submarine's modifications. We will host a celebratory banquet in your honor." Old Yen shook his head. "Commander, I cannot take credit for this. The modification plan was proposed and personally directed by Mr. Zhou. I cannot guarantee the submarine's performance until we see how it fares once launched." The commander nodded. "Where is Mr. Zhou? Please have him explain what enhancements have been made to the submarine." The staff promptly summoned Zhou Ran from the submarine. The commander eagerly inquired, "Mr. Zhou, is the submarine ready for launch?" Zhou Ran smiled. "There are essentially no issues remaining. I have just completed my checks. It is ready to be launched." The commander, somewhat perplexed, asked, "In under a month, what modifications have you made?" Zhou Ran explained, "Primarily, I reinforced the submarine's hull using high-strength alloy steel to enhance its impact resistance, and I made slight adjustments to the control and power systems." The commander had expected the submarine to possess capabilities akin to those of armored vehicles showcased in military exercises. He was taken aback by Zhou Ran and OPOS's succinct response. "Is this it?" Chapter 47, Launch. However, the commander was not well versed in technical matters, and the performance of the submarine could not be discerned with the naked eye. Only post-launch could its capabilities be fully assessed. Thus, the commander issued an order for the submarine to be launched and led a group of experts aboard. The group gathered in the control room to observe the submarine's pilot at work. Shortly thereafter, the submarine suddenly accelerated. Within mere minutes, its speed surged from 0 to 30 knots, showcasing remarkable power. The experts were taken aback, as under the original power system, such acceleration from 0 to 30 knots would typically take nearly 20 minutes. Given the substantial increase in starting speed following Zhou Ran and Oppo's modifications, it was evident that the power system had undergone significant enhancement. Mr. Zhou, this submarine employs a traditional power system. How did you manage to enhance its performance so drastically? One expert inquired. Even with nuclear power, such rapid acceleration seems implausible. Could it potentially damage the engine? Achieving this level of acceleration would necessitate turbocharging, which would undoubtedly shorten the engine's lifespan. The experts fixed their gazes intently on Zhou Ran, while the commander furrowed his brow in contemplation. They all desired a reasonable explanation from Zhou Ran, for a reduced engine lifespan would imply a decrease in operational longevity, especially considering that submarines in the Great Xia Nation were already scarce. Zhou Ran smiled reassuringly. Commander, esteemed experts, rest assured that the modifications to the power system are detailed in my proposal. Traditional power system engines typically face lifespan limitations. Therefore, I incorporated specific additives into the fuel to enhance its energy conversion. Additionally, I installed a pressure dispersion device adjacent to the original engine, which redirects the unutilized combustion pressure to the dispersion device, effectively augmenting the engine's power. The experts exchanged glances, perplexed, as they had not observed any such pressure dispersion device during their previous inspections. While the proposal indeed contained references to this technology, they had not encountered it directly, leaving them hesitant to speak on the matter. The commander expressed his satisfaction with the submarine's acceleration and inquired further, Mr. Zhou, you mentioned enhancements to the central control system as well. What new functionalities does it possess? Zhou Ran continued, the central control system has been upgraded with anti-jamming equipment, ensuring minimal interference even when within 1,000 meters of an enemy submarine. Furthermore, it features a powerful electromagnetic interference device capable of emitting strong electromagnetic waves that could potentially disable the enemy's control systems, causing their submarines to lose control. However, this aspect has yet to be tested, so I cannot ascertain its effectiveness. Upon hearing this, the commander became visibly excited and promptly instructed the pilot to accelerate away from the coast. The submarine's speed gradually increased from 30 knots to 35 knots, yet it had not yet reached maximum power. The commander, still unsatisfied, urged the pilot to push the speed to its limits. The submarine swiftly ascended to 40 knots, surpassing even the speed of the fastest American submarines. The commander, beaming with exhilaration, exclaimed, "Excellent. Truly magnificent. With such speed, the Americans can only follow behind and sip seawater." At that moment, the pilot detected a submerged reef ahead through the radar system, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Commander, a reef has been spotted ahead. At this speed, we could very well run aground." The commander's expression shifted, and he turned to Zhou Ran, only to find him remarkably composed, devoid of any signs of anxiety. "Mr. Zhou, it seems that excessive speed may not be advantageous. If we hit a reef, all our prior efforts would be in vain." Zhou Ran replied with a calm smile, "Commander, there is no need for concern. The submarine cannot run aground. I have integrated an autopilot feature within the central control system. As the submarine advances, it will automatically emit radio waves to detect obstacles and select the optimal course, ensuring it navigates safely around any hazards." Indeed, just as Zhou Ran had asserted, the submarine deftly executed a graceful maneuver, narrowly avoiding the reef, now less than 500 meters away. The experts were left dumbfounded. A vessel of such considerable weight should not have been capable of such high speed. Yet, thanks to Zhou Ran's modifications, not only had the speed reached its zenith, but it could also autonomously evade obstacles. Coupled with the powerful electromagnetic interference system, encountering an enemy would render them mere playthings in the hands of the submarine. After over 2 hours of trial navigation, the experts were rendered speechless. The commander lavished Zhou Ran with praise for his exceptional skills, relegating the others to the sidelines. One of the experts bore a troubled expression, having struggled for 1 to 2 months without resolution. Zhou Ran had not only effortlessly solved the issues, but had also significantly enhanced the submarine's performance, an affront to their expertise. Old Yin, this young man indeed possesses formidable talent. I underestimated him. Talent emerges from the passage of time, and we must accept our own obsolescence. If he possesses even more advanced technology, our retirement may be imminent," lamented an elder expert. The thought of retirement stirred discomfort among the seasoned experts after dedicating their youth to the nation. Who would not wish for their research endeavors to flourish? Now, not only had they been surpassed technologically by a younger individual, but their own standing was also in jeopardy, creating an internal conflict few could comprehend. At that moment, the secretary beside Old Yin observed the scene with a knowing glint in his eyes, a hint of a significant smile gracing his lips. Experts, do not belittle yourselves. While young individuals may harbor great potential, they stand on the shoulders of giants, relying on the guidance of their predecessors. These words brought some solace to the experts, and Old Yin could not help but cast a glance at the secretary. "Zhou Wang, you speak wisely. The youth still require tempering. Without experiencing hardship, how can they truly succeed? In our time, we had nothing but our hands and minds. Reflecting on it now brings forth a flood of bittersweet memories." Zhou Ran overheard the discussion between the experts and Old Yan's secretary, turning to glance back. Upon catching sight of Secretary Zhou Wang, he could not suppress a raised eyebrow. While the others remained oblivious, Zhou Ran discerned something amiss about Zhou Wang. Upon closer inspection, he spotted a minuscule camera, no larger than a fly, nestled in the pocket of his shirt. It was plausible that this Zhou Wang was a spy dispatched by foreign agents, which raised questions about how he had infiltrated Old Yan's circle. Maintaining his composure, Zhou Ran approached Old Yin and inquired with a smile, "This gentleman appears to possess some knowledge of submarine technology. May I inquire about your opinions?" Old Yin furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, "Mr. Zhou, this is my secretary, Zhou Wang. I sometimes forget important matters, and he assists me in keeping notes." Zhou Ran regarded Zhou Wang intently before chuckling. "I see. Mr. Wang, have you ever visited the United States? How familiar are you with American submarine technology?" Secretary Zhou Wang awkwardly responded, "Mr. Zhou, you jest. I am merely an aide to Old Yin. I know little about submarine technology." Old Yin, sensing that Zhou Ran was targeting Zhou Wang, felt a twinge of displeasure. "Mr. Zhou, your technical prowess is indeed commendable, but there is no need to be so overbearing." Chapter 48. Is he a spy? Zhou Ran shook his head, providing little explanation. Upon the submarine's return to the military district, the commanding officer summoned Zhou Ran for a private discussion. "Mr. Zhou, Old Yin and his colleagues have dedicated their lives to the advancement of our nation's technology. You cannot let a minor success lead you to disregard their contributions." Zhou Ran nodded, acknowledging the commander's words. "I do not intend to belittle the esteemed experts. My concern lies in the possibility that their research might be stolen, serving as a garment for another." The commander and Apos' expression shifted dramatically. "Mr. Zhou, what do you mean by that?" Zhou Ran elaborated. "Commander, what is the background of Secretary Wang?" The commander's brow furrowed deeply as he replied. "Are you suggesting that Secretary Wang might be a spy?" Zhou Ran remained non-committal but expressed his concerns. "Logically, I should not suspect Secretary Wang. Yet I discovered a miniature camera on him. I am uncertain of his intentions." The commander, incensed, exclaimed, "This traitor! I shall deal with him." Zhou Ran quickly urged the commander to calm down. "Commander, hold on. This is merely my suspicion. Even if you were to apprehend him now, you would find no evidence. If he has managed to remain undetected beside Old Yin for so many years, he undoubtedly possesses his own methods. If you create a commotion and arrest him, it will only lead others to believe I am intolerant. Old Yin would surely think I am making a mountain out of a molehill and seeking revenge." The commander considered this and realized the truth in Zhou Ran's words. If we cannot find evidence and force an arrest, it will not only alienate Old Yin, but also invite unfounded speculation from outsiders. He then asked, "Mr. Zhou, what do you suggest we do? If Secretary Wang is indeed a spy, many of our secrets must have already been compromised, and he cannot be allowed to remain." Zhou Ran pondered for a moment before responding, "Commander, I have an idea to test whether Secretary Wang is truly a spy, but it requires Old Yan's cooperation." The commander replied solemnly, "Mr. Zhou, this matter must remain confidential for now. However, I can persuade Old Yin. After all, Secretary Wang has worked closely with him for over a decade, and their personal bond is profound. If you inform him that Secretary Wang might be a spy, he will certainly be skeptical." Zhou Ran sighed. "Commander, enduring prolonged pain is worse than a swift resolution. If Secretary Wang continues to stay here, we risk further leaks of secrets, such as our submarine technology or coastal defense strategies. Should a conflict arise with the Americans, we would undoubtedly suffer the consequences." The commander understood the stakes involved. What do you propose? If we can expose Secretary Wang and Appo's true identity, I will commend you significantly. Zhou Ran shook his head. No need for accolades. I simply wish to ensure that Old Yan's years of hard work do not go to waste. If Secretary Wang is indeed an American spy, they will undoubtedly seek to exploit our technology. Pausing for a moment, Zhou Ran continued, I provided Old Yan with a document regarding the submarine modification plan. But it is not of great importance to me. If Secretary Wang is a spy, he will surely attempt to acquire that document. You could assign someone to monitor him. If Secretary Wang can resist temptation, I have another idea. You could inform Old Yan that I possess the latest submarine construction technology and that the military district intends to build a new submarine soon. The commander seemed taken aback. Mr. Zhou, are you jesting? You plan to use the latest submarine technology to lure Secretary Wang into revealing himself? What if he manages to acquire the technology and shares it? Zhou Ran responded confidently, my technology is not something others can utilize. And I have not stated that I must disclose the entire technology. Only a portion will suffice. If Secretary Wang is indeed a spy, he will go to great lengths to obtain it. The commander grasped Zhou Ran's hand, his face alight with excitement. So, you truly possess the latest submarine technology? How does it compare to the Americans? Zhou Ran smirked. To be frank, the Americans' technology is outdated, decades behind. My technology is significantly superior. When the commander discusses this with Old Yan and the other experts, they can observe Secretary Wang. The commander nodded. Rest assured, Mr. Zhou, I trust your technology. He then promptly summoned Old Yan and several experts to implement the plan. Old Yan, you have seen Mr. Zhou and Appo's capabilities firsthand. I am not speaking on his behalf. His abilities are indeed commendable. He informed me that he possesses the latest submarine technology, and I intend for him to lead the construction of a new submarine. The experts were immediately taken aback. Commander, this seems rather hasty. A submarine costs billions. Where will our military district find such funding? What about his technical documentation? Empty words carry little weight. Just because he repaired a submarine does not mean he possesses exceptional abilities. Progress must be incremental. The commander anticipated their reactions. Understanding their years of dedication to submarine technology, they had yet to develop new techniques, and Zhou Ran's bold claims seemed unfounded. The experts suspected that Zhou Ran might be attempting to exploit the commander's trust to secure funding. Unbeknownst to them, Secretary Wang was eavesdropping at the door. Beneath the table lay the latest miniature listening device from the Americans, smaller than a grain of rice, which emitted no signals when inactive, rendering it nearly undetectable. Upon hearing the commander mention Zhou Ran and Appo's possession of the latest submarine technology, Secretary Wang and Appo's eyes brightened. If he could obtain that technology, he could return to America and live a life of leisure, free from constant anxiety. In the conference room, Secretary Wang listened intently to the discussions between the commander and the experts, fully aware of their debates. The commander expressed unwavering trust in Zhou Ran, insisting that he lead the construction of the new submarine. However, the experts conveyed their skepticism, stating they would not support the endeavor without reviewing Zhou Ran's technical documentation. The discussion reached an impasse, ultimately leading the commander to concede a bit. You all are national heroes. This is not favoritism towards Zhou Ran. You have witnessed the results of his submarine modifications. I need not elaborate. I believe his new submarine technology to be credible. If you doubt it, I will request documentation from him for your review. Old Yan contemplated before responding. While we may not have achieved significant milestones, we are quite knowledgeable about submarines. If Mr. Zhou can provide technical documentation, it would be most beneficial. The commander smiled. Just give a nod, and I shall speak with Mr. Zhou. Chapter 49. Debate. As the meeting concluded, Secretary Wang discreetly departed, believing himself unnoticed. In truth, a surveillance camera had been discreetly installed at the door. A gift from Zhou Ran to the chief. The chief had casually affixed it to the door before entering the meeting room, and even Secretary Wang had failed to observe it. Every movement he made was captured on tape, and when the chief exited, he spotted Secretary Wang waiting in the distance, a smirk of amusement gracing his lips. Upon reaching Zhou Ran, the chief promptly requested the footage from the meeting room's entrance. The video displayed Secretary Wang stealthily pressing his ear against the door, realizing the meeting had ended before hastily departing. After viewing the footage, the chief's expression darkened. It was sufficient evidence to validate Zhou Ran's suspicions. Mr. Zhou, it is now almost confirmed that Secretary Wang harbors ulterior motives. He is likely a spy. I believe there is no need for further delay. We should apprehend him and conduct a thorough interrogation. Zhou Ran shook his head. Chief, even if we present the video, He could easily concoct excuses to evade responsibility. You may want to search every corner of the meeting room. It is highly probable he has installed listening devices. The chief scoffed. He is likely unaware that his identity has been compromised. If you had not mentioned it, I would never have suspected he would dare to engage in such treachery. A man from the great Xia nation, groveling and betraying his homeland for the Americans. What a despicable creature. The chief then recounted Secretary Wang's background, and Zhou Ran listened intently. Secretary Wang had come from a humble upbringing. His parents divorced early, leaving him to rely solely on his mother. She was a true peasant, lacking any significant skills, and had to work as a maid in the city for less than 100 yuan a month, renting a damp, dark basement. She toiled from dawn till dusk, often subjected to the scorn of her employers. The other children shunned him, calling him an illegitimate child. Returning to their cramped rental, he would often lament to his mother, who urged him to endure, assuring him that all hardships would eventually pass. Through sheer determination, he entered university and found affection for a girl he admired. Unfortunately, his insecurities led him to believe he could never support her, burying his feelings deep within. Until one day, the girl began dating a wealthy heir, only to be abandoned after becoming pregnant. Consumed by self-loathing and frustration over his impotence to alter the course of events, he resolved to change his destiny and rise above his station. Thus, he studied diligently, securing a full scholarship and an opportunity to study abroad. At the University of Kentucky in the United States, he came to a profound realization: wealth afforded one the power to act with impunity. The lifestyles of the affluent inspired him, spurring him onward. However, these revelations were merely Secretary Wang's own account. The veracity of his narrative remained unverified. Zhou Ran was skeptical, aware that the Americans often groomed spies from a young age, a time when individuals had yet to form their worldviews and were highly receptive to new ideas. For Secretary Wang to become a spy, particularly one embedded near the esteemed Old Yan, he must have been prepared long before Old Yan's return to the homeland. In fact, prior to Zhou Ran's decision to return, MIT had intended to assign him an assistant, a proposition he had ultimately declined. After hearing the chief's recounting, Zhou Ran inquired, "Chief, was Secretary Wang initially appointed as an assistant to Professor Yan?" The chief, taken aback, nodded. "Indeed, how did you know?" Zhou Ran explained, "I deduced it. When I returned to the country, MIT also sought to assign me an assistant, which I refused." The chief's expression shifted as realization dawned upon him. "Mr. Zhou, are you suggesting that there may be spies among us experts?" Zhou Ran smiled. "Not only among the experts, but also within the networks and everyday life. The presence of spies is ubiquitous. However, few are adept at detection. The tasks assigned to these spies vary, as does their duration of infiltration." The chief shook his head helplessly, fully aware that the Americans had embedded numerous spies throughout the Great Xia nation. Likewise, the Great Xia had its own spies in the United States. It was a game of great power, played in secrecy, determined by whose methods were more cunning. "Mr. Zhou, what course of action should we pursue next? Should we aim to catch him red-handed? Are you not concerned about the latest submarine technology falling into American hands?" Zhou Ran replied with confidence. "Even if they were to acquire it, without my crucial technological support, they would be incapable of replicating it. While at MIT, they attempted various means to seize my technology, but they did not succeed." With that, Zhou Ran produced a substantial dossier, placing it on the table. "This is the submarine technology one developed, encompassing over 800 pages. I have extracted the most critical pages. Even if someone were to obtain them, it would not matter." The chief responded sternly. "Even if it is not the key technology, the Americans should not be privy to this information. Once we gather evidence against Secretary Wang, I will have him arrested immediately and interrogated overnight, leaving him no opportunity for evasion." After further discussion, the chief departed with the materials. He did not notify the other experts, but summoned Old Yan to his office privately. Upon seeing the thick dossier in the chief's hands, Old Yan's eyes widened. "Chief, is this the new technology developed by Mr. Zhou?" The chief nodded. "This document contains over 800 pages. Initially, Mr. Zhou was reluctant to share it, fearing a breach of confidentiality. Once constructed, this new submarine will far surpass the capabilities of American vessels." Old Yan quickly snatched the documents, glancing through them in astonishment. Did Mr. Zhou truly produce all this on his own? It is simply incredible." The chief chuckled. "Mr. Zhou feared you might struggle to comprehend it. Hence he asked me to review it first. It would be best if you could understand it. Otherwise, you will have to wait for him to explain it personally." As Old Yan meticulously perused several pages, his astonishment deepened, causing him to tremble slightly. "Chief, May I have a few days to examine this document? The chief furrowed his brow. This is a document that took considerable persuasion for Mr. Zhou to reluctantly part with. It is classified state information. Aside from you, no one else is permitted access to it. Old Yin took a deep breath, solemnly assuring, "Rest assured, Chief, this document will remain confidential." The chief smiled, then leaned in closer to Old Yin, whispering softly, "Be cautious of Secretary Wang. Mr. Zhou suspects he is a spy." Old Yan's expression shifted dramatically as he opened his mouth to speak, but the chief shook his head. "Keep this to yourself. Just be aware." Chapter 50. The unraveling Old Yin was beset by 100 doubts, unable to comprehend why his superior would make such an assertion. Secretary Wang had been with him for over a decade, demonstrating unwavering diligence and rarely making mistakes. How could he be branded a spy? Was it possible that Zhou Ran was intentionally trying to sow discord between himself and Secretary Wang? After careful consideration, Old Yin dismissed his own suspicions. Secretary Wang had almost no interaction with Zhou Ran, and there was hardly any conflict between them. If there were any grievances, it stemmed from when Secretary Wang had spoken on behalf of a few senior experts, but that was clearly not a valid reason for Zhou Ran to target him. Suddenly, Old Yin recalled an incident. When Zhou Ran was at the Southwest Military Region's repair facility, American spies had attempted to steal his technology, even dispatching special forces. The Americans, in their audacity, would undoubtedly seek to pilfer Zhou Ran's submarine technology. If Secretary Wang were indeed a spy, the documents he possessed could very well expose him. Realizing the gravity of the burden he carried, Old Yin understood that if Secretary Wang was truly a spy, he would have no choice but to act with the greater good in mind. Upon returning home, Old Yin meticulously inspected his residence, searching for any listening devices or cameras, but found nothing amiss. He then retreated to his study and closed the door. After perusing the first few pages of the technical documents Zhou Ran had provided, Old Yin recognized that Zhou Ran's capabilities exceeded his own. He felt a mixture of pride for having such talent in the country and concern for his own position. While lost in thought, the phone rang. To his surprise, the caller ID displayed Secretary Wang's name. Old Yan's instincts hinted that Wang had something to discuss, but recalling his superior's earlier words sent a chill down his spine. The timing of the call, right after he had received the documents, felt too coincidental. Upon answering, Secretary Wang's voice came through. "Teacher Yin, are you free? A few other teachers wish to have a discussion with you." Old Yin furrowed his brow and replied, "What is there to discuss at this hour? I'm busy. Let's talk another day." Secretary Wang responded, "The other teachers feel that Mr. Zhou has been somewhat self-centered in his approach and would like you to speak with the superior." After a moment's thought, Old Yin replied, "Let us hold off for now. I'll join you once I finish this task." Having worked together for many years, Old Yin knew that the other experts wouldn't harbor grievances against Zhou Ran over trivial matters. It was likely that Secretary Wang was instigating discord. After hanging up, he packed the submarine documents into his bag and hurried to the agreed meeting place. Typically, research personnel are not allowed to leave freely to prevent the leakage of confidential information. However, several experts in the military district enjoyed a degree of privilege, allowing them to gather and relax without scrutiny. Upon arrival, the experts invited Old Yin to take the seat of honor while Secretary Wang busily flitted about, taking orders and serving drinks. Seizing the opportunity while Secretary Wang was momentarily absent, Old Yin quietly inquired, "Who organized this gathering?" One of the experts chuckled. "It was Secretary Wang. He noticed we were feeling somewhat stifled and suggested we convene." Another chimed in. "He mentioned that you would be joining us. The superior has shown great trust in Zhou, and it seems we're all feeling a bit discontented. We ought to vent our frustrations." Old Yan's smile faded considerably. Secretary Wang had convened the other experts under his name, potentially for ulterior motives. "Gentlemen, we've all been comrades for years, so I'll speak candidly. Despite Zhou's youth, his capabilities truly surpass what we older fellows can offer. Take his submarine modification project. Could we have conceived it? We've spent months without progress. Yet he resolved it in under a month, proving his prowess." One of the experts expressed doubt. "Old Yin, regardless of his abilities, his experience is lacking. He took your title, and we all feel that is unjust." Old Yin replied, "If we cling to titles based on seniority, we risk becoming relics of the past. Our nation's scientific advancement is driven by generations of diligent researchers. Look at our predecessors. How many of them worked solely for titles?" The experts exchanged glances. Upon learning of Zhou Ran's designation as a top-tier scientific talent, Old Yin had kept his discomfort to himself. Why now is he defending Zhou Ran? They were unaware that after reviewing Zhou Ran's innovative submarine construction technology, Old Yin had been thoroughly impressed by his talent. With such a mind, the nation's technological development could be expedited by decades. As a researcher, one must possess a rational understanding of circumstances. To dismiss Zhou Ran solely due to his youth would hinder scientific progress. Old Yin discerned that the experts were likely incited by Secretary Wang to express their grievances against Zhou Ran's perceived favoritism. Historically, these experts had looked to Old Yin for guidance. Now, they sought to unite against Zhou Ran, with Secretary Wang fanning the flames. Old Yin remained discreet, waiting for Secretary Wang to reveal his true intentions. Even after years of diligent service alongside him, Old Yin could not allow personal feelings to cloud his judgment when national interests were at stake. At that moment, another expert spoke up. Old Yin, while that may be true, we've dedicated a significant portion of our lives to the military district. Zhou has barely arrived and already commands attention. We may soon become marginalized. We ought to advocate for ourselves. Wouldn't you agree? If you're hesitant to speak up, we can approach the superior on your behalf. Old Yin waved his hand dismissively. It's not that serious. Zhou's presence here is temporary. The superior mentioned that it was a challenge to bring him from the southwest military region, and he wanted to remain indefinitely. Just then, Secretary Wang approached. Noticing the experts in heated discussion, a sly smile crept onto his face. Feel free to bicker amongst yourselves. The more discord, the better for me to seize the latest submarine technology documents. Dear colleagues, what matter is so contentious that it merits such debate? As he spoke, Secretary Wang feigned tidying up, gathering Old Yin's bag and the coats of the other experts. Old Yin's expression shifted as he reached for his bag. Let us leave the bag here, young Wang. I have more materials to show my colleagues later. Secretary Wang smiled, placing the bag down but lingering his gaze upon it for a few seconds too long. In that fleeting moment, his true intentions became apparent to Old Yin. Chapter 51. Pretending to be intoxicated, the other experts were somewhat bewildered. Usually, Secretary Wang would assist Old Yin in organizing his belongings, yet today, he was adamant about not allowing anyone to touch his bag. Old Yin, what treasures do you have concealed within that bag? Quickly, let us take a look. Surely you haven't secretly brought a fine bottle of wine, have you? It appears rather bulging, one of the experts said, rising to approach the bag. But Old Yin swiftly halted him. Enough of this nonsense. When the time is right, you shall see what's inside. The contents of this bag are not even for the leaders to gaze upon. Upon hearing this, Secretary Wang couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. You ought to reveal it now. Your words have only heightened their curiosity. At the opportune moment, I shall discreetly make off with it, and Old Yin will merely assume it was a few old acquaintances peeking. With this thought, Secretary Wang hastily summoned the waiter to serve the dishes and ordered 2 bottles of high-proof liquor. One of the experts suspected Old Yin was hoarding something valuable, unwilling to share it with the group. Old Yin, you seem rather secretive. What remarkable items have you procured? There are no outsiders here. What could possibly cause it to sprout legs and flee? Old Yin shot a glance at Secretary Wang, who, under normal circumstances, would have tactfully diverted his gaze. To his surprise, Wang feigned ignorance of Old Yin's look and stood grinning beside him. With a frown, Old Yin said, Xiao Wang, please step outside for a moment. Only then did Secretary Wang realize. Responding belatedly, he turned to leave. He walked slowly, glancing back at the door just in time to see Old Yin extracting the contents of his bag, a hefty volume of submarine documentation. Secretary Wang inhaled deeply and suddenly exclaimed, Esteemed teachers, should you need anything, do not hesitate to call me. Old Yin, not turning around, waved his hand dismissively. You may return now. We shall summon you once we have finished. With no excuse to linger, Secretary Wang began contemplating how to swiftly obtain the information from Old Yin. Meanwhile, the experts, upon glimpsing the documents in Old Yin's hands, vied to be the first to examine the contents. This is classified information. Please tread carefully, Old Yin admonished. One expert opened the file, took a brief glance, and quickly closed it, his expression turning grave. Old Yin, are you certain this material was produced by Zhou Ran himself? Old Yin nodded affirmatively. There is no doubt. The leaders had to plead for quite some time before he agreed to share it. The design for the new submarine will likely utilize his blueprint. The experts scrutinized the documents for a while, their excitement mounting. Indeed, the younger generation is formidable. Who would have thought we, having devoted our lives to research, would be outshone by a youth? It is quite embarrassing. One of them remarked, Zhou Ran's work is exceptional. No wonder the Americans are so intent on acquiring his technology. With this documentation, I would have no objections to him being labeled a top-tier scientific talent. Old Yin took a deep breath and said solemnly, "You may peruse this material, but until the submarine is completed, it must remain confidential. We must deliver a significant surprise to the Americans." The experts understood the gravity of the document's value. After reviewing a few pages, they promptly urged Old Yin to put it away. "Old Yin, it is understandable that Mr. Zhou hesitated to share this information, given its national significance. If it were to fall into the wrong hands, it could be detrimental to our country." Another expert added, "If the leader wishes for Mr. Zhou to oversee the construction of the new submarine, you must involve us, even if it means merely assisting him." Old Yin chuckled, securing the documents. He then meticulously inspected the room, producing a miniature detector to scan for any hidden listening devices or cameras before resuming his seat. "I must be candid with you. There may be a spy among us." The experts' faces paled at this revelation as they stared at Old Yin in astonishment. "Surely you jest? How could there be a spy without our knowledge for so long? Who is it? If we know, we must expose them at once." Old Yin shook his head, whispering, "It is very likely Secretary Wang. Please keep this under wraps. The leader intends for us to catch him red-handed." The experts quickly grasped the situation and prepared to assist Old Yin in orchestrating a ruse. "Old Yin, what is your plan? If we can unearth the spy, it would indeed be a significant achievement." Old Yin gestured for the old friends to huddle closer. "Tonight, we shall pretend to be inebriated. If Secretary Wang is indeed the spy, he will undoubtedly tamper with my bag. The leader has arranged everything. Should he make a move, we'll apprehend him immediately." The experts nodded in understanding. "Old Yin, we are feeling rather displeased today. Let us indulge in more drinks. I cannot stand that Zhou Ran. Indeed, when we arrived, he showed us no respect at all, practically looking down his nose at us. We must report this to the leader. Newcomers should not dismiss us seasoned veterans." A sly smile crept across Old Yan's face as he played along. "If you insist, I too feel the leader is rather partial to Zhou Ran, completely disregarding our contributions." Meanwhile, Secretary Wang stood outside the private room, faintly catching snippets of the conversation within. Hearing the experts express discontent towards Zhou Ran brought him secret delight. "Drink up. The more inebriated you become, the easier my task will be." The meal stretched on for 2 to 3 hours, during which the experts consumed nearly 5 bottles of liquor, their faces glowing and words slurring. It was one of the experts who called Secretary Wang to come and collect them. In reality, he had been waiting just outside, not straying far, and upon receiving the call, he hurried inside. Upon entering, he saw the experts with their arms draped over each other's shoulders, reeking of alcohol. "Old Yin, we must speak with the leader upon our return. This matter cannot simply end here. We'll go as a group. I refuse to believe the leader will not give us due consideration." Secretary Wang sneered internally, "You old fools, while you may excel in research, your cunning leaves much to be desired." After arranging for the other experts to be taken home, Secretary Wang privately escorted Old Yin. His gaze remained fixated on the bag that Old Yin clutched tightly, never once relinquishing his grip. After about 20 minutes, as the effects of the alcohol took hold, Old Yin leaned back against the car seat and fell into a deep slumber. Secretary Wang's heart raced with excitement. He parked the car by the roadside, softly calling Old Yan's name several times, but receiving no response. Cautiously, he opened the car door, attempting to snatch the bag from Old Yan's grasp. Unbeknownst to him, a hidden camera was recording his every move. Beads of sweat formed on Secretary Wang's forehead as he struggled several times before finally prying the bag from Old Yan's hand. With no time to open it, he quickly turned on the car and Oppo's interior light and pulled out his phone, ready to photograph the documents. Just then, Old Yan's voice pierced the air. "Xiao Wang, pour me a glass of water." Secretary Wang froze, his body stiffening as his heart raced, feeling as if it had lodged itself in his throat. Chapter 52. Caught red-handed. After a brief wait, Secretary Wang heard Old Yin mumbling in his sleep, allowing his anxious heart to finally relax. With hundreds of pages of documents to capture, even real-time transmission would take a considerable amount of time. Secretary Wang hastily photographed every page, preparing to upload them slowly once he returned. As long as Old Yin remained oblivious, he had sufficient time to execute his plan. Meanwhile, at the Summer Eastern Military District base, the commander was intently watching the video feed from Old Yan's vehicle. Observing Secretary Wang tirelessly capturing images, the commander's expression darkened. Zhou Ran sat there composedly, showing no concern over the potential leak of his technical documents. The commander, filled with indignation, slammed his hand on the table. This was outrageous. The military had supported him for so long, only to discover he was an ungrateful ingrate. Zhou Ran smirked. "Commander, we can apprehend him now. If we act promptly, we will catch him red-handed with evidence and witnesses. If we delay, he will finish photographing everything, complicating our task." With a command issued, the Special Forces team, who had been on standby, swiftly moved into action. Utilizing the vehicle's location, they reached the scene at remarkable speed. The commander, along with Zhou Ran, followed closely behind, unaware that Secretary Wang had already become a sitting duck. At that moment, Old Yan squinted his eyes, fixated on Secretary Wang's figure. Although he suspected Secretary Wang might be a spy, witnessing him steal technical documents filled him with a sense of frustration and disappointment. As the Special Forces surrounded the vehicle, Secretary Wang was still engrossed in his frantic photography. Suddenly, a thunderous shout rang out, causing Secretary Wang to tremble and drop his phone. "Don't move. Get out of the car." Secretary Wang glanced around to find dozens of Special Forces soldiers aiming their weapons at him. Any movement would result in a lethal response. A wry smile crossed his face as he opened the car door, stepped out, and squatted down with his hands on his head, remaining silent. Old Yan followed suit, his gaze complex as he regarded Secretary Wang. "Xiao Wang, you have been with me for over a decade. Why?" Secretary Wang took a deep breath and replied solemnly, "I anticipated this day long ago, but unfortunately, my mission remains unfinished." Before long, the commander and Zhou Ran arrived. All eyes were fixed on Secretary Wang, who could feel their eagerness to pry into his heart and understand why he, a citizen of Daxia, had chosen to serve the interests of America. The commander, expressionless, stated, "Initially, when Mr. Zhou informed me, I was skeptical. I never imagined you truly were a spy." After a pause, he continued, "You have betrayed your homeland. If you confess your past deeds, I will grant you a dignified death." Secretary Wang glanced at Zhou Ran beside the commander and broke into a grin. "Haraha, homeland. Where was my country when I suffered? From the day I left for abroad, I vowed to make those who tormented me pay dearly. My homeland is America, and I die for America without regret." The commander retorted coldly, "Though Daxia has its shortcomings, our nation has continuously strived to improve the lives of its citizens, providing quality education and fostering a fair society. Regrettably, you will not experience the future prosperity. Since you have chosen to ally with America, you must bear the consequences. Take him away." As Secretary Wang stood up, he fixed his gaze intently on Zhou Ran. "Mr. Zhou, I must commend your capabilities. Even Americans regard you with great caution. I am curious. How did you discern my true identity?" Zhou Ran chuckled. "The technology of Americans is rather mediocre. The listening device you carried has long been outdated. When you entered the submarine alongside me, I noticed your peculiar behavior. You consistently faced me and urged Old Yan to pose various questions. It struck me as odd. You were merely a secretary, yet possessed such extensive knowledge of submarine technology." Secretary Wang paused momentarily, then shook his head with a bitter smile. "It seemed that knowing too much was not always advantageous. You need not expect to extract anything from me. The moment I became a spy, I prepared myself for sacrifice. Whether to live or die, I shall remain silent." Old Yan sighed, expressing his helplessness, having been by my side for so long. "You must have provided America with a wealth of technical information, correct?" Secretary Wang shook his head. "Not at all. The findings of your old experts hold little interest for the Americans. The technology is outdated and lacks relevance." Old Yan's expression darkened instantly. Although he knew this was the truth, hearing Secretary Wang's blunt admission struck him hard. Observing Old Yan's distress, Secretary Wang remarked, "To be frank, your technological level is at least 20 years behind ours. You are utilizing what we consider obsolete, yet you treat it like a treasure." Seeing Secretary Wang's arrogance, the commander inquired, "If you assert that American technology surpasses ours, why then do you seek to steal Mr. Zhou's expertise? Are you not contradicting yourself?" Secretary Wang found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, America was eager for Zhou Ran's technology. During his time at MIT, Zhou Ran had showcased extraordinary talent, and MIT was prepared to offer him a guest professorship upon graduation. Yet, Zhou Ran unexpectedly dropped out. The spy organization even contemplated secretly eliminating Zhou Ran. But for unknown reasons, those sent to intercept him never laid eyes on him, allowing Zhou Ran to return to Daxia. Initially, Secretary Wang had no intention of revealing his identity, for the technology in the hands of a few experts posed little threat to America. However, he had not anticipated the commander inviting Zhou Ran, who brought with him the latest submarine technology. Secretary Wang immediately reported the situation to his organization. which ordered him to acquire Zhou Ran's technical documents at any cost. Even knowing that this could expose him, he felt compelled to take the risk. Zhou Ran's technology was too formidable and needed to be studied for countermeasures. With matters reaching this point, there was little left to explain. Failure of his mission could lead to execution. Just like Heoliena and those special forces, Daxian never showed leniency towards foreign spies. The commander waved his hand, and Secretary Wang was taken away by the special forces. The evidence he left behind was also seized as proof. Old Yin felt a pang of guilt, saying, "Commander, it was my lack of vigilance. Had it not been for Mr. Zhou discovering the spy identity in advance, his technical documents could have fallen into American hands." The commander dismissed the concern, stating that Mr. Zhou had anticipated such a scenario and had already safeguarded the most crucial technical data. Even if the Americans obtained the documents, they would be of little use. Chapter 53. The new submarine construction plan. Old Yin was taken aback, then looked at Zhou Ran with eager anticipation. "Mr. Zhou, may I observe and learn while the new submarine is being constructed?" Zhou Ran smiled and replied, "Of course. I sincerely hope my techniques can be widely applied, and that everyone masters them." Old Yin quickly called a few old colleagues, and before long, several experts hurriedly arrived. "Chief, what is the situation? Have we captured anyone?" "It wouldn't be that Secretary Wang has succeeded, would it?" "Old Yin, you've jeopardized a significant matter." Old Yin shook his head hastily. "That's not the case. The chief has already made arrangements. If the Americans succeed, it would reflect poorly on our great Xia nation. Moreover, Mr. Zhou has already isolated the key technical data. Even if they acquire other materials, it is inconsequential. Who besides Mr. Zhou can lead the construction of a new submarine?" The experts were visibly excited, their eyes fixed on Zhou Ran. "Mr. Zhou, while we old fellows may lack other skills, we do have some experience in submarine construction. If you take the lead, we will be more than willing to assist alongside Old Yin. What do you say?" Zhou Ran waved his hand. "You honor me, but I still have much to learn from all of you. I lack substantial experience in submarine construction myself. If we collaborate, I am confident that the new submarine we create will astonish the Americans." Zhou Ran spoke with unwavering confidence, as the technology in his mind was the most advanced provided by the system. In fact, these technologies were not even the highest tier in the system rewards. Seizing the opportunity with the experts and the chief present, the group was taken to a secret military base to discuss the construction of the new submarine. The first topic was the engine, and the experts did not have any viable suggestions. "Mr. Zhou, the engine has always been a weakness for Great Xia. After extensive research, we've concluded that traditional diesel engines are most suitable for our submarines. Although we possess nuclear submarines, their maintenance is cumbersome, waste disposal poses significant challenges, and energy conversion efficiency is quite low." Zhou Ran nodded, acknowledging that this was not only an issue for Great Xia, but also for the Americans. The technology was nearing its limits. Even if they found methods to deal with nuclear waste and enhance fuel efficiency, they would still face bottlenecks. Unable to contain his curiosity, Old Yin asked, "Mr. Zhou, since you have extensively researched this area, do you have a solution?" Zhou Ran did indeed have a solution: to change the energy source that drives the engine. With the skill, rewards, and resources obtained from the system, it was entirely feasible to construct the most advanced submarine in the world. However, Zhou Ran had many considerations. Primarily, he needed to modify as many mechs as possible and expedite the completion of the shelter construction. Therefore, he could not easily allocate resources. Even if he had a good rapport with the military leaders and the experts, he had to prioritize the system's tasks. Thinking along these lines, Zhou Ran turned to the chief and said, "Chief, constructing the new submarine will require a substantial amount of resources, which I alone cannot procure. I hope you can provide some assistance." The chief solemnly nodded. "Rest assured, Mr. Zhou. As long as we can build the latest submarine, we, the Xia East Military District, will spare no effort, even if it means selling everything we have." Zhou Ran smiled. "While I cannot guarantee everything, I assure you that once the new submarine is completed, it will at least surpass the Americans by 20 years. One of our submarines will be equivalent to 10 of theirs." Such a statement was Zhou Ran's modesty. For the newly constructed submarine, he planned to employ all his submarine technologies, including autopilot technology, a revolutionary central control system, a super engine, and the system-rewarded artificial intelligence core. The submarine would be significantly larger than a sports car, and once transformed into a mech, it would save a considerable amount of upgrade resources. With the entire Xia East Military District providing support, it would undoubtedly save time compared to sourcing materials independently. Upon hearing Zhou Ran's confidence, the chief promptly approved the submarine construction plan. Since Mr. Zhou is assured, let us gather our strength and show the Americans the prowess of our Huaxia technology. The experts nodded in agreement, expressing their full support. As for Secretary Wang, after multiple rounds of questioning yielded no useful information regarding the Americans, Great Xia treated spies, especially those like Wang who betrayed their homeland and sought revenge, with utmost severity. Meanwhile, in Boston, at the headquarters of the intelligence organization, a group of individuals sat around a conference table, their expressions grave. Wang's identity has been exposed. He has lost his value to us. We must quickly obtain the latest submarine technology from Great Xia. I've warned you before, seizing technology from Zhou Ran is nearly impossible. We already lost Heoliana and several special forces last time. Why take such risks now? Are we to watch Great Xia rise without doing anything? If their naval power surpasses ours, how will we counter them in the future? The group debated heatedly, with some advocating for sending personnel to steal Zhou Ran's technology, while others argued that Great Xia would surely be on high alert, making any such mission a futile endeavor. At that moment, the leader, seated at the head of the table, spoke. Although Great Xia possesses Zhou Ran's technology, it is unlikely they will complete a submarine in the short term. The fastest completion will take more than 2 years. We can take this opportunity to explore the Great Xia maritime territory. Perhaps the new submarine technology is merely a smokescreen they have released. The people of Great Xia are known for their cunning. Someone interjected. We should also take Wang's information seriously. Zhou Ran was involved in the modification of that old submarine. We can test its combat capabilities. The leader nodded and immediately began to arrange personnel. Just as the American intelligence organization prepared to send a submarine to approach the eastern waters of Great Xia, Zhou Ran was busy discussing the construction of the new submarine with the experts. Zhou Ran filled pages with notes, listing all the materials required. Some key materials needed to be procured from the system, and despite this, the experts were astonished by the extensive list Zhou Ran had compiled. Mr. Zhou, these materials are currently difficult for us to obtain. As you know, Great Xia's precision machinery is still lacking, and the Western countries led by the United States have imposed a technological blockade against us. Securing these materials poses a significant challenge. Some materials are beyond our reach, let alone Great Xia. Even the Americans would struggle to acquire them. It would likely take 5 years to gather all the materials according to your plan, making it nearly impossible to complete the construction task. Zhou Ran smiled. You need not worry, esteemed teachers. Just because foreigners cannot obtain these materials does not mean I cannot. Once the submarine is completed, it will become a steel fortress in our Great Xia waters, and any who dare to invade shall return empty-handed. Chapter 54. The provocation of the Americans. Several experts were aware that once the submarine reached combat readiness, it would be unparalleled. However, the question remained, from where would they procure such abundant materials? Zhou Ran only had a repair shop and lacked advanced machinery. The production of essential materials, particularly high-precision components, posed a significant challenge. Yet, this concern was not theirs to ponder. Since Zhou Ran was in charge of the submarine's construction, they merely needed to follow his directives. When the material list for the submarine was presented to the commander, he initially deemed the situation manageable. However, upon hearing the difficulties of acquiring the materials from Lao Yin, the commander could not suppress his frown. Lao Yin, do you think Mr. Zhou is deliberately making things difficult for our military district? Such rare materials are unavailable even to the Americans. Where do we intend to find them? Is he attempting to delay the project? Lao Yin shook his head, forcing a smile. Commander, to speak candidly, none of us old fellows can match Mr. Zhou's talents. He insists on constructing the best, and he has his ways to procure some key materials. Yet, for certain non-critical materials, our nation's machinery technology falls short of the required standards. The submarine's components demand an exceedingly high precision, and we cannot resolve this issue in the short term. The commander's expression turned grave as he paced anxiously. Lao Yin, if we are to adhere to Mr. Zhou's requirements, what level of capability can the submarine achieve? After a moment's contemplation, Lao Yin replied, if Mr. Zhou can successfully complete the submarine's construction, our nation's submarine combat capabilities will ascend several tiers, rendering the Americans no match for us. The commander clenched his teeth, as if steeling himself for a monumental decision. In that case, I shall risk my reputation and seek counsel with the leadership about this situation. We must procure these materials at all costs. As their conversation unfolded, Zhou Ran arrived with a plethora of documents. Both the commander and Lao Yin looked at Zhou Ran in astonishment, uncertain of his intentions. Mr. Zhou, there may be some difficulties regarding the materials. However, rest assured, I will promptly communicate with the higher-ups and make every effort to secure them. Zhou Ran waved his hand dismissively. Commander, I came to address this very issue. We can manage this ourselves and spare the higher-ups any additional worries. Lao Yan's face lit up with surprise as he anxiously inquired, Mr. Zhou, have you already devised a solution? Zhou Ran smiled. Our nation's capabilities in high-precision machinery are somewhat lacking, and foreign entities are reluctant to sell to us. Therefore, we must manufacture it ourselves. Lao Yan was momentarily speechless, finding it hard to fathom. Mr. Zhou, you cannot be serious. Precision machinery is safeguarded like a treasure by foreigners. There is no way to circumvent the patents. Even if we attempt to produce it ourselves, the odds seem insurmountable. By the time we create precision machinery, it may be too late. Zhou Ran exuded confidence. For others, constructing a large-scale high-precision machine might take considerable time. For me, it will take no more than 2 months. His mechanical engineering skills had reached level 66, surpassing the capabilities of even the most advanced countries in mechanical manufacturing. The combined skill of all mechanical engineers worldwide would likely not equate to Zhou Ran's expertise. He handed Lao Yan the technical documentation for machinery production, explaining, while manufacturing high-precision machinery does present some challenges, it is not insurmountable for me. Let us resolve this issue first. Sharpening the axe does not hinder the woodcutter's work. Lao Yan examined the documents thoroughly, utterly astonished, gazing at Zhou Ran as if he were an extraterrestrial. Mr. Zhou, did you create all of this yourself? Zhou Ran nodded. The curriculum at MIT was rather elementary. There was little of value to learn. I self-studied all the material in a year. I also perused much of the library's resources and, finding myself with idle time, delved into numerous personal research projects. Lao Yan was left speechless. Why did such disparities exist among people? During his own time at MIT, he had contemplated prolonging his stay to absorb more from the library. Yet Zhou Ran had completed 4 years' worth of studies in a single year, while also engaging in independent research during his leisure. No wonder he chose to withdraw. The world of genius was beyond the comprehension of others. Mr. Zhou, if we prioritize manufacturing the machinery, how long do you estimate it will take? Not wishing to alarm Lao Yan, Zhou Ran pondered briefly before extending 2 fingers. Approximately 2 months. If I devote myself fully, it may even be completed in about a month. Upon hearing this, both Lao Yan and the commander were left dumbfounded. They wished to ask Zhou Ran, are you even human? Do you believe constructing machinery is as simple as playing Tetris? However, having witnessed Zhou Ran's miraculous transformation of the old submarine in under a month, they harbored hope that he could perform yet another miracle. Thus, the commander solemnly declared, Mr. Zhou, we are counting on you. Zhou Ran merely smiled and pulled Lao Yan aside. Teacher Yin, the materials required for this machinery should be relatively easy to procure. If possible, I hope all materials will be ready within a month. Secretary Wang's identity has already been exposed, and I suspect the Americans may send someone to probe our defenses. We must act swiftly. Lao Yan glanced at the commander, offering a wry smile. Commander, this matter heavily relies on your influence. Our old fellows lack such leverage. The commander was equally exasperated and could only agree to assist. Meanwhile, in the Pacific Ocean, several submarines sped toward the eastern sea region of Daxia. However, just tens of kilometers from Daxia's territorial waters, the American submarines came to a halt. Everyone, pay attention. Shut down the engines and rely on the ocean currents for propulsion. The American submarines inched closer, believing that Daxia's detection systems would be oblivious to their presence. As they approached the coast, over 100 kilometers away, the modified mech of the old submarine relayed a warning to Zhou Ran. Warning. Chapter 55. A shot to the heart. The commander promptly issued orders for the modified submarine to set sail. Accompanying the vessel were 500 soldiers, each brimming with excitement. For too long, they had endured provocations from the Americans. Every time they attempted to pursue, the Americans would flee with the swiftness of rabbits, leaving them exasperated. This time, they finally seized an opportunity to deliver a resounding blow to the Americans. Once the modified submarine ventured into the sea, the automated navigation system immediately sent out signals to actively search for the positions of the American submarines. The advanced detection system swiftly identified 5 American submarines, which were gradually making their way toward the territory of Daxia, propelled by ocean currents. Everything happening inside and outside the submarine was recorded and transmitted in real time back to the military base. Upon detecting the enemy signals, the commander decisively commanded, everyone, prepare for battle. Although he had faith in Zhou Ran's capabilities, he did not wish to see any damage to the newly modified submarine. Thus, he arranged for 10 escort ships and shore-based anti-submarine missiles. If the American submarines dared to approach, they would experience the formidable firepower of Daxia. At that moment, the American submarines remained oblivious to the presence of the Daxia submarine, underestimating its capabilities. One of the submarines, the fastest among them, was nearing the 50-kilometer range of Daxia's waters when the modified submarine suddenly appeared behind it like a specter. The pilot, visibly exhilarated, reported, "Commander, we have made close contact with the enemy submarine. Shall we attack?" Without hesitation, the commander ordered, "Fire. Strike hard." The submarine's automated systems activated, and the newly installed weapons were primed. The electromagnetic pulse cannon discharged. A beam of purple light erupted from beneath the submarine, and before the American crew could react, their submarine trembled violently and was obliterated in an instant. Countless fragments scattered in all directions, creating waves over 20 meters high on the surface. The soldiers aboard the modified submarine were left in awe at the sight. "Wow, this weapon is incredibly powerful. Mr. Zhou is truly impressive. In the past, we struggled to keep pace with the enemy, yet now we have silently approached and swiftly destroyed their submarine. This is so satisfying. The Americans won't even have the chance to repair their loss." Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the American submarine fleet was taken aback. Attempting to contact the destroyed vessel. "Number 1, respond if you hear me." Yet, there was no reply. A single pulse cannon strike had turned the submarine into debris, leaving no survivors. The remaining 4 submarines sensed the gravity of the situation and immediately entered a state of alert. The American soldiers aboard were terrified. They were accustomed to bullying other nations and had never experienced such a predicament. Without ever seeing their enemy, they had lost a submarine, an utter humiliation. Typically, Daxia would send warnings before taking action, but this time they had struck without a word, completely catching the Americans off guard. What followed was even more astonishing. The modified submarine moved with stealth and speed, firing a shot and swiftly changing position, all while jamming the American submarine's detection systems. Within minutes, another American submarine was destroyed, meeting the same fate as the first, leaving the Americans thoroughly shaken. Under attack from an unknown source, retreat. 3 submarines fled in disarray, powering their engines to escape the perilous area. They arrived brimming with confidence, but left resembling frightened strays. At the Eastern Military District base, the commander was elated to witness the effortless destruction of 2 American submarines, repeatedly slapping the table in excitement. "Well done. This is how we make the Americans remember." Did they truly believe Daxia could be trifled with? That they could come and go as they pleased? Inside the modified submarine, the soldiers rejoiced. They had never fought such an easy battle before. They had often been under the Americans' thumb, but now they had avenged their past grievances. The commander quickly summoned his aides, instructing them to record the videos and publish them online to boost the morale of the nation. The long-standing animosity between Daxia and the Americans was well known, and most citizens harbored resentment towards them. Each year, Americans flaunted their might in Daxia's waters. Such footage would undoubtedly showcase the strength of Daxia's navy. Daxia's submarine technology had surpassed that of the Americans, effortlessly destroying their submarines, a truly exhilarating revelation. Upon the soldiers' triumphant return, all were unscathed, and the commander lavished praise upon them. "We shall no longer endure humiliation from the Americans. If they dare to come, we shall not hesitate to strike back. By destroying 2 of their submarines, we have left them with a bitter defeat, and we will continue to rub salt in their wounds." The specifics of how to do so remained unspoken. The following day, news media reported the incident, albeit in a subtle manner. Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt this program with a brief announcement. Fishermen in the Eastern Theater have recovered numerous fragments, suspected to be remnants of a submarine. According to reliable sources, the Eastern Military District has recently developed a new type of submarine and is currently conducting secret military exercises for the Americans. This was an ominous sign of their poor fortune. Daxia had brought the matter into the public eye. As for the fragments, both Daxia and the American military understood the unspoken truth. However, the Americans had suffered a significant blow, losing 2 submarines valued at billions of dollars without even catching a glimpse of Daxia's vessels. This represented a considerable threat. The inability to locate Daxia's submarines indicated that Daxia's submarine technology had surpassed theirs, possessing the capability to overpower American submarines. Meanwhile, at the American intelligence base, a group sat in silence, their expressions as grim as the bottom of a pot. Military officials were also present, eager to reprimand the intelligence personnel. What on earth happened? How could Dacia destroy our submarines? Did you not claim that their new submarines would take 2 to 3 years to launch? Have you seen that modified submarine? What is its combat capability? You are all utterly useless. One of the intelligence leaders explained, General, we have analyzed the data received from Wang Chuan and concluded that the vessels attacking our submarines must be Dacia's newly modified submarines. The general scoffed, and what of it? Besides this, can you provide any useful information? The first time we sent spies, they returned empty-handed. The second time, we sent spies and special forces, only to have them captured. You demand substantial funding from Congress every year. What have you accomplished? Chapter 56. A nation in shock. The leaders of the intelligence organization found themselves at a loss for words, unable to mount any rebuttal. Zhou Ran's capabilities were formidable. Not only had he completed the transformation of a new submarine in a remarkably short time, but its combat prowess was also astonishingly powerful. Fortunately, only 5 submarines had been dispatched this time. Had more been sent, it is likely that the Great Xia would have declared war outright. The most embarrassing aspect was that their submarines had yet to catch sight of any from Great Xia, leaving those allied with the United States to ponder their predicament. Were the Americans faltering, necessitating a change in leadership? The general surveyed the room with a cold gaze and spoke in a grave tone. The existence of the intelligence organization is to serve the interests of the United States. If you continue to accept payment without delivering results, I will consider requesting a reduction in your funding from Congress. The leaders of the intelligence organization paled, hastily responding, General, we have yet to employ our ultimate measures. Please grant us another chance. The general, his expression unyielding, replied, your opportunities are dwindling. Should you fail again, there will be no reason for the intelligence organization to persist. With that, he rose and departed, leaving a group of intelligence personnel exchanging glances filled with confusion. They felt unjustly treated, convinced they had performed their duties, only to have their efforts thwarted at every turn. Ultimately, all their frustrations stemmed from Zhou Ran. Without him, the technological advancements of Great Xia would not have progressed so rapidly. The entire intelligence organization harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Zhou Ran, yet felt utterly powerless. Their attempts to confront him thrice had yielded no results, costing them 2 outstanding spies. Meanwhile, a video began to circulate widely on the internet, showing images that were not particularly clear, yet the majority of the populace could discern that Great Xia had deployed only 1 submarine, which had effortlessly destroyed 2 American submarines, while the remaining American vessels had fled in terror. Netizens were abuzz with excitement. One user proclaimed, the good days for the Americans are over. The military might of Great Xia has transformed. Any further incursions will be met with fierce resistance from our warriors. Anat Chapter 57. Disposing of wastewater. While the leaders of the Summer Eastern Military District were pleased, they also found themselves in a quandary. This was largely due to the materials list compiled by Zhou Ran, which had proven difficult to fulfill despite extensive inquiries. Notably, one rare material remained elusive. Even the expert, Old Yen, confirmed that it had yet to be discovered domestically or internationally. Nevertheless, to ensure Zhou Ran could focus on overseeing the construction of the new submarines, the leader felt compelled to make rounds and leverage connections, albeit to no avail. With no other options, the leader approached Zhou Ran. Mr. Zhou, I have managed to locate most of the materials you listed, but one in particular seems to be non-existent. Could there be a mistake? Zhou Ran shook his head. This material is indeed rare, but it exists within our summer seas. However, it lies at a depth of over 2,000 meters beneath the continental shelf, around 3,000 meters deep. The leader was taken aback, taking some time to process this information. We do possess deep-sea detectors, but how do you propose we extract materials from such depths? Zhou Ran smiled reassuringly. There's no need for concern. This is not something we require immediately. I will find a way to procure it once I finish my current tasks. The leader sighed inwardly, recognizing that he was of little assistance in this specialized matter and that it was best left to the professionals. The manufacturing speed of the high-precision machinery was astonishing. With Zhou Ran's level 66 mechanical skills, the project was completed in just over half a month. The experts could scarcely believe their eyes. It was nothing short of miraculous. The brand-new machine before them had them questioning their reality. Though Zhou Ran had mentioned a 1-month timeline, they had not anticipated such rapid progress. Even importing a ready-made machine from abroad would take at least 6 months, yet Zhou Ran achieved it in under a month. If foreign experts were to learn of this, they might very well consider Zhou Ran an extraterrestrial anomaly. The experts, who worked alongside Zhou Ran daily, were acutely aware of his exceptional work ethic. He toiled for nearly 20 hours each day. Even the sturdiest of individuals would falter under such strain. Yet Zhou Ran persevered with the endurance of a machine for over 10 consecutive days. This remarkable stamina was largely thanks to the energy potions he had exchanged from the system, significantly boosting his efficiency. Zhou Ran's tireless dedication earned the admiration of the experts. He was undoubtedly a genius, but his relentless effort elevated him to an entirely different level of prowess. Upon completing the high-precision machinery, Zhou Ran swiftly proceeded to manufacture several precision components, all of which met the required standards flawlessly. Under his guidance, the experts efficiently transported the materials for the new submarine to the manufacturing center. With everything in place, they awaited Zhou Ran to commence construction personally. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the American Intelligence Organization, it had been over half a month since Secretary Wang was captured, during which time they had received no further useful information. Presumably, Secretary Wang had been dealt with discreetly by the summer, and the Americans were reluctant to make a fuss. However, this incident had become a sore spot for the intelligence organization, having suffered repeated setbacks at the hands of Zhou Ran. They were in dire need of more information regarding him. If possible, they would even consider deploying an assassin to eliminate Zhou Ran. Unfortunately, given the summer's high regard for him, it was challenging to even locate him, let alone attempt an assassination. Nonetheless, the intelligence organization diligently sought leads and eventually made contact with the American Space Center. Their sole objective was to obtain satellite imagery to monitor the construction of the summer's new submarines. Initially, the Space Center dismissed the intelligence organization, perceiving them as mere pests lurking in the shadows. However, upon the organization's promise that acquiring Zhou Ran's technical data could significantly advance America's aerospace endeavors, the Space Center agreed to assist them by providing satellite images of the summer coastline. America's aerospace industry had developed early, resulting in numerous satellite launches. So obtaining images of the summer coastline was not particularly surprising. In truth, America was unlikely to access information regarding the summer's critical military equipment construction through the satellite imagery. The intelligence organization identified a base in the summer seas that appeared to be constructing submarine models. This discovery shocked them. As the previous submarine fleet, they had dispatched lost 2 vessels without sighting any summer submarines. This indicated that the submarine in question could very well be the modified vessel Secretary Wang had mentioned. The Americans had previously encountered this submarine multiple times and were well aware of its mediocre combat capabilities. They were astonished to learn that Zhou Ran's modifications had significantly enhanced its effectiveness. If the new submarine was successfully completed, what future prospects would be left for American submarines? The intelligence organization became increasingly eager to acquire Zhou Ran's latest submarine technology, but the Summer Eastern Military District's protective measures were exceedingly stringent. Moreover, given Zhou Ran's prior targeted attacks, the Summer had long been on guard, making it improbable for foreigners to approach him. The intelligence organization leader furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering how to obtain Zhou Ran's technology or, alternatively, eliminate him altogether. If the Americans could not obtain it, neither would the Summer. At that moment, a staff member proposed, "Colonel, isn't the Fuso nation eager to release nuclear wastewater? We could covertly support them." The leader's expression shifted slightly. The issue of nuclear wastewater management was a significant concern. If mishandled, it could result in global contamination, with the wastewater spreading through ocean currents and wreaking havoc worldwide, something America could not afford to bear. The staff member scoffed. "The currents will first impact the Summer. Even if they are contaminated, they will bear the consequences." The leader contemplated this before nodding in agreement. "This is a clever idea. As long as we can make life difficult for the Summer, it suffices. The Fuso nation has always been at odds with them. Let them engage in mutual conflict." Subsequently, the staff member promptly contacted representatives from the Fuso nation, urging them to discharge nuclear wastewater into the sea. The Fuso representatives were taken aback. Should this matter come to light, it would result in severe sanctions from the United Nations. Following the war, the Fuso nation standing in the international community had already been precarious, and engaging in such a controversial act would easily attract global ire, particularly from their long-standing rival, the Summer. Reluctant to bear such repercussions, the Fuso representatives attempted to evade responsibility. However, the Americans promised that should they comply with their plan, they would reap significant benefits, along with a degree of autonomy. Ultimately, the Fuso nation acquiesced to the Americans' demands, as they had become the latter's subordinate following the war, consistently aligning themselves with American interests. Nonetheless, in recent years, the Fuso nation's economy had been experiencing rapid growth, leading to an increase in their overall strength and a burgeoning desire for independence from American control. The only factor keeping them in check was America's military presence, with numerous military bases established in the Pacific and near Fuso, capable of striking at any moment. Chapter 58. Materials acquired. With the high-precision machinery completed, the construction of the new submarine progressed smoothly, leaving the experts in awe of Zhou Ran. At such a young age, his capabilities rendered him a pillar of the nation. Everything unfolded according to Zhou Ran's meticulous plan. However, the construction of the new submarine did not require his constant oversight, as he only intervened during critical stages. The military district's leaders visited the manufacturing center daily, as the specific materials Zhou Ran had outlined remained elusive. Despite Zhou Ran's assurances of resolving the issue, the lack of materials left the leaders feeling uneasy. "Mr. Zhou, you need not monitor everything daily. When can we expect the materials you mentioned?" they inquired. Zhou Ran replied with a smile, "There's no need for haste, Chief. We won't require them just yet. I will bring it up when the time comes. The new submarine should be completed within 3 months, provided my plans proceed without a hitch." The chief nodded. "Then I must trouble you to remain vigilant. I have a question. Given the formidable combat capabilities of the new submarine, is mass production feasible?" Zhou Ran pondered for a moment before responding. "Mass production presents substantial challenges, particularly regarding materials. Based on my estimates, the cost of constructing a new submarine may exceed that of a conventional one by 5-fold. The chief sighed, shaking his head with a rueful smile. After his numerous visits for just one submarine, the thought of producing another seemed daunting. Nevertheless, the combat prowess of the submarine Zhou Ran had modified was sufficient to rival that of several conventional submarines, ensuring that the Americans would think twice before venturing into the waters of Great Xia. While mass production of the new submarine seemed implausible, the military district still possessed several older submarines that Zhou Ran could overhaul. "Mr. Zhou, if you have the time, we would appreciate your assistance in modifying these older submarines while we build one new submarine to assess its effectiveness." Zhou Ran readily agreed, as there remained a considerable distance to cover before the task's completion. Modifying additional mechas would expedite the process. In the stillness of the night, as the military district lay in quietude, the modified submarine docked at the base suddenly activated itself, silently slipping beneath the waves. Upon descending to approximately 1,000 meters, the submarine shuddered violently, producing a cacophony of mechanical friction. Within minutes, the massive vessel transformed into a towering mecha, standing 100 meters high. Zhou Ran named this mecha Sea Serpent. He commanded the Sea Serpent to dive over 5,000 meters to retrieve materials for the mecha's upgrades. The mecha swiftly descended to the ocean floor, landing on the continental shelf. It then morphed into a drill, effortlessly burrowing into the depths. Half an hour later, the drill returned to the continental shelf with the materials in tow. Transforming back into the mecha, it resurfaced, and Zhou Ran inspected the materials, confirming they were indeed what he needed for the upgrades. He then instructed the Sea Serpent to deliver the materials back to the repair facility. The Sea Serpent morphed into an invisible aircraft, vanishing in an instant. With the upgrade materials secured, the enhancement of the flying sword was merely a matter of time. The following day, Old Yen arrived with several experts to consult Zhou Ran regarding some persistent issues they had been unable to resolve. "Mr. Zhou, we have encountered problems. Following your technical documentation seems impossible," they lamented. Zhou Ran glanced over the issues and smiled. "These are not obstacles. Adding an intelligent core will resolve everything." Old Yen frowned. "Currently, it takes a significant amount of time to manufacture an intelligent core, coupled with multiple testing phases. Did you have prior plans, Mr. Zhou?" Zhou Ran nodded. "I will handle the intelligent core. The critical technology of this new submarine lies within the engine and central control systems. The intelligent core is secondary." Old Yen suddenly recalled Zhou Ran's previous work on a tractor, realizing that if he could transform a tractor into an artificial intelligence, he undoubtedly possessed considerable expertise in this area. He smacked his forehead. "Mr. Zhou, I almost forgot about your experience with artificial intelligence. This should pose no problem. According to our plan, this submarine can be completed in less than 3 months." The other experts were exhilarated. Even if the Americans attempted it, they would require at least a year or 2 to construct a submarine. In contrast, Great Xia would achieve this feat in 3 months, a testament to its burgeoning strength that had eclipsed that of the United States. The experts hurriedly departed, only for the chief to return shortly after. "Mr. Zhou, I hear you have a penchant for repairs. Could you manage some damaged warships and coastal missiles we possess?" Zhou Ran was taken aback. while he could certainly repair warships. Coastal missiles too? Chief, aren't coastal missiles supposed to be single-use? Why would they need repairs? The chief responded sheepishly. The coastal missiles have diminished in power. If you could assist in their modifications, it would be most advantageous. I'll procure any necessary materials immediately. Zhou Ran chuckled. Chief, the weapons I develop may possess quite a formidable potency. A coastal missile could potentially obliterate an island. The chief's eyes gleamed with excitement. Is it truly that powerful? Then you must assist in the modifications. We should also test their effectiveness to deter any potential threats. Subsequently, the chief led Zhou Ran to inspect the military district's coastal missiles. After a brief observation, Zhou Ran conceived an idea. Within 2 hours, he had successfully revamped a new coastal missile launch system. The chief and several missile experts were left agape at Zhou Ran's efficiency. Is it truly completed so swiftly? Mr. Zhou, your efficiency is astonishing. Where are the missiles? Let us test their power. The chief exclaimed, eager to arrange for a missile to be brought forth. However, Zhou Ran halted him. Chief, my modifications pertain solely to the launcher. I still need to determine the most suitable missile. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Ran devised a plan, requesting a missile to be brought in, which he then modified further. The experts were apprehensive. Missiles were incredibly powerful, and a misstep could cause significant damage to the military district. Yet Zhou Ran operated calmly, with no sign of anxiety. All done. We can now test its power. The chief and missile experts were eager to see the results of Zhou Ran's alterations. During previous military exercises, the weaponry displayed by the Southwest Military District had sparked envy among various military districts. With a command from the chief, a missile was launched, targeting a hill several kilometers away. In under a minute, the missile struck its target. The ensuing thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, causing the ground to tremble violently, nearly knocking everyone off their feet. The chief hastily grabbed binoculars to survey the scene, gasping in astonishment. The power is astounding. Has an entire hill been obliterated? Chapter 59, The Source of Nuclear Wastewater. Upon hearing the chief's exclamation, several experts hastily produced their telescopes. A few kilometers away, a mountain had nearly been reduced to rubble, leaving only a small mound. The chief quickly regained his composure and, with palpable excitement, grasped Zhou Ran's hand. Mr. Zhou, the weapon you have modified is astounding. The entire mountain was on the verge of vanishing. Such a formidable weapon, if deployed on the battlefield, would undoubtedly haunt our enemy's nightmares. Zhou Ran remained remarkably composed, revealing that he had merely adjusted the detonation dosage of the missile. In his eyes, this weapon was child's play. He possessed an array of far more powerful armaments, any one of which would surpass the destructive capacity of this missile by a considerable margin. However, these weapons were intended for the impending Dark Age, and he had no intention of unveiling them just yet. As discussions ensued among the group, Zhou Ran received a signal from the mech, Sea Serpent. Warning: unidentified energy fluctuations detected, suspected nuclear radiation. Zhou Ran's brow furrowed instantly. Nuclear radiation? Could it be that a nation was conducting nuclear tests? This seemed implausible, as aside from the permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, other countries were prohibited from such activities. Nevertheless, the presence of nuclear radiation indicated that some nation was flouting the rules. Although the Sea Serpent was a mech, it lacked an artificial intelligence core, rendering it incapable of pinpointing the exact location of the radiation. However, Zhou Ran could instruct the Sea Serpent to venture out to locate the source of the nuclear radiation. Noticing Zhou Ran's troubled expression, the chief could not help but inquire. Mr. Zhou, is there an issue? Zhou Ran shook his head. The weapon itself posed no problems, but given its unconventional nature, it could not be utilized indiscriminately. Since we possess submarines, we need not fear American provocations. It is prudent to limit the use of such weaponry for now. This was not merely Zhou Ran and Appo's sentiment. The system was not yet complete. The shelter had yet to be constructed, and any destructive force exceeding the Earth's capacity could potentially result in spatial rifts. Such occurrences could unleash bizarre entities, a scenario detrimental to our planet. The chief countered, Mr. Zhou, if we wish for our great Xia to be unassailable, we must possess a power formidable enough to crush all adversaries. Take the Americans, for instance. They have frequently harassed our nation. The animosity between our peoples has deep roots. Their nature is one of plunder and oppression. Only when they are made to feel pain will they learn restraint. The more advanced our weaponry, the greater their fear. Zhou Ran understood this logic. However, a large-scale conflict with the Americans was unlikely in the immediate future. At least for now. The Americans were deterred by the combat capabilities of the Xia submarines. After assisting with modifications to several launchers, Zhou Ran returned to the submarine construction base. The source of the nuclear radiation needed to be identified promptly. If any nation was clandestinely conducting nuclear tests, he would spare no effort in preventing it. That evening, the submarine construction base was still bustling with activity. Seizing the opportunity while all attention was focused on the new submarine, Zhou Ran issued directives to the mech, Sea Serpent, determine the source of the nuclear radiation and gather all evidence and data. The Sea Serpent silently submerged, its speed and agility significantly enhanced in its mech form, hastening towards the radiation's origin. 2 hours later, the Sea Serpent reached the radiation epicenter and relayed information back to Zhou Ran. Master, the source of the nuclear radiation has been identified. It lies within a city along the coast of the Fusang Nation, resulting from the discharge of wastewater from a nuclear power plant. Zhou Ran's expression shifted. The Fusang Nation had always shown a lack of shame. While other nations processed nuclear wastewater responsibly, it baffled him why they would discharge it into the ocean. Did they not comprehend the dangers of nuclear wastewater? He believed that after experiencing the devastation of mushroom bombs, the Fusang Nation would be wary and strive to mitigate nuclear pollution. To his astonishment, they brazenly dumped nuclear wastewater into the sea. An act of pollution that would not only afflict Fusang but also affect all nations along the Pacific coast due to ocean currents. Thus, Zhou Ran resolved to report the Fusang Nation's egregious actions to the United Nations, seeking their intervention in this matter. Following Zhou Ran's instructions, the Sea Serpent documented all evidence of Fusang's wastewater discharge before returning to the Xiaodong Military District base. Upon receiving the footage captured by the Sea Serpent, Zhou Ran promptly sought out the military district chief. Chief, I have discovered a profoundly serious issue. Noticing Zhou Ran's grim demeanor, the chief quickly asked, What is it, Mr. Zhou? Is there a problem with the submarine construction? Zhou Ran shook his head and presented the video of Fusang's wastewater discharge. After viewing it, the chief was incensed, slamming his hand on the table. What audacity! The Fusang Nation dares to indiscriminately dump nuclear wastewater. They must be made to pay a price. Zhou Ran asserted, Chief, I believe this matter is not straightforward. The Fusang Nation has previously suffered from nuclear contamination. They should be aware of the dangers of discharging untreated nuclear wastewater into the ocean. They must have ulterior motives. The chief frowned, asking, Mr. Zhou, what do you mean? If the volume of nuclear wastewater is not substantial, the impact may not be severe. Is there another agenda at play for Fusang? Zhou Ran shook his head. I cannot yet ascertain their specific motives, but their brazen act of discharging nuclear wastewater surely indicates some form of external support. The chief pondered for a moment before suddenly widening his eyes. Could it be the Americans? After their repeated attempts to steal your technology and losing 2 submarines to us, are they seeking revenge? Zhou Ran remained uncertain, but he sensed a connection. The immediate priority was to deliver the video footage to the United Nations. After all, near condemnation from the Xiao would be futile. Fusang would continue its reckless ways. The chief swiftly presented the video footage to senior leadership, detailing Fusang's actions. The higher-ups took the matter seriously and quickly contacted the relevant departments within the United Nations, dispatching the footage overnight. The United Nations Secretary-General, upon reviewing the video, was equally alarmed. The ramifications of nuclear wastewater pollution extended beyond mere contamination. It could potentially lead to genetic mutations in marine life, fundamentally altering the ecological environment of the world's oceans. The leaders of Xia anticipated a swift response from the United Nations, expecting them to warn Fusang or even impose sanctions. To their dismay, the United Nations remained silent after viewing the footage. Nothing transpired. Frustrated, the leaders of Xia promptly issued a public statement. The Fusang Nation must cease their reckless dumping of nuclear wastewater, which endangers the marine environment. State media echoed the call, with other outlets following suit, vehemently condemning Fusang's actions. The public, incensed by the news, clamored for retribution, wishing for the obliteration of Fusang. How outrageous! It seems that 2 mushroom bombs did not impart any lessons. They must be severely punished. Let us deliver 2 more mushroom bombs for them to taste. This blatant provocation against global citizens showcased the Fusang Nation's utter disregard for decency. Chapter 60. The emergence of mutant creatures. The citizens of the Great Xia Empire were filled with righteous indignation, yet their outrage bore no fruit. For the United Federation took no measures to intervene. In truth, the headquarters of the United Federation was located in America, and rumors had circulated about a potential relocation to Great Xia. However, these hopes were dashed due to fierce opposition from the Americans, who felt emboldened. The video evidence submitted by Great Xia swiftly fell into American hands, where it was promptly destroyed, followed by a FAA day of indifference. Yet, when Great Xia provided further evidence, the United Federation's attempts to address the situation were forcefully suppressed by the Americans. Zhou Ran discerned that as long as the Americans remained unyielding, the United Federation would be impotent. Thus, he held no expectations for any significant action from them. Soon after, an American representative brazenly declared that the actions of the Fusang nation were instigated by the United States. This revelation incited global outrage, with people across the internet condemning both the United States and Fusang. Korean television remarked on Fusang's reckless disposal of nuclear waste, which severely polluted the marine environment, and called for strong protests. Russian media warned that Fusang was playing with fire, and if no changes were made, they would not hesitate to deliver another mushroom bomb. The Australian Central News platform expressed disdain for the Fusang people, suggesting that their ultimate fate should be extinction. In the face of this global criticism, Fusang remained unmoved, treating the matter with utter disregard. With the support of the American superpower, they intensified their actions, transitioning from clandestine dumping of nuclear waste to brazenly releasing it into the sea. However, the global populace's denunciations proved futile, as Fusang paid no heed to the consequences. The coastal regions of Fusang suffered varying degrees of pollution due to the nuclear waste, leading to genetic mutations in some marine life. Remarkably, Fusang fishermen netted a colossal grouper measuring 6 meters in length. The media in Fusang even interviewed the fishermen, who expressed their belief that this was a divine blessing, vowing to care for the giant fish. Zhou Ran, observing the news from Fusang, could not suppress a cynical smile. The abnormal size of the grouper was undoubtedly linked to radiation. Such growth was virtually impossible under normal circumstances. Shortly thereafter, Fusang fishermen discovered a 2-ton giant octopus, and the effort to capture it resulted in the death of several fishermen. Nonetheless, Fusang appeared oblivious to the unfolding crisis, while Zhou Ran issued daily directives to the sea creature, urging it to closely monitor the biological mutations in Fusang's waters. Data relayed back from the sea creature led Zhou Ran to a troubling realization. Fusang was reaping the consequences of its own actions and would soon face an assault from gigantic monsters. With their intent to dump nuclear waste, Zhou Ran felt no obligation to intervene. Although nuclear radiation spreads rapidly, he had arranged for the sea creature to mitigate the radiation dispersing towards Great Xia's waters. His suspicions were soon validated, as Fusang began to suffer the repercussions of its own misdeeds. Days later, a monstrous shark with limbs and 3 heads attacked a Fusang cargo ship, with witnesses reporting its length to exceed 30 meters and its height to surpass 20 meters when upright. This was no ordinary shark, it was a genuine monster. After the attack, the monstrous shark swiftly submerged, evading detection. Upon receiving a distress signal from Fusang, the Americans promptly dispatched warships and submarines to track the monstrous shark. Regrettably, the shark, having undergone genetic mutation, displayed a degree of intelligence, recognizing the threat posed by American firepower, and refrained from revealing itself. After several days of fruitless searching, the Americans retreated, having learned a valuable lesson and now fearing a potential stealth attack from Great Xia's submarines. The plight of Fusang became apparent to the world, eliciting a mix of sympathy and schadenfreude. Russian media remarked that in Great Xia's terms, this was a case of self-inflicted punishment. Korean television expressed deep sympathy for the people of Fusang, attributing their suffering to the poor decisions of their leaders. The BBC pondered the existence of such colossal creatures, underscoring the evident dangers of nuclear radiation, and urged Fusang to reconsider its actions. Naturally, Great Xia reveled in the misfortunes befalling Fusang, with leaders extending their condolences. The populace of Great Xia celebrated, viewing the situation as a self-inflicted dilemma. Where are your Ultramen? Where are your superheroes? Hurry and summon them to save you, they exclaimed, joyfully acknowledging the arrival of the monstrous shark. The monstrous shark, however, cared little for the surrounding drama. Its emergence was merely an accident, driven by an instinctual need for sustenance, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Once the American naval forces departed, the monstrous shark re-emerged, unleashing chaos along the coastal cities of Fusang, causing unmeasurable devastation. The losses incurred by Fusang reached exorbitant amounts, with terrified citizens fleeing in panic. Many prayed for the fictional Ultramen to save the world, unaware that such heroes did not exist in reality, and if they did, Fusang would hardly deserve their aid. After wreaking havoc, the monstrous shark seemed to lose interest and turned its attention toward Great Xia. Its movements, however, were swiftly detected by the sea creature, which transmitted an urgent warning to Zhou Ran. One day, while overseeing the construction of new submarines, Zhou Ran received the alert. The monstrous shark was approaching Great Xia's waters, now less than 200 nautical miles away. Zhou Ran raised an eyebrow. Did it dare to wreak havoc in Great Xia? This was a death wish. Without hesitation, he commanded the sea creature to transform into a mech. The sea creature's immense size could easily contend with dozens of monstrous sharks, making its task straightforward. However, Zhou Ran did not instruct the sea creature to eliminate the monstrous shark. Instead, he aimed to injure it and send it back to Fusang's waters. After all, the people of Fusang needed to experience the consequences of their own creation. Overwhelmed by the mech, the monstrous shark fled back to Fusang's waters, seething with indignation. Just as the beleaguered citizens of Fusang thought they had found reprieve, the monstrous shark returned with a vengeance. This time, it approached fueled by rage, and the repercussions would be catastrophic. In desperation, Fusang's leaders implored the Americans for assistance, who viewed the monstrous shark as a valuable specimen for study. Meanwhile, the suffering of the Fusang populace was of little concern to them. Chapter 61. Harvest. The Americans desired to capture the monstrous shark alive, thus refraining from a violent assault. The direct consequence of this decision was the further devastation of the land of Fusang, as the monstrous shark rampaged unabated, indifferent to the relentless attacks from the American military. Although bullets and shells inflicted some minor damage, the beast swiftly restored itself to its original state. The nuclear radiation had caused genetic mutations in the creature, endowing it with an enormous physique and destructive capabilities, as well as an extraordinary regenerative ability. Unless it was utterly obliterated, it would incessantly replenish its energy and recover. The Americans found themselves at a loss, and the citizens of Fusang were plunged into despair as the monstrous shark deliberately targeted a nuclear power plant, voraciously absorbing radioactive energy and wreaking havoc upon it. In the spotlight of international media, a nuclear power station in Fusang was severely damaged, resulting in a catastrophic nuclear leak. However, the radiation generated was entirely consumed by the monstrous shark. Its size and destructive power grew even more formidable, as the American military and Oppo's plan to capture it alive fell to ruin, leaving them with no choice but to annihilate the creature completely. On board an American warship, hundreds of soldiers encircled their commander, their expressions grave. "Captain, we can no longer delay. If we do not eliminate the monster soon, it could pose a significant threat to America. We are merely shooting ourselves in the foot. The creature's destructive power is too great." The captain's demeanor was serious as he fixed his gaze on the monstrous shark rampaging on the shore, his mind conflicted. His superiors had instructed him to capture it alive. Yet it was evident that conventional weaponry was utterly ineffective, failing to inflict any harm at a pace slower than the creature's recovery. Realizing the futility of the situation, he declared, "We must destroy it completely. Prepare the heavy weaponry." At his command, a missile equipped with a miniature nuclear warhead was aimed at the monstrous shark. Minutes later, the missile detonated. The resounding explosion echoed across the skies of Fusang, obliterating the monstrous shark into fragments, leaving it with no chance of recovery. Subsequently, the captain directed the soldiers to collect the remains of the creature for research back in America. Thus, the Chapter 62. Return. The military district commander chuckled, "Mr. Zhou, this matter is not greatly related to us. However, the devastation inflicted upon the Fusang nation has made me acutely aware of the significant impact that large-scale destructive weapons have on the environment. Although the weapons developed by you, Mr. Zhou, possess formidable destructive capabilities, they are devoid of radiation and do not impose severe alterations on biological genes." Zhou Ran nodded in agreement, acknowledging the commander's insight. "Indeed, I have taken such factors into consideration during the development of my weapons. While we could refrain from employing weapons of mass destruction, we cannot ensure that others will do the same, especially the Americans, who have always been self-centered, and we are powerless to prevent it." The military district commander snorted. "Currently, the Americans rely solely on their formidable military strength to bully smaller nations. Once our new submarines are completed, we shall certainly confront them and ascertain who truly reigns as the world's preeminent power." Zhou Ran smiled wryly. "Commander, our Xi'an nation cherishes peace and advocates for the supremacy of virtue. There is no need to compete with the Americans. Perhaps there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future." The commander furrowed his brow. "What do you mean, Mr. Zhou? Are you suggesting that you would share your technology with the Americans?" "I cannot agree to that." Zhou Ran was no naive idealist. He certainly would not relinquish his technology to the Americans without recompense. Yet, he recognized that when the Dark Ages descended, the entire world would face immense challenges, and it would be impossible for Xia alone to confront them. Collaboration with other nations would be imperative. "Commander, I estimate that the new submarine will be completed within a week, and I wish to return to the repair facility. Startled, the military district commander quickly inquired, Mr. Zhou, do you feel mistreated here? Why the sudden desire to leave? With a hint of resignation, Zhou Ran replied, Commander, I have been at the military district for quite some time. I cannot neglect the repair facility. Reluctant to see Zhou Ran depart, the commander realized that if he let him go, it would not be long before other military districts would lure him away for assistance. Mr. Zhou, why not remain here for a while longer? Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. It would be a waste of your talents to confine you to the repair facility. Zhou Ran shook his head. I have spent too long at the Eastern Xi'an Military District, and I have provided all the essential technical materials to Professor Yan. Even in my absence, my colleagues can resolve any issues collaboratively. However, that is not the principal reason. The shelter base is situated right by the Qingping Town repair facility. If it were not for the materials for the mecha upgrades, I would not need to linger here for so long. Moreover, the resources available from the Eastern Xi'an Military District have reached their limit. Seeing Zhou Ran's resolute stance, the commander conceded. Professor Yin and several other experts longed to learn more from Zhou Ran and urged him to stay. Mr. Zhou, we have not yet fully grasped the technology of the new submarine. Could you possibly delay your departure for a while longer? Indeed. We are utterly unfamiliar with your artificial intelligence technology. Could you not impart some knowledge to us? Zhou Ran sighed with a bittersweet smile. It is not that I do not wish to teach you, but I have merely scratched the surface of artificial intelligence technology. There remains a considerable journey ahead for large-scale application, and I must continue my research. This was not Zhou Ran's false modesty. The core of artificial intelligence awarded by the system was a technology that transcended time and space. Without the system, he would have been incapable of achieving such advancements independently. After contemplating, the commander understood. Zhou Ran's talents were such that even the Americans regarded them with trepidation. It was impossible to tether him indefinitely to the Eastern Xi'an Military District, as other military districts also required his expertise. Having already provided substantial technical support and enhanced the capabilities of weaponry, submarines, and warships, the Xi'an Navy would undoubtedly experience a qualitative enhancement, rendering them unafraid of American provocations. Since you are determined to leave, I shall not compel you to stay. I hope you will frequently visit the Eastern Xi'an Military District. You are always welcome. After exchanging a few more words, the commander promptly arranged for a helicopter to transport Zhou Ran back to the repair facility. As he departed, the commander, accompanied by a cadre of experts and officers, bid Zhou Ran a ceremonious farewell. Zhou Ran waved to the gathering as he embarked on his journey home. At that moment, several sports cars were parked outside the repair facility, with a few internet celebrities live streaming. The roar of the helicopter overhead drew their attention, and upon looking up, they caught a glimpse of Zhou Ran's silhouette. Wow, is that not the Great Zhou? He has returned. Folks, the Great Zhou has reappeared after vanishing for over 2 months. Huh, what a fortuitous day. The chat rooms of the internet celebrities erupted in excitement. The Great Zhou must have been on a secret mission. He has returned as a hero. It has been so long since we have seen the Great Zhou. We have missed him dearly. Please turn the camera towards him. I love you, Great Zhou. I want to have your children. Please, could you wipe your nose? How could the Great Zhou ever be interested in a foot fetishist like you? Zhou Ran's return sparked quite a stir, prompting many internet celebrities to rush over in their cars upon learning of his arrival. The helicopter touched down by the roadside at the repair facility, and several special forces soldiers escorted Zhou Ran safely, saluting him in unison. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for your contributions to the Eastern Xi'an Military District. Zhou Ran smiled. I merely made a modest contribution to the nation. It is nothing of significance. The internet celebrities maintained a respectful distance, wary of inciting any trouble, for Zhou Ran's current status and influence were immense. A single word from him could send them crashing from heights to obscurity. Once the helicopter departed, the internet celebrities cautiously approached. Great Zhou, during your absence, did you go save the world? We missed you terribly. Your return is the best news. The audience in the live stream had long awaited his return. By the way, does the Great Zhou still take on car modification jobs? Zhou Ran chuckled. Rest assured, car repairs and modifications are my forte. How could I abandon them? The repair facility will resume operations starting tomorrow. The internet celebrities were flushed with excitement, and the live stream was filled with jubilant chatter. Great Zhou, could you modify my second-hand Alto? I only have a few thousand yuan. An Alto? How dare you bring that out? I wouldn't even consider my BMW 3 Series. With the Great Zhou's prowess, surely a BMW 5 Series is the minimum he would work on? Zhou Ran caught sight of the comments in the live stream and shook his head with a smile. You may inform the viewers that I am not limited by vehicle type. Sports cars, motorcycles, or trucks are all welcome. Upon hearing this, the internet celebrity's eyes sparkled with excitement. Great Zhou, you are incredible. I was worried you wouldn't want to modify trucks, but I have a few lying around. Hey, Great Zhou, should I bring over my motorcycle too? Let us not linger here. The Great Zhou has just returned, and he deserves a moment to rest. Chapter 63. The upgrading of the flying sword. Upon returning to the familiar surroundings, Zhou Ran felt a profound sense of stability. Upon entering the repair shop, he first took stock of his gains before retrieving the upgrading materials for his mech. The flying sword was the first artificial intelligence mech Zhou Ran had modified, and he held deep affection for it. Thus, the upgrading materials were destined for its enhancement. At the very moment he returned, Zhou Ran issued a command for the flying sword to come to the repair shop that night. The mech responded with enthusiasm. For during the 2 months of Zhou Ran's absence, it had been rather despondent and lacked vigor even in its tasks. As Zhou Ran contemplated the upgrade, Qin Xiaoxiao peeked her head through the door of the repair shop. Zhou Ran, you truly are back. Zhou Ran glanced up to see her standing at the entrance, looking quite charming. Senior, are you still staying in the village? Qin Xiaoxiao pouted. What is this? Your tone suggests I'm not welcome. Should I take my leave? Zhou Ran chuckled wryly. That's not what I meant. I've been away from the repair shop. Aren't you lonely here all by yourself? Qin Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. You know I'm bored here alone. Yet you didn't even think to call me. I thought you wouldn't return. Zhou Ran scratched his head. I had to go to the Xiaodong military district to lend a hand. Many matters pertain to military secrets, making it inconvenient to keep in touch with the outside world. In truth, even without Zhou Ran explaining, Qin Xiaoxiao understood. The technology occupying Zhou Ran's mind was coveted by foreign entities, and the Great Xia nation certainly had to maintain confidentiality. Zhou Ran, I may have to leave soon and can't stay here with you any longer. Upon saying this, Qin Xiaoxiao fixed her gaze on Zhou Ran. Having graduated from MIT, she could not remain in the repair shop like Zhou Ran. A few days prior, she had received an offer from a prestigious company and was merely waiting for Zhou Ran to return to bid farewell. Zhou Ran was taken aback for a moment, then helplessly replied, Senior, you've spent quite some time because of me. It's time you attend to your own affairs. When do you plan to leave? Qin Xiaoxiao bit her lip and murmured, Honestly, I think staying in the repair shop wouldn't be so bad, but my family disagrees. They all hope I can find a good job and achieve success. Zhou Ran sighed. Isn't your family quite wealthy? Why do you need to work? Qin Xiaoxiao retorted. If I don't find a job, I'll have to go home and inherit my father's business. I'd rather not listen to him nagging every day. Besides, what I've studied has nothing to do with corporate management at this point. Qin Xiaoxiao suddenly fell silent, gazing longingly at Zhou Ran. Can you, when you have time, accompany me back home? Zhou Ran gaped, stammering, Senior, what do you mean by that? Qin Xiaoxiao, flustered and annoyed, stamped her foot. What do you mean? Will you go or not? If you want tea, I'll find someone else. Even though Zhou Ran was somewhat inexperienced in matters of the heart, he grasped the implication of Qin Xiaoxiao's words. Yet, he found himself unable to leave at that moment and was uncertain how to respond to her feelings. Senior, that may not be appropriate. Look at me. I'm merely a mechanic. Do you think your parents would approve? Qin Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart fluttering. This guy didn't seem as naive as she thought. He was concerned that his status might tarnish his image in her parents' eyes. I was just teasing. Focus on your own matters first, and when I've made up my mind, I'll come find you. Zhou Ran was utterly bewildered. She had just mentioned meeting her parents, and now she seemed to change her mind so suddenly. Senior, when are you leaving? Perhaps I could see you off? Qin Xiaoxiao felt elated at the thought of Zhou Ran accompanying her but quickly dismissed it, given that Zhou Ran was a nationally prioritized talent. It was unlikely he could venture out freely without risking exposure to the public, which could be dangerous. It's best you don't see me off. I'll be leaving tomorrow. My father will send someone to fetch me, and it wouldn't be good for them to know about you. Following this, both fell into silence, with Qin Xiaoxiao lowering her head and remaining mute, while Zhou Ran was at a loss for words. After a few minutes, Qin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and departed, her eyes slightly reddened. Zhou Ran sighed inwardly. This was not the right time. As night fell, the village lay enveloped in silence. Uncle Air and Li Yuan had finished their meal and were lounging in the courtyard, engaging in casual conversation. Dad, has the tractor broken down again? It feels like it lacks the power it used to have. Uncle Air waved a fan, chuckling. A tractor is like a person. It needs to catch its breath now and then, doesn't it? Li Yuan scoffed. I've said we should rent out the tractor, but you weren't keen. Now there's no work to be done in the fields, and the tractor just sits idle at home, earning nothing. It's such a waste. Uncle Air retorted. What nonsense are you spouting? Rent it out to do what? Earn money for you to stay home and play video games all day? You should learn from that Zhou Ran. At least he is running a repair shop and earning something. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's eyes widened. Dad, do you know how much Zhou Ran earns from repairing and modifying vehicles? He charges tens of thousands for a single modification. If I had his skills, I'd open a repair shop too. Uncle Air was taken aback. What? Repairing vehicles? Is that expensive? Does that mean our tractor is taking advantage of him? Li Yuan shook his head. Dad, do you think he would even care about our little money? He could easily make more in a few modifications than we could farming for a lifetime. Uncle Air furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, why don't you learn some skills from Zhou Ran? That way, even if you have to go out, you could find work as a mechanic, otherwise. Which girl would want to be with you? Li Yuan rolled over, ignoring Uncle Air. In truth, he also harbored aspirations of becoming an internet celebrity. Envious of others earning thousands daily, and some streamers making tens of thousands in a single day. He too wanted that lifestyle. But his father believed it to be a frivolous pursuit. The two of them chatted for a while longer before drifting off to sleep. Once certain that they Chapter 64, Deception. Although the flying sword is an artificial intelligence mech, it currently resembles an immature child, regarding Zhou Ran as its father. When no one is around, it enjoys showcasing itself before Zhou Ran, who in turn considers it his own child. After a brief conversation between the two, the flying sword hurriedly returned to the home of Second Uncle. Upon awakening, Li Yuan and Second Uncle were immediately taken aback at the sight of the brand-new flying sword beneath the shed. Dad, am I seeing things? Li Yuan exclaimed. Second Uncle, equally bewildered, remarked, we haven't and Oppos, seen the tractor for a night, and it's undergone such a drastic transformation. It was just an ordinary tractor. But now it appears to be a massive 250. What on earth happened? The tractor has not only grown larger, but also newer. The two were perplexed and suspected that their tractor had been stolen and replaced. They hurried to the repair shop. As Zhou Ran opened the door, he was met by the sight of Second Uncle and Li Yuan rushing toward him. Zhou, there's a problem. The tractor you rented to us has vanished. Zhou Ran, with a strange expression, asked, how could it possibly disappear? That large tractor can't just sprout legs and run away, can it? Second Uncle, in a state of urgency, responded. Our tractor was never this big. It has grown significantly overnight and looks entirely new. Someone must have stolen it and swapped it out for another. Zhou Ran, amused, explained. The tractor has been stolen. I made some modifications. Second Uncle's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You modified it? But how could you possibly do that to such a large tractor? It was just sitting under our shed, wasn't it? Zhou Ran chuckled. It's equipped with autonomous driving, and since I returned yesterday, I let it drive itself over. Second Uncle scratched his head, struggling to accept the reality that the tractor had seemingly come to life. Zhou Ran, not allowing Second Uncle much time to ponder, continued, rest assured, no one can steal the tractor. Even if someone tries, it will find its way back, for I have installed a positioning system within it. You can try it out. The tractor is more efficient than before. Indeed, the upgraded flying sword not only boasted an entirely new power system with enhanced horsepower, but Zhou Ran had also equipped it with the latest ion pulse cannon and laser sword, significantly amplifying its combat capabilities. However, such matters were not something Zhou Ran intended to divulge to Second Uncle. Both Second Uncle and Li Yuan harbored doubts, hurriedly returning home to test it. The tractor remained the same, requiring just a few button presses to operate autonomously. Upon confirming that the tractor was indeed functioning well, Li Yuan remarked irritably, Dad, Zhou Ran has gone too far. He modified the tractor without our permission, isn't it ours? Second Uncle retorted, what do you mean ours? The kindness of renting it out is a favor. If he didn't rent it to you, you would have to work hard every day. You're being ungrateful. For just 10 yuan a day in rent, what more do you want? Li Yuan grimaced, refraining from arguing, for that was simply how his father was. Zhou Ran, indifferent to their opinions, was focused on modifying more mechs to expedite the construction of the shelter. Before long, several internet celebrities arrived, bringing along a few sports cars. They eagerly set up a live stream, excited to showcase Zhou Ran's vehicle modifications. Dear viewers, today we will be live streaming as the great Zhou modifies cars. Honestly, seeing other streamers modify cars so impressively makes me envious. Today, I've brought several sports cars for Zhou to transform. Each car comes with a modification fee of 100,000, and I have the cash right here. As the influencer entered the repair shop and conversed with Zhou Ran, he handed over the money, saying, "Zhou, this car isn't worth much. Feel free to do as you please." Zhou Ran replied with a smile, "I don't judge the worth of a car when modifying it. Even if you brought me a cherry QQ, I'd still help you out." The influencer drove the car into the shop, directing the live stream camera towards Zhou Ran. The viewers watched intently as Zhou Ran merely utilized a wrench and a screwdriver for the modifications, which left them feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Is Zhou really trying to fool us? How can he complete the modifications with just a wrench and screwdriver? I don't believe it, regardless of what they say. Is this not overly dismissive? How can he modify a car with just a wrench and screwdriver? Noticing these comments, the influencer wore an awkward expression. Dear viewers, we must not judge solely by appearances. Zhou has always used just these two tools for repairs, and other streamers do the same. Don't they drive smoothly? Despite the influencer's reassurances, the audience remained skeptical. Is the streamer colluding with Zhou to deceive us? Using just a wrench and screwdriver to modify a car? I could do that too. Charging 100,000 for this? Really? Growing anxious, the influencer couldn't help but ask, "Zhou, isn't this modification a bit too lackadaisical? Nobody believes you can manage it with just a wrench and screwdriver." With a smile, Zhou Ran replied, "My method remains the same, regardless of the car. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. If you don't trust me, you may take your car back, and I'll refund your money." Seeing Zhou Ran's confidence, the influencer hesitated. To prove Zhou Ran's capabilities to the audience, he pointed to a car with a crumpled bumper and a damaged engine. "Zhou, this car has been wrecked. The engine is in ruins. If you can fix it, it will demonstrate your skill to everyone." Zhou Ran chuckled and shook his head. He truly didn't care what the influencers or the audience thought of him, but to attract more cars for modification, he felt compelled to showcase his abilities. "Let us see if this car can start, confirm whether it's truly beyond repair," he suggested. The influencer sighed, "Show. I've left this car untouched for over half a year. Even the after-sales service couldn't fix it. It's simply one start." Despite his words, the influencer attempted to start the car, but it remained unresponsive. He then opened the hood, allowing the audience to witness the extent of the damage. The engine cover was crushed, oil was everywhere, and the battery was leaking. Even if it were taken for scrap, it would fetch only a meager price. Dear viewers, this car is utterly beyond repair. Since you don't believe in Zhou's abilities, let us have him work on this car. If he manages to fix it, please show your support and send him some rewards. All the viewers recognized that the influencer's car indeed appeared irreparable. If Zhou Ran could fix it, it would certainly validate his prowess. Zhou Ran inspected the car briefly, gave it a quick clean, and once again retrieved the wrench and screwdriver. Chapter 65. The master is indeed a master. The gaze of the internet celebrity and the audience in the live stream converged upon Zhou Ran, eager to witness how he would transform the decayed into the miraculous using merely a wrench and a screwdriver. Zhou Ran and Oppo's hands flitted about like butterflies, moving with astonishing speed. The once dilapidated engine was swiftly restored, as if the video had been accelerated several-fold. The internet celebrity was dumbfounded, and the viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Honestly, I'm envious. If only I possessed such deft hands, how many admirers could I attract? May I quietly inquire? How many years has Master Zhou been single to hone such speed? No wonder Master Zhou is so confident. With skills like these, who could possibly compare? In a mere half hour, Zhou Ran not only repaired the engine and battery, but also replaced the bumper and applied a fresh coat of paint. The process was seamless, devoid of any delays. When Zhou Ran finally closed the hood of the car, everyone snapped back to reality. He smiled, saying, "It's all fixed. Why not take it for a spin?" The internet celebrity eagerly hopped into the car, and with a turn of the key, the engine roared to life. With a swift press of the accelerator, the vehicle nearly soared out of the repair shop. Startled, the internet celebrity watched as the car automatically veered to avoid a ditch, coming to a steady stop at the roadside. This car is impressive. It can even evade danger on its own. Dear viewers, Master Zhou has successfully repaired the vehicle. Now, let's put its performance to the test. After declaring this, the internet celebrity slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the car shot forward. Goodness, this is absolutely phenomenal. From ignition to reaching a speed of 100 kilometers per hour took less than 2 seconds, and the acceleration is exhilarating. The engine power is astounding. The chassis is stable. The car does not sway at all. This 100,000 yuan was truly well spent. The audience in the live stream was equally astonished, their comments flooding the screen. I seriously suspect this car has a rocket engine. The acceleration is too rapid. A master is indeed a master. With a mere flick of his wrist, a scrap car is revitalized. Master Zhou never explains. You think he operates on the surface? Wrong. He's already in the stratosphere. While the comments were entertaining, the real treasure lay in the tips given to the streamer. Amidst the barrage of comments, a few tipping notifications caught the streamer's eye, causing their face to flush with excitement. Soon, a substantial tip notification filled the screen, and the streamer felt elated. Flowing Years Like Water has tipped the streamer 99 rockets. With each rocket valued at 100 yuan, this amounted to over 10,000 yuan, a clear sign of encountering a wealthy patron. Thank you to Flowing Years Like Water for the generous tip. Much appreciated. Today, we have demonstrated Master Zhou's prowess, and let us give him a shout-out. For those in need of car repairs or modifications, Master Zhou is your go-to expert. Afterward, the streamer drove the car back to the repair shop, urging Zhou Ran to expedite the modifications on the remaining vehicles. Zhou Ran could complete a nearly scrap car in half an hour, and with even greater efficiency. He could modify 3 cars in just 1 hour. Thanks to the internet celebrities' promotion and the word of mouth among viewers, Zhou Ran's repair shop, which had been quiet for over 2 months, surged back into popularity. An increasing number of internet celebrities sought his services. Many fans bringing their friends and family along to have their vehicles repaired or modified. In just 1 week, Zhou Ran had modified over 200 mechs. The task of transforming 3,000 mechs was approaching completion, with significant progress made on the construction of the shelter. With advancements in the mech, machinery, and energy skills, Zhou Ran felt a thought cross his mind, and the system interface materialized before him. Ultimate Mech System. Host, Zhou Ran. Abilities, Mech level 28, Machinery level 34. Energy level 67. Weapon level max. Task 1. Create the ultimate shelter to protect human civilization before the Dark Age arrives. Progress 53. Task 2. Create or modify 3,000 mechs before the Dark Age arrives. 856-3000. Time until the Dark Age descends. 3 years. 3 months, 6 days, 15 hours, 3 minutes, 28 seconds. Due to the construction progress of the shelter exceeding 50, the host has obtained permission to leave the base freely. Valid for 2 months. Skill upgrades yielded numerous material resources. However, there was no reward of an artificial intelligence core. Nonetheless, the system notification relieved Zhou Ran significantly. The ability to leave the shelter base granted him the opportunity to gather more resources elsewhere. As Zhou Ran contemplated ways to expedite the shelter's construction, a helicopter landed on the road not far from the repair shop. Noticing its arrival, he paused his work. A leader adorned with golden stars on his epaulets entered, flanked by a bodyguard. Mr. Zhou, you have finally returned. Zhou Ran, puzzled, replied, Commander, what brings you here? The commander smiled. I have come from the Summer North Military District to invite you to visit. Zhou Ran chuckled. Commander, I cannot leave the repair shop just yet. The commander frowned slightly. Did you not go to the Summer East Military District? I heard from old Huang that you helped them modify numerous items. Why the reluctance to assist us in the Summer North Military District? Zhou Ran explained. I have promised those internet celebrities to stay at the repair shop for a while to assist them with their vehicles. The commander nodded seriously. While I may not hold those internet celebrities in high regard, I appreciate your commitment. Mr. Zhou, I can handle the matter with the internet celebrities. You need to accompany me to the Summer North Military District. Our military district's weaponry and equipment technology remain at a level from 5 years ago, and we require your expertise for improvements. After some contemplation, Zhou Ran agreed, realizing that relying solely on the internet celebrities for promotion would limit his access to resources. Once he arrived at the military district, he could acquire whatever resources he desired through the district commander. The Southwest Military District had achieved first place in military exercises, and the Summer East Military District had modified submarines without incurring any costs to destroy 2 American submarines, which was a testament to Zhou Ran's technical talent in military equipment. Thus, not only the Southwest and Summer East military districts coveted Zhou Ran, but others did as well. However, since Zhou Ran had only recently returned from the Summer East Military District, other military districts were hesitant to disturb him. Only the Summer North Military District commander could not wait and was the first to approach Zhou Ran. The major military districts of Daxia each had their strengths. The Southwest Military District excelled in Air Force, the Summer East Military District was unparalleled in naval warfare, and the Summer North Military District was invincible in ground combat. Furthermore, the ground forces of the Summer North Military District were formidable enough to instill fear even in the Americans. However, the Summer North Military District lagged slightly in military equipment. Despite receiving considerable annual funding from the state, the majority of it was allocated to enhance infantry equipment, continuously improving training methods, and augmenting soldiers' individual combat capabilities. After a moment of thought, Zhou Ran said, "Commander, I can visit the Summer North Military District, but I can only stay for a maximum of 2 months." Chapter 66. Equipment Transformation. The commander of the Shibei Military District beamed with excitement as he firmly clasped Zhou Ran's hand. "Mr. Zhou, we are immensely grateful for your presence in our military district. To be candid, during the military exercises, I was envious of the armored and infantry vehicles you modified. Not to mention those formidable weapons." Zhou Ran chuckled lightly. Those creations were merely products of leisure time. They required little technical sophistication. The commander's eyes widened. A few vehicles helped the Southwest Military District secure first place in the exercises, and even the invincible Shibei soldiers stationed on the central high ground could not withstand them. Imagine how powerful it would be if you were to present even better technology. "Mr. Zhou, let us depart at once. I am eager to witness your latest advancements in infantry combat equipment technology." Zhou Ran, amused yet exasperated, found himself being ushered onto a helicopter by the commander. A few hours later, the helicopter landed at the Shibei Military District's helipad. From the helicopter, Zhou Ran observed the state of the military district's equipment. In addition to armored and infantry vehicles, there were tanks, various models of rocket artillery, medium-range missiles, anti-aircraft guns, and unconventional missiles. The firepower was undoubtedly sufficient for both aerial and ground assaults. However, the infantry combat vehicles were indeed somewhat outdated, failing to compare with the ground combat forces of the Southwest Military District. In modern warfare, the reliance on advanced weaponry and military equipment outweighs mere numbers. Manpower is no longer the decisive factor in determining victory or defeat. The commander of the Shibei Military District sighed, "Mr. Zhou, the individual combat capabilities of our soldiers are unquestionable, yet our equipment falls significantly short. After all, human limitations prevail, no matter how strong an individual may be. They cannot match the destructive power of a missile." Zhou Ran nodded. "Rest assured, Commander, since I am here, I will undoubtedly provide technical assistance to the military district." Upon disembarking from the helicopter, Zhou Ran noticed many soldiers engaged in training, drenched in sweat. Each soldier exhibited a resolute gaze, unaffected by the arrival of the commander and Zhou Ran. At that moment, the commander abruptly announced, "Attention everyone, take a 10-minute rest." The soldiers complied without hesitation, promptly gathering to sit on the ground. The commander stood before the ranks and gestured towards Zhou Ran. "Allow me to introduce Mr. Zhou Ran, who will be staying with us for the next 2 months to assist in the transformation of our weaponry and equipment. Everyone must cooperate with his work. Our Shibei Military District's weaponry is lagging behind that of other military districts. This is our weakness. I hope each comrade will humbly seek guidance from Mr. Zhou regarding any technical issues. Understood?" The soldiers replied in unison, "Understood." The commander nodded and turned to Zhou Ran. "Mr. Zhou, it's not just the soldiers. All the experts in the military district will be at your service. Should you require anything, they will assist you wholeheartedly." Zhou Ran, feeling a bit overwhelmed, replied, "Commander, you flatter me. Let everyone attend to their own tasks. I do have some knowledge in infantry combat equipment technology. As long as the necessary materials are prepared, it will not be a problem." The commander led Zhou Ran on a tour of the military district, helping him familiarize himself with the surroundings and introducing him to several experts. Zhou Ran was quite well known domestically, and many experts held him in high esteem. Prior to his visit to the Shandong Military District, many experts may have doubted Zhou Ran's claim to the title of top-tier research talent, but now, no one dared question his technical acumen. The experts eagerly awaited Zhou Ran to showcase some of his techniques, hoping to learn from him. "Mr. Zhou, we old fellows have spent years researching without achieving what you have accomplished in just a few months. It is truly humbling. We are here solely to learn from you, and we hope you will generously impart your knowledge." Zhou Ran waved his hand modestly. "You honor me with your words, but your years of experience surpass mine. Let us learn from one another and progress together." The experts, pleased by Zhou Ran's amiable demeanor, felt a sense of relief. After all, geniuses often display eccentricities, and personality flaws can be common. Although the experts found common ground with Zhou Ran, they refrained from overwhelming him with questions. As Zhou Ran had just arrived at the military district, it was essential for him to gain a deeper understanding of its circumstances before determining the direction of his efforts. The following morning, Zhou Ran was awakened by the sound of soldiers assembling for training. The commander, somewhat embarrassed, worried that the training might disturb Zhou Ran's rest, and hurried over. "Mr. Zhou, I hope the soldiers' training did not inconvenience you?" Zhou Ran shook his head. The soldiers trained to prepare for battle, maintaining robust physiques to engage the enemy at any moment. My rest time was already limited. The commander elaborated. "We also have a research institute in our military district. If you find it uncomfortable here, I can arrange for a room at the research institute." Zhou Ran was about to decline, but the commander insisted on preparing a room, and ultimately, he had to acquiesce. In truth, Zhou Ran enjoyed physical training. However, due to the pressing nature of his system tasks, he required substantial time to enhance his mech and upgrade skills, leaving him with little opportunity for exercise. Fortunately, the system and Appos shop offered stamina and energy potions for exchange, allowing him to maintain a commendable state of vigor. Subsequently, the commander personally escorted Zhou Ran to the research institute. Upon observing the state of the institute, Zhou Ran was taken aback. As a protector of the capital of the Great Xia, the Xibei military district lacked even a properly equipped research institute. The equipment was rather outdated, let alone the absence of advanced manufacturing machinery. The commander awkwardly remarked, "Mr. Zhou, if you require any instruments or equipment, I can arrange to borrow them from the Academy of Sciences or other military districts, ensuring it does not hinder your research." Zhou Ran responded with a wry smile. "No need for that, Commander. I can fabricate any necessary equipment myself, with the assistance of a few experts. Now, Commander, let us discuss which weaponry and equipment require improvement, so I can devise a plan." The commander pondered for a moment before stating, "Mr. Zhou, there are numerous weaponry and equipment improvements needed in our military district. It is somewhat challenging to articulate them all at once. Let me consult with a few experts to compile a list for you." Zhou Ran nodded. "That would be greatly appreciated, Commander. I must expedite this process, as I can only remain in the military district for 2 months before I need to focus on new technologies." The commander, not daring to delay, promptly rushed off to find several experts. Before long, the experts arrived at the research institute, having organized a list of weaponry and equipment requiring improvement. Along with the challenges encountered during the research and development process, Zhou Ran skimmed through the list and found the difficulties manageable. He immediately proposed solutions to the challenges faced by the experts. Upon hearing Zhou Ran and Appos' explanations, the experts experienced a moment of clarity, their faces lighting up with excitement as they gazed at Zhou Ran. "Mr. Zhou, you are truly a genius. The problems that have perplexed us for so long, you resolved in mere moments. It is nothing short of miraculous." Chapter 67. Guided Missiles. Zhou Ran smiled as he elucidated. The research topics proposed by several esteemed professors are indeed significant. However, there appears to be a slight deviation in their approach. In reality, you could discover the correct solution with just a couple more attempts, and I merely aim to save you those extra trials. The experts felt somewhat embarrassed, as each additional attempt could potentially consume months, if not a whole year. Witnessing Zhou Ran's ease in resolving the issue, the experts eagerly engaged him in discussion. Meanwhile, in Boston, a few senior leaders of an intelligence organization sat in silence, akin to wooden statues, having suffered setbacks at Zhou Ran's hands in previous encounters. The Americans felt humiliated and were harboring a sense of indignation. "General," one of them stated, "reliable intelligence indicates that Zhou Ran has relocated to the Xia military district. With each of his movements, the military capabilities of the Great Xia are greatly enhanced. If we continue to remain passive, it won't be long before the Great Xia rides over us." The general remained expressionless and replied, "And what has your intelligence organization done about it? You have made several attempts, all of which have failed, resulting in the loss of 2 of our submarines due to your flawed plans." The intelligence leader gritted his teeth, asserting, "All of this is Zhou Ran's doing. If he had chosen to stay in America, our military strength would have advanced significantly, allowing us to utterly crush the Great Xia." The general scoffed. "Then why didn't you keep him here? If you are merely venting your frustrations to me, I regret to inform you that I cannot assist you." The leader of the intelligence organization was under immense pressure. Their previous attempts against Zhou Ran and the Great Xia had yielded no results, leading the military and Congress to question the capabilities of the intelligence organization, resulting in a budget cut of 50%. Should they fail to present an effective plan soon, the organization risked disbandment. He did not wish to see the entity he had painstakingly built become a mere appendage to another department. "General, please grant us another opportunity. If we fail again, I am willing to bear full responsibility." The general cast a sidelong glance at him, his eyes devoid of emotion. "You must understand the gravity of your actions. The naval vessels and submarines of the Great Xia are now capable of matching our own, and in some cases, they are even more advanced. Should Zhou Ran's technology be fully applied to military affairs, it would pose a tremendous threat to us. Not only that, but our standing in the world would face severe challenges. I care not what methods you employ, be it hiring assassins or orchestrating accidents. You must. Chapter 68. No return. The successful test launch of the new guided missile prompted several experts to immediately immerse themselves in their work, fervently hoping for its swift deployment. Zhou Ran had already provided the technical essentials to these experts, leaving them to experiment independently. As long as no issues arose during the process, the new missile could be officially commissioned within a week. Zhou Ran had ample time at his disposal, and the military district leaders were reluctant to let him remain idle, assigning him the task of overhauling outdated equipment. Armored vehicles, infantry carriers, missile launchers, and thousands of various military vehicles within the district were placed under Zhou Ran's purview, granting him the privilege to modify them at will, with everyone in the military district required to cooperate with his endeavors. Such treatment was exceedingly rare in the Daxia nation, with only a handful having received it, especially as many predecessors had retired or passed away due to advanced age. Thanks to the unwavering support from the military district leaders, the completion of System Task 2 progressed swiftly. Zhou Ran exchanged a significant quantity of energy potions from the system and spent almost all his time, apart from meals, on vehicle modifications. With his current efficiency, he could retrofit around 10 armored and infantry vehicles each day. Within just a week, he had completed modifications on over 100 vehicles, significantly advancing the progress of System Task 2. During this week, the other experts tirelessly tested the new guided missiles Zhou Ran had provided, achieving groundbreaking advancements. The first missile launcher was completed and successfully test-fired, causing a sensation throughout the military district. Soldiers discussed the new missile during meals, and officers did not intervene. Mr. Zhou is truly impressive. Our military district's equipment has long been overdue for an upgrade. Have you all heard? The submarine Mr. Zhou modified for the Shandong military district has successfully destroyed 2 American submarines, and the Americans didn't even see it coming. Isn't this news already out? It was reported that fishermen salvaged it. The Americans must be green with envy. Mr. Zhou's technology is indeed remarkable. It's no wonder the Americans have been eager to acquire it. Just as the military district celebrated the newly developed guided missile, a high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft took off from Boston, targeting the Xiaobei military district. Accompanying it was a bomber, poised to confirm Zhou Ran's location before launching an attack. The Americans, reckless and desperate, were prepared to eliminate Zhou Ran, risking war with Daxia. 2 hours later, the American reconnaissance aircraft soared over the Xiaobei military district at an altitude exceeding 20,000 meters, scanning meticulously for Zhou Ran's presence. The reconnaissance aircraft did indeed detect Zhou Ran. However, simultaneously, the mecha he had modified sent him an alert. Master, there are reconnaissance and bomber aircraft appearing at an altitude of 21,000 meters. Zhou Ran furrowed his brow and immediately summoned several experts. Esteemed colleagues, the radar detection system has identified high-altitude reconnaissance and bomber aircraft. It is likely that the Americans intend to spy on our technology. The experts' expressions shifted. One of them remarked, "The Americans have grown increasingly brazen, daring to fly over our Daxia airspace. We must teach them a lesson." Another expert chimed in, "This is a perfect opportunity to test our newly developed guided missiles. The Americans have already lost 2 submarines. If they dare to approach, let us send them a missile as a taste of their own medicine." Zhou Ran nodded. Since the Americans were so audacious, they would deliver a resounding blow. "Prepare the missiles. Let us shoot down their reconnaissance and bomber aircraft." Upon hearing that the Americans had dispatched reconnaissance and bomber aircraft, the military district leader was furious. "Since they have torn the mask off, let us not hold back. Strike them hard." With a command from the leader, 2 new guided missiles ascended into the sky, swiftly transforming into bright points of light. Meanwhile, the 2 American aircraft remained unaware of the impending danger, continuing to circle above the Xiaobei military district. John, the reconnaissance aircraft has Chapter 69. The way of others becomes their own undoing at this moment. In a military base of the United States in the Pacific, several American officers were astounded to discover that both reconnaissance and bomber aircraft simultaneously lost their signals. "Colonel, our reconnaissance and bomber signals have disappeared," exclaimed one officer. The colonel glanced at the tech officer, frowning. "What is going on? Our aircraft technology far surpasses that of the Great Xia. They cannot possibly detect our reconnaissance and bombers. The tech officer hesitated. Colonel, it is possible that Great Xia has a powerful jamming source, preventing us from receiving the aircraft signals. It could also be that both planes have already been destroyed by Great Xia. The colonel's expression shifted. Do you find this amusing? The technology of the Great Xia is so inferior. They cannot even match our technology from 20 or 30 years ago. It is impossible now. Even if they have Zhou Ran, so what? The tech officer dared not respond. Having tried multiple times without success, the two planes had seemingly vanished into thin air, with no responses whatsoever, and the two pilots had not transmitted any information back. After waiting for about an hour, ideally, the reconnaissance aircraft should have pinpointed Zhou Ran's exact location, allowing for precise strikes. However, with no information returned, the colonel was reluctant to make a hasty decision. As impatience grew after another half hour, the colonel declared, "Enough of this. Order the pilots to take action immediately." The tech officer relayed commands to the two pilots, but silence ensued. Despite several attempts, there was still no response. Colonel, it is highly likely that the two pilots have perished. The lack of signal response suggests they have most likely been eliminated by the Great Xia. The colonel inhaled deeply, recognizing Zhou Ran as a formidable adversary. With just a hint of technology, the military capabilities of Great Xia had advanced significantly. They had already surpassed the United States in submarine technology, and now their high-altitude reconnaissance capabilities were also superior. If Zhou Ran were allowed to remain, the United States would inevitably be relegated to second place in the world, a situation that could not be tolerated. After some contemplation, the colonel added, "Deploy reconnaissance and bomber aircraft again, and instruct the pilots to act decisively upon discovering Zhou Ran." The tech officer, feeling helpless, could only arrange for new reconnaissance and bombers to head towards Great Xia. Meanwhile, in the Xia North Military District, several experts and leaders were elated. Zhou Ran's development of solid-liquid hybrid fuel-guided missiles had proven extraordinarily effective on its inaugural deployment. "Mr. Zhou, you have made a significant contribution this time. What reward do you desire?" "I will certainly do my utmost to fulfill your request." Zhou Ran smiled and shook his head. "The leader is too kind. I merely made a modest contribution to the country, nothing of great significance." Pausing, Zhou Ran continued, "The Americans are undoubtedly envious of our technology now. Despite losing 2 aircraft, I believe they will return." The leader chuckled, "Let them come. We have no fear. With our new missiles, any number of aircraft they send will meet their demise." Zhou Ran replied, "Leader, our current high-altitude reconnaissance technology is on par with the Americans. Why should they freely enter and exit our airspace while we remain on the defensive? I believe we should use their own tactics against them." The leader's eyes brightened, and he could not help but slap his thigh. "Well said. Our technology is not inferior to that of the Americans. In fact, we have surpassed them in many respects. Why should we passively observe while they intrude? We can also venture into their territory." One expert cautioned, "Mr. Zhou, our military district's reconnaissance and bomber technology is still lacking compared to the Americans. Even if we wanted to go, our bombers cannot fly at sufficient altitudes and have limited endurance. They would be easily detected." Zhou Ran confidently responded, "Rest assured, esteemed colleagues. While you were developing the guided missiles, I modified the reconnaissance and bombers in our district. Now, the reconnaissance aircraft can reach an altitude of 25,000 meters. The bomber's endurance has also been extended by 2 hours, making a round trip from the military district to the American military base in the Pacific entirely feasible." The leader nodded in agreement. "Mr. Zhou, the Americans must be frantic after just losing 2 aircraft. They must be plotting something." Zhou Ran contemplated further and explained to the leader why he planned to send reconnaissance and bombers to the American military base. "Leader, the Americans' deployment of reconnaissance and bombers is not simply for surveillance. There is no need for bombers if that were the case." The leader pondered this, and his expression suddenly changed. "Mr. Zhou, do you mean the Americans intend to bomb a certain location? But that seems unlikely. How could they be so audacious? Could it possibly be targeting you?" The experts' faces also paled. There was indeed a possibility. The Americans were wary of Zhou Ran's technology. Given their tendencies, they would seek to destroy what they could not possess. And it was entirely conceivable they could resort to such actions. Their target was Zhou Ran. Without him, the Americans would eliminate a significant threat. It was utterly insane. In truth, Zhou Ran had already surmised the Americans' intentions. They merely sought to eliminate him, thereby preventing Great Xia from receiving any further assistance from him, while American technology would remain dominant. Unfortunately, they had grossly overestimated their capabilities and underestimated Zhou Ran's abilities. Upon hearing the expert speculations, the leader's expression darkened. Humph. The Americans wish to eliminate our talent. They are dreaming. Mr. Zhou, it is fortunate you discovered this in time. Otherwise, Great Xia would have lost a top-tier talent. The leader was incensed by the Americans' audacity, declaring, "We cannot allow them to think Great Xia is easy to bully." With that, the leader promptly arranged for reconnaissance and bombers to prepare for their own expedition to the American military base. Bombers would carry the new guided missiles, ready to show the Americans a taste of their own medicine. With a command issued, the modified reconnaissance and bombers took off, heading straight for the American military base in the Pacific. At that moment, in the American Pacific military base, the colonel was assigning tasks to the pilots when a tech officer rushed in. "Colonel, unidentified flying objects have been detected over the base." Furious, the colonel demanded, "What unidentified flying objects? Are they Great Xia's reconnaissance aircraft?" The tech officer grimaced, "There are 2 unidentified flying objects, but we cannot lock onto them." The colonel replied sternly, "Why can't we lock onto them? Is our radar detection technology so inadequate?" The tech officer shook his head. "The adversary possesses a powerful electromagnetic interference system, severely impacting our radar detection capabilities." Before he could finish, the soldiers witnessed a bright light descending from the sky, followed by a tremendous explosion. Boom. The sound of the explosion instantly obliterated the base's facilities, reducing the entire base to rubble, while everyone was vaporized by the intense heat and shockwave generated by the blast. Chapter 70. The American plan. The newly developed guided missile by Zhou Ran obliterated a military base belonging to the United States in the Pacific, leaving nothing but ruins of personnel, facilities, and equipment. It was half an hour after the destruction that the American military received the news, inciting their fury and prompting an emergency meeting. This was an affront to the United States that could not be tolerated. The invaders must pay the price. It was highly likely that this act was perpetrated by the Daxia, and all losses must be borne by them. The military officers, filled with righteous indignation, urged the Secretary of Defense to take countermeasures. With a grim expression and a stony demeanor, the secretary inquired, "What evidence do you have to prove that it was the Daxia who did this? If it is confirmed that the Daxia was responsible, how do we explain the incursions of our reconnaissance and bomber aircraft into Daxia's airspace? The destruction of our aircraft would reveal to the world that the United States is now inferior to Daxia." One officer, seething with anger, responded, "Sir, are we to swallow our pride? We invested substantial resources in establishing that military base, and it was obliterated before we could even react. Who will take responsibility?" The secretary scoffed, stating, "Only we and the Daxia are aware of this incident. Suffering losses is certain, but we shall not suffer in vain. If the Daxia can destroy our military base, we can ensure they pay an equal price. Otherwise, they may think the United States is an easy target." This is the nature of the Americans. They believe it is their right to bully others, and any nation opposing them will face various forms of oppression. Ironically, they initiate aggression yet portray themselves as the victims, displaying a level of shamelessness that is astonishing. The Secretary of Defense and the officers did not consider whether the United States possessed the strength to regain its honor. They were merely unsettled by the prospect of Daxia surpassing them. Since the Americans had focused their efforts on targeting Zhou Ran and Daxia, they had already suffered the loss of 2 submarines, 2 aircraft, and a military base. In the decades following World War II, the United States had never faced such significant losses. Yet, they naively believed they remained the unparalleled superpower. The destruction of the military base was kept secret, and other nations were unaware that the Americans had suffered greatly at the hands of Daxia. However, Zhou Ran was well aware of the Americans' mentality. They believed it was acceptable to attack, while any retaliation was unjustified. Thus, after the obliteration of the American military base in the Pacific, he cautioned the commander of the Northern Army District to prepare for the likelihood that the Americans would seek further opportunities to target Daxia. At that moment, the commander of the Northern Army District was convening an emergency meeting with senior military officers, and Zhou Ran along with other experts present. "Gentlemen," he began, "Mr. Zhou's newly developed guided missile has destroyed the American military base in the Pacific. The Americans will certainly not let this go unpunished. They may soon take measures to retaliate. What are your thoughts?" One officer promptly interjected, "Sir, the Americans lack direct evidence to prove that it was Daxia who did this. Even if they suspect us, they can only suffer in silence. I doubt they will conduct a large-scale operation." The commander nodded, acknowledging that the Americans had faced setbacks against Daxia, and would likely exercise caution before taking significant action. Our current task is to prepare in advance to avoid being caught off guard by the Americans, he stated. At that moment, an expert added, Sir, Mr. Zhou's upgraded reconnaissance and bomber aircraft are even more advanced than the Americans and can be used for early warning. Once we detect any American movements, we can strike preemptively to prevent them from causing any disturbance. The commander found this suggestion plausible and turned to Zhou Ran, asking, Mr. Zhou, what is your opinion? The Americans are not to be underestimated. It would be strange if they could endure such a substantial loss without retaliating. I believe we must take precautions. Zhou Ran nodded in agreement, affirming that they indeed needed to be vigilant. My suggestion is to deploy 2 reconnaissance aircraft alongside 2 bombers. While the Americans may hesitate to act in the Northern Sea, they are more likely to engage in the Southern Sea, where the distance from our mainland is considerable. The commander wholeheartedly agreed and immediately set the plan in motion. In reality, not only Zhou Ran but also the Northern and Eastern Army districts believed the Americans would seek to regain their honor in the vast Southern Sea, given its expanse and numerous islands, many of which Daxia had established bases upon. To achieve a proportional strike against Daxia, the Americans would likely target a base in the Southern Sea. However, the Americans' actions were entirely unexpected. They did not advance towards the Southern Sea, but instead set their sights on a small Daxia island in the Eastern Sea, close to the country of Fusang. This island, though modest in size, housed no more than 200 troops. Fusang had long coveted this island, which historically belonged to Daxia. But only a nation with such audacity as Fusang would claim it as their own. From a distance perspective, Daxia's island indeed lay relatively close to Fusang, but it was unmistakably within Daxia's territorial boundaries on the map. The Americans' plan was to destroy Daxia's small island while facilitating Fusang's occupation, subsequently announcing through the United Nations that the island belonged to Fusang. This plan would simultaneously undermine Daxia's international standing and serve as a warning to any nation that dared oppose the United States, illustrating the dire consequences of offending them. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance and bomber aircraft dispatched by the Eastern Army District divided into 2 groups, one patrolling the Southern Sea, the other on alert in the Eastern Sea. Both groups had already taken flight, and the aircraft, having undergone modifications by Zhou Ran, exhibited significant enhancements in engine performance, longevity, and endurance. The aircraft's startup speed and acceleration had also improved, indicating that the performance of the Northern Army District's aircraft had now partially surpassed that of the Americans. If Zhou Ran were to unveil further advancements in aircraft technology, the aerial combat capabilities of the Northern Army District would undergo a qualitative leap. Unfortunately, the Northern Army District was not particularly adept in aerial warfare, possessing a limited number of aircraft, and the district commander did not harbor ambitions to develop air combat capabilities extensively. Each military district of Daxia specialized in particular warfare tactics. The Northern Army District served to protect the capital. Should they engage in conflict, it would signify that much of Daxia had already fallen. This was Daxia's most perilous moment, where soldiers would have to engage in close-quarters combat with invading enemies, showcasing their individual combat prowess. Thus, no one wished for the Northern Army District to participate in battle. During annual military exercises, they consistently assumed the defensive role, holding their ground. Chapter 71. Friendly Fire? 2 hours later, a contingent of reconnaissance and bomber aircraft arrived in the South Summer Sea region. They conducted a thorough reconnaissance within the territorial waters and areas under actual control of Daxia, yet discovered no American naval vessels or submarines in proximity, nor any aircraft attempting to interfere. The Northern Summer Military District received the signal, leaving the commander and numerous officers perplexed. Logically, after the destruction of the American military base, they would not remain passive. Could it be that they were intimidated? The commander could not contain his curiosity and summoned Zhou Ran to inquire about the situation. Mr. Zhou, we have not detected any traces of the Americans in the South Summer Sea. Is it possible they have yet to make a move? The commander's speculation held some merit, yet Zhou Ran was unconvinced that the Americans would remain unresponsive. The absence of American activity in the South Summer Sea suggested they might be planning an operation in the Eastern Summer Sea. Commander, it appears the Americans do not intend to strike in the South Summer Sea. We must remain vigilant. The commander nodded and immediately ordered another group of reconnaissance and bomber aircraft to extend their surveillance range, wary of potential provocations from the Americans in the Eastern Summer Sea. Half an hour later, the reconnaissance aircraft approached the skies above an island near Fusang. At that moment, American reconnaissance and bomber aircraft also arrived. carrying a substantial load of munitions. The reconnaissance aircraft promptly relayed the information back to the base, causing a wave of tension to sweep through the military district. The commander quickly telephoned Commander Lao Huang of the Eastern Summer Military District, instructing him to prepare his fleet for immediate action. The flight altitude of Desia's reconnaissance and bomber aircraft far exceeded that of the Americans, and with Desia gaining a slight time advantage. The Americans remained oblivious to their presence. Meanwhile, the Northern Summer Military District had already detected American movements, and the reconnaissance aircraft transmitted the gathered intelligence back to headquarters. The commander, filled with excitement, gathered all officers and experts, including Zhou Ran. Ladies and gentlemen, our reconnaissance aircraft have detected American activity. They have deployed reconnaissance and bomber aircraft from their military base near the islands of Fusang, armed with considerable ammunition. If all goes as expected, their target is likely our military base on an island close to Fusang. How should we address this issue? A heavy silence fell over the officers. Each aware of the gravity of the situation, a conflict with the Americans loomed, and if discovered, it could escalate into war. At this juncture, Zhou Ran spoke up, "Commander, the Americans have yet to take action. If we ascertain that their target is indeed our island, we can prepare in advance and neutralize the threat before they strike." The commander frowned. Historically, Desia has always favored diplomacy before resorting to force. We only act when our warnings are disregarded. Zhou Ran replied with a smile. That approach belongs to a bygone era. With our current economic and military strength, we are no longer inferior to the Americans. Why should we defer to them? A single lesson from us will instill a sense of caution. Only then will they acknowledge our resolve. After deliberating, the commander decided to consult higher authorities and conveyed Zhou Ran's perspective. The senior leadership concurred, acknowledging that Desia had endured long enough. It was time to demonstrate their might if the Americans. Chapter 72. Dog bites dog. A few minutes later, American bombers and reconnaissance aircraft plummeted to the ground, crashing near the devastated nuclear power plant of the Fusang Nation. In the 30 seconds preceding the aircraft's descent, the mecha quietly retreated, swiftly vanishing into the clouds. This entire sequence was recorded and transmitted back to the Xiaobei Military District Base. Witnessing the American reconnaissance and bombers launch missiles that struck the Fusang nuclear facility, the military district commander could not suppress a triumphant fist clench. How splendid! The Americans have bombed their own Prot-G. One can only hope for a dog-eat-dog scenario. The officers were equally exhilarated. They had prepared diligently for combat against the Americans, yet this unexpected turn of events elated them. The fleet and submarine division responsible for the rescue operations began to retreat after the American aircraft fell. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Fusang Nation, recently ravaged by the monstrous shark, quickly dispatched personnel to assess the damage upon learning of the nuclear plant's bombardment. Initially suspecting retribution from the Xia for the dumping of nuclear waste, they soon discovered the wreckage bore the insignia of the American Air Force. Furthermore, several individuals who failed to escape the aircraft were clearly American. The newly appointed leadership of Fusang was incensed upon receiving this news. The Americans were egregiously overstepping. Establishing military bases in Fusang to exert control was one thing, but now they had the audacity to attack their own ally. As a loyal subordinate, how could they treat me this way? Consequently, the media in Fusang began to extensively cover the incident, vehemently condemning American actions. International public opinion was in an uproar, and even some smaller nations allied with the Americans expressed concern. If even the foremost sycophant of the Americans, Fusang, is being oppressed, what future could there be for those who follow the Americans? Faced with intense international scrutiny, the American Secretary of Defense claimed that the nuclear waste dumped by Fusang had caused severe radiation, leading to malfunctions in the control systems of American aircraft, resulting in the accidental strike. In truth, the American military was equally perplexed, having lost signal shortly after the aircraft took off, leaving them entirely unaware of the events on board. The Americans' lackadaisical response only further incensed the populace of Fusang. The Yamato radio conducted a national survey on the matter, followed by continuous coverage. Here is a report from Yamato Television. The Americans maliciously bombed the Fusang nuclear power plant, inciting widespread public outrage. A reporter asked an interviewee for their thoughts on the incident. The citizen's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, "The Americans have truly lost their conscience." Simultaneously, similar reactions erupted across Fusang. Citizens uniformly condemned the Americans for their irresponsibility and disregard for the sentiments of the Fusang populace. Some demanded apologies and reparations, while others called for a complete severance of ties with the Americans. On this day, crowds of Fusang citizens surged toward the American embassy, hurling rotten eggs and vegetables in protest. The fervor of the populace frightened the American embassy into declaring a temporary closure, while American residents in Fusang stayed indoors, wary of venturing outside. The Americans, however, remained indifferent to the opinions of the Fusang populace, particularly the military, which offered a brief response to international discourse and subsequently fell silent. The citizens of Xia found great amusement in the situation, with online discussions flourishing. The Americans had inadvertently shot themselves in the foot, and lamentably, they were missing the spectacle of dogs fighting dogs. Deeply sympathetic to the plight of the Fusang citizens, many advocated for Fusang to abandon its dark alliances and strive for liberation from suffering. The various military districts of Xia had already received the news and rejoiced at the Fusang citizens' sentiments towards the Americans. The commander of the Xia Bay military district, having witnessed the American aircraft's loss of control and subsequent missile strike on the Fusang nuclear facility, nearly burst into laughter at the sight of the plane crashing in Fusang. Senior officers shared in the elation, their excitement palpable. The commander summoned Mr. Zhou and several experts to discuss the situation. Mr. Zhou, why did the American aircraft experience such an incident? Zhou smiled, explaining, the reconnaissance and bombers I modified are capable of emitting strong interference signals. The American aircraft's control systems may have been compromised by these signals, leading to a loss of control. Once that happened, our aircraft could manipulate the American planes, compelling them to follow our directives. The commander was taken aback, silently grateful that Zhou was in Xia. Had such a formidable talent been recruited by the Americans, it would have been a nightmare for Xia. Thankfully, Zhou's technologies were exclusively at the service of Xia, and the Americans' attempts to acquire his expertise had repeatedly ended in failure. Mr. Zhou, there won't be any residual traces left behind, will there? Zhou shook his head. No traces will remain on the American aircraft. There is no evidence to prove our involvement. Not only was there no evidence, but the modified mechs had stealthily infiltrated the aircraft, sabotaging the escape parachutes and destroying the black box that recorded the aircraft's conditions. If the Americans were to uncover any evidence, it would indeed be a miracle. Seeing Zhou's unwavering confidence, the commander breathed a sigh of relief. Having witnessed Zhou's two significant contributions to the Xia Bay military district and the various technological support provided, the commander felt compelled to acknowledge his efforts. Mr. Zhou has made tremendous contributions to the Xia Bay military district. Given your talents, I am certain financial rewards will not be lacking. I have decided to award you an honorary medal. The commander's decision elicited no jealousy or discontent, for Zhou's accomplishments since his arrival were evident to all. The development of new guided missiles, modifications to armored personnel carriers, as well as reconnaissance and combat aircraft, each accomplishment alone qualified him for the highest honors, let alone the multitude of achievements he had realized. Just the day prior, Zhou had freely shared stealth aircraft technology with several experts. For such a talent, even the highest scientific and technological awards seemed insufficient. Upon hearing the commander's intention to reward him, Zhou smiled and shook his head. Commander, these are merely my duties. Moreover, this is not solely my achievement. My mentors have contributed immensely as well. I cannot claim all the credit. The experts felt somewhat embarrassed, shaking their heads in unison. Mr. Zhou is far too modest. Our collective efforts over many years pale in comparison to your contributions in just 1 month. Please do not decline. Your stealth aircraft technology from yesterday was truly a stroke of genius, one expert exclaimed. The Americans will undoubtedly seek to exploit it. Once developed, its performance will surely surpass several generations of American technology. However, air combat was not the forte of the Xia Bay military district. They had already resolved to share the technology with the Southwest military district, renowned for their expertise in aerial warfare. When the time comes, Old Yang will undoubtedly seek you out, the commander remarked, patting Zhou on the shoulder. Mr. Zhou, you are now one of the nation's most vital talents. With the country backing you, feel free to exert your full potential. Chapter 73, Awards Ceremony at this moment, in Boston, USA, within the intelligence organization's headquarters. The Secretary of Defense cast a cold, emotionless gaze at the leader of the intelligence organization. Do you have anything else to say? The plan has failed once again, and Daxia has surely become aware of it. You have squandered opportunity after opportunity, and Congress is growing increasingly dissatisfied. The leader of the intelligence organization wore a grim expression, struggling to comprehend how a seemingly flawless plan could falter. Was Zhou Ran a deity? Why did every operation targeting him result in losses for the United States? The Secretary of Defense shot him a sidelong glance and replied sternly, "I have given you chances, yet you have failed to seize them. I have shielded you from immense pressure from Congress, but with this latest setback, I can no longer assist you. From today onward, Congress will cease all financial support for your organization, and your operations will no longer be linked to the military." Breathing rapidly, the intelligence leader was reluctant to accept defeat. Since its inception, the intelligence organization had enjoyed unparalleled success, rarely encountering failure. Yet, Zhou Ran had caused a series of misfortunes that left him questioning his purpose. Without Congress's financial backing, it was highly likely that a mass exodus of personnel would ensue. In a nation where capital reigned supreme, expecting people to work for free was nothing short of a fantasy. A significant loss of personnel would render the intelligence organization effectively dissolved. However, the leader was determined to make one last attempt, this time relying solely on his own resources. "Secretary, it matters not if Congress does not support me. I will find a way. Zhou Ran must be eliminated. He poses a grave threat to our nation." The Secretary of Defense scoffed. "Those in Congress care little for your plight. Their only concern is how much money fills their pockets and what returns they can expect from their investments in you. Clearly, you have not provided them with any returns, thus your abandonment is an inevitable consequence." The intelligence leader inhaled deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for enlightening me. I must prove that my existence holds significance." The Secretary of Defense smiled faintly as he rose to leave. "Well then, I wish you luck." The leader quickly stood, hesitating as he said, "Secretary, if possible, I hope you can grant me one final favor." The Secretary of Defense scrutinized him for a moment before ultimately halting his departure. After all, the intelligence organization had contributed significantly to the United States in the past. "What assistance do you require?" With determination, the leader replied, "I have decided to personally travel to Daxia. This time, I must eliminate Zhou Ran. I need a suitable identity and weapons that won't be detected by Daxia." The Secretary of Defense frowned. "Weapons that won't be detected? Unless they are space-based missiles launched from a space station, it is impossible to evade Daxia's surveillance. You must understand how crucial Zhou Ran is to Daxia. They will not permit you to approach him." The leader's resolve was unwavering. "I am prepared to sacrifice myself for the United States. If there is no other option, I will choose to perish alongside Zhou Ran." The Secretary of Defense regarded him thoughtfully, weighing the potential consequences. Chapter 74. The return of the great master Zhou. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, wholeheartedly congratulating Zhou Ran on receiving the honorary medal. Zhou Ran accepted the accolades with composure, feeling no significant surprise. After the award ceremony, the commander of the Xiaobei military district hosted a celebratory banquet. Zhou Ran reluctantly indulged in a bit of wine before hastily retreating to rest. The three commanders did not press him, knowing that all three military districts currently had a pressing need for Zhou Ran. It was not that Zhou Ran lacked the capacity to drink. Rather, he had received a system notification prior to the awards indicating that his mecha modifications had reached a milestone of 2,000 units, entitling him to a reward he had long coveted. Upon returning to his exclusive lounge, Zhou Ran summoned the system interface before him. Ultimate Mecha System. Host, Zhou Ran. Capabilities, Mecha Level 33, Mechanical Level 40, Energy Level 69. Weapons Level Max. Task 1. Create the ultimate sanctuary to protect human civilization before the Dark Age arrives. Progress 65. Task 2. Create or modify 3,000 mechas before the Dark Age arrives. 2,000 3,000. Time remaining until the Dark Age descends. 3 years. 1 month, 8 hours, 26 minutes, and 43 seconds. Host has completed the modification of 2,000 mechas. Reward received. 1 artificial intelligence core. Seeing the system notification, Zhou Ran felt a surge of excitement within him. Acquiring an artificial intelligence core was a feat of considerable difficulty since the construction of the sanctuary commenced. He had only managed to secure 4 cores. 1 was obtained at the base, another was mounted on a flying sword, and the third was affixed to the newly constructed submarine mecha, the Sea Dragon, in the Xiaodong military district. Now that both terrestrial and marine mechas were equipped with artificial intelligence cores, only the aerial mechas remained lacking. Zhou Ran intended to return and assist the southwestern military district in developing stealth aircraft utilizing the artificial intelligence core. This would bring him closer to fulfilling the sanctuary construction task, providing a foundational means to confront the impending Dark Age. However, while the idea was splendid, the execution would likely present considerable challenges. The simultaneous awarding of first-class merit medals by the three military districts signified that Zhou Ran's identity and status had reached unprecedented heights, potentially rendering him a national mascot. With the advanced technologies he had provided, the military might of the Xia dynasty had surged, leaving the Americans unable to maintain their arrogance. Any military actions against the Xia dynasty were destined to fail, a reality that was intolerable for the Americans. Much of this success was attributable to Zhou Ran, who might soon become a key figure requiring protection. In the future, his role would likely be limited to occasionally addressing technical challenges and supplying new technological insights. With public appearances becoming nearly impossible, as the nation would prioritize his absolute safety. Yet, as long as Zhou Ran himself was unwilling, the state would not coerce him into any obligations. After the banquet concluded, Zhou Ran had only a few days left in the Xiaobei military district. Despite the commanders and several experts urging him to stay, he resolved to return to the repair factory. As he departed, the military district commander and several experts escorted him to the base's entrance, reluctantly watching as he boarded the aircraft. "Mr. Zhou, we do not know when you will be back in the Xiaobei military district. We will miss you greatly," the commander remarked. Zhou Ran smiled. "I am still within the Xia dynasty, merely returning to my regular work at the repair factory. I will not decline any request for assistance." The commander sighed. "With your remarkable achievements, you may soon be invited to join the Academy of Sciences as an academician. It may require state approval for us to enlist your aid in the future." Zhou Ran chuckled, shaking his head. "I am still quite young. Becoming an academician is not feasible at this time. I am not particularly interested in the Academy of Sciences. Should you need my assistance, you can find me at the repair factory." The commander, with a serious demeanor, cautioned, "Mr. Zhou, given your current standing, many foreign research institutions will likely seek your counsel. There may be hostile nations and forces that could pose a threat to your safety, and I am quite concerned." Zhou Ran waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, I value my life. Anyone who wishes to harm me must consider whether they possess the capability. The Americans have attempted to target me multiple times. What has been the outcome?" The commander nodded in agreement. "That is true. However, caution is still warranted, as the Americans may act out of desperation. Your contributions have caused them considerable setbacks, and I fear they may retaliate." The helicopter swiftly ascended, and Zhou Ran's dialogue with the military district commander dwindled. He held no fondness for the Americans, a nation devoid of history, thriving on the plunder of others' resources. Despite their formidable strength, they would never earn the support of the global populace. Only a great nation like the Xia dynasty, which cherishes peace and advocates mutual benefit, could emerge as a pillar of future global development. Zhou Ran would not allow the Americans to suppress the Xia dynasty. He would gradually dismantle their proud achievements and trample them underfoot. Yet, his aspirations were not aimed at the Americans, but rather at the calamity that the entire world would face with the advent of the Dark Age. The invasion of dark entities and the collision between earthly and dark civilizations would undoubtedly be a prolonged ordeal, accompanied by endless battles and casualties. No single nation could confront such a disaster alone. Cooperation would be paramount. Should the Americans remain ensnared in the delusion of being the world's foremost power, neglecting introspection while continuing to oppress others and seize resources, Zhou Ran would not hesitate to observe from the sidelines during the Dark Age, allowing them to face their own demise. As the helicopter landed on the road before the repair factory, several internet celebrities were still live-streaming. During Zhou Ran's 2-month absence in the Xiaobei military district, the popularity of these streamers had dwindled considerably. However, the audience's anticipation for Zhou Ran had only grown, as evidenced by his invitations from both the Xiaodong and Xiaobei military districts, underscoring his capabilities. One streamer, upon spotting Zhou Ran disembarking from the helicopter, exclaimed with excitement, "Folks, the great Master Zhou has returned. What an unexpected delight to encounter him during our live stream today." The chat room erupted with fervor. Even the lurking viewers were thrilled to catch a glimpse of Zhou Ran on the screen. "Well, it's truly the great Master Zhou. Haha. The great Master Zhou must be back to tackle some challenges again. I heard the great Master Zhou received first-class merit medals from 3 military districts. He's truly soaring to new heights. Remember that rich second generation who tried to target the great Master Zhou? I bet he is regretting it now." The commander of the Xiaobei military district observed the live streamers, promptly instructing the guards and special forces to meticulously verify their identities and qualifications, ensuring that no spies were attempting to approach Zhou Ran covertly. Chapter 75. Purchasing a vehicle, several internet celebrities were very cooperative, finding nothing amiss. During the inspection, viewers in the live stream excitedly observed Zhou Ran up close, their enthusiasm palpable. "So handsome. Zhou, I want to bear your children. I always thought I was the most handsome man in the world until I met Zhou. I envisioned Zhou as a middle-aged man with gray hair. But he is so young. I'm smitten." Among the live stream audience were many die-hard fans, along with some who had only recently come to know Zhou Ran through friends. Seeing him in person shattered many preconceived notions. This youthful talent in high technology had received a first-class merit medal from the 3 major military regions, having reached the peak of his life at an age when most people were still striving. The commander of the Xiaobei military district instructed the Special Forces soldiers to thoroughly inspect the area around the repair shop, specifically advising Zhou Ran not to venture outside unnecessarily. Shortly after, the commander of the Southwest military district arrived, originally intending to return with Zhou Ran. However, Zhou Ran had provided the latest stealth fighter technology documents, classified state secrets that could not be entrusted to others. Therefore, he personally escorted the documents back to the Southwest military district base before heading to the repair shop. Upon seeing the commander of the Southwest military district, the commander of the Xiaobei military district remarked with irritation, "Mr. Zhou has been working tirelessly for nearly 2 months, resting only 3 to 4 hours a day. Even the strongest person cannot endure this. Can't you let him rest for a few days?" The commander of the Southwest military district chuckled. "I am the one in charge here. When it comes to taking care of Mr. Zhou, you Xiaobei military district must take a back seat." He then proudly introduced Su Mingjia, stating, "This is my arrangement for Mr. Zhou's personal bodyguard, who will oversee his daily life. It is far more thoughtful than what you've considered." The commander of the Xiaobei military district scoffed. "Is this the best you can offer? I've returned Mr. Zhou to you, and you must ensure his safety. Should anything happen, I will hold you and Lao Huang accountable." With confidence, the commander of the Southwest military district replied, "You needn't worry about that. Anyone daring to harm Mr. Zhou would be provoking us. There will be consequences for whoever it may be. If the Americans have any ulterior motives, we will make them aware of the repercussions." The commander of the Xiaobei military district nodded and exchanged a few more words before hastily departing. The stealth fighter technology was not exclusive to the Southwest military district. Zhou Ran had also provided a copy of the documents to the Xiaobei military district, aiding in the swift development of new aircraft to deter any nations harboring ill intentions towards the Great Xia. After the commanders of the Southwest military district departed, they took Zhou Ran aside. "Mr. Zhou, you've been busy for 2 months. Old Yang has already led an expert team to tackle the stealth fighter technology, so you need assist for now. You can take a few days to rest. By the way, I have communicated with the higher-ups. You can request anything you need, including material support. Each year, the Southwest Military District will allocate a portion of the funds provided by the state specifically for your research." Zhou Ran smiled. "Commander, can I spend the money freely?" The commander nodded. "Of course. Given your current status and position, if your work and living conditions are subpar, it would make us appear miserly to foreigners. You may purchase whatever you desire, luxury homes, sports cars, and we will provide you with a military district license plate for unrestricted access." Although Zhou Ran was not particularly materialistic and had little need for excessive spending, he was pleased with the commander's approach. Everyone desires both fame and fortune. Zhou Ran's reputation had grown significantly, and his status surpassed that of almost anyone in the Great Xia, though his lifestyle demands remained modest. The commander of the Southwest Military District revealed that the funds prepared for him exceeded 20 million, which he could use freely without issue. After contemplating for a moment, Zhou Ran decided it was time to purchase a vehicle that could be modified into a mech while also providing convenience for travel. Without further delay, he withdrew 5 million from the commander of the Southwest Military District to visit a dealership and acquire a car of his own, with Su Mingjia accompanying him. However, in an effort to maintain a low profile, Zhou Ran borrowed the flying tractor from his second uncle. The uncle was puzzled. "Why do you need a tractor when you have no fields to tend?" Zhou Ran smiled and shook his head. "Uncle, the tractor is perfectly fine. I simply want to go to the city and buy a car." The uncle sighed in relief. "I'm not saying you shouldn't spend your money, but you earn so much. What's the point of saving it? Life is meant for enjoying. If you have the means, spend it." Zhou Ran had little desire for wealth, especially since he could earn money at will with the system. Additionally, the looming threat of the Dark Age served as a constant reminder of the challenges ahead. With societal and economic order crumbling, essential goods would become the primary demand, rendering money less significant. In the near future, tangible goods would replace currency as the medium of exchange. Zhou Ran felt no need to hoard supplies, at least not for now, even if the Dark Age arrived. His current status afforded him priority access to state resources. After chatting briefly with his uncle, Zhou Ran prepared to drive the tractor to the city, while Su Mingjia frowned. Mr. Zhou, if you need a vehicle, you can easily procure one through the military district. Your status and the technology you possess could attract danger. Why insist on going yourself? Zhou Ran waved his hand dismissively. I am a citizen of the Great Xia. Surely I can venture outside my own country? If foreigners truly have the capability, they should surpass us in technology. Seeing Zhou Ran unmoved, Su Mingjia urged, even if you wish to buy a car, you could borrow one from the military district. A tractor does not suit your status at all. Zhou Ran chuckled. Miss Su, does it truly matter what vehicle I take to the city? Besides, this tractor is my own modified intelligent tractor, far superior to those sports cars. This was not an exaggeration. The tractor had undergone upgrades that significantly enhanced its performance, outpacing even sports cars and possibly aircraft in terms of speed and stability. Su Mingjia, unaware of these modifications, felt it her duty as a bodyguard to accompany Zhou Ran and climbed into the tractor with him. Suddenly, a seat emerged from the flying tractor, startling Su Mingjia nearly to the point of jumping. Mr. Zhou, what is going on with this tractor? With a calm smile, Zhou Ran replied, it's fully automated. Riding in it is even more stable than in a sports car. Chapter 76. Is that a tractor? Following the enhancement of the flying sword, the artificial intelligence has become remarkably sophisticated, enabling it to navigate autonomously without the need for Zhou Ran's intervention. With a mere thought, Zhou Ran directed the flying sword to whisk the two of them towards the city. Although it resembled a tractor, the flying sword exhibited minimal vibrations or noise while speeding forward. Su Mingjia, intrigued, could not help but inquire, Mr. Zhou, how does this tractor seem to outperform even those supercars? Zhou Ran replied with a smile, it is due to the incorporation of the latest technology. The engine and overall design far surpass those of supercars, and its cost is not something an ordinary supercar can compare to. Su Mingjia, who had limited exposure to such matters during her time in the military district, found herself unable to resist touching and examining various aspects of the vehicle. Zhou Ran was indifferent to her curiosity, knowing that she had been assigned to his side by the military's high command and was unlikely to have any other duties, which meant she might remain with him for an extended period. A young woman as delicate as a flower inevitably harbors her own thoughts. However, Su Mingjia was mindful of her responsibilities and understood the dynamics between Zhou Ran and Qin Xiaoxiao. Her feelings towards Zhou Ran were rooted solely in admiration and curiosity, devoid of any ulterior motives. The flying sword accelerated rapidly, reaching speeds close to 100 kilometers per hour, yet the ride was remarkably smooth. During their journey, the flying sword automatically extended its windscreen, allowing their conversation to remain undisturbed by the rushing air. Upon reaching the highway, they soon encountered a speed camera, and the traffic police officer monitoring the flow of vehicles was astonished to witness the tractor zooming past the surveillance camera at breakneck speed. Am I seeing things? Is that truly a tractor? Traveling at over 100 kilometers per hour. He quickly alerted his colleagues to intercept the vehicle, as such a machine on the road could pose significant dangers and was utterly intolerable. The police car swiftly set off in pursuit of the flying sword. As the distance between them closed, the officer could finally ascertain the situation. It was indeed a tractor. However, this tractor appeared distinctly different. Not only was it significantly larger than a typical tractor, but it also boasted incredible speed. Wait, is that tractor actually speeding? It's signaling to overtake. It truly did pass. The officer was left dumbfounded, feeling as if he were in a dream. Was this still a tractor? The vehicle it overtook was a sports car. At that moment, the sports car driver was equally bewildered, staring in disbelief as the striking tractor sped by, leaving him utterly stunned. It wasn't until the tractor had long vanished that he regained his composure. Goodness, have I truly lost my mind? That tractor was faster than my sports car. Did it install a rocket engine? The police officer failed to catch up with the tractor, and neither did the sports car. As Zhou Ran swiftly arrived at a Lamborghini dealership in the city. After parking, Zhou Ran stepped inside the store, while Su Mingjia's cheeks flushed with excitement. This was her first experience of such thrilling speed in a tractor. Upon seeing Zhou Ran enter, the saleswoman's eyes lit up. Though she quickly frowned upon observing his disheveled appearance, her demeanor noticeably less welcoming. Sir, what vehicle are you interested in purchasing? Zhou Ran paid no mind, and scanned the showroom before pointing to a bright red Gallardo. I want this one. How much is it? Having frequently assisted internet celebrities with car modifications and repairs, Zhou Ran was quite familiar with this model. However, the saleswoman expressed skepticism regarding Zhou Ran's purchasing power. Given his unkempt look, "Sir, this vehicle is priced at 4,300,000. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the purchase?" Before Zhou Ran could respond, Su Mingjia impatiently interjected, "Mr. Zhou has decided to buy it. The Southwest Military District will cover the cost. What are you stalling for?" The saleswoman, startled by Su Mingjia's assertion, scrutinized Zhou Ran again, her mouth agape. You're that Zhou? Zhou Ran raised an eyebrow, not quite a deity. "I am merely Zhou Ran." The saleswoman squealed and hurriedly summoned her colleagues, and soon a throng of saleswomen encircled Zhou Ran, eagerly requesting his autograph. Su Mingjia's expression darkened, and she cautioned, "Please do not crowd Mr. Zhou." Yet, the saleswomen paid her no heed, their eyes sparkling with infatuation as they gazed at Zhou Ran. Faced with this swarm of admirers, Zhou Ran felt overwhelmed but resignedly signed autographs for each one. Once they learned of his identity, the saleswomen became increasingly attentive, almost clinging to Zhou Ran. What could have been accomplished in half an hour stretched into nearly 2. For Zhou Ran, time was of the essence. He needed to complete the construction of the shelter within the system's stipulated time frame, making him reluctant to linger any longer. After finalizing the transactions, Zhou Ran hastily returned to the repair shop. Su Mingjia, puzzled, asked, "Mr. Zhou, what will happen to the tractor?" Zhou Ran chuckled. "You need not worry. It has an automatic navigation system and will find its way home." Su Mingjia watched as Zhou Ran immediately began modifications on the newly acquired car. Feeling a twinge of regret, "Mr. Zhou, this vehicle has just been purchased. How can you dismantle something worth millions so casually?" Zhou Ran smiled. "Though the vehicle performs adequately, my modifications will enhance it beyond its original capabilities. Why not dismantle it? Besides, this is funding allocated to me by the military district. I shall use it as I see fit." Su Mingjia found herself at a loss for words, feeling somewhat disgruntled as she crossed her arms and leaned against the doorframe, observing Zhou Ran's tinkering. In less than 2 hours, Zhou Ran completed the modifications to the new car, nodding in satisfaction. Just as Su Mingjia was preparing to cook, her specialized phone rang. Upon answering, she heard the serious tone of the military district commander. "Su Mingjia, you may soon face a daunting task ahead. Following directives from higher-ups, a delegation of foreign experts would be visiting in a week, seeking technical exchanges with Mr. Zhou." Su Mingjia furrowed her brow and replied, "Commander, will there be Americans among them?" After a brief silence, the commander responded gravely, "Yes, there will be an American team. I suspect they are coming specifically for Mr. Zhou's technology. We must be thoroughly prepared to prevent any disruptions from the Americans." Su Mingjia took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, with me here, Mr. Zhou will face no issues." After hanging up, Su Mingjia approached Zhou Ran. "Mr. Zhou, a week from now, a group of foreign experts will arrive in our country. They wish to engage in technical discussions with you, and there will be Americans among them." Zhou Ran raised an eyebrow. "Americans?" This delegation of foreign experts must have been invited by them. It seems the Americans remain undeterred. Chapter 77. Expert delegation. Zhou Ran could easily surmise the true purpose behind the arrival of the so-called expert delegation in Daxia, especially considering the involvement of Americans. Their intentions were all too apparent. However, Zhou Ran remained unfazed. Regardless of who came, he possessed ample means of self-defense. A week passed in the blink of an eye, during which various internet celebrities sent numerous luxury cars for Zhou Ran to modify, bringing him closer to the completion of his task to transform 3,000 mechas. Although he was not deterred by potential disruptions from the Americans, he remained vigilant, prepared for any desperate actions they might take. He had already informed the commander of the Southwest Military Region to have special forces on standby for immediate assistance if needed. The foreign expert delegation arrived as scheduled, initially touring the base of the Eastern Military District, where they were personally guided to observe Zhou Ran's modifications and the newly constructed warships and submarines. However, access to the vessels themselves was strictly prohibited, as the latest weaponry developed by Daxia was not to be exposed to foreign eyes. In truth, Zhou Ran was indifferent to their presence. The critical technologies were known only to him and a select few experts, making it impossible for the Americans to fathom such advanced innovations. During their visit to the Eastern Military District, the American experts maintained a somber demeanor. Historically, Whenever the Americans discovered that Daxia had surpassed them in any technological field, they would hastily accuse Daxia of plagiarism. Yet, in this instance, even their audacity was insufficient to voice such allegations. The commander of the Eastern Military District, reveling in the opportunity to showcase their advancements, spoke incessantly, highlighting that this warship had been personally modified by Mr. Zhou Ran, and while he could not divulge specific military secrets, he asserted that its combat capabilities slightly exceeded that of American vessels. He continued, pointing out a submarine that had been destined for decommissioning but had been transformed into a formidable asset under Zhou Ran's guidance. Having successfully destroyed 2 enemy submarines in the waters of Daxia, the engine had been upgraded and the weapon system significantly enhanced. The Americans' expressions darkened further upon hearing this, prompting them to excuse themselves under the pretense of feeling unwell. The commander's remarks were akin to pouring salt on their wounds. The other small nation experts who had been compelled to accompany the Americans, whether by invitation or pressure, also found excuses to depart as soon as the Americans left. Observing this, the commander of the Eastern Military District called for his guard. Chapter 78. A warning: the expert delegation led by the United States could no longer endure the prevailing atmosphere, or perhaps had ulterior motives, and hastily made their way to the Southwestern Military District. The head of the Southwestern Military District, Commander Feng, warmly welcomed the delegation, adhering to the usual protocols and demeanor. Esteemed experts, he began, our great Xia has made significant advancements in naval, aerial, and terrestrial equipment. The technology provided by Mr. Zhou has assisted us in resolving numerous issues. Regarding our aircraft, we have acquired the latest stealth fighter technology from Mr. Zhou, and we expect to commence production shortly. The faces of the expert delegation shifted slightly. The stealth fighter technology was currently the pinnacle of American advancements. However, the commander's confidence in their new stealth aircraft was palpable. At that moment, an expert from Kangaroo Country inquired, Mr. Feng, how does your stealth fighter technology compare to that of the United States? The commander chuckled. There is no comparison to be made. Previously, the Northern Military District shot down 2 unidentified aircraft, suspected to be American. This remark rendered the American representatives even more disconcerted. It seemed that the Great Xia was adept at unveiling their vulnerabilities. Nevertheless, the American delegation dared not assert that the downed aircraft were their own, as it would not only embarrass them in front of their allies but also reveal their covert intentions of sending aircraft to Great Xia to eliminate Mr. Zhou. Mr. Feng, that could never have been an American aircraft. Our aviation technology is world-leading. Great Xia's current capabilities cannot rival ours. Noting the Americans' hostile tone, the commander refrained from retorting. The truth was evident. The Americans were merely deceiving themselves. The experts from several smaller nations began to ponder, realizing that the Great Xia did not relish ostentation but preferred to express their advancements subtly. For instance, their new equipment adhered to a pattern, 1 generation in service, another in development, and a theoretical generation. Following this logic, the new stealth fighter currently under development by Great Xia should be nearing operational status, otherwise, they would not be promoting it. As this realization dawned upon them, the experts exchanged knowing glances, a peculiar smile gracing their faces. Mr. Feng, since your new stealth fighter is set for deployment, is there a plan for external sales? How would pricing be determined? The commander smiled, regarding military secrets. We initially had no intention of selling. However, we could consider it. The critical technology is still not fully comprehended by us, as it is the fruit of Mr. Zhou's intellect. A hushed murmur ensued among the experts, seemingly oblivious to the Americans' presence. If Great Xia's stealth fighters truly surpass those of the United States, we in Kangaroo Country are prepared to order 20. We in the land of the morning calm are ready to order 10. The Americans, following closely behind, nearly choked in disbelief. Historically, these nations had always been subservient, predominantly procuring military equipment from the United States. Now, they brazenly sought to extend an olive branch to Great Xia? Do they think they can disregard us? One American remarked, furrowing his brow. Great Xia's fighters have yet to officially enter service. Even if you place an order, it would be at least 2 years before delivery. The commander, perceiving their displeasure, waved dismissively, our technological reserves are ample. We can produce 500 new stealth fighters annually and plan to manufacture 1,000, including standard, carrier-compatible, and commercial variants. The commercial model will be available for sale. The Americans found themselves at a loss for rebuttal, their confidence waning. They had hoped to use this visit to gauge the situation in Great Xia, but instead, they found their own allies harboring different intentions. These so-called American experts were not concerned about whether Great Xia would sell their new stealth fighters or whether their allies would continue to heed American directives. Their primary concern was finding an opportunity to eliminate Mr. Zhou. Once he was out of the picture, his technology would be rendered useless, and the United States would reclaim its status as a global superpower. The lead American expert could no longer contain his curiosity. During our discussions with the Eastern and Northern military districts, we consistently heard about Mr. Zhou. Is he truly that renowned? Why are we unaware of his information? The commander silently scoffed. It was a poor act. If the Americans were oblivious to Mr. Zhou, would they still be so determined to acquire his technology? Their performance was overly theatrical, clearly a fade. Mr. Zhou had studied at MIT and nearly remained there. The Americans could not possibly be unaware of him. Their inquiry was merely a pretext to gain closer contact with Mr. Zhou. The commander was not blind to their intentions, especially since Mr. Zhou had forewarned him. Thus, he replied, Mr. Zhou is exceedingly busy. He is a top-tier scientific talent in Great Xia, enjoying various privileges, including numerous immunities. For instance, should he eliminate all of you esteemed experts, our leadership would go to great lengths to protect him. This was not mere bravado. In truth, Mr. Zhou's value far surpassed that of these so-called experts. For Mr. Zhou's contributions, Great Xia's military strength had significantly escalated, rendering them unafraid of any challenges. It was time to assert their formidable presence. The expressions of the small nation experts shifted. Aware that Great Xia's leadership favored ambiguous and moderate rhetoric to avoid offending others. However, the commander's assertive declaration underscored one undeniable truth. Great Xia's power had surpassed that of any nation in the world, even the United States. Only with such formidable strength and confidence could the commander dare to speak thusly. The Americans, overhearing the commander's remarks, exchanged furtive glances. The implications of his words unmistakable, a warning against harboring any ill intentions toward Mr. Zhou, lest they face dire consequences. In the past, the Americans would have dismissed such warnings. But now, as Great Xia's power subtly eclipsed theirs, they found themselves compelled to reconsider. Yet, they could not lose sight of their primary mission in Great Xia, to engage with Mr. Zhou and seek an opportunity to eliminate him. Mr. Feng, we hold Mr. Zhou in high regard and wish to exchange technical experiences with him. Could you assist us in arranging a meeting? This request came from the expert of Kangaroo Country. While they were eager to procure new stealth fighters from Great Xia, they understood that they must wait until production commenced. For now, the Americans still held the upper hand. Great Xia did not relish subjugating other nations. The Americans thrived on such dominance, expecting unwavering loyalty. Those who defied them faced economic sanctions and military pressure, with threats of deployment looming over these smaller nations, leaving them in despair and unable to resist. Chapter 79. Taking action. The military district commander harbored concerns that the Americans might pose a threat to Zhou Ran, thus refraining from responding to the American representatives. Nevertheless, the American delegates persisted, unwavering in their pursuit of an audience. Mr. Feng, we genuinely wish to engage in an in-depth exchange of technological matters with Mr. Zhou. It is imperative that you facilitate a meeting with him. After a moment of contemplation, the district commander contacted Zhou Ran. Upon learning that a foreign delegation sought to meet him, Zhou Ran remained unsurprised, having anticipated the Americans' intentions. He felt no apprehension, confident that their schemes would ultimately fail, and thus he readily acquiesced to the delegation's request. The military commander subsequently informed the delegation that Zhou Ran had agreed to meet with them. The Americans, elated, believed their opportunity had arrived and promptly urged the district commander to escort them to Zhou Ran's repair shop. The commander arranged for special forces to accompany them, ostensibly for the protection of the experts. Yet, it was evident that this was a precaution against any potential harm the foreigners might inflict upon Zhou Ran. With the arrival of the foreign delegation, the commander had already ensured that the social media influencers had departed, leaving only Zhou Ran and his bodyguard, Su Mingjia. At the repair shop, when the group of foreigners arrived, Zhou Ran was in the midst of modifying a vehicle when he suddenly received an alert from his artificial intelligence system. Master, there are individuals outside carrying unidentified objects that can be assembled into lethal weapons with significant destructive potential. Zhou Ran raised an eyebrow and glanced outside, his gaze landing on several Americans. At that moment, the commander ordered the special forces to inspect the experts for any recording devices before granting them entry. However, the special forces found no suspicious items on the Americans and did not believe they would dare to act in plain view. Upon seeing Zhou Ran, the Americans beamed with delight. This must be Mr. Zhou. Truly a remarkable young talent. Zhou Ran couldn't help but smirk inwardly. The Americans were like weasels offering New Year greetings to a chicken, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Just as the Americans were about to enter the repair shop, Zhou Ran abruptly raised his hand. Wait. As soon as the words left his mouth, the special forces swiftly encircled the foreign delegation, their weapons trained unflinchingly on them. Any attempt at aggression would likely result in immediate consequences. The other experts felt a sense of awkwardness, puzzled by Zhou Ran's sudden halt of the Americans. The foreigners, fixated on Zhou Ran, were eager to act but found themselves restrained by the special forces' weapons, leaving them with no time to assemble their own. Zhou Ran continued. I need to step out to purchase some items. I kindly ask for your patience. The military commander was indifferent, after all. It was the experts who sought an audience with Zhou Ran, and they would have to comply with his request to wait. Zhou Ran drove off in a newly acquired sports car, deliberately maintaining a slow speed to allow the Americans to follow. The Americans grew anxious at Zhou Ran's departure. Mr. Zhou, what are you planning to buy? We would like to accompany you. The commander shook his head, irritated. Mr. Zhou has his own matters to attend to. You best remain here. If anything goes awry, I will not be responsible. Impatient, the Americans disregarded the commander's warning. Mr. Feng, our time in Daxia is limited, and we have pressing issues to discuss with Mr. Zhou. We hope he can assist us without delay. The commander initially intended to refuse, but at that moment, he received a call from Zhou Ran. Commander, the Americans are armed with dangerous weapons. They cannot be allowed to remain at the repair shop, as they could cause significant destruction. Let them follow. I have a plan to deal with them. The commander's expression shifted as he cast a wary glance at the Americans. You wish to follow Mr. Zhou? Then you must ensure your own safety. Once you leave here, we cannot guarantee your well-being. The Americans nearly erupted in laughter, quickly nodding in agreement. Rest assured, Mr. Feng, this is our decision. Should anything happen, it is solely our responsibility. The commander shot a stern look at the small nation experts, declaring, You all heard that? They have taken responsibility for their own safety. In the event of an incident, you shall bear witness. The small nation experts dared not protest, merely nodding in compliance. The Americans boarded the vehicle prepared for them by the military and pursued Zhou Ran. As they traveled, they assembled their weapons, eager to close the distance to Zhou Ran. Finally catching sight of his sports car, the Americans felt a surge of excitement. This time, they were determined to eliminate Zhou Ran and ensure he would not escape. After completing their mission, they knew they could not return to the United States. They would see this as a testament to their loyalty to the organization. Look, he seems to have stopped. Hurry, pursue him. Zhou Ran pulled over to the side of the road, where few souls roamed for miles, unperturbed by the Americans' potential tricks. As the Americans approached, Zhou Ran greeted them with a smile. You've waited so long for this opportunity. I trust you've prepared diligently? The leader of the Americans, head of the intelligence organization, furrowed his brow at Zhou Ran's words. What do you mean by that, Mr. Zhou? We are here to discuss technology with you. Shaking his head, Zhou Ran replied. At this point, there is no need for pretense. I know you've harbored ill intentions towards me and seek to eliminate me. Therefore, I have decided to offer you a chance. The Americans' expression shifted, realizing Zhou Ran was already aware of their true identities, prompting them to drop their facade. Zhou Ran, I must commend your intelligence. However, your inability to serve the interests of the United States leaves us no choice but to send you to meet your maker. Attack. Zhou Ran scoffed. This is Daxia. There are no gods here, and your deity holds no sway. The Americans hastily assembled their weapons, aiming them at Zhou Ran. Yet, they were perplexed to find Zhou Ran did not impede their actions nor sought assistance from the military. The leader of the intelligence organization felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Zhou Ran's demeanor was too composed. Knowing danger awaited, he dared to engage Zhou Ran alone, questioning whether his confidence had surpassed reason. Mr. Zhou, I regret to inform you that your existence poses a significant threat to the United States, and we must eliminate you. If there is an afterlife, I hope you reincarnate as an American. Zhou Chapter 80. The vanished Americans, however, in the next moment, the smiles on the faces of several Americans froze. A mechanical arm suddenly emerged, blocking Zhou Ran's path. The enormous mechanical hand opened its palm, gripping the missile within its grasp. Almost immediately, the Americans were startled by a sound akin to flatulence, as the missile was utterly crushed by the mechanical hand. What on earth is this? Our missile has lost its efficacy. This is impossible. The expressions of the Americans darkened, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. This missile was borrowed from the military. the latest development from the American Armed Forces. It could be disassembled and reassembled at will, rendering it undetectable by any surveillance equipment once disassembled. They had exerted considerable effort to obtain this missile, only to see it rendered useless by a mere mechanical hand. What astonished them even more lay ahead. The mechanical arm appeared to have emerged from beneath a sports car. As the Americans stood in a daze, the car emitted a series of mechanical grinding noises, and within 2 minutes transformed into a towering mech over 2 meters tall. The leader of the intelligence organization gaped, unable to contain his astonishment. Is this a transformer? The other Americans were equally mesmerized by the impressive mech, momentarily rendered speechless. Zhou Ran smiled faintly and spoke. This is my own modified mech. You were fortunate to witness its true form. However, your mission ends here. I have tolerated you Americans for far too long. With that, Zhou Ran issued commands to the mech, instructing it to eliminate the Americans before him. Despair washed over the group. They had believed themselves fully prepared, certain that once the missile was launched, Zhou Ran could not possibly survive. Who would have anticipated the emergence of a mech? They found themselves without any means of retreat or hope of resurgence. The mech opened its massive hand and struck downwards with force. The leader of the intelligence organization was crushed like an insect, unable to emit even a scream. The remaining Americans attempted to flee, but the mech leaped in front of them. Crack! With a slight exertion of its fingers, one individual was obliterated, his blood and brains splattering the ground. Another, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen, only to be crushed into a pulp by a colossal mechanical fist descending from above. Zhou Ran Harb Chapter 81. Test flight of the new aircraft. The leaders of the military district nodded in agreement as they sent off the foreign expert team. Not long after, they arrived at the Military Research Institute with Zhou Ran. Expert Lao Yang's eyes lit up upon seeing Zhou Ran. Ah, Mr. Zhou, you have finally arrived. Our expert team has reviewed your stealth fighter technology documentation. It is indeed a stroke of genius. I almost wish I could peer into your mind to see if you're an extraterrestrial. Zhou Ran's lips twitched slightly as he muttered to himself, pondering whether the system within him could be discovered if he were to be dissected. Of course, Lao Yang was merely jesting. Given Zhou Ran's extraordinary talent and the immense contribution he had made to the Great Xia, they were more inclined to protect him than to turn against him. Lao Yang continued, Mr. Zhou, we have attempted your design numerous times, but have encountered insurmountable challenges. For instance, the engine must exhibit superior performance and reduced power consumption to achieve remarkable maneuverability. Additionally, the materials used for the airframe must adhere to aerodynamic principles, and the stealth coating presents its own set of challenges. Zhou Ran shook his head. Professor Yang, my technical documentation does not mention stealth coatings because the stealth fighter I designed relies on an advanced avionics system, powerful electromagnetic interference, and the ability to hover at high altitudes through aerodynamic principles. Utilizing stealth coatings is an outdated approach. Lao Yang was taken aback. What? No stealth coatings? Wouldn't that make the aircraft visible to the naked eye? Zhou Ran smiled and shook his head. The new stealth fighter is incredibly fast, flying at altitudes far exceeding those of conventional aircraft, exceeding even what the Americans can achieve. The materials used in the airframe will include light-absorbing components, rendering it invisible to the naked eye. Lao Yang was astonished. Mr. Zhou, if we were to construct an aircraft based on your concept, how much would it cost? Zhou Ran pondered for a moment before responding. According to my design, a fighter jet would cost approximately 500 to 600 million. Maintenance costs would be negligible. And training pilots wouldn't require excessive expenditure either, as I will integrate intelligent control and autopilot technology into the avionics and central control systems. It could even achieve full automation, making it approximately 40% cheaper than the most advanced American fighters. Lao Yang gasped, unable to fathom what he had just heard. Historically, the fighter jets developed by Great Xia had slightly inferior performance compared to American jets, yet their costs were not significantly different. The training of pilots constituted a massive financial burden, and when factoring in routine maintenance and ground logistics, the cost of a fighter jet would exceed that of American counterparts by 10 to 20%. Now, Zhou Ran claimed that the new stealth fighter would have such a low cost, making mass production and large-scale deployment feasible. Mr. Zhou, if we truly build the new stealth fighter according to your specifications, we could save a substantial amount of military funding each year for other technological advancements. If all goes well, you shall receive first-class merit again. Zhou Ran waved his hand dismissively. I am not pursuing accolades through research. The strength of our nation is far more valuable than any personal recognition. Filled with admiration, Lao Yang quickly summoned the other experts. Initially, there were several unresolved queries. But after Zhou Ran's thorough explanations, clarity dawned upon them. The design blueprints were ready, and various tests were nearing completion, awaiting the arrival of materials for production. 2 weeks later, the first new stealth fighter rolled off the production line, with representatives from various military districts gathered to witness the occasion. The test flight was scheduled for 2 days later. The commander of the Xiaobei military district gazed at the sleek, futuristic aircraft, beaming with joy. At last, Great Xia has developed its own stealth fighter, thanks to Mr. Zhou's efforts. The commander of the Xiaodong military district added, once the test flight is successful, we can mass-produce various adaptable models. Our Xiaodong military district is in dire need of air defense capabilities. The commander of the Southwest military district chuckled, rest assured. With the lower cost of the new aircraft, which is 40% cheaper than the most advanced American models, I will petition the higher authorities to manufacture 500 units in the first batch. The Southwest military district will retain 200. The Xiaodong military district will equip 100 for aircraft carriers, and the Xiaobei military district will have 200. The commander of the Xiaxi military district interjected, old phone, that's not fair. The Xiaodong and Xiaobei military districts already possess considerable strength. We should be prioritized. The commander of the Southwest military district explained, this is merely the first batch. There will be subsequent batches. Eventually, the entire Air Force of Great Xia will be equipped with the latest stealth fighters, ensuring that everyone has access. However, with the Americans lurking and causing trouble, the Xiaobei and Xiaodong military districts bear significant defensive responsibilities, hence the priority. The commander of the Xiaxi military district sighed, at the very least, allocate us 50 units? Our Xiaxi military district has been in a precarious position, and there are many adversaries in the western region. The commander of the Southwest military district waved his hand dismissively. The western terrain offers advantages. It would be exceedingly difficult for enemies to breach your defenses. Let us wait until the test flight concludes before discussing further matters. I must emphasize that the fighter jets are not provided free of charge. You must either purchase them or exchange resources. Mr. Zhou's technology cannot be given away without compensation. The commanders nodded in agreement, fully aware that the Southwest military district alone could not bear such a hefty investment, even with the cost being 40% lower than that of the Americans. 500 aircraft would still amount to over 200 billion. On the day of the test flight, the airfield was bustling with soldiers eager to witness the advanced capabilities of the new stealth fighter. The pilots boarded the aircraft and informed the command center that they were ready. The leaders in the command center fixated on the electronic screens, and with a swift command, a bright crimson flame erupted from the rear of the aircraft. The fighter jet transitioned from zero speed to takeoff in less than 200 meters. The formidable engine performance was immediately apparent. At this rate, it would require no catapult system for carrier deployment. The aircraft could take off unaided. After a booming roar, the fighter jet vanished from sight in mere seconds, soaring into the azure sky. Shortly thereafter, the aircraft broke the sound barrier, and all sound abruptly ceased. The leaders were taken aback, fearing something had gone awry, when suddenly the aircraft plummeted from the sky. Unless one looked closely, the tiny black dot in the sky would be nearly impossible to detect. Even the radar detection systems failed to identify the aircraft's presence, showcasing its exceptional stealth capabilities. The commanders' faces brightened, and they could not help but applaud. Excellent. Mr. Zhou's creations are undoubtedly superb. The engine performance of the fighter jet is extraordinary. Its stealth capabilities are remarkable, promising effective strikes against critical enemy targets. Expert Lao Yang interjected with a grin, Gentlemen, do not be too hasty in your excitement. Mr. Zhou has integrated the latest avionics and central control systems, including autopilot functionality, which can be achieved through intelligent chips. The pilot did not operate the aircraft manually. Chapter 82. Completion of the first phase task. Upon hearing the news, the leaders were taken aback, gazing incredulously at old Yang. What? The pilot did not operate the aircraft? How is that possible? Such intricate maneuvers require even the most skilled pilots to exercise caution. How could it be accomplished without any manual control? They pondered whether, if the fighter jet could indeed fly autonomously, a mere accidental touch of a button by the pilot could jeopardize its flight. Old Yang reassured them with a smile. Rest assured, esteemed leaders, the autopilot function has been perfected and can completely operate without a pilot. However, for the sake of prudence, we have allowed a pilot to board and take control. The leaders exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with exhilaration. So, you're saying this new fighter jet can fly unmanned, needing only remote control to strike enemy targets? Such technology is likely beyond even the Americans' reach. Mr. Zhou is indeed a blessing for the Great Xia. With a grin, Old Yang elaborated. Mr. Zhou has stated that the stealth fighter is equipped with an autopilot system capable of emitting jamming signals to evade enemy detection, rendering its targets indistinct. Most crucially, its speed allows for unexpected strikes against adversaries. Here, Old Yang paused, unable to resist glancing at the new stealth fighter soaring through the sky, performing aerial feats with ease, hovering at ultra-low altitudes, and executing complex maneuvers flawlessly. Although it was not yet armed, according to Zhou Ran and Oppo's design, the new fighter's takeoff weight could reach 50 tons with a maximum payload of 10 tons. If equipped with Zhou Ran's newly developed guided missiles, it could carry up to 10. 3 such aircraft would suffice to utterly devastate an American aircraft carrier group. The leaders were left speechless, staring at the design schematics showcasing the ideal payload capacity. The most advanced American bombers currently had a maximum payload of around 30 tons, but that was a bomber, significantly larger than a fighter. It could be said that Zhou Ran's new stealth fighter, with just 3 or 4 units, could match the capabilities of the Americans' most advanced bombers. Yet, the stealth fighter's swiftness, concealment, and maneuverability far surpassed those cumbersome, slower targets. Old Yang, how long until this fighter is rolling off the assembly line? An expert inquired. Old Yang chuckled. If all components are standardized, a single assembly line can produce 10 fighters in 2 days. However, we are not quite there yet. The assembly workers still need to refine their skills. The leaders nodded in agreement, and the commander of the Xiaobei military district promptly decided to order 200 aircraft, with a deposit to be transferred to the exclusive account of the Southwest Military District within a week. The commander of the Xiaodong Military District, not wanting to lag behind, ordered 100 carrier-compatible fighters, coupled with Zhou Ran's earlier modifications to naval vessels and submarines, along with 5 aircraft carriers. The combat capabilities of the Great Xia in the Eastern Seas would ascend to an astonishing level. Not only would the Americans struggle to launch an invasion alone, even if they allied with all their vassals, they would find it impossible to breach the maritime and aerial defense system of the Xiaodong Military District, ultimately crashing against an impregnable fortress. The test flight of the new stealth fighter was a resounding success, with no unforeseen incidents occurring during the process. The pilot did not need to intervene, as the autopilot system competently handled all tasks. Once the test flight concluded, the aircraft landed smoothly at the airport. The leaders had placed orders ranging from 50 to 200 units with the Southwest Military District, yielding substantial rewards. However, the Xiaobei Military District, having already acquired the technical data for the new fighter, could easily dismantle and study one of the aircraft to facilitate mass production. To expedite the completion of the first batch of 500 new stealth fighters, the Southwest Military District sought considerable funding and prepared 5 production lines. Based on previous efficiency, the entire batch could be delivered in just over 20 days. Such speed was astonishing. Even the Americans might take several days to produce a single fighter, while the Great Xia could churn out 500 in merely 20 days, an efficiency of an entirely different order. This remarkable productivity stemmed in part from Zhou Ran's design of the new production line, which required minimal labor, as all components were manufactured according to predefined specifications. Workers were only tasked with assembling the components based on the schematics. For the sake of technical confidentiality, each worker in the Southwest Military District signed a non-disclosure agreement and was prohibited from leaving the country for 5 years, with strict regulations against bringing anything onto or off the production floor. Naturally, the workers were compensated handsomely, each earning a monthly wage of 200,000. This was a stipulation from upper management, as no one could guarantee that the workers would not harbor ulterior motives should they divulge Zhou Ran's cutting-edge technology. It would undoubtedly be detrimental to the Great Xia. Everyone worked tirelessly, fueled by an unyielding drive, and after over 20 days and nights of relentless effort, the first batch of 500 new stealth fighters was completed. Of course, Zhou Ran's role was to oversee the assembly, and then, when no one was watching, to covertly transform the aircraft into mechas. Once all the fighters were produced and delivered, along with the numerous sports cars he had modified for internet celebrities, the first phase of the system's task was also successfully accomplished. At this moment, Zhou Ran lay quietly in the Southwest Military District's lounge, having gone nearly 20 days without sleep, sustained solely by energy potions. A thought crossed his mind, and the system interface materialized before his eyes. Ultimate Mecha System. Host, Zhou Ran. Abilities, Mecha System Level 40, Mechanical System Level 45, Energy System Level 73. Weapon Level Max. Task 1. Before the arrival of the Dark Age. Construct the ultimate sanctuary to protect human civilization. Progress 100. Task 2. Before the arrival of the Dark Age, create or modify 3,000 mechas. 3,003. 000. Completed. Time until the arrival of the Dark Age. 3 years, 8 days, 10 hours, 52 minutes, and 6 seconds. The host has completed the construction of the sanctuary and has commenced the second phase of the task. Reward for completing the first phase task: 1 random advanced blueprint, 1 energy core, and several mecha upgrade materials. Second phase task: before the arrival of the Dark Age, create or modify 100,000 mechas. 3,000,100,000. Upon reading the system's notification, a wry smile crept onto Zhou Ran's face. Having spent nearly a year to modify 3,000 mechas, how long would it take to achieve 100,000? Yet, he knew the system would not issue unrealistic tasks. The rewards were quite promising, with ample upgrade materials to elevate 1,000 ordinary mechas to advanced status. And the energy core was an exceedingly rare find, likely akin to winning the lottery and Oppo's grand prize in terms of probability. Chapter 83. Advanced Blueprint. Subsequently, Zhou Ran activated the advanced blueprint rewarded randomly by the system, and a surge of information flooded his mind. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a blueprint for a solar-powered supercar. Note: the solar-powered supercar utilizes solar energy for electricity generation, allowing for continuous charging, with an energy conversion efficiency of up to 99.97. Zhou Ran felt somewhat bewildered. The system had unexpectedly rewarded him with such a blueprint, implying that he was to develop a sports car. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Ran realized that the system aimed to reduce the difficulty of his task. By publicly announcing the development of a high-tech new energy sports car, he would undoubtedly attract a multitude of collaborators, significantly accelerating the modification of mechas. While Zhou Ran contemplated how to approach the military district's commander, Old Yang arrived with several experts. Mr. Zhou, the first batch of 500 aircraft has been completely assembled. Should we conduct test flights for all of them? Zhou Ran shook his head. No need for that. I have already inspected them all, and there are no issues. However, for other military districts with orders, they may send pilots over to learn the flying techniques, or we could have them delivered via autopilot. Old Yang nodded. That works too. We should also factor in the fuel costs for them. With so many aircraft, fuel will be a significant expense that we cannot overlook. Zhou Ran chuckled inwardly. As the funds were sourced from the state, yet Old Yang insisted on such meticulous accounting. Sensing Zhou Ran's thoughts, Old Yang explained, "What you may not know, Mr. Zhou, is that the government allocates a finite budget to each military district annually. Our Southwest Military District has historically performed averagely, resulting in limited funding. Producing 500 new aircraft at once incurs a total cost exceeding 300 billion, nearly 1/3 of our annual military budget, which is beyond our district's means. The fuel for 500 aircraft requires hundreds of millions, and our annual allocation has always been modest." Zhou Ran understood Old Yang's perspective, even if the funds were limited. They should be judiciously managed. Teacher Yang, with the first batch of aircraft completed, the workers for the second and third batches should already be familiar with the assembly process. I will oversee the inspection of the aircraft for any issues. However, the timeline for the subsequent batches will depend on the operational performance of the first batch and any potential hazards. Please inform the other military districts that if any issues arise, they should notify me immediately, so I can prevent similar problems in future aircraft. In truth, Old Yang was already well aware of how to proceed. The first batch of 500 aircraft represented an unprecedented quantity. No other country would dare to mass-produce aircraft without sufficient experimental data. The leadership of Daxia must have had considerable confidence in Zhou Ran's technology to approve such an exceptional production volume. Rest assured, Mr. Zhou, I will communicate with them. Old Yang assured. According to your design concepts and data analysis, the new stealth fighters, when constructed according to the blueprints, should theoretically pose no issues. Theoretical assurances, however, did not negate the likelihood of practical challenges which Zhou Ran could not foresee at that moment. After a brief discussion, Old Yang prepared to depart. But Zhou Ran called him back. Teacher Yang, I have developed a new technology and would like to seek some investment to test its viability. Could you please mention it to the commander? Old Yang's excitement was palpable. Mr. Zhou, have you created something new again? Is there technical documentation? Zhou Ran produced the blueprint awarded by the system and handed it to Old Yang, initially expecting a military application. Old Yang felt a tinge of disappointment upon realizing it pertained to a solar car. Mr. Zhou, this technology may not be applicable to military equipment, and I fear the commander might not approve the investment. Zhou Ran smiled. This technology must first be applied to automobiles once it matures. It can also be utilized for armored vehicles, infantry carriers, and drones. How could it be deemed useless? Please discuss it with the commander. If he agrees, I will commence experiments in a few days. After some contemplation, Old Yang resolved not to question Zhou Ran's technological capabilities. Every technology he had provided previously had proven applicable to military equipment. The commander would likely agree to the investment. I believe Mr. Zhou's technology can be widely promoted. Even if it cannot be applied to military uses, it could generate substantial revenue for the military district. I trust the commander will recognize the potential of this technology. Old Yang hurried to the commander's office with the documents. The military district commander was leisurely seated, reading the newspaper and sipping tea, and straightened up upon Old Yang's arrival. Old Yang, the first batch of aircraft is now operational. When do we commence production of the second batch? The higher-ups are preparing to export a shipment to our allied nations, so we must expedite the process. Old Yang smiled wryly. Mr. Zhou indicated that production of the second batch should commence only after the first batch has been fully utilized without issues. The aircraft for our allied nations will certainly be simplified versions. We must retain the most advanced technologies for ourselves. The commander nodded in agreement. That is indeed wise. The export versions will forego autopilot and intelligent cores, yet they will still possess formidable combat capabilities. We must promptly consult Mr. Zhou for modification suggestions. Noticing the documents in Old Yang's hand, the commander inquired, "What do you have there? Is it another new idea from Mr. Zhou?" Old Yang nodded and relayed Zhou Ran's proposal. The commander fell into contemplation after hearing it. Solar cars? It seems this concept has been attempted before, albeit with poor results. I wonder how effective Mr. Zhou's technology will be. By the way, Old Yang, did Mr. Zhou mention whether this technology could be adapted for military equipment? Old Yang affirmed. Mr. Zhou stated that once mature, this technology could be applied to armored vehicles, infantry carriers, and drones, with potential future applications for stealth bombers and warships. The commander clapped his hands. Excellent. If Mr. Zhou produces it, it is bound to be of exceptional quality. Just because foreigners have struggled with it does not imply we cannot succeed in Daxia. We should have faith in Mr. Zhou's capabilities, since he requires investment. We in the Southwest Military District cannot remain idle. Initially, we will invest 200 million. Should further needs arise, we can continue to invest, even collaborating with other military districts. Ultimately, the military district commander decisively approved the investment, acknowledging the immense benefits Zhou Ran had already brought to the district. 200 million was a trivial sum. The commander would find a way to accommodate even 2 billion if necessary. Old Yang conveyed the commander's support to Zhou Ran, assuring him that the commander would fully back his research. Zhou Ran was not particularly surprised by this, as his capabilities were evident. 2 days later, the first batch of 500 aircraft took off in waves from the Southwest Military District Airport, utilizing autopilot technology to navigate to the military districts that had placed orders. Chapter 84. Establishing a company for Zhou Ran, the technology behind solar-powered vehicles was not particularly challenging, especially as his skills in the energy department had already reached level 73, effortlessly resolving energy conversion issues. After dedicating 3 days, he successfully assembled a polymer composite engine using the solar cells and energy conversion devices he had crafted. He also procured a discarded infantry vehicle shell from the military district and casually assembled it. Upon pressing the switch, the oddly shaped vehicle surged forward. Its speed so remarkable that it left only an afterimage in its wake. Nearby soldiers engaged in training witnessed this astonishing sight, their eyes widening in disbelief. The vehicle maintained its speed, deftly avoiding obstacles and navigating sharp turns without a hint of tipping over. Moreover, it appeared to operate like a perpetual motion machine, circling the training ground repeatedly, showing no signs of stopping. Initially, few paid attention, but as the vehicle completed over 100 laps, an increasing number of onlookers became intrigued. Someone reported the situation to Old Yang, who soon arrived with a team of experts. Mr. Zhou, are you conducting experiments here in the training ground? Don't we have a research institute? Aren't you concerned about a potential leak of your technology? Zhou Ran chuckled. These are all our own soldiers. What is there to fear? Besides, this is hardly cutting-edge technology. If I weren't free at the moment, I wouldn't have thought to pursue this. Old Yang scrutinized the vehicle for a moment, his expression shifting. Mr. Zhou, I've heard that this car has been running for half a day. How can its energy supply sustain that? Is the energy efficiency truly high? Zhou Ran explained. I've equipped it with 4 counterflow charging devices, which not only add weight to the chassis for enhanced stability, but also allow for energy recycling. The energy consumption is less than 0.3 per 100 kilometers. As long as there is sunlight, it will continuously generate energy. Even on cloudy, rainy days, the vehicle will remain fully charged. Designed to require almost no recharging throughout its lifetime. Old Yang was taken aback. Such energy consumption was unparalleled by any country in the world. Zhou Ran had defied conventional wisdom to solve this problem. Truly remarkable. Mr. Zhou, when can we begin mass production of the finished vehicle? We could collaborate with other military districts to jointly invest, establishing a company that could sell these vehicles worldwide, generating substantial revenue for the nation. Zhou Ran pondered for a moment and replied, if we proceed with mass production, it will undoubtedly disrupt both domestic and international automotive companies, leading to numerous challenges. Are you certain you wish to establish a company? Old Yang nodded enthusiastically. Isn't the nation currently advocating for the use of new energy? Many companies are striving in this direction. If we succeed, other firms could participate as well. As for foreign companies, should we be concerned about potential trouble? Eager to see the finished product, Old Yang urged Zhou Ran to the research institute, gathering various materials and witnessing Zhou Ran construct the solar vehicle firsthand. Within less than a day, a brand new solar vehicle stood before them. Old Yang touched it with the reverence one might afford a national treasure, his excitement beyond words. Mr. Zhou, what is the design top speed of the vehicle? Does it have an autonomous driving system? What is its passenger capacity? Zhou Ran answered each query, explaining that the maximum speed could reach 200 kilometers per hour. The autonomous driving system could be integrated, and passenger capacity depended on the seating arrangement. Old Yang, unable to contain his astonishment, inquired further. Electric vehicles generally face the issue of insufficient power, often stalling on inclines. If we can resolve this, we could apply for national patents. Zhou Ran shook his head. That issue will not arise. The vehicle I designed has a starting weight of 3 tons, which is typically beyond the capabilities of standard SUVs, so it will handle inclines without any trouble. Skeptical, Old Yang insisted on having Zhou Ran demonstrate the vehicle outside. Zhou Ran took the wheel, flooring the accelerator. The tires screeched against the ground, and the vehicle shot forward, from a standstill to 100 kilometers per hour. It took less than 2 seconds. This demonstrated the immense power of the vehicle's engine. Regardless of how Zhou Ran maneuvered the steering wheel, the vehicle exhibited only slight swayings, as if it were firmly rooted to the ground. Such a stable chassis would significantly reduce the risk of accidents, showcasing extraordinary performance. Old Yang watched in awe, completely captivated by Zhou Ran's skill. Upon returning from the test drive, Zhou Ran found Old Yang eagerly clamoring to take the wheel himself. After a brief spin, Old Yang alighted from the vehicle, visibly exhilarated. Mr. Zhou, your vehicle is exceptional. It can automatically adjust seat height, modify the brake and accelerator positions based on individual driving habits, and autonomously evade obstacles. If we proceed to production, I must acquire one for myself. Zhou Ran smiled. There will be no need to purchase one. When mass production commences, I can gift each of our teachers a vehicle, and the leaders of the various military districts can receive them for free. Old Yang became somewhat disgruntled, considering the performance of this vehicle. Its price cannot be less than 2 million. With so many personnel in the military districts, you would need to give away dozens of vehicles, certainly totaling over 1 billion in expenses. How can that be feasible? Zhou Ran chuckled. Teacher Yang, just moments ago, you suggested seeking investment from other military districts. If we can't even give away a single vehicle, how can we expect them to invest generously? Old Yang scratched his head, realizing he might have been overly frugal. The vehicles given away could serve as advertisements for their product, and with Zhou Ran's involvement, costs could likely be reduced significantly. No investment, no returns. With this thought, Old Yang promptly gathered several experts and summoned the military district leaders. A prototype had been created, and it was essential for the leaders to see it. The military district leaders were astonished at Zhou Ran's efficiency. He had produced a prototype in just 2 to 3 days. Old Yang, you're not trying to dupe me with Mr. Zhou, are you? Old Yang shook his head. Of course not. If you don't trust me, can you not trust Mr. Zhou's expertise? We have thoroughly inspected this vehicle. It is completely sound. I have personally tested it, and its performance far exceeds that of any domestic or foreign vehicle. Naturally, the leaders would not rely solely on old Yang's word. They had a guard accompany them for a test drive. Minutes later, the military district leader emerged from the vehicle, beaming with delight. Old Yang, this vehicle is truly remarkable. Since there are no apparent issues, I approve your establishment of a company dedicated to the production of these solar vehicles. Communicate any concerns with Mr. Zhou. And you'll need to recruit a mature management and operations team. Discuss that with him. Also, inform me in advance of any investment needs. As long as this vehicle captures the market, our military district's research and development funding will eventually become self-sustaining. Chapter 85, Huanyu Solar Technology Company, Limited. The words of the leader instilled great confidence in old Yang. If the leader was reluctant to provide support, then even Zhou Ran and Oppo's solitary persistence would be in vain, unless he could secure an investor. However, given Zhou Ran's current fame and status, even without the leader's backing, he would still be able to attract numerous partners. The advanced technology of solar-powered vehicles, which may pertain to national development strategies, is best retained under the aegis of the state. With national endorsement, the company would likely receive unimpeded support once established. Any difficulties that arise would probably be resolved by the state. Thus, old Yang sought out Zhou Ran once again to convey the leader's decision. Mr. Zhou, the leader intends for us to establish the company, with us providing the technology and production lines while attracting investors. Zhou Ran nodded, inquiring if there were any other opinions from the leader. After a moment of reflection, old Yang shared what he believed to be a reasonable suggestion. It is against regulations for the Southwest Military Region to establish a company. I think it would be best if our expert team formally established the company, with investment coming from the military region, ensuring clear responsibilities. Zhou Ran smiled. Teacher Yang, when you mention military investment, do you mean from other major military regions as well? Old Yang understood that Zhou Ran could guess this even without his explanation. Yet he elaborated nonetheless. Mr. Zhou, the Americans have faced setbacks in their actions against our nation, and while they have not publicly acknowledged this, many countries are already aware of their failures. Our nation and Oppo's strength is undeniable, and it is likely that certain nations may seek to assert themselves against us. Therefore, establishing a company that accepts investments from the major military regions would send a clear message about our backing, making any future adversaries think twice. In today's world, many nations are prone to bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Even smaller nations, spurred on by the Americans, may attempt to flex their muscles in front of us. But we have chosen to remain above such pettiness. Now that our military might has significantly increased, even the Americans are hesitant to provoke us, let alone smaller nations. It is time for us to adopt a firmer stance and demonstrate to those with ulterior motives what consequences await those who oppose us. Establishing a company is no trivial matter. However, due to the identity of the expert team and Zhou Ran's reputation, coupled with the subtle hints from the Southwest Military Region, the process was expedited by over 20 days. The business license, which would typically require a month to obtain, was secured in under a week. Considering that the company would not only focus on solar-powered vehicles but may also branch into other solar equipment, the name Huanyu Solar Technology Company, Limited, was chosen after thorough consultation among the experts, to which Zhou Ran had no objections. To Zhou Ran's surprise, in addition to the major military regions participating as shareholders, he was appointed as an honorary board member. Private capital had also expressed interest in investing, but their offers were declined. With the backing of the major military regions and national support, financial issues would pose no threat, and it was unlikely anyone would dare to undermine the company in the domestic arena. On the day of the company's inauguration, experts from various military regions and representatives appointed by the leader attended the ceremony. Esteemed guests, today marks a momentous occasion with the establishment of Huanyu Solar Technology Company, Limited. We are dedicated to the research and application of solar technology, having already achieved significant breakthroughs in solar vehicle technology. We welcome collaboration from all sectors. The audience erupted in applause, with attendees comprising prominent figures from various walks of life, alongside opportunists who had learned of the event through unofficial channels. The stage was graced by renowned experts and scientists from various fields, yet the presence of the young Zhou Ran at the center left many in astonishment. Who is that young man? He seems somewhat familiar. How did he come to occupy such a prominent position at this grand opening? Have you been living under a rock? That is the internet sensation, Zhou Ran. You haven't heard of Mr. Zhou? Is it really him? I noticed he holds an honorary board member position on the company roster. No wonder. Do not underestimate Mr. Zhou. He is a distinguished scientist who has received first-class honors from 3 major military regions. I suspect he is the mastermind behind the solar technology. The audience whispered amongst themselves as speakers took turns addressing the crowd, while Zhou Ran remained composed, refraining from interjecting. Old Yang understood that Zhou Ran preferred to avoid such trivialities, hence he had only secured him an honorary board member title. Nevertheless, despite being merely an honorary member, Zhou Ran wielded significant influence within the company, as the solar technology was his brainchild, and all subsequent innovations would stem from his expertise. The company's trajectory would largely depend on the caliber of Zhou Ran's technological contributions. In reality, these experts were more inclined towards delving into technical research, which they found far more engaging than managing social niceties. Following the leader's directive, Old Yang had invested heavily to recruit an operational management team responsible for the company's initial operations, advertising, and sales of products in the future. The expert team departed midway through the inauguration ceremony, leaving only a few experts from the Southwest Military Region and representatives appointed by the leader, Zhou Ran included. However, as the first phase of the system task had been completed, Zhou Ran did not need to remain at the repair shop constantly. Even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, the 3,000 mechs of our nation could easily handle the situation. The management team, recruited at considerable expense, was well aware of the company's substantial background and were eager to perform well, hoping to foster good relations with the military region for future opportunities. Mr. Yang, Mr. Zhou, our personnel are in place. When can we expect the company's products to be launched? Old Yang replied with a smile, there's no need to rush. Mr. Zhou's technology has been validated through numerous experiments, and we have already produced samples that will soon be sent to the company headquarters for exhibition. The manager chuckled wryly, Mr. Yang, while our management team is quite experienced, this is our first venture into high-tech solar vehicles. Without having seen the actual product, we find it difficult to promote it to the public. Old Yang laughed. You need not concern yourselves with the technical aspects. The technology provided by Mr. Zhou is classified at a minimum of commercial secret level. You only need to understand the functions, advantages, pricing, and various configurations of the solar vehicles. The manager, somewhat resigned, could only nod in agreement. The following day, Old Yang arranged for the prototype solar vehicle to be brought to the company, providing the operational team with a detailed introduction to its functions and advantages. The audience was somewhat bewildered, as Zhou Ran's solar vehicle seemed more like a concept car. Can this truly be brought to market? Such advanced technology, are we sure it isn't just a PowerPoint presentation? Chapter 86. Test Drive. Old Yang discerned that these individuals harbored doubts regarding Zhou Ran's ability to translate his technological prowess into a tangible product. Prior to witnessing Zhou Ran's prototype firsthand, he too was skeptical. However, he now possessed unwavering faith in Zhou Ran's capabilities. While Zhou Ran's concepts often appeared fantastical, every piece of technology he had proposed had materialized, far surpassing the so-called advanced technologies from foreign entities that remained mired in theoretical research. Ladies and gentlemen, your role in this company is to oversee operational management. Simply excel in your responsibilities, Old Yang asserted before leading the team of experts away, with Zhou Ran following suit. Once they had departed, a throng of staff members clustered around the manager. Manager Tong, what is the meaning of this? We haven't even seen the product. How can we promote it? One queried, concern etched across their face. This technology seems rather dubious, and these experts do not inspire confidence. Enough of this nonsense. Mr. Zhou's technology is undoubtedly sound. After all, he has been awarded first-class honors from the 3 major military districts. He has never deceived anyone. The manager retorted through gritted teeth. Let us wait until the vehicle arrives. We will assess it then. If the product aligns with Mr. Yang's assertions, we shall promote it accordingly. With the military's backing, what do we have to fear? Upon hearing this, the employees ceased their inquiries, reassured by the manager's confidence. The following day, while the staff engaged in idle chatter, a military truck rolled up. A squad of soldiers disembarked and unveiled a cover from the vehicle. The employees hurried outside, their eyes widening in amazement at the sight of a car that exuded a sci-fi aesthetic. Wow, this car is stunning. Could it be the solar-powered vehicle developed by Mr. Zhou? One exclaimed. Looks appealing, but aesthetics alone won't sell it. The performance must match, another cautioned. As the vehicle was driven onto the road, the employees pointed and speculated. It was only when the car entered the exhibition hall that they realized it was entirely devoid of a driver. This indicated the implementation of autonomous driving technology. While such technology remained immature abroad, this vehicle exhibited no signs of sluggishness, driving as smoothly as if operated by a human. Manager Tong, this vehicle appears quite impressive. It should perform well. Given its autonomous capabilities, I believe Mr. Zhou's solar technology must be remarkable. Someone suggested. Why not have someone take it for a spin? We can't glean much from mere observation. Manager Tong hesitated but then examined the user manual once more before deciding to take the test drive. As he approached the car door, an electronic synthesized voice suddenly emanated. Please select the activation mode. 1. Test drive mode. 2. Owner mode. The unexpected voice startled the onlookers, causing Manager Tong to nearly leap. Upon realizing it was the vehicle speaking, he exhaled in relief. I choose test drive mode. The door opened, and Manager Tong entered the vehicle. The electronic display illuminated, revealing a facial recognition system. Test driver, Tong Weijie. Gender, male. Please select automatic or manual driving. After a moment of contemplation, he opted for automatic driving. The vehicle seamlessly engaged its autonomous system, with soft lighting illuminating the interior. The navigation system activated, capturing the road conditions in real time. The car was equipped with 5 cameras, 4 of which were positioned above the tires, capable of rotating 360 degrees to monitor any road situation. A multifunctional camera atop the vehicle could detect weather conditions, including temperature, wind direction, and precipitation. Feeling apprehensive, given that it was his first encounter with such advanced technology, Manager Tong worried about potential mishaps. However, his concerns proved unwarranted as the vehicle glided smoothly from the exhibition hall onto the road, accelerating effortlessly. Throughout the journey, the car exhibited remarkable stability. Even at speeds exceeding 80 kilometers per hour, there was no perceptible jolt. It automatically recognized pedestrians and obstacles, as well as road signs, allowing him to remain entirely at ease. Manager Tong felt confident that he could even doze off without fear of incident. The test drive lasted a mere half-hour before the vehicle retraced its route back to the exhibition hall. Upon arrival, the door swung open, and the employees eagerly gathered around. Manager Tong, how was it? The autonomous driving was impressive. With this level of technology, the starting price should be no less than 2 million. Please share your driving experience, they urged. Manager Tong smiled. The vehicle is indeed remarkable. In automatic mode, there's no need to worry about the road conditions. It adjusts speed autonomously, and the seats can elevate and lower according to ergonomic design. Frankly, this system consumes a considerable amount of energy, and I'm uncertain how far the vehicle can travel on a full charge at maximum speed. At that moment, an employee proposed, Manager Tong, why not try manual driving? Let us see just how far this vehicle can go. Curious himself, Manager Tong nodded in agreement. Let us give it a try, if customers inquire. We should have some insights to share. He switched back to automatic driving mode, and upon entering the vehicle, he noticed a change. The seat adjusted to a lower position, and the steering wheel transformed into a sporty configuration, feeling remarkably comfortable in his hands. As he exited the exhibition hall and pressed the accelerator, the vehicle surged from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in an instant, the exhilarating push against his back igniting a thrill within him. Now, this is the sensation of a sports car. What man doesn't adore a high-performance vehicle? This car harmoniously combined cutting-edge technology with the essence of a sports car, ensuring that any customer who test drove it would be enamored. Initially, Manager Tong thought old Yang's claims were exaggerated, but having experienced it firsthand, he recognized that Zhou Ran's technology was unequivocally world-class. After half an hour, the test drive concluded, and the system reverted to owner mode. Manager Tong savored the experience of driving a luxury vehicle on the road, pure bliss. Having driven for over 2 hours without dropping below 80 kilometers per hour, the battery indicator remained full. Upon returning to the exhibition hall, a throng of employees awaited eagerly. Manager Tong, how did manual driving feel? Was it akin to driving a sports car? Isn't that what this vehicle is designed for? Manager Tong inhaled deeply before responding with a smile. From my experience, this vehicle's performance rivals that of top-tier sports cars. Its power is formidable, and it ascends inclines without a hitch. Most importantly, after over 2 hours, the battery still shows full charge. This vehicle's base price should be no less than 250,000. Chapter 87. The first batch of customers. Upon hearing some of Manager Tong and Oppo's remarks, the employees were eager to take the vehicles for a test drive. Manager Tong did not discourage them. Anyone wishing to try was welcome. After all, these cars were merely prototypes, and the official version would not be available for some time. As the employees took turns testing the vehicles, The production line in the Southwest Military Region had already been established, and the solar-powered cars commenced production. The first batch of 1,000 vehicles was set to roll off the line in less than a week. Concurrently, the second batch of stealth fighters was also on the agenda, and Zhou Ran's task was to convert these cars into mechs at the fastest possible pace to complete the second phase of the project. Following the suggestions of the operations team, Zhou Ran modified the vehicles into 3 distinct versions: the economical version, the business version, and the luxury version. The economical version was suitable for those with a moderate income, as each vehicle priced in the hundreds of thousands was still within reach for many. The business version catered to large corporations requiring bulk purchases. The luxury version incorporated all advanced technologies, with various styles fitted with different systems and engines. In terms of pricing, the economical version started at $500,000, while the business version began at $800,000. The luxury model, depending on customer specifications and financial status, ranged from $2 million to $20 million. A diverse palette of colors was available, including sapphire blue, crimson red, emerald green, and opulent gold. Moreover, the naming of the vehicles was crucial. Using the company name could diminish the vehicle's prestige. Accordingly, the names of the cars varied with price, ranging from Crack, Abyss, Black Hole, to Aurora, Deep Space, and others. Zhou Ran and the expert team took a hands-off approach to the operations team's maneuvers, believing that as long as the cars sold, the names were inconsequential. Before long, the first batch of 1,000 new cars rolled off the line, and the astonishing efficiency left the operations team astounded. The low-end models were limited to just over 200, while the mid-range models totaled over 600. The high-end models were the fewest in number, but were undeniably the pinnacle of design and performance. The operations team personally toured the production line, deeply appreciating the depth and strength of the Southwest Military Region. They had already devised a marketing plan and rehearsed the advertising slogans numerous times. However, before they could transport the vehicles, a dozen military trucks arrived at the production line and Oppo's entrance. Old Yang glanced at Manager Tong and stated solemnly, "The first batch of high-end vehicles will not be sold publicly. They are to be delivered to the leaders of various military districts." Manager Tong was taken aback. "Mr. Yang, we have prepared advertisements and marketing plans for a long time. How can we just give away the high-end cars?" Old Yang replied with a smile. "The vehicles must undergo testing to ascertain their specific performance. The cars being given away are all high-end, and to ensure customer satisfaction, we must first satisfy ourselves." Manager Tong sighed. "What will happen to the already prepared advertising campaign?" Old Yang confidently responded, "We will proceed with normal promotions. With the current efficiency of the production line, we can produce dozens of vehicles daily. If customers come to see the cars, we can take them directly to the production line." Manager Tong was left speechless, quietly pondering the potential risk of technical leaks from taking customers to the production line. Yet, he dared not voice this concern, as Old Yang was affiliated with the Southwest Military Region, and he could not bear the responsibility of any potential technology leaks. 10 low-end and mid-range vehicles were transported to the exhibition hall, where the management operations team organized a launch conference. Many media representatives, having received word of the event, arrived early, alongside those who believed in the potential of Huanyu Solar Technology Company, Limited, and Zhou Ran. Numerous influencers, upon discovering Zhou Ran's honorary directorship, also gathered to support the occasion. One influencer, having secured an entry ticket through connections, eagerly initiated a live stream. "Dear viewers, today we are at Huanyu Solar Technology Company, Limited. According to reliable sources, the honorary director is none other than our familiar Zhou Ran. The solar-powered vehicle technology was also provided by Zhou Ran, so we need not test drive the car to know its quality. Zhou Ran's prowess is evident to all." As the live stream progressed, viewers inundated the chat with requests for the camera to focus on the new cars on display. "Less chatter. I want to see the solar-powered vehicle designed by Zhou Ran. I've seen the promotional video. The car is bursting with sci-fi elements. Truly a tool for impressing others. By the way, how is the vehicle's range? How far can it go on a single charge?" The host beamed, as he had meticulously prepared for the live stream and was well informed about the vehicle's specifications. "Dear viewers, Zhou Ran's designs cater to all markets, starting at a minimum of 500,000. According to the company's operations manager, the test drive results have been excellent, with exceptional range. The engine is independently developed by Zhou Ran, delivering powerful performance with effortless hill climbing." While the host was live streaming, Manager Tong ascended the podium. "Distinguished guests and friends from all walks of life, thank you immensely for your support of our company. I believe all present are familiar with Mr. Zhou Ran. And you know the performance of the solar-powered vehicles our company is producing. Merely listening to my words is insufficient, even if I say they are excellent. You may remain unconvinced. Before he could finish, a voice called out from the audience. Stop with the fluff. Anything from Zhou to Shun is bound to be exceptional. Just give me one already. Manager Tong did not feel embarrassed. Rather, he welcomed the audience interaction, which enhanced the event's atmosphere. The shout came from the influencer who had previously live-streamed, and his blind trust in Zhou Ran prompted him to secure a vehicle immediately. Despite the somewhat high price, he had earned no less than several million in profits relying on Zhou Ran's reputation. Manager Tong glanced at the influencer and smiled. Sir, we have numerous styles available for selection. However, I must caution you that the high-end vehicles have already been allocated, so your options are somewhat limited. The influencer grinned. No problem, just give me the most expensive one. I trust Zhou Dashin's capabilities. The audience erupted in astonishment. High-end vehicles have been given away? Who possesses such clout to receive cars from a company backed by several military districts? Manager, who received the high-end vehicles? Surely, we ought to see them. Indeed. Your previous advertisements promoted the high-end models. How can they be given away without allowing us to see them? Manager Tong explained, due to investments from several military districts. The first batch of over 100 high-end vehicles has been delivered to various military districts. However, rest assured, these high-end vehicles will be available for viewing in about a week. For anyone interested in high-end cars, you may register with me after the exhibition concludes. You can freely select configurations, colors, interior decorations, and more, ensuring your utmost satisfaction. As soon as he finished speaking, several ostentatious individuals rushed to the stage. Don't wait for the exhibition to end. I want to reserve a high-end vehicle right now. I want it in sapphire blue. Standard configuration will suffice. I prefer emerald green. It looks so refreshing. Chapter 88. Sold out. Manager Tong was somewhat bewildered. The enthusiasm of the customers seemed a tad excessive. They had yet to even see the vehicle. Yet they were eager to place reservations? Gentlemen, if you would kindly calm down and wait in the audience. The crowd below observed the scene with bemused expressions. Had it not been for the knowledge that the company was backed by several major military districts, they might have suspected these individuals were merely hired actors. The representatives from various small and medium enterprises felt a bit awkward. Their initial intention was to support the products of Huanyu Company and leave a good impression in the military districts, hoping to facilitate future business endeavors. Instead, they had inadvertently become the subject of ridicule. Nevertheless, they remained unfazed, for even if they did not act, others surely would. After these individuals stepped down, Manager Tong continued to extol the numerous advantages of the solar-powered vehicles. The audience gasped upon hearing that the cars required no charging for a lifetime. Given the current efficiency of solar technology, it was still necessary to recharge to maintain full battery power. A claim of lifetime charging-free operation indicated that Huanyu Company's solar technology had reached the forefront of global advancements. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the audience. Although some found Mr. Zhou's credibility reassuring, could it be that a lifetime of no charging was too extravagant? No matter how advanced photovoltaic technology might be, the conversion efficiency should not reach such heights. However, the quality of Mr. Zhou's technology was beyond question. His claims must have been rigorously validated. After listening to Manager Tong's lengthy presentation, regardless of their beliefs, the audience was eager for a personal experience. Manager Tong, your eloquent words are of little use. We would prefer to try it ourselves. Indeed, all the praises they heard were mere words. Seeing was believing. Manager Tong was not surprised by this reaction. Judging by the aesthetics alone, these vehicles were on par with international sports cars. Coupled with their formidable performance, excellent control systems, and cutting-edge engine technology, everyone was keen to experience them firsthand. The dozens of vehicles displayed in the showroom served both as exhibits and test drive options. Having previously experienced the vehicles himself, Manager Tong was confident there was no risk of theft, and thus graciously agreed to the test drive requests. Once the vehicles hit the open road, the test drivers were finally able to revel in the ultimate driving pleasure. The autonomous driving system required no manual intervention, allowing one to even nap without concern. Manual driving provided a racing-like satisfaction, with theoretical speeds reaching 200 km per hour and maximum speeds potentially exceeding 240 km per hour, or even 300 km per hour if system restrictions were lifted. The chassis was exceptionally stable, and the torque far surpassed that of typical sports cars, achieving acceleration from 0 to 100 km in under 2 seconds. Such robust performance marked these vehicles as contenders against the finest sports cars. Most importantly, being electrically powered, the driving experience was almost entirely devoid of noise. The comfortable, self-adjusting driving space offered unparalleled enjoyment. After the test drives concluded, the vehicles returned to the showroom. Regardless of whether they were novice drivers or seasoned veterans, satisfaction was evident on everyone's faces. "Manager Tong, this vehicle is simply delightful," exclaimed one. "Aha, it's incredibly user-friendly. There's no cause for concern, even for those unfamiliar with driving, thanks to the autonomous feature. Truly remarkable," another inquired. "Is it true that the maximum speed is capped at 200 kilometers per hour? Manager Tong chuckled inwardly at this question. The maximum speed is certainly not limited to 200 kilometers per hour. That figure is based on current traffic flow and road conditions in Dacia. The lower-end models are capped at 200 kilometers, mid-range models at 240 kilometers, and high-end models at 280 kilometers. However, those in the mid-range and above can have their maximum speeds adjusted by lifting system restrictions. Yet, the road conditions in the Southwest Military District are not conducive to such speeds, given the hilly terrain. Even top-tier sports cars would struggle to unleash their full potential. Dear friends, the maximum speeds for our vehicles are determined by traffic flow and road conditions, as designed by Mr. Zhou. However, I must keep you in suspense. Those who purchase our vehicles will encounter a delightful surprise on their journeys. Curiosity piqued among the crowd. They pressed Manager Tong for more details. However, he remained tight-lipped. Believing surprises should be discovered personally. Although the audience was eager for revelations, they could do nothing but wait. The driving experience had already conveyed the true value of the vehicles, leading some to express concerns about the domestic automotive market. For years, imported and joint venture vehicles had dominated the domestic market, but the launch of Huanyu Company's automobiles was poised to significantly disrupt foreign automotive companies. If marketed as fully domestically produced, the company would undoubtedly capture a substantial market share, with promising prospects ahead. Following the test drives, nearly every attendee at the opening ceremony placed an order. Some large companies ordered as many as 20 vehicles, while small and medium enterprises typically ordered between 5 and 10. Most orders came from individuals, totaling over 100. With a combined value exceeding 300 million. The company's nascent operations had already yielded such bountiful business, and both Manager Tong and his team were elated, as this was a testament to their collective efforts. However, customers were somewhat disappointed by the modest gifts provided by the company, merely an instruction manual. Some customers were escorted to the production line, where they could directly collect their vehicles based on their orders and bind their identities as owners. This aspect intrigued the customers. Once their ownership was established, the likelihood of theft was virtually eliminated. The vehicle bodies were composed of high-strength alloy materials, and the windows were crafted from high-polymer compounds, making it nearly impossible to break in. Additionally, binding owner identities offered another advantage. Should friends or relatives borrow the vehicle, they would require the owner's authorizations, leaving their personal information in the system. Moreover, the vehicles boasted hidden features. Should either the owner or a borrowing friend consume alcohol, the system would automatically switch to autonomous driving mode, significantly reducing the likelihood of accidents. With the first batch of orders completed, the operations team envisioned a bright future for the vehicles and promptly began preparations to contact major automotive companies and 4S dealerships, aiming to aggressively expand their market presence. Meanwhile, many influencers who depended on Zhou Ran's fame were actively promoting the new solar vehicles during their live streams, effectively attracting a plethora of potential customers to the company. The first batch of cars was quickly snatched up, with satisfied customers driving away in their new purchases. Those who either missed the opportunity or had yet to collect their vehicles felt a twinge of regret. Chapter 89. The market reacts strongly. The management and operational team secured substantial funding, allowing them to make significant strides, with advertisements saturating the market. The first batch of customers, after experiencing the comfortable driving experience and affordable pricing, felt their expenditures were well justified. Additionally, the eye-catching design and appealing names of the vehicles produced by Huanyu added to their allure, indirectly promoting the cars further. Simultaneously, the second batch of vehicles was already rolling off the production line. Zhou Ran dedicated nearly every waking hour to the production process, meticulously inspecting each vehicle as it was completed. With the rapid advancement of his 3 skill sets, his modification efficiency had seen a remarkable improvement. Where it once took approximately 20 to 30 minutes to modify a single mech, He could now accomplish the task in about 5 minutes, an efficiency that surpassed that of the production line itself. The system's second phase task of modifying 100,000 mechs had already seen 2,000 units completed within 2 weeks, nearing the output achieved in the previous half-year. After a long day of work, Zhou Ran found a rare moment of respite and summoned the system panel before his eyes. Ultimate Mech System. Host. Zhou Ran. Capabilities. Mech System Level 46. Machinery System Level 50. Energy System Level 73. Weapon System Max. Task 1. Create the ultimate sanctuary to protect human civilization before the arrival of the Dark Age. Progress 100. Task 2. Create or modify 100. 000 mechs before the arrival of the Dark Age. 5. 100. 000. Time until the Dark Age descends. 2 years, 358 days, 16 hours, 32 minutes. In 16 seconds, gazing at the data on the system panel, Zhou Ran pondered that when the second batch of stealth fighters began production, he might not have sufficient time to modify the vehicles, as the modification of aircraft would consume more time than that of cars. Unless the production of stealth fighters could be delayed until after the mech modification task was completed, he would face a significant challenge. Fortunately, he was not under urgent pressure to modify the aircraft, as the system warehouse was brimming with reward materials. Zhou Ran's only concern was the efficiency of the automobile production line. Modifying 1,000 mechs per week was far from adequate. At this rate, completing the second phase task would take over a century. With only a little more than 2 years remaining until the Dark Age, he felt the urgency keenly. With that thought in mind, Zhou Ran sought out Old Yang to discuss the expansion of the production line to enhance efficiency. Old Yang hesitated, expressing, "Mr. Zhou, our current production efficiency is keeping pace with orders. If we expand the production line, the costs will increase significantly, which may prove challenging." Zhou Ran replied with a smile. "According to the reports from the operations team, most customers are quite satisfied with our products. The system also automatically gathers customer driving experience data. If we do not expand the production line in advance, we may find ourselves overwhelmed when market demand surges." Old Yang sighed. "Mr. Zhou, we currently have few skilled assembly workers, and we still need to produce stealth fighters. What will we do if we lack sufficient manpower?" Zhou Ran remained resolute. "I will find a way to modify the production line and streamline the processes, even achieving automation without the need for workers." Old Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Mr. Zhou, can a fully automated production line ensure the quality of the vehicles produced?" Zhou Ran nodded affirmatively. "I can assure you of that. I will maintain strict oversight to guarantee consistent product quality." Upon hearing this, Old Yang sighed. He worried that Zhou Ran's hands-on approach might lead to excessive fatigue. As far as he knew, whether in the Xiaodong or Xibei military districts, workers rarely had more than 4 hours of rest during busy periods. After the production line was established, Zhou Ran practically lived there. And Old Yang feared that such a promising talent might suffer a premature fate due to lack of rest, an unfortunate event that would represent a significant loss to the nation. "Mr. Zhou, perhaps you should take a break. You've been working continuously for a long time. Your health is paramount." Zhou Ran waved dismissively. "This is simply my routine. Once I finish modifying the production line, I will take a proper rest." Without waiting for Old Yang's rebuttal, Zhou Ran began his work. After half a day, he transformed several production lines into fully automated systems capable of automatic assembly. The fourth artificial intelligence core rewarded by the system was integrated into the main control program of one production line. This upgrade not only significantly enhanced automobile manufacturing efficiency, but also allowed for the modification of mechs. By teaching the AI core the mech modification program, it could take over Zhou Ran's modification tasks. Of course, Zhou Ran would not remain idle. With the assistance of artificial intelligence, his workload would lighten considerably. At the very least, the efficiency of the AI core production line would exceed his own by over tenfold. As automobile sales gradually increased, Huanyu Company's reputation soared. Numerous agencies approached seeking collaboration to market Huanyu's vehicles. After dismissing the military district, the management team decided to engage with these companies. This led to a flood of orders, with several companies securing tens of thousands of vehicle orders, much to Old Yang's astonishment. Initially, Zhou Ran had proposed expanding the production line. And now Old Yang understood that Zhou Ran possessed remarkable foresight. Consequently, 2 additional production lines were swiftly installed and transformed into fully automated assembly lines. Within a mere fortnight, the production lines delivered over 10,000 vehicles. High-end models represented less than 1/10 of the total. The majority consisted of mid-range and low-end vehicles. Once released, The cars were rapidly sold out, generating an excitement that left the management team elated. Before long, the solar-powered vehicles produced by Huanyu Company sparked a wave in the market. Within just a month, the sales of tens of thousands of vehicles yielded revenues in the billions, a truly astonishing figure. Foreign brands that had previously dismissed Huanyu's solar-powered vehicles were now witnessing the impact of domestically produced vehicles from Dacia. At this moment, in a Volkswagen dealership in Southwest Asia, the atmosphere was bleak. Just a month prior, the dealership buzzed with activity, bustling with customers eager to view and purchase cars. Since the launch of Huanyu's solar-powered vehicles, business had dwindled day by day, with even a few inquiries becoming a rarity. The manager was anxious, as his salary depended on performance. The better the sales, the higher his earnings. However, this month he anticipated a meager income, as virtually no cars had been sold, leading several staff members to resign in search of better opportunities. Seated in his office, the manager's expression was grim, as if he could draw water from his frown. It was perplexing how, after experiencing such high foot traffic, even loyal customers were now unwilling to visit. Chapter 90. The emergence of competitors. Although the manager of the 4S shop felt quite vexed, he understood that this situation was beyond his control. It was a normal manifestation of market competition, especially given the backing of several major military districts. Anyone attempting to impede the expansion of Huanyu Company through unscrupulous means would face dire consequences. At that moment, the secretary approached cautiously, presenting a financial report. Manager Gao, here is this month's financial statement for your review. The manager glanced at the report briefly before placing it back on the desk. Huanyu Company had been established for less than 2 months, specializing in solar-powered vehicles. He found it perplexing that Volkswagen from West Germany, known for its reputation and quality, had failed to sell a single car this month. The secretary offered a wry smile. Manager Gao, our nation has not seen a domestically produced vehicle that can compete with foreign brands for many years. I believe many customers are drawn to the purely domestic aspect. The manager furrowed his brow, noting that in this era of globalization, no company could guarantee that all its products were entirely self-manufactured. Huanyu Company was merely leveraging the allure of being domestically produced to attract customers. The secretary shook his head. I heard that the technology was provided by Zhou Ran, and the production line was funded by the Southwest Military District, with all components manufactured in-house. It certainly appears to be purely domestic. The manager scoffed. You are still viewing the situation too superficially. Do you really believe everything they claim? Manufacturing all components in-house requires significant time and numerous production lines. Even with the support of several military districts, they cannot achieve this. After a pause, he continued, since they are touting their products as purely domestic, we must find a way to expose this deception. Go purchase a vehicle. I want to see how genuine their purely domestic claim truly is. The secretary hesitated. Manager, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Huanyu Company is a joint investment of several military districts. We cannot afford to offend them. The manager replied with a cold smile. What do you mean we cannot afford to offend them? We are merely engaging in fair competition. Do not forget who pays your salary. Reluctantly, the secretary complied with the manager's orders and went to Huanyu Company. He purchased the most basic model, which surprisingly cost over 500,000. He felt it was a steep price for a solar vehicle, uncertain of any potential issues. However, once he sat in the car for a test drive, he understood why so many people were eager to buy Huanyu's solar vehicles. This was not merely a car. It was akin to an intelligent butler. The 4 cameras positioned beneath the vehicle displayed the road conditions with remarkable clarity. Even cracks in the pavement and a fallen pin were easily visible. There was no need for manual steering, as the system automatically selected the optimal route, ensuring the quickest arrival at the destination. In terms of driving experience, Volkswagen's vehicles could not compare to those of Huanyu Company. The secretary had hoped to identify some flaws, but unfortunately he found none. When he picked up the car, the sales associate led him directly to the production line, allowing him to witness the manufacturing and assembly process of each component. It was indeed purely domestic. The production line had been designed and modified entirely by Zhou Ran, featuring fully automated production without the need for workers. Not even Volkswagen or any foreign car company could achieve such a feat. The secretary could already envision the fate of foreign car brands. They would inevitably be overshadowed by Huanyu's solar vehicles. 3 hours later, when he returned to the dealership, the battery indicators still showed a full charge. The manager was waiting at the entrance and approached immediately as the secretary exited the car. How was it? How did the vehicle perform? Did you find any non-domestic components? The secretary chuckled wryly and shook his head. Manager, the sales associate took me straight to the production line. I could see all the components and the assembly process. It was a fully automated production line without a single worker involved. I can confirm it is purely domestic, as no foreign car company has such a fully automated production line. The manager frowned. What about the vehicle's performance? If there are any flaws, we can use them to our advantage. The secretary sighed, feeling helpless. Manager, my words won't suffice. You should drive it yourself to understand. With a skeptical attitude, the manager climbed into the car. The interior decoration was rather simple. He ran his hand over the seat, which felt quite pleasant. Suddenly, an electronic synthesized voice spoke. Owner, Gao Yang. Gender, male. Please select driving mode. 1. Automatic driving. 2. Manual driving. The manager was taken aback. When had domestic vehicles become this advanced? They could even select driving modes. He promptly chose automatic driving, and the system then prompted him to select a destination. After selecting a destination, the electronic screen displayed several routes. In less than a minute, the system had planned the shortest route with the least traffic and best road conditions. The manager was dumbfounded. A system capable of relaying real-time road information must cost at least $100,000. Soon after, he felt a gentle push as the vehicle started moving. Throughout the journey, the manager attempted to identify any faults with the car, but like the secretary, he found none. Only upon reaching the destination did the manager come to his senses. Sitting in the car and pondering for a long while, a wry smile crept onto his face. With such impressive performance and an advanced automatic driving system, the price of over $500,000 seemed quite reasonable. The manager felt helpless. If he could pinpoint any issues with the car, he would have stood up for his own interests. Huanyu's solar vehicles claimed to never require charging, and now it seemed that was not an exaggeration. The secretary had driven for over 3 hours from Huanyu and then driven for another 2 hours, yet the battery indicator remained full, demonstrating the efficiency of the vehicle's energy conversion. However, the manager was unwilling to relent. He decided to dismantle the car after returning to study Huanyu Company's battery technology thoroughly. Upon returning to the dealership, a sales associate approached him. Manager, Secretary Qian has resigned. The manager was taken aback. What? Did he provide a reason for his resignation? The sales associate cautiously replied. Secretary Qian said there was no future for him here and that the company need not pay him severance. Taking a deep breath, the manager picked up his phone to call the secretary, but hung up after dialing. Forget it. Volkswagen's cars indeed cannot compete with Huanyu's unless they significantly lower their prices or run promotions, which seems unlikely. Gathering her courage, the sales associate asked, Manager, does this mean our store is going to close? The manager shook his head with a bitter smile. Not just yet, but I suspect it's not far off. With products inferior to others, it will be challenging to win back customers. Though Volkswagen has many loyal fans that cannot withstand the wave of patriotism. Our nation has been oppressed by foreigners for far too long, and now it is rising. The people's patriotic fervor will only intensify. Huanyu's purely domestic solar vehicles will undoubtedly be embraced by the market. Chapter 91. Collaboration with Universal Company. Not only the Volkswagen 4S stores, but other foreign brands also find themselves in a similar predicament. Initially, foreign car dealerships such as BMW and Audi overlooked the fluctuations in the market, only to later realize a significant decline in their customer base, prompting them to conduct investigations. At this juncture, various models from Universal Company had already penetrated the market, rapidly establishing a strong foothold in the automotive industry. Consequently, these foreign automotive brands flocked to Universal Company to study their vehicles. However, their efforts proved futile, as their technology was vastly inferior to the solar energy technology provided by Zhou Ran, leaving them merely staring in disbelief. Within a month, the production efficiency of Universal Company's assembly lines soared to tens of thousands of units, with market share escalating from 0 to an astonishing 20%, a figure that continues to surge. The fervor ignited by domestically produced vehicles spreads incessantly from the southwestern regions of Daxia to the entire nation, with an increasing number of individuals becoming acquainted with Universal Company and swiftly embracing its offerings. Some foreigners residing in Daxia also purchased vehicles from Universal Company, discovering that their performance far surpassed that of foreign brands, prompting them to rally their friends to visit Universal Company, including several foreign influencers. On this day, Zhou Ran was engrossed in modifying a mech when Manager Tong hurriedly approached, accompanied by a foreign acquaintance. Mr. Zhou, this is Mr. Kumar from West Germany. He wishes to discuss a potential collaboration with you. Zhou Ran set aside his work and looked up at Kumar. What is it you seek, Mr. Kumar? Upon noticing that Zhou Ran was merely a young man in his 20s, Kumar felt a tinge of disdain. Mr. Zhou, the solar-powered vehicles produced by your esteemed company have garnered a remarkable response in the market. On behalf of Volkswagen in West Germany, I would like to discuss a partnership. Zhou Ran raised an eyebrow and inquired, what kind of collaboration do you have in mind, Mr. Kumar? Kumar smiled. Our company desires the sales agency rights for your products, covering the European market, including West Germany. Zhou Ran cast a discerning glance at Kumar and replied gravely, what terms can you offer, Mr. Kumar? You must have researched our products. Their performance speaks for itself. Kumar, exuding confidence, responded, of course. I am the chief representative of Volkswagen in Dacia, and I am authorized to determine all marketing activities for the company here. Zhou Ran shook his head. You may be the chief representative in Dacia, but what authority do you possess to dictate Volkswagen's marketing strategy across Europe? If you wish to represent our products, you must demonstrate some sincerity. Kumar's expression shifted, and his smile waned. Mr. Zhou, Volkswagen has a long-standing history with a solid reputation in product quality. We have conducted business in Dacia for many years, and I hope you will consider this carefully. Zhou Ran shrugged. After all this discussion, you have yet to present your company's conditions. While I am open to discussing collaboration, I believe you Westerners should learn a thing or two about Dacia's etiquette. Kumar, underestimating Zhou Ran's acumen due to his youth, initially believed that merely invoking the name of Volkswagen would compel him to seek collaboration. However, he soon realized he was mistaken. Zhou Ran's exceptional technical intelligence did not detract from his emotional intelligence. Mr. Zhou, please allow me to extend my apologies. I overlooked the matter. I merely recognized the promising prospects of your products and sought to expedite our collaboration. Zhou Ran remained non-committal, perceiving that Kumar had initially underestimated him. If collaboration were truly the goal, it would necessitate scheduling a proper meeting rather than conducting discussions amidst the production line. Noticing Zhou Ran's silence, Kumar continued, Mr. Zhou, I will be hosting dinner at Chunjiang restaurant tonight. I sincerely hope you will attend. I believe Volkswagen's sincerity will be to your satisfaction. With that, Kumar took his leave. The initial meeting having been rather unpleasant, and he felt compelled to reassess the conditions Zhou Ran might propose. In truth, Kumar did not necessarily require a partnership with Zhou Ran. The business of Volkswagen and Dacia had suffered severely, with profits plummeting nearly 60% over the past month. This alarming statistic initially baffled him until a manager from a 4S store in the Southwest reported on the sales situation, mentioning Universal Company and its products. Upon learning this, Kumar personally visited the 4S store to investigate, subsequently test-driving the solar-powered vehicles purchased from Universal Company, which elucidated the disparity between Volkswagen's offerings and those of Universal. Naturally, as a company with a rich legacy, Volkswagen held its pride. Kumar had initially intended to adopt a condescending demeanor to coerce Universal's management team into submission. However, upon arriving at the company, he was informed by Manager Tong that he lacked the authority to make decisions regarding the collaboration. It was astonishing that significant company matters required the approval of an honorary board member, a scenario that would elicit laughter from other companies. Yet, at Universal Company, this was entirely expected. Zhou Ran's fame within the country was not to be understated. His receipt of a first-class merit medal from the 3 major military regions alone attested to his substantial contributions. The company, backed by these military regions, found that the expert team had little interest in managing corporate affairs. Therefore, any major decisions that might influence the company's development required Zhou Ran's input. In reality, the military regions did not harbor expectations for the company to generate considerable profits. Their primary interest lay in Zhou Ran's aspiration to develop new technologies for market introduction. The company's performance over the past month had undeniably delighted the military regions, with products flying off the shelves and profits soaring, yielding returns that far exceeded initial investments. At the current profit level, next year's military expenses might not necessitate government funding. The company could sustain itself through its earnings alone. This was merely the nascent stage of the company's development. Should its products penetrate the global market, it could potentially accrue vast foreign exchange, enabling the replacement of equipment across the military regions and significantly enhancing the welfare of the soldiers. Consequently, the military regions placed even greater importance on Zhou Ran. Outwardly, he was merely an honorary board member, but in reality, he held the authority to propose and implement any corporate decision. Kumar's ignorance of Zhou Ran's stature led to the awkwardness he experienced during their encounter. Upon returning, he immediately researched Zhou Ran's background, leaving him astounded. The titles of Distinguished Research Talent, recipient of a first-class merit medal from the 3 major military regions, chief architect of Dacia's new submarine, provider of technology for the modification of reconnaissance and bomber aircraft, and developer of new stealth fighter production lines. Each achievement alone would command attention. Collectively, these accomplishments rendered Zhou Ran nothing short of extraordinary. Confronted with this information, Kumar could not help but rub his forehead in disbelief. A figure of such remarkable caliber was no wonder that the personnel at Universal Company deferred to him, and it was entirely understandable that the management team sought his guidance. Kumar regretted his hasty actions, recognizing that he had left an unfavorable impression on Zhou Ran. Chapter 92. Lowering one's stance as evening descended. Kuma had reserved a private room at the Spring River restaurant well in advance and had even taken the initiative to greet Zhou Ran at the entrance. He believed that adopting a humble demeanor while discussing potential collaboration with Zhou Ran would yield favorable results. However, he was concerned that his attitude might displease Zhou Ran, which could lead to somewhat stringent terms for the partnership. Volkswagen could not afford to relinquish the vast market of Dacia, home to over 1 billion people. The solar-powered vehicles from Huanyu Company had significantly impacted Volkswagen's brand, evidenced by a notable decline in profits. A partnership would enable Volkswagen to underwrite Huanyu's solar vehicles, potentially mitigating some of their losses in Dacia. Before long, Zhou Ran arrived, driving his company's car to the restaurant. Kuma hurried over to open the door for him, attracting the attention of several patrons inside. The high-end model promoted by Huanyu boasted a starting price in the millions, making it inaccessible to the average consumer. As Zhou Ran stepped out, many guests were taken aback. Who was this young man? He seemed somewhat familiar. Perhaps they had not kept up with current events? That was none other than Mr. Zhou Ran, the esteemed honorary director of Huanyu Company, the sole decision-maker within the organization. What brought him here? He was rarely seen outside the production line, a true workaholic. A foreigner had even assisted him with the car door. Mr. Zhou certainly commanded considerable respect. Kuma, oblivious to the guests' murmurs, maintained a warm smile on his face. Mr. Zhou, I sincerely apologize. I must admit that I underestimated your accomplishments due to your youth. Zhou Ran offered a faint smile in response. Mr. Kuma, shouldn't one familiarize themselves with their business partner before negotiations? Kuma, somewhat embarrassed, explained. I initially thought Huanyu was relatively new and could not compete with Volkswagen. However, after studying your products, I believe your company possesses the capability to rival Volkswagen. As the saying goes in Dacia, a friend in need is a friend indeed. Collaborating with a company as promising as Huanyu can certainly lead to mutual benefits. As they continued their conversation, Su Mingjia's figure gradually came into view behind them, ever vigilant regarding Zhou Ran's safety. She promptly followed him when he mentioned meeting for business. However, Kuma remained unaware of her presence, engrossed in dialogue with Zhou Ran. Upon entering the private room, Kuma was taken aback to finally notice Su Mingjia and Appo's striking figure. Mr. Zhou, who is this? Zhou Ran replied with a smile, this is my secretary, Su Mingjia, who also serves as my bodyguard. Kuma raised an eyebrow, momentarily surprised, but quickly regained composure. Zhou Ran's capabilities were evident in his technological innovations. Having been awarded first-class merit medals from the 3 military regions, it was clear he had provided substantial advancements to the military sector. Rumors had circulated that the Americans had suffered losses in Dacia due to Zhou Ran's contributions, which had modernized the military's equipment, elevating Dacia and Appo's military strength to rival that of the United States. However, such information remained largely unverified, as Dacia had not publicly declared it, and the Americans would never acknowledge their misfortunes. Once seated, Kuma personally filled a glass for Zhou Ran, presenting it with both hands. Mr. Zhou, I raise this toast to you, hoping you will overlook my less than gentlemanly behavior today. Zhou Ran chuckled softly. Mr. Kuma, you are too kind. I too am not well versed in socializing and do not concern myself much with others' opinions of me. Kuma poured himself a glass and downed it in one go. As an apology, Mr. Zhou, I would like to discuss the terms of our collaboration on behalf of Volkswagen. However, I would first like to hear your conditions. Zhou Ran contemplated momentarily before responding. My terms are not demanding. I require Volkswagen to promote our products globally. The performance of the product speaks for itself. Customer satisfaction and market response are the ultimate validations. Kuma furrowed his brow at Zhou Ran's implication of utilizing Volkswagen's sales channels to pave the way for Huanyu's solar vehicles. While he could make that decision, it would inevitably result in Huanyu's solar vehicles capturing a portion of Volkswagen's market share, including the expansive international market. If Volkswagen could not secure equivalent or greater returns, collaboration would be unnecessary. With this thought in mind, Kuma inquired, "Mr. Zhou, if I agree to your terms, what can your company offer Volkswagen in return?" Zhou Ran smiled lightly. "We would sell the products to you at a price that is 10% higher than in Dacia." Kuma's brow furrowed deeply. Such a high cost would significantly reduce profit margins. It was well known that the profit from a Volkswagen vehicle, after all expenses, amounted to merely 1/10 of the total vehicle price. Zhou Ran's proposition of a 10% markup raised concerns within Kuma. Additionally, Volkswagen would incur advertising and celebrity endorsement costs, making Zhou Ran's terms appear rather stringent. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Ran had single-handedly provided all the technology, including the production line, and aside from materials, the costs were nearly negligible. The profit margin for each vehicle was well over 80%. Kuma harbored serious doubts, suspecting that Zhou Ran might be deliberately retaliating against his earlier rashness. "Mr. Zhou, if I may be so bold, if your company sells the products at a 10% markup to Volkswagen, will we still have any profit margin left?" Zhou Ran replied earnestly, "Mr. Kuma, collaboration necessitates sincerity from both parties. I have already left ample market space for Volkswagen." After reflecting for a moment, Kuma concluded that as long as Huanyu refrained from encroaching on the international market, Volkswagen would still possess ample profit potential and retain pricing authority. This deal seemed advantageous. "Mr. Zhou's sincerity is indeed compelling. Surely, you have additional conditions?" Kuma inquired. Zhou Ran nodded. "Volkswagen need not concern itself with the Dacia market. We can manage that ourselves. Of course, Volkswagen may also obtain the rights to represent Dacia, but the original price must remain unchanged." Kuma agreed with a nod. Recognizing that Zhou Ran's conditions were reasonable, maintaining the original price domestically while selling at a markup internationally preserved the status of solar vehicles in the domestic market. Conversely, some merchants employed a completely opposite strategy, selling at high prices domestically to subsidize foreign markets. For instance, the Americans' misguided actions had thoroughly disillusioned the Dacia populace. Kuma found the terms acceptable. As long as headquarters approved, a contract could be signed. Zhou Ran had no intention of taking advantage of him. He was merely conducting standard business while aiming to distribute solar vehicles globally. When the dark times arrived, these vehicles would become a crucial force against the encroaching darkness. For Zhou Ran, profit was not the primary objective, thus he was willing to offer his technology to the nation without charge, though this did not imply he would extend the same courtesy to foreigners. Kuma stepped outside to make a phone call, and upon returning, he confirmed the partnership with Huanyu, deeming Zhou Ran's terms not overly demanding, with Volkswagen possessing sufficient confidence. "Mr. Zhou, here's to a fruitful collaboration." Chapter 93. The importance of gratitude. The conversation between the two remained undisclosed, and Kumar could not permit anyone to learn that he obtained the agency rights from Huanyu Company at a mere 10% of the supermarket price, as it was a closely guarded commercial secret. The following day, Volkswagen boldly announced its collaboration with Huanyu Company, pledging to promote its automotive products globally. The news astonished the populace of Dacia, sparking a flurry of discussions online with mixed opinions. A netizen, Qing Shui Fu Rome, remarked, "It is truly hard to fathom that the world-renowned brand Volkswagen would choose to partner with a company that has only recently been established. Perhaps there are undisclosed motives at play." Another user, Qianshan Bushir Shan, commented, "The quality of Huanyu and Oppo's as products is indisputable, and its rapid market penetration serves as testament. One might argue that this partnership is more of a concession from Volkswagen than a collaboration." A third user, AI Mei Li, speculated, "Huanyu Company proudly bears the label of being purely domestic. Could it be that they have sold their technology to Volkswagen? If that were the case, it would deeply sadden all those who support domestic products." The management team at Huanyu Company was understandably concerned upon seeing such comments. Manager Tong promptly sought out Zhou Ran to inquire about the situation. "Mr. Zhou, our products are receiving an excellent market response. Why are we collaborating with Volkswagen?" Zhou Ran explained, "Because our products leverage the patriotic sentiment of our people, a strategy that cannot sustain itself in the long run. Only by earning the trust and money of foreign consumers can we validate the worth of our products." Manager Tong expressed his worries. "I have seen netizens questioning whether we have sold our technology to Volkswagen, and some even label us as traitors. Can you assure me that we have not transferred any technology patents to Volkswagen?" Zhou Ran firmly shook his head. "That is out of the question. We only sell products. not technology. Volkswagen has merely acquired the rights for agency and distribution. Reassured by this clarification, Manager Tong felt relieved. Although all the technology was indeed provided solely by Zhou Ran, if it were sold to Volkswagen, not only Zhou but the entire company would bear the stigma of being traitors. Upon receiving this definitive information, Manager Tong quickly made an announcement. He stated that Huanyu's collaboration with Volkswagen was driven by the necessity to expand into international markets, assuring that all technology patents remained firmly in Mr. Zhou Ran's possession and had neither been sold nor would be sold to anyone. Simultaneously, Volkswagen released a statement regarding their partnership with Huanyu, confirming that they had not purchased any technology from Zhou Ran. The simultaneous declarations from both parties helped quell the public's resistance. Subsequently, Volkswagen began to leverage its channels to launch an aggressive advertising campaign for solar-powered vehicles. Many internet influencers seized upon this momentum, flocking to Huanyu Company to host live broadcasts. Influencer Wang Jia, a staunch supporter of Zhou Ran, had never doubted his motives. He believed that Zhou Ran, having received a first-class merit medal from the 3 major military districts, would never engage in selling technology for personal gain. Dear viewers, we are currently at the headquarters of Huanyu Company, and you all should be quite familiar with the esteemed Zhou Ran. I, for one, cannot believe he would sell technology to Volkswagen. Consider this, any piece of technology Zhou Ran could present would be sufficient for him to amass wealth. He certainly does not lack for money. A scientist willing to selflessly contribute his technology to the nation should not be doubted in his patriotic spirit. At this moment, Wang Jia's live stream was bustling with viewers. Riding on Zhou Ran's popularity, he had become one of the most recognized streamers online, boasting over 500,000 fans and nearing 1 million. His words carried significant influence. The majority of viewers were either his supporters or supporters of Zhou Ran. As soon as Wang Jia finished speaking, the chat was instantly flooded with messages. Zhou Ran is beyond question. I trust his character. Zhou Ran is a selfless individual. He would never sell advanced technology to foreigners. By the way, it's been a while since we last saw Zhou Ran. I wonder if he has gained or lost weight, or if he is still as handsome as before. Seeing the overwhelming support for Zhou Ran in the chat, Wang Jia smiled. Since everyone wishes to meet Zhou Ran, let us try to get a closer look. I wonder if he has time. With that, Wang Jia entered Huanyu Company, and upon informing the receptionist that he was seeking Zhou Ran, he was personally escorted by Manager Tong to the production line. Spotting Zhou Ran diligently at work, Wang Jia refrained from interrupting and instead directed the live stream camera towards him. Dear viewers, we are now observing the production line for solar-powered vehicles. Due to commercial confidentiality, we cannot approach too closely. Zhou Ran is working diligently. It is evident that he is a workaholic. I hope that while you support Zhou Ran, those with financial means can also consider supporting Huanyu Company's products. Many viewers watching the live stream were likely individuals from well-off families, free from work-related pressures, and purchasing a solar-powered vehicle would not pose a significant challenge for them. Haha, I've already acquired a solar-powered vehicle, and driving it is truly a pleasure. The mid-range model is quite impressive. Let me share a little secret. You can unlock the system limits to increase the vehicle's speed. I must say, Zhou Ran consistently brings us surprises. The quality of the solar-powered vehicles is outstanding. I bet the car I purchased will serve not just me, but also my son and grandson for generations. Undoubtedly, those who had purchased solar-powered vehicles were quite pleased with their performance and the system's thoughtful features. At this juncture, Zhou Ran noticed Wang Jia streaming and walked over with a smile. Wang Jia, thrilled, rushed to shake his hand. Zhou Ran still looks as charming as ever. I must soak in some of his brilliance. Perhaps I, too, can create some inventions. The audience in the live stream was equally excited to see Wang Jia shake hands with Zhou Ran. Ah, streamer, step aside. Don't block my view of Zhou Ran. Zhou Ran belongs to me. No one can take him away. Could this be Zhou Ran's first handshake? How could the streamer take his first moment? How despicable. As the chat became increasingly chaotic, Wang Jia felt a bit embarrassed. He had expected Zhou Ran to be upset, but instead, he waved to greet the viewers in the stream. Suddenly, the live stream erupted into a frenzy, with the enthusiasm of the audience threatening to overwhelm the platform. The chat was lively, and donations poured in steadily. Zhou Ran's greeting was not merely a matter of idleness. He recognized that without these influencers helping to draw traffic and customers, his system tasks would not progress as swiftly. The viewers in the live stream were his benefactors, as it was they who promoted his work, referred friends for repairs and modifications, allowing his system tasks to accelerate. One must always remember to express gratitude. Chapter 94. The promotional impact of the Volkswagen company after bidding farewell to Wang Jia, Zhou Ran once again immersed himself in his work. At this moment, Volkswagen was vigorously promoting solar-powered vehicles through various channels, including the internet and social media. Given the low profit margins and poor market response for their own products, it seemed more prudent to sell additional solar cars. Volkswagen adopted its advertising strategy from Dacia and implemented it unchanged across Europe and the globe, yielding surprisingly positive results. Within just a week, thousands of orders poured in from around the world. Some international customers were motivated by curiosity, eager to discern the differences between solar-powered and fuel-powered vehicles, while others trusted the Volkswagen brand, believing that the company would not offer them subpar products. The employees at Volkswagen were elated, as the cost price obtained from Huanyu Company was remarkably low. Even after deducting advertising expenses, transportation costs, and various employee expenditures, the profit margin exceeded 30%, or even more. Thanks to Volkswagen's enthusiastic promotion, an increasing number of people abroad became acquainted with Huanyu Company, further elevating Zhou Ran's reputation. However, in the United States, due to deliberate control from the leadership, there was minimal interest in solar-powered vehicles. Aware of American sentiments, Volkswagen intentionally directed staff to upload promotional videos from Dacia to YouTube. The United States, a land that cherishes freedom, has a populace with a strong sense of independence. The first viewer of the promotional video found it intriguing and developed a significant curiosity about solar-powered vehicles. Word spread rapidly, and soon solar cars became widely discussed among the American public. The high-ranking officials had no recourse but to bury their animosity towards Zhou Ran deep within. Having never experienced the thrill of driving a solar-powered car, some Americans were eager to try it out, leading to early orders being placed with Volkswagen. To penetrate the American market, Volkswagen airlifted the vehicles ordered by customers. One American car enthusiast, upon receiving his vehicle, embarked on an exhilarating driving journey. Unable to contain his excitement, as he activated the autonomous driving mode and recording function, he prepared to share his driving experience with friends on social media. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. You must be astonished by the vehicle beneath me. Indeed, this is the solar-powered car I ordered online. Volkswagen's attentive service delivered the car directly to him via air transport. You wouldn't believe it. This car is truly powered by solar energy. After nearly a day of driving, I can rest and sleep inside. It's an unparalleled experience. This car is simply magnificent. After recording, the car enthusiast swiftly uploaded the video online, and within 5 minutes, comments and likes began flooding in. What an impressive vehicle. I think I need one too. How cool. When did Volkswagen develop this model? I heard it was created by someone from Dacia. Truly hard to believe. The enthusiastic feedback from viewers thrilled him. With a keen interest in various types of cars, he often purchased those he admired. Most importantly, his affluent background, with a father who is a real estate tycoon providing him with tens of thousands to over $100,000 in monthly allowance, enabled him to indulge in such purchases. The solar-powered car cost him nearly $500,000, equivalent to several months' worth of allowance. Undoubtedly, the vehicle's aesthetics and performance resonated deeply with him. The driving experience surpassed any car he had owned before, and the highly anticipated operating system frequently surprised him. Just over half an hour after posting the video, it garnered over 1,000 likes, averaging hundreds of interactions and dozens of shares. This greatly satisfied his vanity, and he began to anticipate models priced over $1 million. Furthermore, his video prompted numerous American viewers to order their preferred models from Volkswagen. Although the American leadership wished to intervene, they found themselves powerless, acutely aware of the consequences of inciting public ire, potential electoral backlash, or being ousted by competitors. Simultaneously, similar narratives unfolded globally as solar-powered vehicles surged in popularity. Orders flooded in from around the world, much to the delight of Volkswagen's executives. With nearly 30% profit per vehicle, selling tens of thousands would yield profits in the billions. This figure nearly equaled the profits Volkswagen typically generated in a quarter for its own products, and this was merely the beginning. Huanyu Company now operated all production lines at full capacity, dedicated entirely to manufacturing solar-powered vehicles. Currently, they could achieve an output of 10,000 solar vehicles per week, fully meeting order demands. Zhou Ran's task of transforming mechas progressed swiftly, with expectations to complete the second phase within 2 to 3 months. With high production line efficiency, Volkswagen's own efficiency soared. To expedite delivery of customer orders, they directly rented 3 large transport planes from the Southwest Military District, one for European clients, one for American clients, and another for regions with dispersed customers. The military's reaction was somewhat belated. Only upon Volkswagen's request for transport planes did they realize Zhou Ran had secured a collaboration with them. However, the additional 10% markup on pricing left many experts puzzled. Seizing a moment of leisure, Old Yang approached Zhou Ran once more. "Mr. Zhou, is the extra 10% markup for Volkswagen a bit excessive?" Zhou Ran smiled and replied, "Teacher Yang, how can we expect to secure product agency without some sacrifice? Besides, we haven't given them anything beyond that markup. The technology remains in our hands." Old Yang sighed. "While we've made substantial profits, what if the international market doesn't respond favorably?" Zhou Ran remained composed. "Teacher Yang, all the technology is solely mine, including the production lines I established. The benefits I'm providing are virtually a gift to everyone. What is there to be dissatisfied about?" Old Yang scratched his head awkwardly, still grappling with Zhou Ran's approach. "Mr. Zhou, isn't it better to earn as much as possible from foreigners?" Zhou Ran shook his head. "If the price is too high, there may not be enough customers willing to buy. Moreover, we still need to rely on Volkswagen's channels. Their advertising and promotion are crucial, and we merely need to collect the profits. The domestic market is limited, and with the current income levels, most people cannot afford our products. Thus, we can only sell more to foreigners to earn foreign exchange." Pausing, Zhou Ran added, "Currently, with so many orders from abroad, attempting to establish our own channels could expose us to targeting from those automotive companies." Old Yang found himself speechless. The situation was already set in motion, and even if he wished to alter it, it was beyond his reach. Chapter 95, Strategies of Resistance Due to the Overwhelming Advertisements from the Volkswagen Group. Coupled with fervent endorsements from internet celebrities, the sales of Universal Corporation's solar-powered vehicles have soared. The domestic market is thriving, and the foreign market is also struggling to withstand the impact of solar vehicles. In the face of this fierce onslaught, Volkswagen has wisely opted for a cooperative approach, choosing to join rather than compete, which has resulted in substantial profits for them. Conversely, some automotive companies, such as Toyota from Japan and General Motors from the United States, have remained obstinately dismissive of solar vehicles, even resorting to aggressive tactics. In Japan, following a previous assault by a colossal entity, Toyota suffered significant losses, and the influx of solar vehicles produced by Universal Corporation has dealt a severe blow to the local market. Astonishingly, Toyota's management has demanded a ban on the import of Universal's solar vehicles. The U.S. Department of Commerce has also threatened to raise tariffs and reduce imports of solar vehicles from the Dacia region. However, all efforts have proven futile, as solar vehicles have swept across the globe like a tempest. The actions of Japan and the United States, akin to a grasshopper attempting to stop a chariot, ultimately fizzled out in the face of public outcry. Volkswagen's products have long been renowned for their quality and after-sales service, and if even they yield to the high profitability of solar vehicles, it is unrealistic to expect other automotive companies to withstand the pressure. At this moment, in the headquarters of the U.S. Department of Commerce, several senior officials sat with furrowed brows. The sales of solar vehicles from Dacia continue to rise. Should Volkswagen be reprimanded? An official known as Miles frowned and remarked, "Volkswagen's vehicles are indeed of commendable quality, and the public is quite receptive. Yet their distribution of Dacia's vehicles is directly antagonistic to our interests." Another official interjected, "The public's reception of solar vehicles has been largely positive. A prohibition on imports might incite public resentment." Miles waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "The public's interest is merely a fleeting curiosity. Solar vehicles are not as exceptional as advertised. If we tarnish their reputation, the public will surely lose trust." While this notion sounds plausible, executing it proves to be quite challenging. Although these American officials are aware of how to undermine solar vehicles, they have yet to identify a viable avenue for attack. They have purchased several models, from the most basic to the luxurious, and indeed, the officials have personally tested these solar vehicles, finding them superior to products from any domestic or global competitors. However, in true American fashion, if a rival excels in any aspect, it must either be through technology theft or possess some hidden danger. When no justification can be found, they will employ every possible means to obstruct a competitor's products from entering the U.S. market. The tactics of accusing others while hiding one's own faults are a common strategy among Americans. In response to the domestic market's challenges posed by solar vehicles, the Americans shamelessly leveraged tactics learned from Dacia. They declared, "Your vehicles are inferior, therefore, they are indeed inferior." The U.S. Department of Commerce intensified customs inspections, opting to seize solar vehicles upon arrival and pass them on to the department for further action. However, due to repeated failures by intelligence agencies, which were forcibly dismantled, a temporary task force was formed to investigate solar vehicles. Several American experts are meticulously examining solar vehicles in a laboratory, seeking evidence that could be detrimental to Dacia. The task force leader, James, frowned deeply, urging the experts to expedite their efforts. If they were to indefinitely obstruct solar vehicles from entering the U.S. market without a valid reason, public discontent would surely follow. The public's admiration for solar vehicles has exceeded expectations and could lead to accusations of inaction against the officials. Mr. Wallace, have you discovered any issues? As an expert in solar technology, Wallace held considerable authority. However, after studying Zhou Ran and Oppo's solar vehicle technology, he was left in awe. It was impeccable, truly a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship. The materials and performance of the vehicle are unparalleled. Mr. James, our expert team has thoroughly examined several models and found no faults. The body is constructed from high-polymer composite materials, exhibiting remarkable strength, and the control and stability systems are among the most advanced in the world. We cannot produce anything of this caliber, Wallace declared. James's expression darkened, incredulous at the notion of perfection existing in the world. Perhaps you have overlooked something. Please conduct another round of inspections. Wallace's face flushed with indignation, perceiving James's words as a challenge to his professional integrity. Mr. James, I can proudly assert that, aside from Mr. Zhou Ran from Dacia, no one possesses greater expertise in solar technology than I do. If you doubt our team's capabilities, I suggest you seek assistance elsewhere. James felt a surge of panic. Wallace had been procured at great expense by the Department of Commerce, and if it were known that he had driven away such a valuable asset, he could face dismissal. As Wallace prepared to depart with his colleagues, James rushed after him. Mr. Wallace, please wait. Wallace, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. You politicians never consider the power of science and technology. With Mr. Zhou Ran's Dacia, surpassing the United States is merely a matter of time. James internally grimaced. Dacia's military strength had already eclipsed that of the United States. Whether in naval or aerial capabilities, the U.S. had been thoroughly intimidated. Should Dacia further promote its technological products globally, the U.S. position in the world would be irrevocably diminished. Mr. Wallace, if you do not assist us, no one in the U.S. will uncover the flaws in solar vehicles. Wallace scoffed. No product can guarantee absolute perfection. Mr. Zhou Ran and Oppo's solar vehicle technology is already the pinnacle. If you wish to challenge it, you must do so from a technical standpoint. However, I regret to inform you that I have not discovered any technical shortcomings. Should you manage to find any, please do inform me in advance. I would be eager to learn. With that, Wallace turned and departed with his team of experts, leaving James standing there, bewildered. After a moment, he regained his senses and kicked at the solar vehicle in frustration. Zhou Ran, once again it is you. Why must your technology surpass that of the Americans? At that moment, the solar vehicle inexplicably adjusted itself, releasing some power. James failed to notice, but the surveillance cameras faithfully recorded every detail. Chapter 96. The mysterious disappearance at that moment, in the surveillance room. A rather rotund security guard was stuffing a hamburger into his mouth with his left hand while clutching a bottle of soda in his right. As his gaze swept across the monitors of the research lab, his eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. What? Am I seeing things? Did that car just move on its own? He had just noticed that James had kicked the vehicle. But the force of a human kick could hardly budge a car weighing 1 or 2 tons unless one possessed extraordinary strength or was a superhero. Clearly, James was no superhero. He appeared somewhat wiry and unassuming, and the mere kick could not possibly have moved the car without some extraordinary assistance. The security guard became alert, preparing to investigate the vehicle thoroughly once James departed. 10 minutes later, James exited the research facility and the guard grabbed his keys to step outside. Before leaving, he glanced at the monitors, observing that the car remained stationary and appeared normal. However, the moment he stepped out of the surveillance room, the footage transformed into a flurry of static. Every solar-powered vehicle produced had undergone modifications, transforming into mechanized forms. Although the majority of these machines lacked artificial intelligence cores, they were equipped with programs designed to autonomously evade threats. Under normal circumstances, these vehicular machines would not react, but in the face of danger, they would execute commands to eliminate the source of that danger. Unbeknownst to the guard, The solar-powered car had infiltrated the research facility's surveillance system via radio waves, rendering all his actions subject to its scrutiny. To the car, the guard had become a potential threat, necessitating the erasure of any evidence of its self-awareness. The guard quietly opened the door to the research facility, confirming the absence of any individuals before stealthily entering. He refrained from turning on the lights, opting instead to use a flashlight. After securely closing the door behind him, he hastened toward the location of the solar-powered vehicle. The car had been in the research facility for nearly a week, allowing the guard to glean some insight into the discussions between Wallace and James through the surveillance footage. The U.S. Department of Commerce had threatened to impose higher tariffs on solar-powered vehicles, and the guard understood that such vehicles must have encroached upon the interests of certain individuals in the U.S., prompting the leadership to seek ways to block their entry into the American market. His curiosity piqued. He pondered why the U.S., with its cutting-edge technology, would so vehemently oppose a solar-powered vehicle. If he had known about the recent destruction of 2 submarines sent by the U.S., and the downing of 2 reconnaissance planes and bombers by forces from the Great Sea, along with the obliteration of a military base, he might have comprehended the U.S.'s resistance to the solar-powered vehicle. The architect of this turmoil was a young man named Zhou Ran, a genius in the eyes of the U.S. leadership, yet perceived as a devil. The guard cautiously approached the solar-powered vehicle, directing his flashlight towards it for a closer examination. The more he looked, the more he admired its sleek, aerodynamically designed body that was pleasing to the eye. Just as he was about to reach out and touch it, the vehicle emitted 2 sharp beeps, followed by an electronic synthetic voice. Unauthorized access detected. Please maintain your distance. Startled, the guard felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. He had only seen footage of the vehicle from the monitors and had no idea it possessed such advanced anti-theft technology. Fortunately, no one was aware of his actions. Otherwise, he could have faced theft charges, which would not only cost him his job, but potentially land him in prison. Standing frozen in place, the guard eventually snapped back to reality, self-deprecatingly chuckling, "Well, no one is watching. I can always delete the footage." With this thought, he reached out once more, only to be met with another warning from the car. Unfazed, he reasoned that if the Department of Commerce was intent on obstructing solar-powered vehicles from entering the U.S. market, any accidental damage he might cause would likely go unnoticed. With that in mind, the guard grew increasingly reckless. Striking the car's Chapter 97, the automotive murder incident. The surveillance footage had ceased merely 10 minutes after James had departed the previous night, leaving no traceable content thereafter. A cadre of experts found themselves utterly stymied. The footage was not irreparable, but rather devoid of any material to salvage. James reported the situation to his superiors, seeking their guidance. Soon, his superior arrived at the research institute, his countenance betraying an unmistakable fury. "James, you have profoundly disappointed me." James replied with a wry smile, "Mr. Ollie, we have exerted every effort, yet we have uncovered no leads." His superior interrupted him sharply. "Let us set aside the security matters for now. Have we made any progress concerning the solar-powered vehicle?" James shook his head apologetically. "Regrettably, Mr. Wallace has also failed to identify any exploitable vulnerabilities. Our efforts have been exhaustive. Zhou Ran's technology is virtually impeccable." His superior narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on James. "Are you intent on proving yourself to be utterly incompetent? If you cannot find a flaw, why not devise a means to create one? What happened to the security personnel? Did they simply evaporate into thin air, or were they abducted by extraterrestrials?" At that moment, an excellent idea struck James. "Mr. Ollie, perhaps the disappearance of the security personnel is somehow linked to the solar vehicle?" At this, Ollie's brow arched slightly, and he nodded imperceptibly. "This matter requires your attention. Having a theory is commendable, but if you cannot devise a solution, then you may as well resign your post." With that, his superior hastily departed, showing no interest in witnessing how James would proceed. After pondering for a moment, James resolved to attribute the disappearance of the security personnel to the solar vehicle. Although this rationale seemed somewhat ludicrous and likely to provoke ridicule from the public, he pressed on. Just then, Wallace approached with a furrowed brow, his demeanor grave. "Mr. James, I fail to comprehend your intentions. To suggest that the disappearance of the security personnel is connected to the solar vehicle is utterly objectionable. We must adhere to scientific principles and not assume everyone is as foolish as the Americans." James retorted with a sardonic smile, "Mr. Wallace, might I inquire about the presence of nitrous oxide gas lingering in the institute? To my knowledge, this is a hallucinogenic gas. Could it possibly have been brought in by the security personnel?" Wallace found himself at a loss for words. As a scientist, he adhered to his principles, grounded in factual evidence. Yet, he could not fathom the origin of the nitrous oxide. Could it indeed be emitted from the solar vehicle? With this thought, he hastily retrieved his instruments and approached the exhaust pipe of the solar vehicle. Confusion permeated his mind. After all, a solar vehicle does not operate on fossil fuels, but rather converts solar energy into electricity. Why would it even possess an exhaust pipe? Though he could not decipher Zhou Ran's design, he acknowledged that once solar energy was converted into electricity and stored in batteries, a chemical reaction could produce toxic gases, yet exhaust would only be emitted during operation. Despite his confusion, Wallace remained steadfast in his scientific pursuit, collecting a sample of air near the exhaust pipe and rushing to conduct tests. The outcome, however, was disappointing. The residual nitrous oxide near the exhaust was even less than that found in the ambient air, effectively ruling out the possibility that it was emitted from the solar vehicle. Mr. James, I have completed my analysis. It is highly improbable that the exhaust pipe of the solar vehicle emitted such gas. A knowing smile crept across James's lips as he nonchalantly remarked, Mr. Wallace, I require your assistance in fabricating a crime scene implicating the vehicle in a murder. Wallace was taken aback, his anger flaring. A murder by automobile? Why not claim an alien invasion instead? Is there anything more preposterous? James shrugged dismissively. I care not how you achieve it. My assertion stands that the vehicle is responsible for the murder. Moreover, you must dismantle the vehicle and meticulously analyze its structure to uncover any evidence of its culpability. Wallace was left bewildered. James was not only demanding that he fabricate a scene, but also insisting that the public accept such an absurd narrative, a grave violation of scientific integrity. Yet, he found himself with no recourse. His family was under the watchful eye of the American military, and failing to comply could put them in jeopardy. He felt a deep sense of shame as an American, caught in a web of helplessness. Meanwhile, the solar vehicle in the laboratory had recorded the conversation between James and Wallace, and the system had anticipated potential crises. James's directive for Wallace to dismantle the solar vehicle posed a threat to the autonomous system, prompting it to initiate an automated crisis response protocol to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances and project a false narrative to the outside world. James preemptively notified the military and arranged for a special forces team to secure the so-called crime scene. Just as Wallace was about to commence dismantling the solar vehicle, it suddenly emitted a warning. Unauthorized personnel, please refrain from disassembly. Wallace, already well-versed in the vehicle's autonomous driving and control systems, felt powerless against the warning. Such an advanced vehicle should not be dismantled lightly. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to proceed. However, as his hand approached the vehicle's body, the solar vehicle's lights flashed twice, and it sprang to life, the tires screeching against the ground. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Could it be that the solar vehicle possessed emotions? Realizing it was about to be dismantled, it attempted to escape. James's expression soured as he gestured emphatically. Do you see? This vehicle is attempting to flee. I told you the disappearance of the security personnel must be connected to it. Stop it. We cannot allow it to escape the Institute. Do whatever it takes. At James's command, the special forces aimed their weapons at the solar vehicle, as if preparing to apprehend a fleeing criminal. Wallace's eyes widened in disbelief, watching the vehicle's desperate attempt to escape. Good heavens, this is astonishing. The vehicle appears to be alive. Before he could finish his thought, a rapid volley of gunfire erupted. Bullets rained down upon the solar vehicle, yet they caused no damage, merely leaving white marks on its surface. James was taken aback. He had anticipated the vehicle's material to be robust, but he had not expected the bullets to simply bounce off. Stay alert. Prevent the vehicle from escaping. We must contain it. Yet, his warning proved futile as the vehicle abruptly flipped over and, to the astonishment of all, transformed into a towering mech over 3 meters high. Chapter 98. The emergence of the mecha. Wallace stood frozen, his body trembling slightly. It was astonishing. A car could transform into a robot. Was this the technology of Mr. Zhou Ran? The automobile-turned-mecha revealed its intricate mechanical structure, with an energy core pulsating a spectral blue light at the center of its chest armor. As it moved, the air was filled with the resonant sound of metal grinding, both jarring and imbued with a sense of science fiction. Wallace felt an irresistible urge to reach out and touch the mecha. It held an infinite allure for him. He would have willingly faced death just to explore it. However, as Wallace extended his hand, the mecha retaliated, kicking him out of the research facility. A startled cry escaped him as he landed in a nearby trash bin. Beside him, James was utterly astonished, and the special forces all wore expressions of disbelief. The mecha before them surpassed their wildest imaginations. Although Americans often produced blockbuster films featuring transforming robots, those were merely computer-generated illusions. This mecha was tangible, within reach, witnessed firsthand by all present, undeniably real. Why are we still standing here? Attack at once. James snapped back to reality and commanded the special forces to engage the mecha. Unfortunately, their assault proved futile. The mecha was not a mere object to be struck without resistance. As the special forces advanced, the mecha drew its weapon, unleashing a pulse particle cannon that obliterated James in an instant. With formidable firepower and agility, the mecha danced amidst the special forces, each shot from its cannon claiming multiple lives. Realizing they were outmatched, the special forces began to retreat. The team leader's face darkened as he retrieved a satellite communication device to contact the military. An unexpected situation has arisen at the research facility. A solar-powered car has transformed into a mecha with overwhelming firepower. Reinforcements are urgently needed. At that moment, Wallace emerged from the trash bin, his eyes gleaming with awe at the mecha's might. Do not harm it. It would be best to capture it alive. However, the special forces were too preoccupied to heed Wallace's plea, directing all their firepower toward the mecha. Yet, the impact of conventional weaponry was no more than a tickle to the mecha, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Despite the mecha's formidable weaponry, its energy was not limitless and required timely replenishment. While outside, the solar power continuously energized the mecha. Inside the research facility, it was deprived of sunlight, and its energy would eventually wane. As the special forces suffered heavy losses, the mecha suddenly fired a pulse cannon at the ceiling, creating a hole over a meter wide that revealed the daylight above. In a breathtaking leap, the mecha soared through the opening, sunlight flooding its form, rapidly replenishing its energy. Receiving the distress signal, the military swiftly dispatched a large contingent, nearly 500 armed personnel, along with 5 helicopters circling overhead. All eyes were drawn to the mecha, astonished yet acutely aware of the imminent threat it posed. My goodness! Is that a transformer? Is it here to save the world? No. It was here to annihilate America. It must be eradicated. The leader, a colonel with a grim expression, focused intently on the mecha atop the research facility and issued the command to attack. Countless Buell Chapter 99. The inherent flaws of Americans. Although Zhou Ran's assertions were bizarre and even absurd, after some time, the commander of the Southwest Military District came to accept his claims. Regardless, the technology Zhou Ran provided to the Great Xia was genuine, and the enhancement of its military strength was undeniable, even if it were later revealed that Zhou Ran's statements were mere figments of his imagination. The immense contribution he had made to the nation, along with his ability to transform automobiles into mechs, rendered his occasional lighthearted jest forgivable. Thus, the commander of the Southwest Military District was the first to rise, declaring, I trust Mr. Zhou's character and believe he would not jest frivolously. The commander of the Eastern Military District followed suit, adding with a smile, Mr. Zhou's talents are evident to all. I concur that what he spoke of is indeed plausible. It is prudent to prepare in advance. If nothing else, it can serve as a training exercise. The commander of the Northern Military District shook his head with a wry smile and stood as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not the time for debate. We harbor no doubt regarding Mr. Zhou's remarkable technological achievements, nor his commitment to the Great Xia. We must consider how we shall respond if the Americans come seeking trouble. The united support of the 3 major military districts for Zhou Ran underscored their recognition of his significance. Other military districts, having benefited from Zhou Ran's assistance to varying degrees, also voiced their endorsement upon witnessing the unwavering support from the 3 major districts. Aside from a few specialists who expressed skepticism towards Zhou Ran's assertions, none dared to vocalize their doubts. Now, the major military districts of Great Xia had reached a consensus, awaiting the moment the Americans would make their move. Naturally, the commanders of the military districts reported Zhou Ran's statements verbatim to higher authorities, providing him with substantial theoretical backing. Upon receiving this information, the upper echelons initially reacted with incredulity, but soon recognized that Zhou Ran would not make baseless claims. With his current capabilities, even if he were to cease all activities, the nation would still accord him due respect. Moreover, with the existence of particle colliders and theoretical frameworks for time travel, the idea of extraterrestrial civilizations or advanced societies posing a threat to Earth was not entirely beyond the realm of acceptance. The Great Xia people, unlike foreigners, preferred to prepare for eventualities. 3 days after the military districts and upper leadership expressed their support for Zhou Ran, the Americans publicly released a video, This video vividly documented the battle between American Special Forces and mechs. Those unfamiliar with the context might have mistaken it for a high-budget film trailer. Following this, the American military issued a statement declaring, "The Great Xia's conversion of solar-powered vehicles into mechs has caused catastrophic damage to a certain research institute in the United States, resulting in the slaughter of 98 American Special Forces and the destruction of 16 armed helicopters, with incalculable indirect losses." The news sent shockwaves around the globe. Within half a day of the video's release, views surpassed 10 million and comments exceeded 500,000. A German netizen remarked, "The Americans need to raise their IQ. Who are they trying to fool with a sci-fi trailer?" A French commentator quipped, "The Americans are gearing up for another round of global box office harvesting. The same old tricks, the same old formula, can't they come up with something fresh?" An English observer expressed serious doubts about American motives, recalling how one bag of laundry detergent had previously devastated a nation. Now, they attempted to employ the same tactics, claiming that the Great Xia had become an extraterrestrial civilization. The Americans' notorious characteristics were well known abroad, leading to mockery without remorse. Domestically, netizens found the situation amusing and even hoped that the Americans' video depicted reality. One user commented, "I confess, I actually traveled to Earth through time and space from the M78 Nebula. Please call me Ultraman." Another user remarked, "The Americans have run out of tricks. They cannot bear to see the Great Xia surpass them and will always seek ways to obstruct it. But after decades, has it been effective?" Yet another quipped, "I'm dying of laughter. The Americans are resorting to such childish tactics to target the Great Xia, truly believing that the Great Xia is the same as it was during the Qing dynasty?" Faced with global skepticism and ridicule, American leaders wore grim expressions. Had they familiarized themselves with the story of the boy who cried wolf, they might have understood why the world's netizens were disinclined to believe them. Unfortunately, Americans never reflect on their own shortcomings. They excel at shifting blame. The mech that the American military had destroyed at great expense was only neutralized when its energy was depleted, resulting in losses amounting to at least several $billion. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The Americans were primarily concerned that the Great Xia had developed the capability to transform vehicles into mechs, signaling an advanced technological prowess that made the rise of the Great Xia seemingly unstoppable. They felt compelled to extort further concessions before the Great Xia revealed its fangs. It seemed they had forgotten that previous attempts to undermine the Great Xia had ended in significant American losses, showcasing the inherent flaws of a nation devoid of historical depth and moral integrity. Days later, the Americans dispatched a delegation to the Great Xia, hoping to leverage this incident to compel submission. At the negotiation table, the Americans appeared haughty, underestimating the Great Xia's strength. The spokesperson, Mr. Szilard, declared with righteous indignation, "The solar-powered vehicles produced by the Great Xia have caused billions of dollars in damages to the United States. We demand the recall of all solar-powered vehicles in America and compensation for all losses incurred. Furthermore, we require the extradition of the culprit, Zhou Ran." The Great Xia representatives regarded this with disdain, their faces adorned with mockery. "Mr. Szilard, who would believe what you say? A solar-powered vehicle transforming into a mech, resulting in such massive losses to the Americans. Are you casting yourselves in the role of victims from a sci-fi film?" Mr. Szilard's expression darkened as he replied sternly, "We possess ample evidence to prove the video's authenticity. We hope the Great Xia can confront the issue with seriousness. All solar-powered vehicles must be recalled, and none shall be permitted to enter the American market in the future." The Great Xia representative remained composed, having received instructions from higher authorities. Recalling the solar-powered vehicles is feasible, but compensation is out of the question, and handing over Zhou Ran is entirely unacceptable. "Mr. Szilard, we extend our sympathies for America's plight. We can recall the solar-powered vehicles, but compensation is impossible. You cannot simply present a video and claim it is the Great Xia's fault. That is far too trivial." Mr. Szilard, lacking decorum, slammed his hand on the table. "The Great Xia must provide compensation, and Zhou Ran must be handed over for us to deal with." The Great Xia representative smirked disdainfully and shrugged. "I am very sorry, but the Great Xia cannot fulfill your demands. If the Americans believe the Great Xia is weak and easily bullied, they are welcome to test that theory. Our military districts are well prepared and eager for a friendly military exercise with the Americans." Chapter 100. Return. Szilard's countenance darkened, and his breaths became somewhat erratic. He had initially believed he held the upper hand, confident in his ability to suppress the representatives from Great Xia, yet he found his efforts utterly unreciprocated. Ultimately, it boiled down to the diminished military prowess of the United States, since Great Xia had adopted the advanced weaponry provided by Zhou Ran. The Americans no longer possessed the audacity to act recklessly in the waters of Great Xia, though they were loath to acknowledge this reality, the destruction of submarines, the downing of reconnaissance and bomber aircraft, and even the obliteration of military bases left them without evidence to substantiate their claims against Great Xia. Nor did they possess the means to retaliate, thus forcing them to swallow their grievances in silence. The Americans were akin to a battered vehicle, requiring a thorough overhaul before they would acquiesce. In his impotent fury, Szilard dared not provoke the representatives of Great Xia excessively during negotiations on their territory. The discussions extended for nearly 4 hours, with the majority spent listening to Szilard's vehement accusations against Great Xia. Regrettably for him, the representatives remained unyielding, sipping tea and perusing their mobile devices. This behavior was tantamount to an affront to the American delegation, completely disregarding them. For Great Xia now possessed ample confidence to counter the myriad schemes of the United States. As the negotiations drew to a close, Szilard realized that the Great Xia representatives had not been attentive to his words. Infuriated, his face flushed in vain protest. "I object. You and Great Xia show us too little respect." The representative from Great Xia raised an eyebrow in surprise, remarking, "Mr. Szilard, we have been earnestly listening to your discourse. However, I regret to inform you that aside from the return of the solar-powered vehicles, we will not acquiesce to any unreasonable demands from the United States." Meanwhile, the nation of Fusang anxiously awaited the outcome of the negotiations between the United States and Great Xia. As the foremost sycophant of the United States, Fusang had always been subservient to American interests. Observing the Americans prepare to demand compensation from Great Xia via video, the leadership of Fusang began to entertain similar notions. If the Americans succeeded, Fusang would undoubtedly seek to emulate their actions. Recently, Fusang had suffered significant losses due to attacks from colossal beasts and was in dire need of supplemental funds. However, after a prolonged wait, no good news emerged from the Americans. Szilard's negotiating team had spent less than 2 days in Great Xia, and with no indication of any concession from the representatives, they could only retreat in disgrace. Ultimately, the Americans managed to secure a meager concession, the ability to return all solar-powered vehicles purchased by their citizens from Great Xia at full price. Upon learning this, Fusang promptly followed suit, demanding a refund for their solar-powered vehicles as well. The total number of solar-powered vehicles purchased by the United States and Fusang was approximately 30,000, with an average price of around 1 million each. This meant that the refunds for all vehicles would exceed 100 billion. The distribution and after-sales service for these vehicles had been managed by Volkswagen. At this moment, Kumar, the head of Volkswagen in Great Xia, paced anxiously in his office. Recently, the volume of shipments had surged, and orders had substantially increased. However, due to the Americans' predicament, clients had paused their pickups. Not only was the European market embroiled in a public relations crisis, but various global markets were also experiencing varying degrees of return requests. Although Volkswagen had been reaping substantial profits during this period, a massive influx of return requests for solar-powered vehicles would mean that their prior investments would go to waste, along with the obligation to pay hefty compensation fees. Kumar had already contacted an expert from the Southwest Military Region, Old Yang, intending to arrange a face-to-face meeting with Zhou Ran to discuss how to address the issue. Zhou Ran had received news of the return demands from both the United States and Fusang, and he merely smiled in response. Old Yang had informed him of Kumar's invitation, and once he had completed his current tasks, Zhou Ran proceeded to the Spring River restaurant as agreed. It was the same venue as before, yet today, Kumar appeared far less composed than during their last meeting. "Mr. Zhou, Volkswagen has already received over 2,000 return requests from customers. If we include those from the United States and Fusang, we will need to refund more than 100 billion in vehicle costs." Kumar expressed his trust in Mr. Zhou's expertise but lamented that the Americans and Fusang were being unreasonable, leaving Volkswagen with no viable options. Zhou Ran replied with a smile, "Mr. Kumar, what is Volkswagen's plan? Do you expect Great Xia to cover your expenses?" Kumar was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Mr. Zhou, since we are partners, there is no need to suggest such things. As Volkswagen has obtained the agency rights for the solar-powered vehicles, we should bear all consequences ourselves." Zhou Ran raised an eyebrow. "Then what issue does Mr. Kumar wish to discuss with me?" Kumar gritted his teeth, regardless of whether they are from the United States, Fusang, or any other ordinary customers requesting returns. I hope you could take some time to slightly modify the return products so that Volkswagen can find a way to sell them again. Zhou Ran was well aware that Kumar was more hopeful that Great Xia would provide the funds to refund the United States and Fusang, though he was too embarrassed to voice it. After all, Volkswagen had invested considerable resources in advertising, not to mention transportation costs and after-sales service, making it quite a burden to produce such a large sum all at once. Mr. Kumar, Great Xia will handle the receipt of the solar-powered vehicles returned by the United States and Fusang, and the refunds will be covered by Great Xia. You need not worry about it. No matter who requests a return, Volkswagen can accept it. Kumar's mouth fell agape. Zhou Ran's words left him feeling rather embarrassed. Previously, Volkswagen had enjoyed substantial profits, and the current number of return requests was less than a third of the vehicles sold, which the company could readily bear. Mr. Zhou, that is not my intention. Volkswagen absolutely will not let Great Xia cover this expense. Before he could finish, Zhou Ran waved a hand to interrupt him. Mr. Kumar, the solar-powered vehicles incorporate numerous cutting-edge technologies. If the Americans and the Fusang wish to return them, so be it. However, they will find it impossible to purchase solar-powered vehicles from us again in the future. Just proceed as I have instructed. Great Xia can certainly manage this amount of money. Kumar's lips quivered, and he let out a quiet sigh. Subsequently, Volkswagen announced publicly that any customer dissatisfied with the quality or after-sales service of the solar-powered vehicles could request a refund, which would be processed within 3 days of receiving the return products. As news broke, the global community of solar-powered vehicle purchasers erupted in astonishment. While Volkswagen had not explicitly stated that there were issues with the solar-powered vehicles, their agreement to accept returns was sufficient to undermine public confidence in the products. Nevertheless, most individuals remained rational, perceiving the Americans' actions as unreasonable provocations, likely stemming from their accustomed arrogance, believing that everything should conform to their demands. When Great Xia refused to comply, they resorted to throwing tantrums,